I was always considered the heir to a wealthy family, only to find out I was an imposter. After the real young master was found, my family, with whom I had lived for 18 years, were all waiting for me to break down, go crazy, and turn on them, before they knew better than to leave the house. However, I only packed a few clothes. Standing in the middle of the living room, I said, "I can finally leave. Thank you." The real young master was stunned and asked me in a low voice if I hated him. I looked at him and slowly told him the rules of this family. "Brother, do you know the rules of this family? Get up at 5 in the morning to study. Run at 6. No one is allowed to go out after 8 in the evening. Family meeting at 9 o'clock sharp. You must memorize the financial newspapers every day, and every penny spent must be approved. If you don't get first place in the exam, you'll be punished by standing, kneeling, or not getting any food." I looked at the real young master. His face was growing paler and paler. And then it suddenly dawned on me that I was already used to it. That day, I had just come in second place again. Then, I knelt in the middle of the living room. The moment the book hit my forehead, the whole house fell silent. Blood streamed down my brow bone and dripped onto the floor. I heard my father roar, saying that I was second again, that I had disgraced the Song family. As I knelt in the center of the living room, the moment the book struck my forehead, the entire house fell silent. Blood streamed down my brow bone and dripped onto the floor. I heard my father roar, saying I was second again, that I had disgraced the Song family. I kept my head down, offering no explanation, only saying sorry and promising to try harder next time, a phrase I'm tired of hearing myself. But my back remained ramrod straight, because I knew that as long as I bent even a little, this punishment wouldn't end. When my father saw the blood, his emotions calmed down briefly, but that composure was quickly swallowed up by anger. He said I was always second, year after year, and that I made the Song family lose face in front of outsiders. My mother stood beside him, took his hand, and said that I was only a few points away from the first place, and that he shouldn't get too angry and ruin his health. She persuaded my father to go upstairs, leaving me alone in the living room with the half-dried bloodstain on the floor. I didn't dare get up, because I knew my father's emotions were volatile, and if I stood up, things would only get worse. Wang Ma came over and quietly told me to get up, but I shook my head, only asking her to get me the first aid kit. Her hands trembled as she stopped the bleeding, saying that the master was too harsh on me, but I didn't reply. The sound of high heels came from behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The older woman stood there, her tone as cold as if she were questioning a stranger, asking me what mistake I had made this time. I looked up and called her older sister, but the way she looked at me was as if she were looking at a defective item. I told her I got second place in the final exam, but my father wasn't satisfied. After hearing this, she sat down immediately and said I deserved to kneel. She said no man in the Song family had ever been second every year, and I should reflect on my actions. I didn't argue. I just listened as she continued, word by word, saying that everything in the Song family would eventually be mine. But she asked me why, saying that someone like me had no right to inherit it. I looked at her and told her earnestly that I didn't want to take anything from anyone. She sneered, told me to continue kneeling and reflecting on my actions, and then turned and went upstairs. I remained kneeling, unsure whether the pain was in my forehead or my knees. My mother rushed down and pulled me up, asking why I was still kneeling. As she brushed the dust off me, she complained that coming in second every year was unsightly. She said that families like ours valued reputation above all else, and that it wasn't unjust for me to upset my father. I mumbled a reply, saying it wouldn't happen again, but those words carried no weight. Back in my room, I closed the door and realized I was trembling all over. I took my phone from under my pillow, not checking any messages, but tapping on that familiar profile picture. I hesitated for a long time before finally clicking on her moments. Her latest post was a picture of a boy's profile with the caption, "Excellent people will always be excellent." I stared at those words, feeling like I'd been openly mocked. I messaged her, saying I wouldn't let Zheng Xingyu win next time. She replied quickly, laughing, and asked if I really thought I let her win first place. At that moment, embarrassment felt like a bucket of cold water being poured over me. I sat on the bed, staring at the screen, and realized how ridiculous I had been. She was my fiancée, a title bestowed upon me before I was even born. From a young age, I had been told to protect her, to pamper her, and to stand before her. Over the years, I've always treated her as someone who needed my protection. Even if she never saw me, I considered it just a matter of time. Even if she made outrageous demands, I agreed. 2 years ago, when I first entered DU number 1 middle school, I ranked first in my grade. My grades were shockingly high that time. Everyone thought I'd dominate the rankings. But right after that, she came to me. Her eyes were red, and she said the Song family wasn't short of money, that Zheng Xingyu lived entirely on scholarships. She begged me not to take his first place, saying I loved her the most and would definitely agree. I agreed. From that day on, I became the perennial runner-up. Second in monthly exams, second in midterms, second in finals. My father's anger, my older sister's cold stares, my mother's sighs, all were the price I paid. But I always thought that at least she remembered this. Only now do I realize that I'm the only one who remembers. Looking at her profile picture, for the first time, I begin to doubt whether she ever truly understood me all these years. The next morning, knowing that Song Yuhua would be home after her final exams, I got up and left before dawn. I rushed to the dessert shop 30 kilometers away from home, simply because she loves sweets and is afraid of getting pimples. I spent a long time researching before I finally found this shop that offers low sugar without sacrificing taste, but they only have a limited selection each day. Mid-July in Haicheng was unbearably hot and humid, with outdoor temperatures nearing 35 degrees Celsius. My short-sleeved shirt was already soaked with sweat. I squeezed into the long line, sweat dripping down my chin, but a smile remained on my face. She had been at school for half a month. She must have been craving it terribly. My mind was filled with the image of her acting cute. Thinking of her holding my arm and shaking me back and forth, my weariness was somewhat relieved. After queuing and going back and forth, it was almost noon when I got home. The moment I pushed open the door, the house was eerily quiet. I tentatively called out, "Uncle Lu," but only an empty echo answered me. The maid, who was watering the plants around the corner, was startled and turned to look at me. She asked why I was home, and I politely greeted her as Auntie. I asked her if Yuhua had returned, and if her family had all gone out. She was clearly new. She hesitated a bit, but still answered truthfully. She said that after Yuhua returned, she went directly to the airport with her parents, and her sisters went with her. At that moment, the smile on my face completely froze. I frowned and checked again, asking if they had gone to the airport together. She seemed to realize she'd said too much and quickly waved her hand, telling me to call and confirm myself. I thanked her, took out my phone, and found nothing in my missed calls list. My WeChat was as quiet as if it had been deliberately cleared. There were no mentions of my parents or sister. I told myself there must be some mistake and called my mother first. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. I then dialed my father's number, but the screen showed that his phone was switched off. Other people's calls either went unanswered or were also switched off. The restaurant, which usually opens promptly at noon, was eerily deserted. I quietly strolled around the house and found that only the aunt and I remained. Even the servants were gone. Only the security guard in the monitoring room remained. I suddenly realized something, walked towards the monitoring room, but stopped at the door. I reassured myself softly that they wouldn't forget me. I didn't go in, but just sat on the sofa and waited for a phone call that could explain everything. Time passed slowly. My aunt said goodbye and left work early, leaving the house completely empty. I sat on the sofa, staring straight ahead, my gaze gradually becoming vacant. 2 hours later, my phone suddenly rang, pulling me back from my reverie. Seeing my mother's name on the screen, I hesitated for the first time. They should have gotten off the plane by now. Before I could decide whether to answer, the call stopped. The next second, my second sister called. I answered almost instinctively and called out, "Second sister." Her first words were accusations, saying I was just making things worse. She asked if I hadn't seen them when I left, and why I hadn't followed them. Those two sentences hit me like a stone. It turned out they hadn't even noticed I wasn't home. Laughter came through the receiver. She said they had all their luggage, except for her brother. It was hilarious. My mother gently scolded me from the side, telling me not to laugh so much. The empty Song family house, me sitting alone, felt like I belonged to a different world from the lively Song family on the other end of the phone. I cautiously asked where they were, but my question was swallowed by the noise. I only heard my second sister hurriedly say, "We'll be home in a week. The car is here." As I hung up the phone, my goodbye was still stuck in my throat. Meanwhile, on the other end, my mother was anxiously counting the luggage, afraid of forgetting anything. The third sister got into the car first, laughing as she said she'd counted the luggage 100 times. She said she'd covered everything except for her younger brother. The second sister, touching up her makeup, said I was so silly, not even noticing how noisy it was downstairs. Only Yuhua cautiously asked, "Isn't brother coming?" Her words were interrupted by her older sister, who told her to take care of her small bag. Yuhua immediately quieted down, not daring to say anything more. The car started, and the topic naturally turned to me, who had been left at home. My mother sighed, saying it was her fault for leaving such a grown person behind. My second sister rolled her eyes and said it was good to have one less burden to take care of. My eldest sister chimed in, saying I was too young and she wouldn't feel comfortable letting me travel alone by plane. She said it was only for a week, so it was better for me to stay home. She added that I had just angered father, so it was only right that I was punished. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. My father hummed in agreement, which seemed to settle the matter. I sat on the sofa with my eyes closed, finally accepting the fact that my whole family had abandoned me at home without hesitation. It felt like being dragged straight out of a bustling world, the silence jarring yet undeniably real. I remained silent for only a moment before getting up and returning to my room. Their absence made it easier for me to do my own thing. I took out my phone and sent a message in the work group, my tone as calm as if nothing had happened. Work overtime for a week. The client application must be online by the end of the month. The message popped up with a reply quickly, a row of received that sounded mechanical and perfunctory, but I couldn't even be bothered to react emotionally. It wasn't until I stood up and my vision suddenly went black that I realized I hadn't eaten anything all day. The Song family is large, and the living room light is always on. The first time I pushed open the door, I saw a pitch-black corridor. I turned on the lights one by one, as if to confirm that this house still belonged to me. The moment the lights came on, I saw the bag of pastries I'd forgotten on the living room table. I sat down, unwrapped it, and ate them bite by bite. My stomach filled, but my heart emptied little by little. I suddenly smiled and muttered to myself, the things my sister likes really do taste good. It's ironic, really. I'm the only boy in the Song family, but my life has never been as glamorous as others imagine. The Song family believed in raising boys frugally and girls lavishly, so apart from Chinese New Year, I never really had any pocket money. I looked at my third sister, who was only a year older than me, with her endless money in her bank account, and I could only laugh when my classmates treated me like a poor student. It was from that time that I learned to keep a close eye on money, figuring out how to turn 1 yuan into 10, then 100. I ate all the snacks for dinner and leaned back on the sofa, almost imperceptibly opening my WeChat moments. Sure enough, both my second and third sisters had posted updates, exquisite photos, radiant smiles. I clicked on my third sister's post, 6 landscape photos and 3 family portraits. The images were so jarring they hurt my eyes. The caption read, "We've never favored boys over girls in our family. I forgot my little brother at home today, huh?" I zoomed in on the family photo, and seeing my father's unusually gentle expression, my fingertips tightened slightly. I had never seen him like this when he was facing me, not even once. On the morning of the 4th day, it suddenly became noisy outside the Song residence. When I was woken up, it wasn't fully light yet. I walked to the window and looked down. I saw Yuhua standing by the car, rubbing her eyes, as if she hadn't woken up yet. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively thought they had come back for me. Without even changing my clothes, I rushed downstairs and called her name. She looked up, saw me, paused for a moment, and called out, "Brother." I didn't see my parents, only my third sister directing the moving of luggage, and my heart sank. I asked them why they were back, and why my father and mother weren't with me. Yuhua pouted and said she didn't know, adding that there was supposed to be a bonfire party tonight. I instinctively took the blame and apologized, saying it was my fault. My third sister scoffed, saying that father only rushed back after receiving a call from the police station. At that moment, the expectation on my face shattered completely. Not content with that, she added, "You're just being presumptuous." I lowered my head to hide my emotions and turned to help the driver with his luggage, feeling like an unwanted outsider. Later, when my parents and sisters came in, I stood up to greet them, but when I called out to my second sister, I sensed something was wrong. The complex look in her eyes chilled me to the bone. I asked her what was wrong, but she coldly replied, "Don't call me second sister." The living room fell silent instantly. I stood there, feeling like I'd been slapped in the face in public. I whispered to myself if I'd done something wrong, and told myself I could change. Neither of my parents came to my rescue. My second sister simply turned and went upstairs. My mother escorted my father into the house, still wearing her sunglasses, and I could hear her voice was hoarse. I looked at my older sister, only to find that she had been observing me, her gaze deliberately evasive. Before I could figure it out, Yuhua pulled me back to playing the game. Less than 2 minutes later, I suddenly heard my mother's suppressed sobs behind me. I immediately stood up, but froze on the spot when I heard those words clearly. She cried and said that she had raised someone else's son for 18 years, while her own son was suffering. I stood there, not understanding what my mother was saying for a moment, but my steps instinctively stopped. Her emotions, which she had suppressed for so long, suddenly collapsed, and she cried uncontrollably, as if all her grievances had been torn apart at once. My father frowned as he tried to comfort her, patting her back repeatedly, but his gaze towards me became complicated and unfamiliar. I wanted to go over and comfort her, but the next second, she pointed at me, her voice so sharp it made my heart clench. She told me to leave, that she didn't want to see me, that her real son was suffering. That moment felt like a thunderbolt struck me. I even wondered if I temporarily lost my hearing. I instinctively looked at my father, hoping for an explanation, even just a glance. But he just stared at me coldly, telling me to go back to my room, his tone unwavering. I didn't know what I had done wrong, and could only lower my head and go upstairs, just like countless times before. The moment I stepped into the room, I covered my ears, but found that I couldn't block out any sound. I'm not stupid. I've long doubted my own identity because of my father's harshness over the years. But my mother has repeatedly explained for him, saying that boys shouldn't be spoiled, that it's for my future. I believe the old adage, boys should be raised frugally, girls should be raised lavishly, for over a decade. It turns out, from the very beginning, I was believing a meticulously crafted lie. I actually already guessed the real answer, but I was afraid to face it. But judgment waits for no one. It came down the very next day at noon. Everyone sat neatly in the dining room, but no one touched their chopsticks. Only the mother's sobs could be heard. The father put down his chopsticks, his tone calm yet cruel, and said that the real son had been found. He said the police were making contact and would arrange a family reunion as soon as possible, as if announcing an official matter. I looked up at the expressions of everyone at the table. My eldest and second eldest sisters clearly already knew the truth. Only the third sister looked blank, blurting out that there must be another younger brother in the family. When her last light sigh fell, the entire dining room became suffocatingly quiet. I sat at the dining table, listening to my father recount the events of that year, his voice calm and decisive, like a pronouncement of judgment. He said I wasn't my mother's biological child, but a substitute adopted from an orphanage 18 years ago. The real son of the Song family was stolen by the nanny when he was 1 year old and disappeared for 18 years. Only recently, through blood tests, was he finally found through blood ties. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled my ears, and the sounds from the dining table seemed muffled by a layer of water. I lowered my head, my hands clenched so tightly that my nails dug into my palms, yet I felt no pain. Seeing my silence, my father seemed to find a new outlet for his anger, and his voice suddenly rose. He said, "Look up. The Song family isn't short of food. Don't act like someone's dead." I could only raise my head, letting them see my red-rimmed eyes and my disheveled state. The older sister's gaze fell on me, complex yet calm, as if she were looking at an old object. She said, "I know that person too. She went to the same school as me. Her name is Zheng Xingyu." That name was like a nail, instantly pinning me to the spot, my breath catching in my throat. My father, however, showed a rare look of satisfaction, saying that the child had always been number one since childhood. He said, "He's clearly a member of the Song family. He's much more pleasing to the eye than me, the second-place finisher." I clenched my fists so tightly my nails almost broke the skin, but I didn't even have the strength to argue back. My mother finally stopped crying and began excitedly arranging the room, her tone urgent. She said the child was back and needed a place to stay, and she needed to prepare things he liked. I can't remember how I finished that meal at all. I only remember that the whole Song family suddenly became as busy as if it were New Year's, and I was just an outsider. I locked myself in my room and sat on the floor by the bed from day to night. When the lights went out, I realized I could barely move. Before going downstairs, I heard my father say that he wouldn't eat. He wouldn't die from missing a meal. My mother continued, saying that Xingyu had grown up in a poor family and suffered too much hardship. She said that Xingyu probably had never even seen the things I had eaten or used. In that moment, I suddenly realized that in their eyes, I had become superfluous. Yuhua saw me and called out, "Brother." But I turned and walked away even faster. Because I heard my mother say that from now on, I should call Xingyu brother and not get it wrong again. I didn't turn back, but suddenly my confusion was gone, replaced by a clear-headedness. The biggest liar I've ever been is myself. I've been deceiving myself for 18 years. I lied to myself that my parents loved me and that my strictness was meant to toughen me up. It turns out I was just an outsider temporarily staying in the Song family home, a clown who had usurped their place. No one ever asked me if I wanted to be adopted, and no one ever asked if I wanted to leave. Back in my room, I turned on my computer again, suppressing my emotions through the sound of typing. The Song family had no obligation to support me. I had to leave sooner or later, and this was the path I had chosen. In the middle of the night, a familiar ringtone sounded outside the window, and I knew who it was at a glance. I threw down the rope I had prepared beforehand, and Yushu climbed in through the window. She was dressed in punk attire and sounded irritable. I reminded her to stop hanging out with Chui Tingting. She immediately exploded, saying who I was to dare interfere in her affairs. These words carried more weight than ever before, because I only learned the reason today. She slammed the door and left. I sat back down at my computer, watching the night deepen outside the window. I casually logged into the Song family's security system and added a button to my phone. The next morning, as soon as I went downstairs, I saw my father sitting on the sofa waiting for me. He asked, "Where did the woman from last night go? Did she run away?" I was stunned, then quickly realized that Uncle Lu had seen Yushu climb out the window. My father wouldn't listen to my explanation, and he threw an ashtray at me, roaring that I wasn't worthy to call him father. Just as I was about to speak, Yushu rushed down and apologized for me. She comforted my father while giving me a look that told me to shut up. I suddenly realized that as long as she was there, whatever I said would be wrong. My father concluded coldly, "Bad bamboo can't produce good shoots." I smiled and muttered, "You're right." Then, my mother rushed over and told the housekeeper to tidy up Xingyu's room immediately. My father, finding me in his way, said, "Make room for me. I'll stay in the servants' quarters." As I stood there, I suddenly felt that all of this was absurd and ridiculous. Because from the very beginning, the place they had put me in was the servants' quarters on the second floor. The living room fell silent again. Even the usually oblivious Song Yushu sensed something was wrong. She opened her mouth, but then forced herself to break the silence. She suggested that Xingyu stay on the second floor too, since it was just a place to sleep. Hearing this, I already knew the answer in my heart. Sure enough, my father and mother denied it almost simultaneously, their tone urgent and resolute, as if they were protecting some inviolable bottom line. I looked up at the people I had called mom and dad for 18 years, and suddenly felt that they were both familiar and strange, as if separated by a layer of glass. Song Yushu hadn't expected such a strong reaction and pressed further, asking why he could stay, but she couldn't. Her mother's voice immediately turned cold. She declared Xingyu was her own son and shouldn't be allowed to stay in the servants' quarters, her tone utterly matter-of-fact. Then, she turned her gaze to Song Yushu and said that they should simply give up her room and let her move to the second floor. Song Yushu immediately exploded, slamming her hand on the table and standing up, saying that why should she be kicked out to the second floor? Why should she be the only one sacrificed? Her mother patiently comforted her, saying that it wasn't like she was living alone and that she was still there on the second floor. The next second, Song Yushu blurted out, "I'm not his biological son." The air seemed to freeze as soon as he finished speaking. I clearly saw my mother's face change, and my father's anger ignited instantly, causing him to roar. He said if I could stay, she had to stay too, and that the housekeeper should oversee the moving of all the rooms today. That was the settled matter. Amidst the commotion, I stood aside like an outsider, watching them argue heatedly about who should stay on which floor. As I turned to leave, I whispered to Song Yushu that it would be more convenient for her to go out at night if she stayed on the second floor. She paused for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and her attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. She took the initiative to choose a room on the second floor. But she quickly became dissatisfied again, complaining that the room was too small and there was nowhere to put her things, her voice shrill and grating. Realizing Xingyu's status, she became smarter and said that Yuhua was young and didn't have many things, so it would be better for Yuhua to stay on the second floor. The argument drifted into my ears through the door, so I closed it, shutting everything out. I opened the closet, took out the rope I had carefully preserved from the top shelf, and threw it into the trash can without hesitation. Just like my genuine feelings for her, I should have let them go long ago, but I couldn't bear to. The chaos of the morning seemed like a harbinger that this day was destined to be anything but peaceful. Around noon, the Song family's cars lined up downstairs, one after another, as neatly arranged as a marching column. I stood on the balcony, watching my parents get into the cars with my sisters, and suddenly wanted to laugh. The Song family provided a car for each child to be picked up and dropped off, except for me. Now the reason is finally clear. For adopted children, fairness is never just a formality. The servants stood by, watching the convoy leave. I suddenly realized my place in this family. I muttered to myself with a self-deprecating laugh, saying that they were paid wages and at least lived with more dignity than I did. I only stepped out of my room after the car had driven far away. The maids had clearly heard about what had happened these past few days, and their gazes towards me were more complicated. Wang Ma hesitated for a moment, then came over and said I hadn't eaten breakfast and should have something to eat first. She said lunch would be a little late, and I nodded, already understanding why. I asked her if we should wait for them to bring the young master back. Then I told her to just call me Song Yuan from now on, and not to upset them because of me. Aunt Wang patted my arm, said nothing, and simply turned to get me some snacks. I didn't refuse. I knew very well that a hunger strike was pointless. I wasn't a member of the Song family. As long as I was fed, the rest of the family wouldn't go hungry. Taking care of myself was the most important thing. Not long after, the sound of cars outside started again, even more noisy than when I left. I stood inside the doorway and saw my father's car stop. A familiar figure stepped out. Fate loves to play tricks. I recognized that person. No wonder Fong Duo never liked me. My fiancée was alive from the very beginning. My mother's eyes were filled with tears, yet a smile played on her lips as she held his hand and stroked it repeatedly, as if trying to confirm its authenticity. Her expression was as if she wanted to tear her heart out for him to see. The door was pushed open, and her voice rushed in before she even appeared. "Son," her mother said, "we're home." I instinctively took a step back, feeling a pang of envy for the servants standing to the side. At least they knew from the beginning that they were just servants. My father looked up and saw me, his smile still lingering. I opened my mouth, but the word father stuck in my throat. He broke the awkward silence. Zheng Xingyu looked at me, smiling naturally, and said, "What a coincidence." Yes, what a coincidence. The top 2 students from Moral Education No. 1 Middle School finally met here. One was a golden phoenix emerging from the slums, the other a rich second generation whose true identity was exposed. The perennial runner-up stood here, looking exactly like the villain in a story. But no one remembered that things weren't always like this. The year I enrolled, nobody knew my background. I took the bus to school, wore my school uniform, and ate in the cafeteria, just like any other student. It wasn't until the final grades came out that I got first place in the grade. That day, my father sent a car to pick me up for the first time, and my true identity was revealed. My classmates immediately found a plausible explanation. My good grades were because I had many resources. But they forgot that Digeo No. 1 High School doesn't lack rich people. What it lacks is this kind of academic achievement. In those comparisons, Zheng Xingyu was the one being put down. I didn't take it to heart, but he remembered every single word. Now, the tables have turned, and he stands before me, his smugness barely concealed. Fortune changes every 10 years. This time, it was his turn to stand in the light. He looked at my expressionless face, then suddenly turned to my mother and whispered, asking if I hated him, if I felt he had stolen everything from me. As soon as he said that, the smile on my father's face vanished instantly, as if he had been slapped in the face in public, and he turned around and vented his anger on me. He said the Song family raised me for over 10 years and never wronged me in any way. Now that their own son has returned, what kind of attitude am I showing? I almost burst out laughing. Zheng Xingyu's acting skills are so good. If she entered the entertainment industry, she could probably win an award right away. I smiled and said, "Father, you've misunderstood. How could I not be happy? I'm overjoyed." The moment those words were spoken, the air became strange. Even Song Yuqing glanced at me again, as if she were seeing me for the first time. My mother, however, no longer cared about looking at me. She took Zheng Xingyu's hand and said, "Never mind what others are doing. Mom will show you around the Song family home." Zheng Xingyu's soft, "Thank you, Auntie," was as light as could be, yet it felt like a knife, piercing his mother's heart. His mother's eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she gripped his hand even tighter, crying and asking if he was still blaming her. Zheng Xingyu hurriedly explained that he had only seen me and momentarily forgot that I was his mother, mistaking me for her. Standing to the side, I could see clearly that he was doing it on purpose. Sure enough, his mother immediately softened completely, hugging him and comforting him repeatedly, as if she wanted to make up for the 18 years of neglect all at once. Song Yuhua didn't understand what was happening and tried to run to my side, but his second sister grabbed him tightly, preventing him from moving. Song Yuqi had already silently given Zheng Xingyu a high score in her mind, thinking that this younger brother was much more respectable than her. Suddenly, her mother turned to look at her, her tone calm yet cruel, saying that since she was no longer her son, it would be inconvenient for her to call her mom anymore. I had long expected this day to come, but my heart still sank. I looked at Zheng Xingyu, smiling even more gently than he did, and told him not to overthink it. I had never called him dad or mom. I told them they were my parents, my mom and dad, and that they should have been mine. My sisters then realized that I had never called them mom or dad in this family. Song Yuqin's expression changed slightly. She suddenly remembered that when I was little, I used to call him that, but my father found it annoying and made me change how I addressed him. It turned out that from the very beginning, they never intended to treat me as their own child. My father, his face grim, asked me if I was blaming them. I lowered my head and replied, "I am deeply grateful for your upbringing." Then, after a moment's pause, I addressed him as Uncle Song. At that moment, I clearly felt something pierce their hearts. But Zheng Xingyu naturally picked up the conversation, saying that she had been standing at the door for a long time and should go inside to rest. Her mother's attention was immediately diverted, and she responded with a loving expression, calling her good child repeatedly. His gaze was full of smiles as he looked at me, and with just one sentence, my status in this family completely changed. Soon, the housekeeper came to ask if the food should be served, and my mother, afraid that her son would go hungry, hurriedly arranged for everyone to be seated. I sat at the end of the table as usual, watching Song Yuhua being seated opposite me, looking completely bewildered. My mother kept piling food into Zheng Xingyu's bowl, asking him if he could eat it. He said he could, that he had never eaten such a good meal before, and that he cherished it. My outstretched chopsticks froze in midair, then I silently withdrew them. Song Yushu disdainfully picked up the vegetables and set them aside, only to be immediately berated by his father. I lowered my head and ate my rice, intending to ignore myself. But then Song Yuhua suddenly asked me, "Brother, is the food bad? Why are you only eating rice?" This one sentence immediately thrust me into everyone's view. My father coldly asked me if I also disliked the Song family's food. Zheng Xingyu feigned reconciliation, but then added fuel to the fire, saying that perhaps the food really wasn't good. My father slammed down his chopsticks, saying that if he didn't like it, he shouldn't eat it anymore. I stood up and said that there was never a bad time when the food at home was good. It was just that I was in the way. After saying that, I turned and left, afraid that if I hesitated any longer, I would completely lose control of my emotions. Back in my room, I knew better than anyone that in less than 2 hours since Zheng Xingyu came home, I had already lost twice. And this was just the beginning. After lunch, they escorted him on a tour of the Song residence, as if welcoming back a king who had been lost and found. Finally, they came to my room. Zheng Xingyu's gaze fell on the guitar by the bed, and he said, "I can't believe I even learned this." His mother immediately asked him if he liked it too, saying she would buy him a new one right away. He said his childhood dream was to have a guitar, but his family didn't have the money. His mother felt sorry for him, but then turned to him and complained, saying that he hadn't learned anything after all these years. She said the guitar was just for show. I stood to the side and suddenly wanted to ask, is this what a mother should be like? Zheng Xingyu laughed and said that a new one would be too wasteful and that I should just use mine since I wasn't using it anyway. For a moment, I almost instinctively refused. But seeing him laugh even more heartily, I knew that this guitar was doomed. I quickly adjusted my attitude, saying that he should use the best and that the old one would affect his studies. My mother immediately nodded and said, "Yes, we don't want the old one." Just when I thought it was over, he whispered that he had overstepped his bounds. These words brought tears to my mother's eyes again. The next second, my eldest sister walked in, grabbed the guitar, and shoved it into his arms. She said it was just a broken guitar. What was there to argue about? I stood there, stunned, staring at her, my throat tightening. She said condescendingly, "I don't need it anyway." I looked into her eyes and asked softly, "You really forgot?" That guitar was a gift from her. I instinctively clutched my chest. The pain had been so intense today. So intense that I even began to wonder if I was going to die in the Song family. Yet I was still standing there, perfectly fine, forced to watch helplessly as this absurd drama continued to unfold in the Song family. Downstairs, things got lively again. A group of people rushed out, saying they were going to the police station to transfer their household registration and change their names. From today onwards, Zheng Xingyu will officially change her name to Song Xingyu. And what about me? If my name Song Yuan is taken away, what will I be called? That evening, the master bedroom on the 3rd floor wasn't completely ready yet. At her mother's arrangement, Song Xingyu temporarily stayed in Song Yuhua's room. Song Yuhua didn't dare go to her eldest and second eldest sister's rooms, so she could only squeeze onto the 2nd floor with Song Yushu. The usually quiet 2nd floor became lively with so many people. I was sitting in my room doing my own thing, trying to avoid everyone from the Song family. But then, someone knocked on my door. I heard Song Yuhua's cautious voice outside, softly calling out, "Brother." I've always spoiled her, so I couldn't pretend not to hear and had to get up and open the door. She hugged her teddy bear and handed me a piece of paper from behind her back, asking me to sign it as a parent. The Song family only cares about the results, not the process. Only I would ask her why she didn't do well on the test and help her catch up little by little. But now, I'm no longer considered part of the Song family. I sighed softly, handed the paper back, and said that I couldn't sign it for her anymore. She panicked, stomping her foot and saying that if she gave it to Mom and Dad, she would only get scolded. I reached out to comfort her, about to explain, when she suddenly flung my hand away, the blow landing squarely on my face. I was still patiently explaining that it wasn't that her brother didn't want to help her, but she yelled through her red eyes, saying they were right. He wasn't her biological brother. Those words pierced my heart like a knife. She snatched the papers, slammed the door, and left. I stood there, half crouched, never expecting those words to come out of her mouth. I can tolerate whatever others say about me. She's the only exception. She's the child I raised myself. Changing diapers, making formula, making toys, helping with homework. I did it all myself. I've poured more effort into her than her parents have. Yet, just because I refused to sign, she said such a thing. I tried to comfort myself, telling myself she was still young and it was just something she said in anger. Until the next day, in the living room, she snuggled close to Song Xingyu, calling him brother repeatedly. All my self-deception shattered completely at that moment. I called her name, and she just turned around and glanced at me. She didn't respond. The father was in a good mood and continued chatting with Song Xingyu about cars. He said that a boy only deserves a van, and he should also pick out a sports car. Song Xingyu laughed and said, I can ride in the van with you. I laughed first and said, young master, you're joking. I don't have a van. After saying this, I nodded, turned, and walked out of the Song residence. No one tried to stop me. Song Xingyu watched my retreating figure, a genuine expression of relaxation appearing on her face for the first time. So, I didn't even have a van. So, I was just a fake young master. This realization made him feel much better. His father patted him on the shoulder and said the Song family would be his sooner or later. His older sister overheard that. She stood there for a moment, stunned, then turned and left. Her car drove past me without stopping. I was used to it. My colleague's voice came through the earpiece, asking if I could take the job. I replied that I would find the person. After learning that Song Xingyu was the real young master, I had already asked someone to investigate the orphanage from back then. It was located in the westernmost part of Haiqing, diagonally opposite the Song family's residence. The car that was supposed to pick me up was a little late, and the driver got out to open the door for me. He said the checkpoint was tighter at the entrance, and the registration process was a bit slow. I shook my head and said it was fine. The car started, and I turned on my computer. On the screen was the stock price curve of the Song Group. Song Onmin would never have imagined that I held more than 4% of the shares. It was right on the verge of becoming a major shareholder. This was originally a 30th birthday gift I planned to give my eldest sister. Now, it's unnecessary. I don't intend to sell immediately either. Since there's no room for sentimentality, then I'll be a competent businessman. Why should I leave without making enough money? I got on the highway shortly after leaving the villa area, and once I picked up the speed, it was much faster than when I entered the city. The journey was long, but I didn't feel annoyed. I just kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead, my mind never at ease. When I parked the car in front of the orphanage, I glanced out the window and was immediately surprised. It was completely different from what I had imagined. Clean, quiet, and even giving the impression of being meticulously cared for. I got out of the car and saw the words written on the outer wall, Haiqing City First Children's Welfare Institute. The security guard at the gate was young, stood ramrod straight, and looked like he'd served in the military. I only glanced at the courtyard a few times before he noticed me. He spoke into his walkie-talkie, then strode over, his tone cold and stern. Who goes there? Don't linger near the orphanage. Unregistered vehicles, please leave immediately. The driver immediately got out of the car to explain that the owner wanted to see the children at the orphanage. The other party remained unmoved, still with a stern face, saying that the orphanage was not open to the public. This was completely different from what I had expected. I gestured for the driver to step back. I would handle it myself. I told him I was an adopted child from here and wanted to see the director. The security guard's attitude changed visibly the moment he heard that. He looked me up and down, a smile spreading across his face, and repeatedly said, okay. I don't know if those 3 okays were a compliment on my looks or a sign that I was well cared for. He didn't let me through immediately, but instead asked me to give him my adoptive parents' names and birthdays. Hearing the words adoptive parents, I suddenly felt a sense of relief. The tension that had been hanging over me for the past few days finally found its clear direction. So that's how it is. I pursed my lips and said Song Onmin and Chui Wan's names, along with my birthday. The person on the other end of the phone didn't even check the records before confirming. They're children who came from here. The building with the orphanage's canteen was donated by the Song family. After my identity was verified, I was allowed into the courtyard. The security guard looked at me the whole way, as if I were his own child. He said the principal was in the library, and some books had been donated that day. This was my first time entering an orphanage. The yard was spotless, unlike the stereotypical image of a clean yard. The flowers and plants were neatly trimmed. Several cats lay on the ground sunbathing, too lazy to even open their eyes. The railings for drying quilts, the empty playground, the busy canteen, all of it felt so real, it didn't seem like a memory. As I approached the library, before I could even process what was happening, someone suddenly hugged me. It was the dean, an elderly woman with half-gray hair, who held me tightly, her voice filled with excitement. "Child, you must be Song Yuan." I answered and addressed her as Dean. She pulled me over and looked me over again, saying that I've grown up so fast in the blink of an eye. She complained that I was too thin, and asked if I was eating well and if my studies were going well. That concern was unconditional. After exchanging pleasantries, I finally revealed my purpose. I want to find my biological parents. The dean wasn't surprised, he just sighed softly. She said I wasn't abandoned at the gate of the orphanage. Years ago, the police dismantled a criminal gang. A total of 13 children were rescued that time. Most of them were sent home. Only I and another girl remained. The girl's mother was already in prison. I was found by the river. At that moment, I suddenly understood. It turned out I really was unwanted. It's simply unrealistic to expect to leave the Song family through one's biological parents. The dean patted me on the shoulder and said this place will always be my home. As I left, I saw a group of children rushing out of the building, their laughter filling the courtyard. If the Song family hadn't taken them away, things might not have been so bad. The car started restarting, and I leaned back in the back seat, but my mind was far from at peace. The dean said that the Song family still had a duty to support me until I came of age. I sighed. I'll have to find another opportunity myself. As the car circled back to the Song residence, I saw a familiar car. I knew I couldn't avoid it. I pushed open the door, and the laughter stopped just then. I looked up and saw that familiar face on the sofa. Duo, she said, looking up at me with a natural smile. "You're here." The atmosphere in the living room froze. She heard me call her Duo. She almost instinctively turned her head to look at Song Xingyu, and only after confirming that his face had darkened did she speak coldly. In the living room, the moment I uttered that affectionate nickname, the atmosphere changed. Almost instinctively, she looked at Song Xingyu, and I could clearly see the smile on his face gradually tighten, while her attitude turned completely cold at that moment. She interrupted me directly, telling me to call her Fong Duo, saying that the name Duo was not something I could call her. I stood there, speechless, and in that instant, I realized that she didn't even see me. I don't understand her thoughts. I've taken such good care of her all these years, only to be ignored in return. I suddenly realized that all my years of companionship couldn't compare to a single glance from Song Xingyu back then. I can't compete with the Song family bloodline, but she is the person I hold dearest in my heart. I don't want to let go. I whispered to her, telling her that I bought tickets for the concert's inner circle and that I was willing to go with her, just asking her not to treat me like this. Song Xingyu saw through my ingratiation clearly. The moment he curled his lips into a smile, I knew things were about to change. He started bringing up the arranged marriage, as if it were just casual conversation, but every word he said was aimed at me. I could only explain that it was just a joke, that she and I had been like childhood sweethearts all these years, and that I laid all my feelings on the table, but I knew in my heart that this hand was pitifully thin. She denied it on the spot, saying that the arranged marriage was valid and that she was going to marry the Song family's own son. Those words fell like a knife, and I realized that she had never been on my side. Her eyes were filled with disgust as she looked at me, saying that I was taking up a position without gratitude and trying to interfere in the wedding. She said I disgusted her. I stood there, stunned, unable to understand how she could have become like this. She wouldn't stop, saying we shouldn't contact each other anymore, afraid that Song Xingyu would misunderstand. She took out her keys and asked me to return my things. At that moment, I felt like a bystander, watching myself being stripped away little by little. Song Xingyu casually added that men should have self-respect. I saw her shy smile at him, as if I were the one who shouldn't be there. I felt neither anger nor sadness. I simply turned and went back to my room, took out the watch I had treasured for many years, and watched her disdainfully toss it into the trash can through a tissue. I even smiled and said goodbye. Sitting down at my desk, I slowly came to my senses. Her words about me being disgusting kept echoing in my mind. I opened WeChat, and, sure enough, I had been blocked. My escape route was cut off. I clutched the key she had returned. She didn't know what it meant, nor would she care. I tossed the key into the drawer, and my ties with the Song family lessened a little. The commotion downstairs had nothing to do with me. No one mentioned the empty seat at the dining table, but Song Xingyu had already started probing, asking if everyone didn't know he was back, his tone innocent, as if he were just joking. He said that if you have to publish a notice in the newspaper when you lose something, then shouldn't we publish a notice in the newspaper for our family too? Song's mother was amused by his joke, and the atmosphere at the table instantly relaxed. She said, "Silly child, how can you compare yourself to things?" Her tone was full of indulgence. I sat at the end of the table, as quiet as a shadow. Song Yuqi and Song Yushu laughed along, but the eldest sister glanced at Song Xingyu with an ambiguous look in her eyes. I lowered my head to pick up some food, but I knew in my heart that I had no place in this dinner party from the very beginning. The usually serious Mr. Song rarely smiled. He said that in a family like ours, we would hold a banquet to formally announce the identity of our child to the people in our circle. At that moment, I even breathed a sigh of relief for Song Xingyu. But the next second, Song's father changed the subject, saying that he would wait until Song finished his college entrance exams to announce the two happy events together. The air became quiet, and my hand holding the food paused for a moment. A year later, that's too long. I don't even need to look to know what Song Xingyu is thinking. His face is still obedient, but his hand is slightly clenching his chopsticks, which he hides very well. He said he wanted everyone to know about him as soon as possible, that he wasn't an unwanted child, and that he had parents and family. He spoke so sincerely that I almost believed him. Mr. Song remained unmoved, saying that he had already changed back to the Song family name and that everyone in the circle knew his identity. He also mentioned that his teacher said he had a chance to get into Tsinghua or Peking University and told him to focus on his studies. The eldest sister raised her glass and said that the Song family would have double happiness, and her father would have more face in the industry. The father was flattered and was in a great mood, and he was very proud. I sat at the end of the table, unnoticed by anyone, and no one asked if I wanted an extra set of chopsticks in a bowl. Song Xingyu smiled along, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. He's waiting for the college entrance exam to end, but by then, this fake young master, will have long been erased by time. He's clearly not satisfied with this pace. He glanced at Song's father secretly, then quickly looked away. I knew he had changed tactics. If Song's father was hard to deal with, he would start with Song's mother. His gaze swept over the empty seat at the end of the table, and my heart sank. I knew that trouble was bound to fall on my head sooner or later. Upstairs, I mixed the dishes that Aunt Wang brought over together and ate while playing games. The timer ticked away, and my skill cards were just coming off cooldown. It was rare for me to eat so peacefully. Eating in my own room, my appetite actually improved. I swung my legs, completely unaware that the real young master downstairs had already arranged a new drama for me. The next day I stayed in my room, not just to avoid him. The project's internal testing was launched, and there was a mountain of work to be done. I planned to hand over all my work during the holiday. The Song family won't send me back to the orphanage, but I don't plan to stay here any longer. I've already paved another path for myself. I plan to apply for accommodation and move to the school under the pretext of studying. Since Song's mother has just found her son, she will definitely be happy to go along with it. Places with too many people and too much scrutiny are not suitable for me. In this final year, I don't plan to hide anymore. He is preparing to establish his identity, while I am preparing to leave gracefully. The peace and quiet hadn't lasted long when there was a knock on the door. The person outside pushed the door open, found it was locked, kicked it, and sounded very impatient. It was my second sister. She told me to open the door and questioned why I had locked it. I put away my computer, got up, opened the door, and called out second sister as usual. She seemed to be in a relatively normal mood today. She asked me to change my clothes so we could go shopping together, saying that her mother was taking Song Xingyu out, and complained that my pajamas didn't fit her well. I pretended not to hear and said I didn't need to buy anything, and that the mother and son could go. She thought I was being stubborn and told me to refuse herself. The scent of perfume lingered in the corridor. I frowned, knowing full well that Song Xingyu was going to use me against her again. I didn't change my clothes and went downstairs in my pajamas. Sure enough, I saw a scene of motherly love and filial piety. As soon as Song's mother saw me, she frowned and thought I was not behaving properly. I remained polite and said that she could take Song Xingyu with her and that I didn't need to buy anything. As soon as I finished speaking, Song Xingyu spoke up. He said the weather was nice and asked me to keep my mother company so she could relax. He also said that his sudden appearance had a big impact on me and that he really treated me like a younger brother. After he finished speaking, Song's mother patted his hand with heartache, saying that he was too sensible, so sensible that it broke her heart. I almost vomited on the spot. If I continued to struggle, I would only look worse, so I had no choice but to go upstairs to change my clothes and then follow them out the door. I lagged behind in the mall, trying to avoid making mistakes by saying less, while he walked ahead, seemingly casual, but every step was carefully planned. When we arrived at our usual men's clothing store, he deliberately slowed down a few steps with Song's mother. The sales assistant recognized me at a glance and prepared to put up a barrier to temporarily close the store. At that moment, I finally understood his intention. I turned around and saw the smugness that he couldn't hide on his face. The waiter greeted me and Song's mother warmly, as well as Song Yuchi, who had been brought along to keep us company, but no one paid any attention to him. I saw the fleeting disappointment on Song Xingyu's face clearly, and I wished I could slap the slate shut on that scene. He spoke in a low voice, asking if his mother often brought him shopping, saying that everyone seemed to know them well. I stood at the store entrance, seeing through his clumsy little tricks. I no longer felt embarrassed. The ones who were truly uneasy were Song's mother and the sales assistant standing to the side, observing their expressions. The sales assistant was a veteran. She quickly grasped the situation with just a few words. Her smile was both polite and cautious. She tried to smooth things over with a comment like, "Young Master Song and his wife look so alike," but it inadvertently hit the real young master's sore spot. The disappointment on Song Xingyu's face appeared almost instantly. Song's mother immediately grabbed his hand with heartache and added a cold, hard remark, as if declaring to everyone that she only had this one son. The sales assistant's smile froze for a moment, then quickly regained its composure and turned to arrange the new seasonal products. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching this impromptu family drama unfold like an outsider. It wasn't until a row of live models were led into the VIP room that Song Xingyu's performance finally cracked. He had clearly never seen such a spectacle before, and his vanity shone brightly in his eyes. My mother casually raised her hand, and the clothes were packed up and sent back to the Song residence. I had never received such treatment before. The sales assistants only remembered me because I had always followed behind her and my sisters. I don't covet these things, so I can't say I'm heartbroken. But looking at the provocative look Song Xingyu gave me, I knew in my heart that the purpose of this scene wasn't the clothes. Sure enough, after similar scenes played out repeatedly, he finally revealed his true intentions, his tone aggrieved yet restrained, wanting the Song family to announce his identity to the public as soon as possible. Song's mother immediately coaxed him in a low voice, as if afraid of breaking some precious treasure. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was planning some ruthless move, but it turned out to be just this little thought. The alarm went off at that moment, sharp and piercing. I immediately tensed up and pulled Song's mother to leave, but she kept looking back, wondering if it was a drill. The exit was just ahead, but the crowd suddenly went out of control, with screams and running sounds mixed together. I held on to Song's mother's hand, but she broke free. The first thing she did was protect Song Xingyu and Song Yuchi. When I saw the bloodstains, I immediately realized something was wrong. This wasn't a drill or a fire. A real, serious incident had occurred in the mall. Song Yuchi almost fell in the crowd, and I instinctively helped her up. This momentary pause caused us to be completely separated by the crowd. Song's mother's scream came from ahead. I turned my head and saw a man with blood all over his hands, carrying a knife, laughing wickedly as he charged toward us. Police sirens were already blaring outside, but they couldn't quell the chaos. The perpetrators had clearly anticipated the congestion at the exit and made it their final destination. Just as I was about to shout "Run!", a hand suddenly reached out in front of me. I looked up following that hand and saw the face I had been calling out for 18 years. Caught off guard, she pushed me to the ground, then dragged her son and daughter into the crowd without looking back. The footsteps drew closer, and the instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed everything. I rolled over and stood up, facing the thug who was only a step away. A second before the blade fell, a gunshot rang out, and blood splattered on my face. The stench almost made me vomit. The assailant was still struggling after being shot in the shoulder. I kicked the knife away, pinned him down from behind, and pressed my fingers tightly into the wound, rendering him completely unable to resist. The police quickly brought the scene under control. I lay on the blood-stained ground, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. Officer Yang Chuan reached out and pulled me up, assuming I was just scared, and said, "You're a real man." I then wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes. I know it wasn't fear. The pain of the knife hitting me was nothing compared to the pain of her pushing me away. I don't know if the Song family members are waiting outside or have already returned to the Song residence. Right now, I only want to do one thing. With Yang Chuan's help, I got my hands on the surveillance footage, which showed the brutally clear moment I was pushed down. He frowned and asked me if I wanted to report it to the police, saying that it was intentional assault. I watched that moment repeatedly, as if I was punishing myself. I whispered that she was my mother, and his brows furrowed even more, saying that even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. I backed up the video and calmly added, "She is my adoptive mother, and I don't plan to report it to the police at the moment." Yang Chuan looked at me with a more complicated expression, left his extension number, and said I could contact him if I needed anything. Before he left, he told me that the incident would not be reported in detail, but he would apply for the honors I deserved. This was a pleasant surprise for me, but I hadn't really expected any applause. I knew perfectly well that even if I hadn't fired, the guy wouldn't have escaped. It would have just been a waste of a bullet. So I casually scratched my head, assuming the matter was over. I joked that I shouldn't bother with the commendation. I'm way too old for that red scarf thing. Yang Chuan looked me up and down and said that since I was a student, I could get extra points on the college entrance exam. I laughed and replied that I didn't need those extra points. He patted the back of my head and said I was arrogant. I didn't argue. I just smiled. There are some things that not everyone needs. As we were talking, Chui Wan had already gotten into the Song family's car. From the moment she pushed me away, her hands had been trembling. This trembling wasn't from fear of something happening, but from fear of the consequences. The driver made several trips, and each time she opened the door, her first question was always, "Have you come out yet?" Her tone was urgent, as if she were confirming whether something out of control was still happening. The driver could only shake his head repeatedly, saying that there were still people he hadn't finished checking. When only the three of them were left in the car, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Chui Wan looked at Song Xingyu, her voice weak, and asked, "Am I already dead?" Her question wasn't one of concern, but of fear. Song Xingyu was initially startled, but quickly calmed down. He realized that if he was all right, then someone else might have been in trouble. Understanding this, he felt a sense of relief. He comforted Chui Wan, saying that if he were to die, it would be bad luck. She wasn't the one who killed him, it was the criminal. He spoke these words softly and calmly, as if trying to save face. Song Yuqi didn't even see me being pushed away. In her eyes, she only remembered me helping her up and then falling down. She couldn't accept the fact that she had killed someone. So she went along with Song Xingyu's words, saying I was just unlucky. The three of them took turns saying things, completely shirking responsibility. It was as if everything would be reasonable if I died. Just as they were trying to reassure themselves, the car door was suddenly pulled open. The moment Song Yuqi turned around and saw me, she screamed. In that moment, I could see clearly that she was truly terrified. I gave a slight smile and slowly opened my mouth. I asked her, "Aren't you going to thank me? I just saved her." Those words were harsher than any accusation. She didn't dare look at me and could only stammer that it was good that I was all right. The smell of blood on me made Chui Wan instinctively flinch away. This action felt even more real than the push she had given me. I acted as if I hadn't seen anything and got into the van. I walked past them and sat in the back. From that moment on, I never bowed my head to the Song family again. Since they want to play, I'll play along. I've already repaid the life I owed the Song family. From this moment on, we're even. The car started moving again, but the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Looking at their profiles, each lost in their own thoughts, I suddenly spoke. My words startled everyone. I asked my second sister, "What's the typical sentence for intentional homicide?" She immediately pulled her foot back, saying, "How would I know?" I smiled and said, "Perhaps your aunt knows better." The breath Chui Wan had just managed to exhale was jolted back up by me. She hadn't expected that I, who was always obedient, would point this out. This loss of control made her feel, for the first time, that her authority had been challenged. She turned and scolded me, telling me not to say such unlucky things. But when she saw my expression, she was clearly taken aback. It was a coldness she had never seen on my face before. My tone was soft, but my face was terribly grim. She hurriedly turned around and said not to mention it again. But behind her, I had already burst out laughing. Back at the Song family home, Song Yuhua wanted to greet me, but was frightened by my blood-covered appearance. Chui Wan instinctively stepped aside, reverting to her aristocratic demeanor. She told me to quickly change my clothes, saying what kind of state I was in. I walked past Song Xingyu and stopped to look at him for the first time. I told him that watching him act was quite interesting. He didn't take it seriously, just thinking I was being provoked. Back in my room, I stood in front of the mirror and looked at myself. The blood had been wiped away, but my clothes were still glaringly dirty. The smell made me want to vomit. I threw the clothes in the trash can and stood under the water rinsing them for a long time. But that moment in the mall was stuck in my mind like a nail. No matter how much I rinsed, I couldn't wash it away. I keep recalling that hand reaching out to me. I remember her clenched teeth, me pulling others to safety. Every frame is brutally clear. I slammed my fist against the wall, the pain pulling me back to reality. I turned off the water and told myself, time to wake up. They were never my family. That evening, I sat back down at the end of the table. I knew all too well how to play the part of a carefree fool. Often, pretending to be stupid was the safest option. I sat down nonchalantly and even greeted Song Yushu. She asked me in a low voice if I had gone mad. I didn't answer. I just picked up some food and ate. I sat at the end of the table, watching her frown and ask questions. I wasn't surprised at all. In their eyes, I really looked like a completely out-of-control madman. Before my father had even picked up his chopsticks, I stood up and shoveled all the dishes I wanted into my plate, my movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Having been frightened in the afternoon, Chui-Wan seemed to have all her strength drained away. She was unusually silent, and seeing that neither her father nor her mother spoke, the dining table became eerily quiet for a moment. Song Yuqin finally couldn't help but speak up, her tone cold and hard, saying that since her father hadn't touched his chopsticks, she had no manners at all, as if she was still trying to maintain the family's dignity. I lowered my head to eat, and the clinking of ceramic pieces on the table sounded particularly jarring, each one like a thud against their nerves, reminding them that I was still alive. Just as Song Yuqin was about to continue her reprimand, her father raised his hand, signaling her to shut up, and said, "Let's eat," as if bestowing a brief peace upon her. He's busy with company matters during the day, but in the evening he tries to play the role of a loving father, casually inquiring about our shopping trip in the afternoon and asking if we enjoyed it. That sentence almost made me choke on my food. He always knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics, as if what happened that afternoon had never happened. I put down my chopsticks, took a tissue to wipe my mouth, and my gaze lingered on the mother and child, wondering how they planned to gloss over the matter. Song Xingyu always remembered his purpose. He put down his chopsticks and was about to speak when he noticed my spectator-like gaze as I leaned on the table. For a moment, he was speechless. He quickly looked away, composed himself, and finally managed to utter only, "That's quite strange." When his father pressed him for details, he readily admitted that the brands and VIP treatment were things he had never seen before, speaking with remarkable sincerity. The father nodded, then feigned concern, saying that he hadn't bought enough things, and that he should accompany his mother and sister to the mall more often to buy things. He refused outright, saying he wouldn't go because those people didn't know him. These words were like a thorn stuck in the air. Before my father could press further, I pushed him forward, saying that we should reveal Song Xingyu's identity as soon as possible to avoid being overlooked. I even made a point of reminding her that it was really hurtful for the saleswoman not to recognize him, and I said it with a serious expression, as if I was concerned about the Song family. My father finally couldn't hold back and slammed his fist on the table, angrily rebuking me for not having the right to speak, his voice carrying the imposing authority he had been accustomed to for many years. I shrugged innocently, saying that I was telling the truth and that it was for the good of the Song family. My tone was light, but my attitude was unyielding. Song Xingyu then continued the conversation, saying that an accident had occurred at the mall that afternoon, which was why he suddenly wanted to reveal his identity so that no one would know who he was if something happened. He said this without any regard for Chui-Wan's expression, and her gaze fell on me again, but she didn't dare to investigate further. She then comforted Song Xingyu, saying that sooner or later everyone would know that he was the real member of the Song family, her tone gentle yet grating. I sneered inwardly. They were playing the roles of loving fathers and mothers while clinging to their identities as if they were hiding some secret. The more they hesitated, the more I wanted to tear away this veil of pretense. So I slowly said that they were not available and that I would do it. I suggested booking a hotel and inviting the media to publicly clarify my relationship with the Song family, and also to help Song Xingyu clarify her identity. Song Yushu shook his head on the spot, saying that I had indeed gone mad, and his father's anger was completely ignited, making him kneel down. I whistled and tossed the words to Song Xingyu, saying that her father wanted her to kneel, while also reminding her father that I was no longer his son. He got so angry that he got up to find something to hit me, but I had already left the table, leaving only the message, "Remember to like my posts on WeChat Moments." Back in my room, I turned the music up to the maximum volume, and the roars and curses from downstairs could no longer reach my ears. Half an hour later, I posted the invitation on my WeChat Moments with the title, "Song Yuan's Relationship with the Song Family Clarification Dinner," which was both straightforward and jarring. This commotion, ironically, forced them to compromise. The banquet, originally scheduled for a year later, was moved up, and their identities were revealed to the public 10 days later. Song Yuqin later knocked on my door and asked if I would delete my WeChat Moments post, saying that the Song family had agreed to make Song Xingyu public. I leaned against the door and asked her if she was satisfied, but she asked me what had happened that afternoon. I just gave her the answer. I told her that her mother almost killed me, but she didn't believe me. I didn't explain and just closed the door. Enraged, she called my name from outside the door, but all I got in response was deafening music. I had no interest in explaining myself. Originally, Song Yuqin was only suspicious, but after hearing what I said, she was completely intrigued by what happened that afternoon and quickly focused her attention on Song Yuqi. When she found Song Yuqi, the other woman was sitting in front of the mirror removing her makeup. Her face still had the exquisite makeup from the daytime, so it was clear that she hadn't been greatly affected. When Song Yuqi saw her, she asked her what she was doing there, her tone light and cheerful, as if nothing had happened that afternoon. She asked directly what had happened that afternoon, which made Song Yuqi pause noticeably, and her eyes began to dart away. She tentatively asked if I had said something, but before she could press for further details, she hurriedly began to explain herself. She said she really didn't know why I helped her up, and instead she fell down herself. She hadn't done anything, and her tone was full of absolving herself. In her words, I became an unlucky guy who inexplicably fell down, unable to even say who touched me. Song Yuqin immediately understood that her younger sister truly knew nothing, and no matter how much she asked, she wouldn't uncover the truth. She asked in a different way, was it me who was protecting them from behind, leading them to run ahead? Although Song Yuqi didn't like me, she still nodded and said that I was the one who reacted first and pulled them away. She then asked where Song Xingyu was, and Song Yuqi replied without hesitation that he was tall and fast and was always at the front. These words, spoken without any guile, left Song Yuqin speechless for a moment, and the truth was about to be revealed. She didn't ask any more questions, only telling Song Yuqi to continue with her work and to pretend that this matter had nothing to do with her, and to act as if she had never been there. Song Yuqi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, still glad that she hadn't caused any trouble, but then she turned around and started touching up her makeup in preparation for going out. I don't need to guess to know that her so-called calming down was just about finding another place to continue enjoying herself. Song Yuqin returned to her room and did not seek confirmation from her mother again, but she already had the answer in her heart. The person who pushed me that afternoon was most likely her mother. That's why all my unusual behavior and provocations tonight seemed perfectly reasonable. She stood by the window, watching Song Yuqi's car drive away, and then she remembered the invitation I had posted on WeChat Moments. At that moment, she finally realized that I really couldn't wait to leave the Song family. Downstairs, Wan was exhausted from the series of events and went to bed early that night. But she had only been asleep for a short while when the piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Song residence. She was awakened from her dream by the image of a thug wielding a knife. She screamed and sat up, which enraged Song Anmin. He yelled at her to stop shouting, and Wan finally came to her senses and hurriedly asked if something had happened. Aunt Wang, still in her pajamas, ran to the door and knocked, saying that someone had entered the yard and triggered the security system. Immediately afterwards, someone, whose identity is unknown, pressed the highest level alarm. The entire courtyard was brightly lit. Song Anmin stood by the window and immediately spotted the long-haired woman climbing over the wall. He instantly remembered the housekeeper mentioning that some shady characters had entered his room, and his face darkened considerably. He sneered at me, put on his coat, and was about to go downstairs, saying he would definitely beat me to death tonight. I stood in my room on the second floor, quietly watching the figures surrounded in the courtyard, my phone screen flashing red. That's the alarm button. I pressed it myself. I chuckled softly, thinking to myself, the show is finally about to begin. Song Anmin cursed all the way downstairs, asking me where I was. The whole family was woken up and stood in the corridor. Song Xingyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately realized that this matter was probably related to me, so she hurriedly followed behind him. He volunteered to bring me out, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. He had just reached my door and was about to kick it open when I pulled the door open from the inside. He missed his kick and fell in, looking up in a disheveled state to see me watching the show with my arms crossed. He gritted his teeth and said that I could still laugh even when I was about to die, and I couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I walked past him downstairs, and he followed despite the pain. He would never let go of such an opportunity to see me in trouble. Downstairs, chaos reigned. Security guards brandished stun guns and shouted warnings, while the housekeeper reported the situation. When Song Anmin saw me, he was about to attack me, but I took a step back and let him figure out the situation first. I pointed to the person lying on the wall and said that the real culprit was there. He wouldn't listen, and Song Xingyu even added fuel to the fire, saying that his adoptive father also had the right to discipline him. I scoffed and told him to take care of his own child first. Then I pointed out Song Yushu's name. The person pressed against the wall tried desperately to cover their face, but couldn't hide the truth. Everyone realized who had climbed over the wall. Song Anmin angrily asked who had pressed the alarm, making their family's scandal public knowledge. I was the culprit, but I didn't stand up for myself. I knew very well that all of this was enough to infuriate Song Anmin and make him suspicious, prompting him to investigate why I had the authority to use the alarm system. Before I can completely sever ties with the Song family, I must continue to play the victim and hide my true intentions. I spoke slowly, my tone even carrying a hint of schadenfreude. How much longer will Miss Song stay up there? If we delay any longer, the neighbors will probably come out to see what's going on. These words were like a needle, waking Cui Wan up. Although there is some distance between the Song family villas, if things really get out of hand, no one will be able to save face. She walked quickly to the courtyard wall, her voice urgent and low. Let's go, everyone disperse. Anyone who dares to utter a word about what happened tonight is out of here. The security guards nodded in agreement, but their eyes had already exchanged glances. Wearing a miniskirt, black stockings, and heavy makeup, who else could be sneaking over the wall in the middle of the night? After get off work, this gossip will keep them talking for a while. The courtyard was cleared out, leaving only the Song family and the housekeeper, Wang Ma. No one dared to look Song Anmin in the eye anymore. Get down here right now. Song Yushu on the wall was thinking very fast at this moment. She suddenly realized something she had overlooked for many years. She caused a lot of trouble, but she was never the one who was truly punished. I'm always the one who steps forward to take the blame. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked at me. But I was standing far away, and she couldn't even see my expression. She dragged it out for too long. She gradually wore down Song Anmin's anger to its limit. The next second, he stepped forward and grabbed her ankle. The stockings were torn by the fence, the skin was ripped open, and blood seeped out instantly. She fell off the wall and landed on the grass. The height wasn't fatal, but for someone who had been pampered since childhood, it was the limit. After the scream came uncontrollable wailing. This scene terrified everyone. Cui Wan rushed over and hugged her, but she was only focused on crying and didn't even notice the blood on her legs. Song Anmin looked down and saw the exaggerated makeup on her face, which made him even more disgusted. Without hesitation, he slapped her again. What kind of state are you in? He grabbed the skin on her arm, his tone violent. What kind of rubbish are they learning? I stood to the side, with only one thought in my mind. He didn't just suddenly go crazy. It's just that before, I was the only one he could vent on. Now, it's their turn to bear it themselves. Unable to bear the beating any longer, Song Yushu craned his neck and screamed, "Go ahead and hit me. Just kill me. You have so many kids, you won't miss one more." I shook my head. She didn't understand Song Anmin at all. Provoking him at a time like this was tantamount to suicide. Sure enough, he swung his hand again. This time, the blow sent her head tilting to the side, her ears ringing. Before she closed her eyes, all she saw was her father's twisted, ferocious face. Cui Wan's heart pounded, and she kept calling her name. Song Anmin, however, grabbed her by the neck. Stop pretending to be dead. Can I kill someone with a slap? It wasn't until Song Yuqin squatted down and saw her bloodstained thigh that someone finally realized what was happening. She's injured seriously. Cui Wan shoved Song Anmin away abruptly, her voice trembling. Are you only satisfied when you've beaten your daughter to death? An ambulance was dispatched, its headlights piercing the night. Song Anmin muttered that it was only natural, but he was still dragged into the ambulance. The yard was finally empty. I stood there, watching the car lights disappear into the distance, and prepared to go back to my room. A cautious voice came from behind. Brother. I turned around and saw Song Yuhua standing in the shadows. She looked up at me, her voice trembling, and asked, Will my sister die? She reached out her hand as before, waiting for me to comfort her. I bent down, but didn't touch her. He whispered in her ear, Your father will kill everyone who disobeys him, including you. I got up and left without looking back. Behind me, I could hear her crying in fear. Wang Ma hurriedly picked her up and took her away, urging her to go back to sleep. She was already a fourth-grade student. However, no one is willing to treat her as a sane person yet. At the hospital, the doctor said Song Yushu needed stitches. Cui Wan clung tightly to the doctor. There can't be a scar, absolutely not. The doctor remained silent for a moment, then could only read from the script. Whether or not there will be a scar depends on the individual's constitution. The hospital cannot guarantee that. She repeated as if she didn't understand. My daughter can't have any scars. Song Anmin stood to the side, his face grim. He thought she deserved it. But his daughter is going to marry into a wealthy family, and the scar on her leg doesn't look good. He took out his phone, his tone cold and hard. Transfer to the best hospital. During the transfer to another hospital, Song Yushu suddenly opened his eyes. The tinnitus had not yet subsided, and the world seemed to be separated by a layer of water. She looked at the four drip and murmured, "Am I going to die?" Chapter 17. The real show hasn't even started yet. Chui Wan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her daughter was awake, and hurried over to hold her hand. "It's okay, Mom's here." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yushu tilted his head. "Mom, what did you say?" "I can't hear you, it's so noisy here." The sound of the vehicle driving is by no means noisy. Chui Wan quickly reached out and touched Song Yushu's ear. "We're almost at the hospital, almost there." In a daze, the face of my daughter seemed to overlap with the face of a little boy. The child knelt on the ground. "Look up and say to her, 'Mother, it's so noisy, I can't hear you.'" At that time, what was her response at that time? She said, "What are you acting for? Boys shouldn't be so delicate." He's a wicked child, he really is a wicked child. Recalling this past event, Chui Wan didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Song Yuan was a menace. Song Yushu, on the stretcher, was unaware that her mother had thought of someone else. "All I heard was the word wicked child." She slowly closed her eyes, and a tear rolled down her cheek. She just did what she wanted to do. What exactly did I do wrong? Because Song Yushu also had hearing problems. The family underwent various tests and didn't return to the Song family home until dawn. Song Yushu's leg, which was being stitched, was not a good place to move. She was carried around in a wheelchair. Fortunately, there was no problem with the eardrum. It was just a temporary hearing loss. The tinnitus symptoms will gradually subside. It should take about a week to recover. This saved him from being scolded by Song Anmin again. Song Anmin watched as Song Yushu was pushed into the elevator and taken to the third floor. Before leaving, he didn't even say a word to him. He tugged at his collar in frustration. "They're all your good daughters. What kind of behavior is this?" Too many things had happened that day, and Chui Wan, who was already feeling unwell, was shocked by his unfounded accusation. "I couldn't help but gently touch my chest. Yes, my daughter is my own child, and has nothing to do with you." Song Yuqin, standing behind her, felt as if the whole family had been under a spell these past 2 days. When did my mother ever speak to my father like that? She didn't want to see anyone in her family arguing anymore. He simply stepped in between his parents and stopped the ensuing argument. "Father and mother have been working hard all night. Go wash up and rest. I will ask for leave for my father at the company." Song Yuqin now has a voice in the Song family, which has made Song Anmin actually listen to her. Song Anmin swung his arm and went upstairs with his hands behind his back. Song Xingyu obediently supported Chui Wan from behind. Although Chui Wan's voice in this family is not as strong as Song Anmin's, but he knew that his mother was much easier to control than his father. "Mom, come to my room. I'll give you a head massage to help you relax. You can rest there if you're tired." At this moment, Chui Wan was incredibly grateful for the son she had found. She said good 3 times in a row, clearly satisfied. The commotion downstairs did not wake Song Yuan, who had been having a good night's sleep. He woke up and saw the housekeeper, only to find out that the Song family had returned. Early in the morning, only Song Yuan was sitting at the end of the table in the restaurant. He was given a rare, peaceful meal. His people found him a place to stay, and after finishing his meal, Song Yuan left the Song family by car. According to Song Yuan's plan, he only needed to return before the Song family's dinner party. Unexpectedly, only 3 days have passed. The trouble came knocking again. Song Yuan's phone suddenly went off alarm while he was having a meeting with his team. "What's wrong, boss?" He frowned and took out his phone. "My computer has been hacked." The people around them exchanged glances. "Should we call the police? I know everyone is worried about data leaks." Song Yuan simply waved his hand. "I set up a self-destruct program that will automatically start and destroy all data if the computer is hacked." But his computer was safely stored in his room. It was moved. Who could it be? "Give me the computer." Song Yuan quickly hacked into the Song family's monitoring backend using his computer. In less than 2 minutes, all of the surveillance footage from the Song family appeared on the projection screen. The team members exchanged glances and tactfully left the office. At this moment, in the Song family's living room, Song Yuhua and Song Xingyu were looking at his computer. The man in a suit standing next to them must be the staff they hired to decipher the code. And Song Anmin was also sitting on the sofa. They allowed the two of them to check Song Yuan's computer. Looking at the harmonious scene before him, Song Yuan's lips curled into a smile. If you enjoy watching this so much, Then take a good look. The next second, an indecent image of Song An-min embracing and kissing a strange woman appeared on the computer screen. A little girl's screams can be more piercing than an adult's. Song Xingyu quickly turned off the computer screen. The look in her eyes as she looked at her father again was tinged with disbelief. But the computer's sound didn't stop when it was turned off. President Song, I have admired you for so long. I've been dreaming about this day. An-min, please have some love for me. It was only at this moment that Song An-min realized this. What is playing on the computer right now? He didn't have time to think too much. He picked up the computer and smashed it on the ground. Unfortunately, the noise continued, and he picked up the vase and smashed the computer to pieces, until no sound could be made at all. Songyu was terrified. She covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. Chui Wan, who hadn't been getting enough rest lately, had just lain down when she was woken up by noises from downstairs. She stood on the third floor looking down at the mess in the living room. What's going on? Song Yuan is back. Song Yuan, who was outside the surveillance camera, sneered when he heard his name. They don't remember me when it comes to good things, but I'm the one who does all the bad things. Standing in the living room, Song An-min, panting heavily, looked at Song Xingyu with piercing eyes. How could such a thing be on his computer? Song Xingyu also looked completely bewildered. He wasn't even sure if he hadn't done anything or if he had accidentally bumped into something. Make that video appear on the screen. Song Yuan watched the show to his heart's content in front of the monitor, then rested his chin on his hand. The real show hasn't even started yet. He got up, pushed open the door, and faced his assistant. Arrange a car to go to the Song family. It's a half-hour drive. The housekeeper cleaned the living room thoroughly. They even found the same type of vase in the warehouse and placed it there. If Song Yuan hadn't seen it all on the surveillance footage, they could really be fooled by the Song family's peaceful and idyllic life. The living room was empty. Song Yuan clicked his tongue in disappointment. Why did the show end? He walked up to the second floor step by step. His room was wide open, and the key was still in the lock. A cute cartoon panda hangs on the key. Song Yuan's gaze lingered on the key for only a moment before he calmly pulled it off and threw it on the ground. As I walked past, I accidentally stepped on it. The contents of the cabinet were rummaged through and made a mess. Chapter 18. The house was burgled. Unfortunately, some important items, including Song Yuan's personal identification documents, had already been taken away. The room contained only some daily necessities and the treasures given to it by the Song family. After looking at the somewhat messy bedroom, Song Yuan picked up the speaker on the table and weighed it in his hand. Not heavy enough. Then, his gaze fell on the feng shui stones placed in the cabinet. A slender hand reached into the cabinet and picked up the stone. Since you enjoy going crazy so much, then let's go even crazier. As he spoke, Song Yuan walked out of the room and focused his gaze on the firefighting facilities in the second floor corridor. A few seconds later, the piercing alarm sounded exactly like it had that night. There are some differences. The sound of a fire alarm is more melodious and lingering. The Song family members were somewhat devastated upon hearing the alarm. What's wrong with me lately? Song Yuan was standing on the first floor. Looking down from the third floor, I saw the faces of Song An-min and his family of 3. Looking at Song Yuhua, standing timidly on the second floor, her eyes still red. Come out, everyone. My house has been burgled. Chui Wanqing couldn't help but cover her chest. If she heard that alarm sound again, she would really have a heart attack. Song Yuan, are you crazy? Song Yuan downstairs looked serious. I'm telling the truth, my house was burgled. My room was ransacked, and my computer was taken away. Hearing his words, Chui Wan felt even more dizzy. She knew that Song Yuhua had taken Song Xingyu to search Song Yuan's room. To some extent, this was something she tacitly approved. She felt uneasy ever since she discovered that Song Yuan hadn't come home for several days and had locked the door. Once the thought crossed her mind, it felt like a swarm of ants gnawing at her heart. Why should I? Why did Song Yuan lock the door? Everything in the Song family is in her hands. As the matriarch, nobody is allowed to lock the door. She was only immersed in her own emotions, completely unaware that the other 2 men besides Song Yuan began to look uneasy after hearing his words. Song An-min looked at him with a gloomy face. You dare bring this up again? Unexpectedly, Song Yuan downstairs simply lowered his head and stopped looking at them. It's too tiring to look up and talk to you. Quickly find out who has lost something. I'm going to call the police. Chui Wan stopped Song An-min. This child hasn't come back for several days. I don't know what's wrong with him now that he's back. You go back to your study and continue with your work. I'll go down and check on him. Chui Wan was unaware of what everyone had just seen on Song Yuan's computer. Song An-min naturally couldn't let her go downstairs on her own. Who knows if that madman Song Yuan will blurt out something. After some tugging and pulling, the family of three went downstairs. Song Yuhua, however, knew perfectly well that there was no thief. She herself had used the key to open his door. She grabbed the doll and ran back to her room. She hid inside the closet. It wasn't me, I'm not the thief. It wasn't me. This time, Song Anmin didn't dare to attack Song Yuan right away. He simply pointed at Song Yuan's nose and asked, "What's that on your computer? How did you get that kind of video?" Sitting leisurely on the sofa, Song Yuan slowly moved the finger that was about to poke his eyes away. "Oh, you saw my lost computer?" Song Anmin looked at Song Yuan, who was staring at him with a strange smile. In his memory, the child always looked at him with respect mixed with a hint of longing. The boy in front of her had nothing but mockery in his eyes. It's like watching a pet. Pet? Song Anmin didn't have time to look at it carefully. Chui Wan's questioning voice came from behind. "What video?" After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and looked at Song Yuan with a look of disgust. "Even though you're a boy, you should still have some self-respect." Song Yuan's smile remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to Chui Wan. "Auntie is right." Song Xingyu, standing behind him, was not stupid. He knew that now was a good opportunity to stand up and defend his father. He simply admitted it outright. "I took your computer and accidentally broke it. Tell me how much it costs, and I'll pay you back." Before Song Yuan could even speak, Chui Wan spoke up, clearly displeased. "Pay. He has been eating and using the Song family's food for so many years. That computer belongs to the Song family, so there's no question of compensation. The only person kept in the dark was a terrible teammate. This is really upsetting." And Song Yuan indeed picked up the conversation. "That computer definitely belongs to the Song family. I think it's been about 4 years since I started using it." Just as Song Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief seeing him lost in his memories, he continued speaking. "If you calculate it that way, the video files saved on the computer are about 4 years old." This surprised Song Xingyu. After realizing that the man in the video was his father, he hurriedly shut down his computer. "I didn't look at the date on it carefully." Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, he subconsciously glanced at Song's father. He then realized that his actions were somewhat deliberate and quickly turned his head away. Song's father was a businessman, and when it was not appropriate to use force, he would naturally think of making deals. "What do you want? A new computer?" Song Yuan did not respond to him. He continued, almost to himself, "Luckily, I have a good habit of saving my work." These words made Song Xingyu gasp. Song Anmin's brows furrowed even more deeply. He hadn't realized that even a teenager could be so difficult to deal with. Chui Wan also realized something at this moment. However, her instincts, honed over more than a decade of living together, led her to choose to stand by her husband's side without hesitation. She still maintained that arrogant attitude. "It's just a misunderstanding. Let's all go home. Don't press the alarm so casually in the future. You have no manners at all." Song Yuan didn't want the topic to end there. He called out to Chui Wan directly. "Auntie, do you remember how this computer came to be? I have too many things to manage every day. Who cares how your computer came about?" Her unintentional pause after the word computer was enough to prove that she remembered it. At this moment, apart from Song Yuan, the other 3 people in the living room were standing in a semicircle in front of him. This is the bizarre scene that Song Yuqi, who had just auditioned and was looking disgusted, saw when she pushed open the door to enter the room. Having gotten herself into a lot of trouble outside, she had no intention of watching the commotion today. They're all going crazy together again. With a cold laugh, Song Yuqi turned and headed towards the elevator. Perhaps Miss Song Heir remembers. Song Yuan raised his voice a few decibels. They dragged Song Yuqi, who wanted to stay away from the battlefield, into the fray. To simply describe Song Yuqi as a fool would indeed be somewhat insulting to her. However, she was never very clever when facing Song Yuan. Ultimately, the reason was simply that she never took Song Yuan seriously. So at that moment, the other party's words made Song Yuqi stop in her tracks. "What do I remember? My aunt once bought me a rather expensive computer." Song Yuqi definitely remembers this incident. To be precise, the Song family will all remember this incident. Chapter 19, Not a Single Day of Peace. You got into a huge mess and almost got beaten to death, and when you woke up you asked your mom for this computer. What's there to talk about with such a trivial matter? What happened back then was indeed a huge scandal. Song Yuan brought this up again today. This made Song Yuqi stand still, wanting to see what kind of bad idea her fake younger brother was up to. Song Yuan was getting annoyed after arguing with them for a while. "I decided to stop beating around the bush and just get straight to the point. When my aunt was pregnant, I accidentally pushed her down and caused her to miscarry. Then my uncle beat me so badly that I had to stay in the hospital for half a month. His nonchalant tone made it seem as if he wasn't the one who was nearly beaten to death back then. Song An-min was unaware that he had brought up the old matter again today. What exactly is being sold in this court? What? Now that you know you're not the Song family's biological son, you're planning to sue me? Then go. I want to see how the police will punish me for what happened 4 years ago. Everyone assumed that Song Yuan's outburst today was aimed at Song An-min. However, what Song Yuan said next? However, they turned their anger directly towards Chui Wan, who was standing to the side. He is not targeting any individual today. He targets everyone. Auntie's pregnancy is fake. She found out you were having an affair. In the end, they didn't know how to handle the situation, so they pushed the blame onto me. 3 sentences. 3 bombs. It was detonated in the Song family's living room. You're lying. The re-bringing of the old story stirred up Chui Wan's hands, causing them to tremble. She made a ferocious face and tried to cover Song Yuan's mouth. The person on the sofa got up first and hid to the side, watching her panting heavily with anger. Whether I lied or not, you can find out by checking the hospital records. Is what he said true? You lied to me back then when you said you were pregnant with my son. Song An-min looked at Chui Wan with disbelief in his eyes. What he found hard to accept was not that Chui Wan had lied to him. It was his wife, whom he had never taken seriously, who had managed to keep such a big secret from him for so many years. Let me explain. Song Yuan interrupted her from the side. If you use your brain, you can figure out that no great immortal can tell you whether someone is male or female before 3 months have passed. Stupid. Since Song An-min inherited the Song group, they leave early and return late, and are very dedicated to their work. Under his leadership, the Song group has indeed developed better and better. Gradually, Chui Wan noticed the scents of different women's perfumes on him. She knew this day would come sooner or later. As long as Song An-min still comes home every night, she can turn a blind eye, until she frequently smelled the same perfume on Song An-min. She knew things were getting out of control. Chui Wan, perhaps due to watching too many TV dramas, came up with a foolish idea after much thought. She presented Song An-min with a fake report and told him she was pregnant with a boy. Chui Wan is already considered an elderly mother, and pregnancy and childbirth would be life-threatening. In order to ensure her safe delivery, Song An-min decisively stopped all further contact with the other party. However, by a twist of fate, it ruined the competitor's plan. When Song Yuan first learned the truth, he didn't understand why a boy could be so attractive to Song An-min. Now he understands. Song An-min, who was like a child with a foot-binding cloth wrapped around his cerebellum, was just waiting for one of his own sons to inherit the throne. After discovering that Song An-min no longer carried the scent of other women, Chui Wan directly tried to extort money from Song Yuan. Throughout the entire incident, the mistress received enough benefits. Song An-min avoided the crisis of being disgraced, and Chui Wan won back her husband's heart. Only Song Yuan was beaten half to death. He was admitted directly to the ICU. After many years, it has erupted again. The one who triggered it was Song Yuan, who thought this matter would be buried in his stomach forever. Song Yuqi, who was standing nearby, sensed that something was wrong. He called Song Yuqin directly. Big sister, come back quickly. Something's happened at home. At that moment, Song Yuqin was on her way home. Hearing the chaotic sounds on the phone, he rubbed his temples slightly. I'm almost there. Inside the house, Song Yuan still felt things weren't serious enough. They continued to fan the flames. Auntie, there's no need for you to explain. He cheated on me first. Isn't my uncle the one at fault? I've sent the video to your phone. You'll need it when you file for divorce. Song Xingyu had just returned to this home. How could she possibly stand by and watch Song Yuan destroy it? He raised his hand, ready to strike Song Yuan. Don't touch me. The whole room is under surveillance. You'll be detained if things go lightly, and sentenced to prison if things go too far. This sentence caused Song Xingyu to change her downward waving hand into a grasping one. He grabbed Song Yuan by the collar and led him outside. Get out. Get out of my house. Song Yuan would leave even without him chasing him away. He was afraid that as an outsider, he would attract everyone's attention. He definitely had to leave so that the 2 elders of the Song family could relax and argue freely. Following Song Xingyu's force, Song Yuan walked out of the Song residence. Just as the door closed, he clenched his fist at Song Xingyu and gave her a thumbs up. Song Yuan hummed a song as he walked outside, in a good mood. The singing stopped when they saw the trash can outside the Song family's gate. The broken guitar looked as if it had been deliberately placed on a trash can. Such ostentation. He was afraid that those who wanted to see it wouldn't be able to. Song Yuan stood there, his expression unreadable. Human error cannot be blamed on objects. Regardless of who gave him the guitar, it truly accompanied Song Yuan for many years. even though he had given up on every member of the Song family. But then I saw my beloved old things. I was still inevitably touched for a moment. Song Yuan reached out his hand. This action was seen by Song Yuqin, who was sitting in the car, and she automatically filled in the blanks in her mind to imagine Song Yuan's expression. They must have been very careful. As the car turned into the courtyard, Song Yuqin also turned her head. Does he really cherish the gifts I gave him? Song Yuqin, who rushed back to the Song residence, did not see it. Song Yuan, who was outside the door, changed his movements just as he was about to touch the strings. He personally tossed the guitar, which was lying across the trash can, into it. They even clapped their hands. Trash should stay in the trash can. It's unclear whether this sentence is referring to the guitar. We're still talking about Song Xingyu. As soon as Song Yuqin opened the door, she saw her father smash his phone. She took a deep breath. On her way here, she heard that her father had been furious and had smashed a computer that afternoon. Electronic product shredder? Smash whatever you hate. Song Yuqin looked at her mother, who was in despair, and covered her face, crying bitterly. My bewildered younger brother. There's also the younger sister who stays away from the hustle and bustle, her face practically screaming, let the world end. I just want to ask if the Song family is simply having a bad year? Not a single day of peace. Whether it was Song Yuqin rushing back to the Song family to clean up the mess, or Song Yuan getting into the car and driving away from the Song family. They all knew it very well. Song Anmin and Chui Wan cannot get a divorce. For people in their social class, divorce is a devastating blow. If they hadn't messed with Song Yuan's computer today, he wouldn't have planned to expose this at this time. However, since you have many cards in your hand, playing one isn't a big deal. Boss, are we going back to the apartment? It's still early before we head to Maoshan Manor, so let's visit our teacher there. Chapter 20 is full of sarcasm. Outside Maoshan Manor, Song Yuan informed the security guard and then stood inside the door to wait. Lost in thought, Song Yuan was startled by the sudden sound of a horn behind him. He turned his head and saw a car with a Beijing license plate. I honked the horn once, but the door didn't open, so I honked it again. Even though the gate wouldn't open, the other party kept honking their horn incessantly. The security guards inside quickly ran out. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter the estate. The driver was adamant. The security guards became even more aggressive. Song Yuan stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching the commotion. In the end, the car owner compromised. A woman in her 40s, slightly overweight, with a necklace around her neck that was so tight it was digging into her flesh, leaving only a pendant as evidence that she was wearing jewelry, got off the bus carrying her bag. What a desolate place, with so many ridiculous rules. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Song Yuan, who was standing to the side. And anyone can get in. Song Yunping, who was standing not far away, was criticized for no reason. He simply turned around to look at the other person and see who this lady was. The security guard stopped the woman from walking into the manor again. Entry and exit require the owner's permission. Which property are you going to? Have you registered with the owner? The security guards could tell that this was clearly the first time the person had visited Maoshan Manor. It is absolutely impossible to let someone in without first clarifying the situation. Women seem to rarely receive this kind of treatment. Even a normal question could make her clutch her chest. You even dare to stop me? I think you don't want to work here anymore. To work as a security guard in a place like this. He has seen many people like this. He didn't even blink when he heard the other party's unreasonable remarks. These are the regulations, and we are responsible to every homeowner. After attempts to coerce, bribe, and make unreasonable demands failed, the other party had no choice but to admit that they were there to see Mr. Rong. Upon hearing the familiar name, Song Yuan turned to look at that person again. Are you here to see the teacher? Please wait a moment. After ascertaining her name, the security guard picked up the walkie-talkie and had his colleague inside call the Rong family. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the woman would still complain a few times. Can't we go inside and wait? We cannot allow people to enter the estate without the owner's consent. Then what makes him qualified to go in? He is the owner's guest. Just then, a Hongqi L5 drove up. Seeing the familiar car, Song Yuan waved. The teacher's nanny got out of the passenger seat and greeted Song Yuan warmly. Young Master Song, you've been waiting long. Please get in the car. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Lee. The security guards also saw the Rong family's car. He hurriedly called out, Stop. This lady also said she's here to see Mr. Rong. Is she a distinguished guest of your household? The nanny merely glanced at the other person before smiling and shaking her head at the security guard. Today, the Rong family only has young Master Song as a guest. The woman outside the door heard their conversation and hurriedly shouted, I am from the Zhao family in Beijing. My mother was an old friend of Mr. Rong. I would like to ask you to introduce me to her. As soon as she said that, the security guard's expression immediately turned ugly. Isn't this just asking them trouble? The nanny didn't even turn her head. She just told Song Yuan to get in the car. Looking at this woman who had offended him twice, Song Yuan said to the security guard before getting into the car, "You've really worked hard." The mockery was off the charts. The car drove into Maoshan Manor. No one paid any attention to the woman who continued to pester them. After entering the manor, the vehicle drove for another 20 minutes before arriving at its destination. Even in the height of summer, Maoshan Manor remains very cool. Inside the courtyard, a little girl in a dress was barefoot, swaying back and forth on a hanging chair, loudly reciting the book of songs. It looks very pleasing. Rong Rong. Upon hearing Song Yuan's voice, the little girl immediately flipped herself up. The swinging motion startled Song Yuan. Careful. The next second, the little girl called out to her brother with delight and ran over without even putting on her shoes. Song Yuan picked her up in one go. "Aren't you afraid of hurting your feet?" An elderly man with gray hair stood at the door, watching the two of them with a smile in his eyes. "Teacher's wife. Xiao Yuan is here. Your master has been talking about you for 2 days, saying that you are not filial and have not come to see him for several days." Song Yuan chuckled and whispered in his teacher's wife's ear, "I brought him some nice things, he'll be praising me later." If there were other people here, they would probably be surprised by Song Yuan's ease here. He was happier coming to his master's place than going home. Holding the little girl in his arms, he stepped into the hall. The old man with a long beard and a stern face waved to him. "Come here, I'm going to test your knowledge. Write a few words." "Yes, master." This Chinese-style house seems rather out of place in the entire villa area. Few people know that this is not an imitation ancient building. It is a genuine ancient building. The Rong family has lived here for generations, and their descendants have repaired and maintained it every year. This old house has witnessed dynastic changes and survived continuous wars. It has stood here all this time, protecting the descendants of the Rong family. He had just finished writing the 4 characters, Du Xinggong, Du Xingji Yuan, when Rong Lao slapped his hand with a fan. Impatient and restless. When Song Yuan picked up his pen, he knew that his current state of mind was probably not something he could hide from his teacher. Old Master Rong looked him up and down. What happened? Song Yuan knew that even if he didn't say anything, his teacher could easily find out by sending someone to investigate. He simply lowered his head and recounted in detail what had recently happened to the Song family. This surprised Mr. Rong and his wife quite a bit. "You're not a child of the Song family?" Song Yuan had considered the various reactions his teacher might have after hearing about this, but he never expected that Elder Rong would clap his hands directly. "I always said I disliked both the old and young members of the Song family very much. Why did he have to give birth to such a good child like you?" He let out a long sigh. "You're not his son, that makes sense." Madame Rong patted old Master Rong on the shoulder, amused by his words. "Child, if there are any problems that are difficult to resolve, ask your master to step in." Rong Lao had already delegated power 10 years ago. He gave all his jobs and connections to his son. "What I'm looking for is a peaceful and quiet place." How could Song Yuan possibly allow the old man to come out again and deal with those social occasions because of his own affairs? He quickly waved his hand. "I can handle this myself. No need to trouble master." After saying that, in order to change the subject, he quickly took out the ink block he had prepared. "Master, please take a look at this." As expected, Master Rong's attention was drawn away by this piece of ancient ink. This has been around for a long time. Song Yuan always found it easy to come to the Rong mansion, but difficult to leave. Let's not even talk about his teacher's wife, who kept trying to persuade him to stay. Rong, that little girl, even hugged his leg, crying and refusing to let her brother leave. He had no choice but to coax her again and again. "I managed to escape by making an excuse to go to the toilet." What he didn't know was that after he left, Madame Rong began planning to have her eldest son adopt Song Yuan. Let the youngest son adopt Song Yuan. Old Rong finished his tea and smacked his lips. "Can't you be my son? You're old enough to be his great-grandfather." Chapter 21. Who among you offended the Rong family? Song Yuan had been at Maoshan Manor for less than 3 days. The Song Group's business chain ran into serious problems. "Mr. Song, all the shipments we exported have been intercepted." Because of the trouble caused by Song Yuan, Song Anmin has been staying in an apartment near the company for the past few days. They work very hard, leaving early and returning late. What I got in return was this bad news I heard earlier. Song Anmin, who hadn't had a proper rest in recent days, looked utterly dejected. "Who is in charge of this batch of goods?" "It's General Manager Wang Gui. Tell him to handle it quickly, or he can pack his bags and get out of here." After some investigation by his subordinates, he found out the truth. Forget about dealing with it. The other party won't even meet with anyone from the Song group. They were simply told to follow the rules. This batch of goods was ordered by the overseas buyer in advance. Failure to deliver on time would not only incur high transportation costs, but also require paying a large amount of liquidated damages. The Song family searched everywhere for connections and asked for favors, spending 3 to 5 days before finally finding out that someone had spoken up. Anyone who helps the Song family is going against the Rong family. Upon hearing this news, Song Anmin was stunned. The Rong family? Who among you has offended the Rong family? The senior executives of the Song group suddenly exchanged glances and shook their heads. Song Anmin's half-brother, Song Anya, sneered. I recently received an invitation to a dinner hosted by Song Anmin, and I learned that it was to announce the return of his son, who had been missing for more than 10 years. He made things difficult for Song Anmin at every turn. This time, the rebuttal will be even more undisguised. We'd like to offend the Rong family, but we need to have the opportunity to make contact first. They're obviously after the Song group, and you're the most suspicious one, right, brother? The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. His remarks drew nods of approval from the other directors. Even Song Anmin himself felt guilty and thought back on it. After confirming that Song Xingyu had returned, he was busy dealing with family matters and had no time to interact with the powerful families, so he put on airs again. Use all available connections to see how we can get through this crisis. Another director suddenly remembered the invitation letter sent by the Song family. Isn't President Song planning a banquet soon? Why don't we just send out invitations? It would be best if we could invite them, but if we can't, it still shows that we've shown goodwill. Although Song Anmin knew he absolutely did not have that much influence. But they decided to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless, and managed to find someone to help them deliver an invitation to the Rong family. Even though the Song family has been in a mess recently, the Song family's dinner party was exceptionally lavish. One reason was to announce Song Xingyu's true parentage. On the other hand, both Song Yuqin and Song Yuqi have reached marriageable age. In particular, Song Yuqin's age is considered relatively old within their circle. Taking this opportunity, Shui Wan invited many talented young people from Haiqing. She stood arm in arm with Song Anmin, the two of them outwardly friendly but inwardly at odds, pretending to be a harmonious couple in public. Each time a distinguished guest arrived, he would take Song Xingyu to identify the person. Everyone was wondering where her previous son, Song Yuan, had gone. But no one would be so tactless as to ask that question in this setting. Song Yuqin has already been involved in her family business, and even without her father's guidance, she knows who to approach and talk to. Song Yuqi was seated at the piano in the hall, facing the guests. Her blue evening gown perfectly showcased her beautiful figure. Her slender hands danced across the black and white piano keys, complementing her fair complexion, like a beautiful and proud white swan. Young Song Yuhua, dressed in a princess dress, was led by her nanny to the door to collect gifts from various families. As for the clueless and impatient Song Yushu, Shui Wan simply told her to wait in the lounge until the ball started before coming down. It must be said that Shui Wan's familiarity with her daughters allowed her to make the best arrangements for this banquet. The guests were clearly very satisfied. They kept praising Shui Wan for taking such good care of the children. At this moment, the guests and the host seemed to have tacitly forgotten one person. Song Yuan, the former young master of the Song family. Song Yuan was standing at the entrance of the club at that moment. The security guard at the gate had seen his photo beforehand, so even though Song Yuan presented an invitation, he was still stopped at the door. Song Yuan truly didn't expect that the Song family would prevent him from entering in order to avoid him causing trouble today. He exchanged a few words with the security guard outside the door. By sheer coincidence, Song Yushu, who was in the lounge on the second floor, saw them. Ignoring Shui Wan's instructions, she ran downstairs and called out to Song Yuan as he turned to leave. The moment Song Yuan saw Song Yushu, his gaze instinctively shifted downwards. Unfortunately, the long skirt covered her legs. The wound is not visible. What are you doing here? The other party came out with an aggressive attitude. Just as Song Yuan was about to go back and think of another way, he began to consider having Song Yushu take him in. Third sister, it's been a long time. Is your leg all better now? Upon hearing his question, Song Yushu recalled what happened that night. She glared at Song Yuan through gritted teeth. If you hadn't called out my name, Dad would never have known it was me. Song Yuan rarely had the patience to explain to her. In that situation, if I hadn't told you that you were the one lying down, you would have been pulled down by the security guards. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Song Yushu, who wasn't very bright, didn't need Song Yuan to say anything more. Only 5 words came to mind. He's right. Song Yuan didn't give her any more time to think. The Song family is holding a banquet here today? Then I won't go in. Seeing Song Yuan's feigned disappointment, Song Yushu called out to him faster than he thought. Etc. Even if you want to run away, the fact remains that you are not your parents' biological son. Today they will announce Song Xingyu's identity. Seeing her smug expression, Song Yuan played along, looking completely bewildered. He was putting on a dramatic performance, trying to figure out how to get Song Yushu to speak first. The sudden sound from behind interrupted Song Yuan's train of thought. Yushu? Xiao Yuan? What are you two doing standing at the door? The person in the car was someone else. It was their second uncle, Song Anya, and second aunt. Song Yuan turned his head and called for help. It's not that I don't want to go in, but my father and mother won't let me. He was certain that Song Anmin and his brothers had a strained relationship and that the other party was completely unaware of what had recently happened in the Song family. My second aunt actually got out of the car. She took Song Yuan's hand. I heard that your parents held a banquet today, saying that they found their son. What's going on? Song Yuan was surprised that the other person, who was so close to Song Anmin, did not know about this. He then told the whole truth. He never expected that his second uncle, who got off the bus later, would angrily punch the car window. Song Anmin, I knew you'd resort to underhanded tactics, but I never imagined you'd be this despicable. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. It seems this is the reason why Song Anmin didn't want to reveal Song Xingyu's identity so early. Chapter 22, I'll stand up for you. Their entanglement outside the door for a long time also attracted the attention of those inside the hall. The housekeeper hurriedly found Song Anmin. His eyelids twitched when he heard Song Yuan talking to Song Anya outside the courtyard gate. They rushed to the door in 2 quick steps. Seeing his younger brother's furious expression, he first tried to soothe him in a low voice. Many prominent people from Haicheng have come today. Let's not make a fool of ourselves at this time. We'll explain some things when we get home. It must be said that Song Anmin understood his younger brother quite well. If there's anything the two brothers have in common, it's that the Song family's reputation is everything. Song Anmin, you even managed to hide the fact that your own son was lost in order to get this position. Who can be more ruthless than you? After saying that, Song Anya and his wife got back into the car. He didn't even go inside. He turned around and left the club. Song Yuan never expected his second uncle to be so weak in combat. Without harming the other party in the slightest, you have suffered heavy losses yourself. He was afraid that this anger would cause his second uncle to have a cerebral hemorrhage. He left. Song Yuan, who was left behind, was in an awkward position. He still had a chance to infiltrate Song Yushu's group. When facing Song Anmin, there's no need to think about anything else. Congratulations, Uncle Song, on the birth of your son. Song Anmin was unsure of Song Yuan's true strength and thought that Song Yuan would only engage in some underhanded tricks behind the scenes. His attitude remained one of disdain. That's true. Who would take a teenager seriously? Trying to curry favor with me now? Too late. This isn't a place for you. If you dare to do certain things, don't expect me to give you another penny. His condescending attitude was practically as if he were throwing a bone at Song Yuan and telling him what to do. You're just my pet dog. Before Song Yuan could respond, another horn sounded behind him. Everyone turned around. Looking at the luxury car he had never seen before, Song Anmin wondered what connection the Song family had with it. Song Yuan immediately recognized the Rong family's driver sitting in the driver's seat. A crack was opened in the window, and an invitation was handed out. Song's father only sent out one black envelope with gold trim. The Rong family. The driver rolled down the car window. The Maoshan Rong family has come to visit. Please deliver their message. The people in the car had already seen Song Anmin standing at the door and Song Yuan, who was being stopped. This whole thing was staged on purpose. The driver then acted as if he had just seen Song Yuan. He exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Young Master Yuan, what are you doing here?" Song Yuan almost burst out laughing at the other person's exaggerated acting. But she was still quick-witted enough to go over and greet the people in the car. Guests arriving at the mansion drive their cars directly to the banquet hall entrance before getting out. As the Rong family entered, Song Anmin, because of Song Yuan, was standing outside the courtyard gate of the clubhouse. Logically, the people in the car should get out and walk with the host to the banquet hall. However, the Rong family came today intentionally to embarrass Song Anmin. Rong's second aunt opened the car door. "Xiao Yuan, come to the car quickly, let's go in together." Song Yuan, of course, would not refuse. He got straight into the car. Song Anmin, standing outside the car, was completely bewildered by this turn of events. The rear window slowly rolled down. He could see the people in the car clearly. The eldest son of the Rong family went into politics, while the second son went into business. The eldest son is a regular on television news, while the second son dominates the economic newspaper. He couldn't possibly not recognize that face. Rome, Rome, boss Rome. Uncle Rome chuckled as he looked at Song Anmin. Could you please show me the way, Mr. Song? Okay. He walked quickly to the car, wanting to strike up a conversation with the people inside. Uncle Rome turned his head and immediately closed the car window. Seeing Song Anmin get a cold shoulder outside the window, Song Yuan looked at the two of them with delight. Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? Aunt Rome winked at him. I'm here to back you up. The Rome family's heritage is something the Song family could never match, even if they were to pass down their lineage for 10 more generations. Even if Song Anmin realized that Uncle Rome was deliberately making things difficult for him, forcing him to run around like a waiter to guide him to the car, he still had to put up with it. The guests who attended the banquet were all surprised that Song Anmin had the ability to invite boss Rome. At this moment, a band is playing on the stage in the hall. From the moment Uncle Rome led his wife by the hand, and Aunt Rome held Song Yuan's hand tightly in the other as they entered the house. Tonight's main character has changed from Song Xingyu to Song Yuan. Yuqin, isn't that your younger brother? He seems to know the Rome family very well. Song Yuqin held the wine glass in her hand and looked at the three people who attracted attention. She also really wanted to ask someone. How could Song Yuan be acquainted with the Rome family? At the banquet, Song Yuan was not familiar with the place. But you shouldn't get too familiar with Aunt Rome. There were many people around her who wanted to flatter her, and Cui Wan went to great lengths to squeeze into her side. All she heard were things she didn't want to hear. Song Yuan is such a filial son. My father adores him. Yes, that's right. He's not a child of the Song family. Our Rome family is discussing how we can adopt him. Song Yuan is a talented person. He has been studying under the old man for more than 3 years and has already been selected by the Provincial Calligraphy Association. It was the old man who stopped them from letting the child join the association because he was young and focused on his studies. Listening to things I knew nothing about. Cui Wan even began to doubt whether the Song Yuan she was talking about was the same Song Yuan that her family had raised. She could barely squeeze into Madame Rome's social circle. Song Anmin didn't even have a chance to speak with boss Rome. Today, the Song family also invited some people from relevant departments to discuss the seized goods. Upon seeing boss Rome, the other party immediately walked over and started chatting with him. It's clearly stated that unauthorized personnel should not disturb. At this point, the entire banquet hall seemed to have forgotten the theme of the evening. The band on stage played one song after another. The person in charge apprehended Steward Liu. This can't be calculated at the previous price. You'll have to pay more. After repeated reminders from the housekeeper, Song Anmin finally got the band to stop playing. The host was also ready and waiting to go on stage. Uncle Rome and Aunt Rome exchanged a glance and nodded together. They actually took Song Yuan away from the scene. Song Anmin hurriedly went over to try and persuade him to stay. He also realized that only Song Yuan could say a few words to the Rome family. They started to change direction and called out to Song Yuan a few times. Hearing Song Anmin's slightly panicked shouts behind him, Song Yuan, who was being led by Aunt Rome, stopped in his tracks. Turn around. Uncle Song, the banquet is about to begin. You should go back to preside over the event. Seeing that the group had indeed stopped, Song Anmin seized the opportunity to say something. There must be some misunderstanding between the Song and Rome families. If our Song family has done anything wrong, please feel free to tell us. Song Yuan, the Song family has treated you well all these years. Song Yuan looked at Song Xingyu, who was standing in the distance with an unpleasant expression, through him. Uncle, don't keep your son waiting. After saying that, he turned around and got into the Rome family's car. He watched as the second master of the Rome family turned and left without giving him any face whatsoever. Song Anmin knew without turning around. The people inside must be whispering and laughing at him. Chapter 23 By what right? That evening, Song Xingyu posted several 9-grid posts on her WeChat moments. From venue setup to band performances. Even the dining area had 3 photos displayed. In his current understanding, he is not yet familiar with the level of relationships like those involving the Song Jiarong family. All he knew was that Song Anmin publicly acknowledged that he was his only son. He didn't notice the mocking looks from the guests below the stage. She didn't even have time to think about her father and mother's embarrassed expressions. From this day forward, Song Yuan will be ruthlessly trampled under his feet. That alone, that was enough for him to ignore everything else. Suddenly, someone posted a group photo of the Song family in the Yuejing class group chat. Aren't these Song Yuan's family members? Why are they taking a photo with Zhang Xingyu? Song Yuan and Song Xingyu seem to have a kind of kings not meeting attitude towards each other at Moral Education No. 1 middle school. One was in the Tsinghua Peking University class, and the other was in the advanced class. Not only are the two individuals mortal enemies, but their two classes are also constantly competing against each other. I heard that Zheng Xingyu is the real child of the Song family, and Song Yuan was adopted and has now been kicked out of the family. After the message was sent, the group remained silent for a long time. The silence in the group was broken by a boy nicknamed Little Fatty. It's alright, Song Yuan, come and be my son. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The dozen or so question marks that appeared in an instant proved that no one could see that area. Everyone's lurking. Little Fatty also realized that his words were ambiguous. He's not here to be my son, he's here for my parents. He finally broke the awkward atmosphere in the group chat. Then a girl sent a message in the group. My family doesn't lack sons, but it does lack sons-in-law, shy face. You sent it to the wrong group. You sent it to the wrong group. Withdraw. On the other side, Song Xingyu seemed to be bewitched. I check my WeChat moments every few minutes. Let's see if the students at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School have given him a thumbs up. I'm thinking about the fact that school starts in less than a week. His expression carried a slightly eerie excitement. The school's online forum was also flooded with posts about this incident. The entire homepage is filled with discussions about the two of them. Some imaginative students even started shipping the real and fake young masters as a couple. I saw a post forwarded to the class group chat. Song Yuan, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but ask a question mark. While everyone was joking and laughing, I couldn't help but post a comment. It's best not to read posts that are too unlucky. The conditions provided to Song Yuan by the Song family were not much different from those of ordinary classmates. This has led to considerable misunderstandings about the Song family. The public's reaction to this matter was far from achieving the effect Song Xingyu had hoped for. He just gave a disdainful snort. In a few days, you'll understand what class disparity is. The first day of school at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. Song Xingyu, looking for an opportunity to cheer up Cui Wan, got her to agree to her request. On the first day of school, the entire Song family was present. We set off together for Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. A row of luxury cars drove along the road. Some unsuspecting passers-by saw the car logo. A wedding car convoy? But wait, there aren't any double happiness decorations. The people next to him didn't even look up. Those are the funeral procession. Inside the car, Song Xingyu felt her heart beating faster and faster. He looked out the window several times. Hopefully, the school gate will be just around the next corner. Song Yuan arrived at school earlier. The Rong family intended to adopt him, but Song Yuan knew that the Rong family had an extraordinary background. Adopting him as an adopted son would cause a lot of trouble. I repeatedly declined their kind offer, and appropriately demonstrated his financial capabilities. The original purpose was to put Mr. Rong's mind at ease. What Rong Lao regretted even more was that he could not adopt him as his son. Despite declining the Rong family's invitation and breaking away from the Song family, Song Yuan remained as low-key as ever. However, because of Song Xingyu's posts on WeChat moments, as soon as he stepped into the school gate, many eyes fell on him. Not far from the school gate, the dean of students kept smoothing his parted hairstyle with his hand. When he saw Song Yuan, his expression showed a hint of embarrassment. However, adults can change their expressions much faster than Song Yuan imagined. Song Yuan originally intended to walk straight over, but the director called out to him. Song Yuan, wait a minute. He could only turn around and look at the head teacher, whose belly was bigger than that of a pregnant woman, as he strolled over in a pretentious manner. Good morning, director. The other person gave a soft and slightly raised their chin. That posture and attitude were something Song Yuan had never seen before. When he left the Song family, he anticipated that such sycophantic people would appear around him. But on the first day of school, I encountered one as soon as I entered the school gate. That's disgusting. Song Yuan, the number of places for guaranteed admission that the school talked to you about at the end of last semester may have changed. Several high-achieving transfer students joined the school this year. This recommendation process must be fair, don't you think? The quota for guaranteed admission mentioned by the Dean of Students does not refer to the quota for guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Instead, it's a guaranteed admission spot to Haicheng University. However, Haicheng University is also one of the top universities in China. Every year, the 2 spots for students from DU No. 1 Middle School to be recommended for admission to Haicheng University are coveted by countless people. It can be said that the enrollment work for moral education relies heavily on the quota of guaranteed admission. The head of the teaching department observed Song Yuan's expression. I didn't see any resentment or bitterness on his face. The other person simply replied, "Oh, okay. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going." The head of student affairs was taken aback by the boy's aura. as he looked at the boy who seemed completely unaffected by his question. As they were talking, a line of cars drove up to the entrance of Haiqing. Song Xingyu, in the passenger seat, saw Song Yuan not far away. In his excitement, he even forgot that he was wearing a seatbelt. Song Yuqin, who was in the same car as him, saw his actions and couldn't help but frown. Xingyu, drive the car into the school before getting off. Song Xingyu could hear the dissatisfaction in her older sister's words. He quickly made up an excuse. I just saw Director Yang. The security guards had been notified in advance, and the Song family's car was allowed to pass as soon as it arrived at the gate. The head of the teaching department left Song Yuan behind. He rushed over in a hurry. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, it's been a long time. Song Yuan glanced at the cars from the Song family, his steps only pausing for a moment. Keep moving forward. Suddenly, a strong force came from his shoulder. Song Yuan, it's been a long time. What did that old man Deng want from you just now? The person who greeted him was Wu Yu, a male classmate. The person next to him who shouted hi was Zhao Qi. The question about Wu dialect was asked casually, and before Song Yuan could answer, he continued. Isn't that Song Xingyu? As soon as he said that, he knew he had been too talkative. She quickly covered her mouth and gave Zhao Qi a pleading look. Who knew that Zhao Qi didn't receive his signal? They're still craning their necks to look. What kind of car is he riding in? This kid's really made it big. Wu Yu couldn't hold back and slapped Zhao Qi on the head. Is it a tiger? Song Yuan knew they didn't mean it, and besides, he didn't care about these things anyway. He simply smiled and answered Zhao Qi's question. Audi Black Knight. Zhao Qi turned her head back and said something that didn't reflect her true feelings. Upon closer inspection, it's nothing special. If you look any closer, you'll see he's just putting on an act. From a distance, Song Xingyu watched Song Yuan being surrounded by his classmates and gritted her teeth inwardly. Why should I? He's no longer the young master of the Song family. Why is everyone still surrounding him? Chapter 24. Thank you. I don't need to collect evidence anymore. The students crowded around the window of the advanced class, looking out. When Song Yuan entered the room, he overheard someone gossiping with the person next to them. Looking at it this way, Song Xingyu does look more like his father. Song Yuan doesn't look like a member of the Song family. Wu Yu coughed a few times deliberately behind him. They wanted to imply that Song Yuan was right behind them. But the students were still discussing whether it looked alike or not. At this moment, Ludi, the class monitor with a high ponytail and thick glasses, suddenly spoke up. That's true. I've always said that Song Yuan is much prettier than Song Xingyu. Song Xingyu is widely recognized as the school's most handsome boy at DU No. 1 middle school. Ludi's comment that Song Yuan was prettier than Song Xingyu immediately displeased some classmates who liked Song Xingyu. Although we are in the same class as Song Yuan, you should still be objective. Jet pushed up his glasses. Song Xingyu's bone structure is not good. His face collapses as soon as he gains a little weight. Song Yuan is different. It looked like the two groups of female students were about to start arguing. The homeroom teacher walked in carrying a stack of test papers. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a light green hair clipped to her long, flowing hair, and a white dress that showed off her beautiful figure. Fan Simming, who graduated just 2 years ago, joined the No. 1 middle school of moral education with her outstanding resume. I took over this class in my first year. Initially, people were not optimistic about this young female teacher. However, after 2 years, she succeeded thanks to her own efforts and the cooperation of her classmates. This transformed a class that ranked at the bottom in overall scores into a leapfrog class capable of competing with top-tier universities like Tsinghua and Peking University. No one dared to underestimate this teacher's abilities anymore. The noisy students suddenly started shoving each other, and they saw not only their homeroom teacher, Fan Simming, but also Song Yuan, who was already sitting down in the classroom. Letty gestured with her lip towards Song Yuan's direction, then glared at the girl she was arguing with. The other person seemed a little embarrassed and quickly returned to their seat. The Yuejin class, which had been playing around just moments before, fell silent instantly. After the class monitor called out the roll, Fan Simming arranged for her classmates to write the new semester's class schedule on the small blackboard. While I was organizing the students to distribute the final exam papers, my phone suddenly rang. Seeing the note, Director, on the screen, Fan Simming hung up without changing her expression. Then a second call came in. After answering the phone, Fan Simming hummed a few times and looked at Song Yuan with a complicated expression. Song Yuan, come out here for a moment. At this moment, the corridors of the senior high school are empty. Everyone was in their respective classes listening to the arrangements for the new semester. Song Yuan and Fan Simming stood facing each other, looking at the slightly young homeroom teacher in front of her, hesitant and unsure how to talk to her. Song Yuan spoke knowingly. Is it about being recommended for admission? Fan Simming, who was surprised that he already knew about this, simply nodded. Also, for day student applications, parents have to sign a waiver every semester. This year it's yours. She paused for a moment and then used a different description. Your guardian did not sign this year. This was something Song Yuan had already thought of, and he readily agreed. But at this moment, he didn't know that Song Xingyu had even arranged a dormitory for him. Our class's boys' dormitory is already full, so the dormitory you're assigned will be occupied by students from other classes. Song Yuan didn't care about this. It's better to stay anywhere than to go back to the Song family home. Fan Simming wanted to say something, but seeing the boy's calm expression, she simply patted him on the shoulder. As long as you perform steadily in your final year, getting into Shanghai University shouldn't be a problem. The boy's lips curved into a smile. It's okay, teacher. My goal is an Ocean University. Tell your teacher if you have any difficulties, or if someone bullies you at school. Song Yuan interrupted her before she could finish speaking. That won't happen. Fan Simming, who knew better than Song Yuan that some minors without moral values could act cruelly, could only sigh. He reached out and patted Song Yuan on the shoulder. Study hard. Because of this short conversation, the Yuejin class was dismissed a little later than the other classes. Fan Simming packed her things and left the classroom. Then they saw Song Xingyu standing outside the door, and a group of people standing not far behind him, eager to watch the spectacle. She stopped in her tracks. Go home as soon as school is over, don't stand around here. Song Xingyu still acted like a model student, respectfully addressing the teacher. Teacher, I'm here to see Song Yuan. I know what happened between them. Fan Simming instinctively wanted to protect her students. Seeing the person outside the door, Song Yuan also got up and walked over. He said to the homeroom teacher from behind, Teacher, please go ahead and do your work. I know what I'm doing. Fan Simming had no choice but to leave first, while giving the class monitor a look. She signaled to the class monitor that if anything happened, he should come to the office to call her. Song Xingyu crossed her arms and looked Song Yuan up and down. He intentionally or unintentionally revealed the expensive watch on his wrist. Song Yuan, since you don't want to live at home, then Dad will have no choice but to grant your wish and let you live at school. This sentence was clearly heard by all the students around him. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. DU number 1 middle school has both day students and boarding students. Especially in the final year, the number of students who stay at school and live on campus is very small. Most students who choose to live on campus are from families with slightly poorer financial conditions or whose parents don't care much about their studies. After all, the dormitory is a collective environment, which can affect the senior year sprint. Is that all you wanted to say? Unable to detect any dissatisfaction or grievance on Song Yuan's face as she had hoped, Song Xingyu herself began to feel dissatisfied. He frowned slightly. Since you have the ability to get involved with the Rong family, you must be quite wealthy. The Song family has been supporting you for so many years without expecting anything in return. You're almost an adult now, so we won't be giving you any more money in the future. Song Xingyu has some knowledge of the art of language. He blamed Song Yuan, letting everyone know that it was because of Song Yuan that the Song family stopped supporting him. But he clearly got one thing wrong. Upon hearing his self-righteous words, Song Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Hey classmate over there, I saw you recording. Remember to send me a copy of the video later. Seeing his attitude, Song Xingyu asked, puzzled, what do you mean? I signed an adoption agreement with the Song family when they adopted me, and this agreement is protected by law. It's not like you can just abandon your child whenever you want. Since the Song family has given up their support for me, I also reserve the right to sue your father. Thank you. I don't need to collect evidence anymore. Song Xingyu dug a huge hole for herself without any warning. He was so angry that he completely changed his relaxed demeanor from before. Song Yuan. Fong Duo ran over angrily from not far away. Uncle Song has raised you for so many years. How could you say such a thing? Do you have any conscience at all? Fong Duo's appearance made the eyes of the surrounding students light up. Everyone knows that Song Yuan is Fong Duo's simp. Fong Duo, on the other hand, kept pursuing Song Xingyu. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 25. What the hell are you doing? None of your business. Not only was Fong Duo shocked, but the students around her also gasped. Fong Duo looked at Song Yuan in disbelief. What did you say? Song Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at her and repeated what he had just said. I said, what's it to you? Didn't you hear me? None of your business. The whispers of her classmates sounded to Fong Duo like they were all mocking her. This idea was completely unacceptable to Fong Duo, who was always admired. Her whole face turned red, and tears instantly filled her eyes. She raised her hand, as if to slap Song Yuan. The palm strike did not land on the boy's face. He raised his hand to stop the girl from falling, gripping her wrist tightly. Suing one is one thing. Suing two is no big deal. Miss Fong, you have quite the nerve to intentionally injure someone in public. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu grabbed Fong Duo's wrist and pulled her to her side. Song Yuan, you've gone too far. Not only did he think so, but the girls around him also nodded in agreement, feeling that Song Yuan's behavior just now was a bit excessive. However, Song Yuan is no longer the same person he used to be. One of you provoked me without cause, and the other tried to fight without understanding right and wrong. And then you turn around and accuse me of going too far? His words made the girls who had just nodded feel ashamed. Let's go after we've finished talking. I still need to go see my new dorm. Not wanting to waste any more time with them, Song Yuan simply walked between the two of them. It's right where you turn the corner at the top of the stairs. A familiar figure had been standing there for who knows how long. Song Yuan you. He had reached the point where he was annoyed by the sight of the Song family, so he walked right past Song Yuqing. After descending a few steps, he suddenly turned around. You Song family members are really bothering me. Okay, go back and calculate these 18. Oh no, how much money have I spent from your Song family over these 17 years? I'll transfer it to you. After saying that, he turned around and continued downstairs. These words were spoken quite loudly, and not only Song Yuqing could hear them clearly. The students around could hear it clearly as well. One of the boys couldn't help but exclaim, Song Yuan is a real man. After saying that, he shouted Song Yuan, as if he had gone mad. Song Yuan, who was almost on the first floor, paused and looked back. He's a real man. Looking at the somewhat immature teenager, Song Yuan waved his hand and left. This scene was captured by students who had secretly brought their phones to school. It was uploaded to the forum in less than half an hour. It even overshadowed the post about the Song family's luxury car appearance. The students who had been asking on the forum how much the watch Song Xingyu was wearing was worth felt a little ashamed. It's become worldly. Compared to Song Yuan, they were somewhat worldly. The dormitory conditions were indeed somewhat harsh. However, it was better than Song Yuan had expected. For people share a room, with bunk beds and desks underneath, and there is also a private bathroom for washing up. The downside might be that the room is a bit damp, and the corners of the walls are moldy. Old air conditioner indoor units are just as noisy as outdoor units. To avoid safety hazards, the entire dormitory building will be shut off on schedule during non-rest periods. The room was hot and sweaty, making Song Yuan sigh. He was considering the possibility of using a sum of money from his company to sponsor the school in exchange for living off campus. Just as she was taking out her phone to ask her assistant to prepare the bedding, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Huh? Did the second brother forget to lock the door when he left? Holy shit. The person who came in was startled by Song Yuan sitting by the door. The other person was half a head taller than Song Yuan, and looked to be about 1.9 meters tall. Holding a basketball in his arms, he made Song Yuan smell his sweaty odor as soon as he entered the room. The other party clearly knew Song Yuan. Song Yuan from the advanced class? The big, simple-minded guy was clearly not very clever. After Song Yuan nodded and greeted him, he immediately whistled. Holy crap, I'm going to tell them that Song Yuan lives in our dorm. Holy crap. The other party was as excited as a monkey just released from the zoo. He came in and jumped out again in less than a minute. No, we still have to find a way to move out. The other two people in the dormitory were carrying mixed vegetables bought at the entrance. A man walked in carrying a pile of textbooks. When they saw Song Yuan, they were clearly taken aback, but they were much calmer than the big, clumsy guy. Song Yuan, you're our new roommate. The three greeted each other. The boy, who was just over 1.6 meters tall and thin, had long, narrow eyes and a shrewd look on his face. But he had a simple, honest smile on his face. I'm from class 8, my name is Zhao Ming, and my bed is to the left of the window. Another person with a square face and average build, who was unremarkable, placed the documents on the table opposite Zhao Ming's bed. My surname is also Zhao, and my name is Zhao Weigua. I am the life committee member of class 4, and also the oldest in the dormitory. They all call me Dagua. Dagua sounds similar to the pronunciation of Big Brother. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the corridor. There was a knock on the dormitory door. Although Song Yuan was sitting at the door, Zhao Weigua didn't ask him to get up and ran over to open the door himself. I was startled by the large group of boys outside. Who are you looking for? Song Yuan. Song Yuan. The cacophony of voices startled Song Yuan, who was inside the room. He poked his head out from behind the door. Wu Yu and Zhao Qi, you too? Standing outside the door was a group of students from the advanced class. A representative was chosen by the group to speak, along with Song Yuan. Didn't you say you were going to live on campus? Some people are moving back home after leaving their dorms, so we're keeping this single bed mattress for you since we don't need it anymore. Wu Yu quickly added a comment. Don't complain. The straw mats at school are not good to sleep on and are prone to bugs. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't make a move, the people behind him started chatting again. You have no experience. Listen to everyone and sleep here. It's not dirty. I even sprayed disinfectant on it. How could it be dirty? Song Yuan looked at the brand new mattress, which showed no signs of having been slept on. He smiled broadly. Thank you everyone. I just didn't know where to buy it. A group of silly boys burst into laughter instantly. I knew Song Yuan was lacking this. Quickly, carry it inside. The dormitory is too small. Zhao Ming and Zhao Weiguo were squeezed together, obediently hiding in a corner of the dormitory, looking at the new mattress that fits perfectly. There was also a hint of sincerity in Song Yuan's eyes. I'll treat everyone to dinner at the entrance later. As soon as he said that, everyone waved and left the dormitory. What are we going to eat? If we don't go back soon, my mom will kill me. I'm leaving. A group of young men ran very fast, as if someone was chasing them. The class monitor, who was a step behind, was a notorious social phobia. He pushed up his glasses and stood in front of Song Yuan with his head down. He didn't even have the courage to look Song Yuan in the eye. If you have something to do, go to rooms 305 and 306. They're all occupied by our classmates. He said those words in a very low voice, then turned and ran away, not caring whether Song Yuan heard him or not. When Song Yuan returned to the room, he saw two people huddled together. Your class is quite united, huh? These lovely classmates dispelled some of Song Yuan's concerns. He looked at his future roommate and smiled. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 26. Enjoy it slowly. After returning home, Song Xingyu put on a show of maternal love and filial piety in the living room. I found an opportunity to return to my room. She took out her WeChat and called a boy in her class. As soon as the call connected, I couldn't wait to ask the other party. So, Song Yuan, do you find the accommodation conditions particularly unbearable? The other person was thinking about the male students from the Weijin class that they had just seen crowding outside Song Yuan's dormitory in the corridor. Seeing Song Yuan being led out of the dorm with his dorm mates, his arm around the shoulder of the big, clumsy guy, I grunted. It seems he has gained quite a few brothers. Damn it. Song. Far. A spicy hot pot restaurant off campus. The voluptuous proprietress walked past, causing the boys to blush. The big, simple-minded boy stared wide-eyed. Sister Wang is spicy. The proprietress grabbed a tissue and flicked it forcefully, bringing him back to his senses. Make it extra spicy, extra spicy. Song Yuan subtly surveyed the store's environment. Zhao Ming noticed this action. He scratched his head awkwardly. Have you never eaten at a restaurant like this before? This is the standard near schools. Song Yuan came to his senses. No, I'm thinking that a shop like this can make a lot of profit over a year. Oh. Zhao Weiguo, who was eavesdropping, looked completely bewildered. Zhao Ming, however, became interested. Next, what flavor would you like? The proprietress's urging interrupted Zhao Ming's words. After all four of them sat down with their bowls in hand, Zhao Ming couldn't wait to continue asking. Are these kinds of small shops very profitable? Song Yuan nodded. Look, she set up 10 tables in total. Over the next 3 minutes, Song Yuan actually calculated the shop's monthly revenue and cash flow for Zhao Ming. His eyes lit up when he saw it. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. To be honest, my family is indeed a bit poor. I'm hesitating about whether to continue my studies after graduation or start a small business. Looking at it this way, this little shop seems to have a lot of potential. The big, clumsy guy nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I'll come to your house to eat every day then, just to support you. Although Zhao Weiguo heard Song Yuan talk about making money, he still felt that going to school was the right path. He hesitated. Won't there be more opportunities to make money after graduating from university? Song Yuan neither agreed nor disagreed, but instead gave him a breakdown of the costs and benefits. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be given to students from DU No. 1 middle school who are admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, 30,000 yuan to students admitted to Haicheng University, and 10,000 yuan to students admitted to other 211 universities. In addition, the top 50 students in the province will have their basic tuition and fees waived at all universities, and the government will also provide rewards. And the Haicheng government, some local businesses will provide subsidies. After Song Yuan finished speaking, the other three people stopped eating. Zhao Ming's eyes almost turned into the shape of money. Song Yuan was puzzled. These schools have all mentioned this in various mobilization meetings. Haven't you heard about it? The group of people gave an awkward laugh. Zhao Ming sighed again. Forget it. This money isn't easy to earn. and I don't have the brains to learn. I thought I would hear some comforting words, but to my surprise, Song Yuan just hummed in response. Excellent grades can be achieved through hard work, but exceptionally excellent grades cannot. Zhao Ming choked. I know you're a top student. There's no need to be so discouraging, bro. Song Yuan turned to look at him and smiled. The key point of this sentence is that excellent grades can be achieved through hard work. Actually, as long as you work hard, it's not difficult to get a high score in the college entrance examination. Behind me, someone suddenly noticed that they had been waiting in line for a long time. He started speaking rudely to the landlady. The store was noisy for a moment. The event ended with the proprietress serving the dish to the unreasonable customer with a smile. Having witnessed all of this, Zhao Ming's uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. If there's an opportunity to make money while standing up, who would give up so easily? He gripped the chopsticks tightly. Song Yuan, I want to study hard. I want to win a scholarship. I want to make something of myself. Song Yuan took a sip of the soup in his bowl. Isn't this just motivational fluff? Why is Zhao Ming suddenly so motivated? He gave a somewhat bewildered, oh, and said, good luck. Zhao Ming is determined to study hard. Looking at Song Yuan, who had finished washing up and was lying in bed before 9 o'clock. Top student, you're just sleeping like that? Song Yuan, who was living in the dormitory for the first time, thought there would be some kind of program in the evening, so he sat up. Any plans for tonight? Zhao Ming looked up at him with his mouth agape and shook his head. Don't you need to preview or review? As he spoke, he pointed to Zhao Weiguo, who was working on a test paper under a desk lamp. Song Yuan honestly shook his head. Need not. Their conversation attracted the attention of two other people in the dormitory. The big, clumsy guy who was stretching on the ground got up. Everyone is spreading rumors that you good students only sleep 2 hours a day and spend the rest of your time studying. Song Yuan, you should learn from this. Don't worry about disturbing us. I can sleep even when it's thundering outside. Sensing the other party's good intentions, Song Yuan smiled and shook his head. You said it's a rumor, so it must not be true. I really need to rest. Zhao Weiguo looked dejected. Is there really such a big difference between people? Zhao Ming, who was the first to ask about this, bit his lip. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she looked at Song Yuan. You said during the day that getting a high score isn't difficult. Could you give me some pointers? I know this request is a bit difficult. Song Yuan looked down at his roommate, whose face was resolute. Okay, if it will take up your time, are you serious? Zhao Ming, who had expected to be rejected, looked at Song Yuan, who was getting off the bed, with surprise. Zhao Weiguo, who was studying nearby, also came over. Can I come with you? For the next half hour, Song Yuan explained to the group what mind mapping and memory palaces are, and how to transform dry mathematics into spatial models in the mind. Those half-hour felt like the door to a new world had been reopened for several people. Zhao Ming was naturally intelligent and quick to grasp things. He was the first among them to realize the mistakes he had made in his previous studies. Looking at Zhao Ming, who couldn't wait to redo the questions, Song Yuan handed over the notebook. That's all for today. Zhao Ming directly grasped Song Yuan's hands. Big brother, from now on, you will always be my big brother. If you say east, I will never go west. From today onwards, I will do all your work. If you just say the word, I'll go to the Yuejin class and wipe the blackboard after class. Zhao Weiguo also smiled sheepishly. I've really learned a lot today, Song Yuan. From now on, I'll take care of your breakfast. Only the big, simple-minded guy who only half understood what he was hearing remained, and he clenched his fist. From now on, anyone who opposes Song Yuan is opposing me. They're going against our school basketball team. On his first day at the hotel, Song Yuan, who had inexplicably gained 3 new followers, lay in bed and drifted off to sleep peacefully. Song Xingyu was also lying on the Song family's bed. Dorm 405 was a good place that he had arranged for the director after making inquiries around. A big, clumsy guy with a bad temper and no hygiene. A skinny monkey who is sensitive and vindictive. Love is a perpetually neutral, push-over-the-edges good guy who tries to smooth things over. Song Yuan, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Enjoy it slowly. Song Xingyu, imagining Song Yuan living a miserable life in the dormitory, drifted off to sleep with a satisfied expression. Chapter 27 Children abandoned by their parents are just no good. The first day of the new semester. When Song Yuan woke up, the big, clumsy guy was tiptoeing around getting his toothbrush holder. Hearing the sound of someone turning over in bed, the foot he had raised froze in mid-air. Song Yuan got up in a daze, not quite realizing where he was. He looked at the big, silly guy who was awkwardly smiling at him. Song Yuan hummed in response. The big, clumsy guy's face fell. I'm sorry, I tried to be as quiet as possible, but I still woke you up. No. After yawning, Song Yuan also woke up. My alarm clock is on vibrate. The big, clumsy man breathed a sigh of relief and put his raised foot down. I'm going to brush my teeth, it'll be quick. Song Yuan is currently in their dormitory, and his treatment is almost the same as that of a national treasure. A knock came at the door. A loud Wu dialect voice came from outside the door. Song Yuan, are you awake? Enter. 3 male students from the advanced class walked in. Song Yuan looked at Song Yuan, who was wearing black and white panda pajamas, with a bit of curiosity. Is this the adorable side of a top student? Looking at the group of people, Song Yuan was a little puzzled. What's up? Wu Yu and the others had also heard of the big, clumsy guy's reputation and were worried that Song Yuan might be bullied in room 405. I rushed over early this morning to see how he was sleeping. It's nothing. I just wanted to go to class with you. Song Yuan more or less guessed what some of the people meant. Just as I was about to speak, the dormitory door was pushed open again. Zhao Weigua entered the house carrying a bunch of bags and was startled by the people inside. Seeing Wu Yu greet him, he knew she was looking for Song Yuan. Song Yuan, you're awake? I bought porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding, some pancakes, and fried rice with eggs. You can try them one by one and eat whichever one you want. Zhao Ming and I will eat the rest. The boys exchanged glances after hearing this. Oh no. What are they worried about? Are you worried that Emperor Song Yuan isn't living a comfortable life? Of course, Song Yuan couldn't possibly try every single breakfast. I picked out some food that was easy to carry around. Thank you, Brother Gua, this is enough for me. After saying that, he turned around and told Wu Yu and the others to wait a moment. I'll wash up, grab breakfast, and then we'll leave. Since they were all boys, Song Yuan didn't shy away from anything and took off his pajamas in front of everyone. On his fair back, several red marks stood out conspicuously. The boys who saw it were all stunned. Wu Yu even grabbed his arm directly. What happened to your back? The open cabinet allowed Song Yuan to see exactly what the other person was asking. He didn't want to bring up the past anymore, and just mentioned it lightly. He was beaten by my adoptive father. The big, clumsy guy who came out after washing up saw this scene, and his eyes immediately welled up with tears. He lowered his head to hide it, and opened his wardrobe. The other people in the room also fell silent, unlike before. Song Yuan, who had finished dressing and turned around, was startled by the atmosphere. Will we observe a moment of silence? His joke lightened the mood somewhat. At this moment, Song Yuan had no idea of the power of Wu Yu, who was jokingly referred to as the campus loudspeaker. It only took one night. The whole school knew that Song Yuan had marks all over his body from being beaten. Moreover, the rumors became increasingly exaggerated as they spread. People have already heard that Song Yuan's body is covered in steel nails because his adoptive father broke all his bones. The pinned list of campus beauties and hunks on the forum. Song Xingyu, who had dominated the charts for 2 years, was dethroned overnight. From that day on, the name Song Yuan became synonymous with beautiful, strong, and tragic at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. Song Yuan realized something was wrong. It was already during physics class. The teacher, who had originally asked Song Yuan to stand up and explain the problem-solving approach to everyone, suddenly looked kind and loving. Sit down and talk to everyone while you're seated. Not only that, every morning, there are several bottles of milk in my desk. Having no other option, Song Yuan could only stick white paper on his desk after school. Thank you everyone for the milk, I can't finish it all. The next day, the note was placed neatly on the table, covered with words of encouragement. There was still milk on the table. Many of them are fortified with calcium. Song Yuan simply couldn't refuse his classmates' kind offers. With a sudden inspiration, I set up a snack corner at the back of the classroom. It avoids waste and ensures that students who experience increased appetite due to academic pressure during adolescence don't go hungry. This action was observed by the teachers and students. It added another layer of golden light to Song Yuan's body. Just as Song Yuan was enjoying his busy and colorful senior year campus life, an unexpected person came to us. A person in a police uniform walking through the school attracted a lot of attention, especially since the other party was a handsome police officer with a slim waist and long legs. The female student who was daydreaming by the window immediately spotted someone who looked like she had stepped out of an anime. She screamed silently and slapped her deskmate's thigh repeatedly. The students having physical education class on the playground were much luckier, as they could openly look at the police officer. The other party was standing at the entrance of the wedging class. The students inside were no longer paying attention to what the teacher was saying. Teacher, I'm looking for Song Yuan. The teacher turned her attention to Song Yuan. The other person nodded. I know Officer Yang. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement, signaling to Song Yuan. You must report to the director before leaving the school. Looking at the boy who had just gotten a haircut, he seemed even more energetic than when we first met. Yang Chuan patted his head with a hint of approval in his eyes. I'm here today to deliver your award certificate. The bureau is going to write a letter of commendation to your school, and I'd like to ask for your opinion first. He accepted the provincial-level award certificate for bravery and righteousness from Yang Chuan. Song Yuan couldn't help but recall everything that happened that day. He shook his head. Never mind, that day wasn't a good day for me. Yang Chuan knew the boy would make this choice when he arrived, so he wasn't surprised. But there's something else I need to say. After you mentioned it last time, I checked the blood bank and there was no information about you. You haven't registered for a family tracing? For the first time, Yang Chuan saw a bewildered expression on this boy that was typical of his age. Song Yuan was clearly hearing about blood banks for the first time. Collect? Will they look for my biological parents? Yang Chuan nodded. If the other party is also registered in the blood bank, we will make a comparison. At this moment, Song Yuan suddenly felt a sense of trepidation, as if he were returning home. The dean said I was found on the roadside, and that my parents may have deliberately lost me. Halfway through her sentence, her hair was suddenly violently ruffled. Don't overthink it, unless they tell you themselves that they don't want you anymore. The teacher is right. If you need to leave at this time, you need to get the dean of students' signature. Song Yuan didn't want to cause any more trouble. She simply nodded and promised Yang Chuan that she would choose a weekend to collect blood for storage. Yang Chuan, who was also on official business, did not linger. They came in a hurry, and they left in a hurry. A group of students were left behind, running around aimlessly after class. Who took the picture? Did anyone take a picture of that handsome police officer just now? Song Xingyu also heard that the police had come looking for Song Yuan. They will spare no effort to continue smearing him. He must have committed a crime off campus. Otherwise, why would the police be looking for a student? Children abandoned by their parents are no good. Chapter 28. Holy crap, this is untouchable. Song Xingyu's words didn't even get out of the Tsinghua and Peking University class. I don't know when it started, but there were far fewer girls in the class who admired him. It wasn't entirely because of Song Yuan. After all, it's senior year of high school. Who would focus on romance like before? On the blackboard at the back of the classroom, a large countdown was decreasing day by day. The anxiety brought to the senior students of DU No. 1 middle school is increasing. Especially in the Tsinghua and Peking University classes, everyone is working hard towards their dream university. Song Xingyu, who used to study hard, now seems like an oddity among a group of hard-working people. The fast-paced school life means that even Saturdays are filled with classes. Song Yuan was only able to leave school for one day on weekends. The company's game client has been launched. It has been operating smoothly and has received a lot of praise. After all, Song Yuan's strictness was well known within the team, and the testing phase alone exhausted a group of people. The results have been good. Song Yuan, the team leader, disappeared from the company. Newcomers who were curious and waiting to see the big shot asked others for clarification. Is the boss developing a new project in another team? When asked, the colleague tilted her head, recalling that perverted teenager. It gave the newcomers a little shock. He is preparing for the college entrance examination this year. The newcomer tries to rationalize this statement. A college entrance exam simulator? Nobody wants to play that kind of game. My colleague gave the newcomer a knowing look. You'll know once he joins the company. The newlyweds didn't have to wait too long on this day. An ordinary weekend. The entire team was suddenly notified that everyone would have a day off, and the rest day would be changed to Monday. And this newcomer finally met the person she had always wanted to see. What kind of college entrance exam simulator is this? My group leader is really preparing for the college entrance exam. He's not even 18 yet. The newlyweds screamed inwardly, but outwardly. Team leader, this is my work report. After touring the company, Song Yuan presented a new game proposal and left. A group of people were left behind marveling at the sight. Perverted, really perverted. The newcomer couldn't contain his curiosity and went closer. After seeing the complete game design document, he also shook his head. Perverted, really perverted. Song Yuan, who had already left, sat in the car. His gaze flickered away as he looked toward the police station, not far away. Boss, the guards have noticed us. Song Yuan, sitting in the back seat, took a deep breath and got out of the car. He no longer remembers what he said to the other person. He sat down in a chair in a daze. I watched as blood was drawn from the vein in my left arm. And that tiny sampling tube might just lead me to where life comes from. After having his blood drawn, Song Yuan left the police station and sat in the back seat. He was momentarily dazed when the driver asked him where he wanted to go. Let's go back to school. It seems that he has nowhere else to go except for school. That small bed somehow became his home. Unfortunately, his somewhat somber mood didn't last long at all. He had just arrived at the school. The big, clumsy guy, who had been searching for him all day without success, sprinted 800 meters and found him. "Big brother, where did you go? I'm about to play in the finals, hurry up." Song Yuan only had time to utter a confused, "Ah," before the clumsy, big guy grabbed him and started running. "I only found out what was going on when I got to the stadium. Today, DU number 1 middle school arranged a friendly match with Jinyuan middle school next door." The big, clumsy guy hadn't expected Song Yuan to go out today, so he didn't tell him in advance and spent the whole day looking for him. They even sent people to take turns keeping an eye on Song Yuan at the school gate to see when he would return. Song Yuan, panting heavily, asked Zhao Ming in confusion, "Why did he insist on dragging me here?" Zhao Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. "He said he's not good at studying, but he's amazing at sports, and he insisted that you come and see his prowess." Song Yuan, whose heart was racing, was helpless. He sat directly in the seat reserved for the big, clumsy guy. People at Jinyuan Middle School also knew that the big, clumsy guy from DU number 1 middle school was waiting for someone. When I saw that the person sitting on the steps was a boy, they looked at each other in confusion. The team member made a surprising statement. "No way he has this kind of fetish?" Unaware that he had been misunderstood, the big, clumsy guy seemed to have been injected with adrenaline ever since Song Yuan appeared. That was quite a show on the court. The girl next to me almost screamed herself hoarse. Song Yuan, who originally had no interest in these things, unknowingly became fascinated. As the big guy scored, Song Yuan slammed the ball in with both hands, shouting, "Good shot." When they reached the match point, the three roommates disregarded their image and joined the girls next to them in cheering. This round was won convincingly by DU number 1 middle school. However, the students from Jinyuan Middle School were not discouraged, and the two sides high-fived each other and made an appointment to compete again sometime. That's how young people are. They have no fear of losing. Sunday evening was unusually free of evening self-study sessions. A group of people joined hands to find a place to eat. Song Yuan and a few others were also called together. A group of teenagers, seemingly oblivious to the heat, found a barbecue restaurant and sat down at the entrance. Over the years, the big, clumsy guy has become old acquaintances with the middle school next door. Everyone knows her roommates too. Among the group of people, Song Yuan was the only new face. At the prompting of the people next to him, the big, clumsy guy patted his head. I forgot. Let me introduce you all. This is my roommate, Song Yuan." Song Yuan. A boy hissed. That sounds so familiar. He suddenly remembered something and slammed his hand on the table. Second place, always second place, isn't it? The big, clumsy guy was about to go over when Song Yuan quickly grabbed him. He made a joke. "Looks like I'm quite famous. Even Jinyuan has heard of me." The big, clumsy guy pointed directly at the other person. "How can you talk like that? This is my older brother." The other person realized they had said the wrong thing and quickly bowed in apology. "I didn't mean anything by it. Don't misunderstand." The opposing captain gulped down half a bottle of ice water. "I haven't met you, but I've met that top student from your school named Zheng Xingyu a few times." Grass. What a show-off. When the other person mentioned Song Xingyu, their entire face scrunched up. Song Yuan never expected to hear Song Xingyu's name again in this kind of setting. However, he wasn't interested in his past, and just smiled, intending to let the topic pass. But to my surprise, other people became interested. "What? You two have a grudge?" The opposing captain also has a very outgoing personality. When asked, I told them everything. He pointed in midair with his hand and made an exaggerated expression. "Do you guys remember the girl I dated in my second year of high school?" He saw his teammates nod. The captain shook his head. "Damn it, I was dating someone, and he came to the school gate to wait for me. They live in the same neighborhood as his mother. He said he didn't want me to interfere with that girl's studies." The captain got angrier and angrier as he spoke, and at this point, Bang Bang started banging on the table. It was his mother, that woman, who came to find me. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan nearly spat out his water. The boys next to them were already laughing so hard they were practically falling over. "Aren't you going to do anything about this?" The captain felt even more aggrieved. "How could I dare to touch him? If I did, your moral education principal would come and kill me right away. Holy crap, this is someone you can't mess with." The frustrated captain unscrewed the water bottle and drank the other half. Chapter 29 is just so in length. The sky was getting dark. A gust of wind brought a refreshing coolness that made me feel much better. I don't know who started it. My friend. Before they could even finish a single a cappella, it turned into a full chorus. Under the streetlights, the teenagers laughed and sang loudly. One song after another. Nobody talks about ideals. nor do they bother to mention any vague or ethereal ideals. The boys were simply singing and indulging in their own way. They freely expressed their youth. A passing student quietly recorded this moment. Uploaded to the forum. The gods have banished timidity, allowing the youth to live a vibrant and passionate life. At the same time, at the Song family's dinner table, Song Yuchi arrived late. As soon as she sat down, she said to Song Anmin, "Dad, could you arrange a few more acting lessons for me that you arranged before?" Song Anmin looked up. "What acting class? I don't remember that." When Song Yuchi needed her father's help, she even proactively served him a bowl of soup. "It's Professor Oiha's acting class. A period drama that's currently casting has asked her to be their instructor, and I'd like to ask her for a recommendation." Song Anmin was not in favor of her wanting to pursue an acting career. Hearing this, he simply turned cold. "What acting class? I haven't arranged any for you." Chui Wan, standing next to her, firmly believed that her daughter would become a big star sooner or later. He quickly spoke up to mediate. "If my daughter wants to try it, I'll let her try." This left Song Anmin completely baffled. How could I possibly arrange acting lessons for her? Chui Wan knew him well and knew that this was definitely not arranged by Song Anmin. Song Yuchi's delicate face was filled with dissatisfaction. "What's going on?" Song Yuan clearly said that it was his father who arranged the acting class. She muttered a couple of things, then decided she couldn't eat anymore. He threw down his chopsticks and stood up. "I'm going to find him." Seeing her unruly behavior, Song Anmin also threw down the bowl in his hand. "You've spoiled them both so much, they've developed such bad habits." Chui Wan, standing to the side, didn't even turn her head, but just looked at Song Xingyu and put another piece of food on his plate. "What are you looking at? Eat first." She didn't notice that Song Xingyu's hand holding the phone was trembling. "Song Yuan. How could Song Yuan possibly become friends with them so quickly? That's impossible." On the small phone screen, the teenagers, arms around each other, banged on the table and sang. Song Yuan was caught in the crowd. That unrestrained smile stung Song Xingyu's eyes. He saw that Song Xingyu was still looking at her phone. Chui Wan urged him again. "Eat your food first, then play. Hurry up." Song Xingyu angrily pressed the side button, and for a moment the screen went dark. His unwilling face was reflected. "It's just a friendship among a group of naive high school students." It scattered with a gust of wind. He let out a long sigh and turned his attention back to the dining table. "Thank you, Mom." Song Yuchi, who had left first, called Song Yuan several times. Only then did I realize that the other party had indeed blocked me. Filled with inexplicable anger, she disregarded the time and went straight to Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. The conspicuous sports car parked at the school gate attracted a lot of attention. Except for special occasions like school opening and parent-teacher meetings, security guards will not allow vehicles from other areas to enter the school. No matter how expensive, it won't do. Song Yuchi had no choice but to get off the car with a sour face. "Where is Song Yuan? I need to find Song Yuan." The security guard looked puzzled by the question, having heard that he was told to notify the principal and the director. "The first time I met him, a security guard asked him to find a student. The security guard didn't even come out of the guard booth. Today is a rest day. Most students have gone home. You should ask someone to go to their homes to look for them." He saw that the other party showed him no respect whatsoever. Song Yuchi's face turned even uglier. "He doesn't have a home. He's at school. Call him out." The old man slammed the window shut in response. Nerve. She couldn't get through the turnstile at the entrance. She also couldn't do the action of flipping over a turnstile while wearing a miniskirt. She stomped her foot in anger, then suddenly had another idea. Suddenly, he reached out and stopped a female student who was about to enter the school. "Hey classmate, could you help me find Song Yuan and ask him to come out?" The female classmate had neatly combed bangs and looked at the girl with an innocent expression. "Sorry, I don't know Song Yuan." Song Yuchi could only withdraw her hand and cross her arms. With a helpless expression that looked down on his worthless self, he said, "Let's go, let's go." What she didn't know was that the girl she stopped turned around and her expression changed completely. He quickly took out his phone and snapped a photo as Song Yuchi turned around. It was posted in the class group. "Protect our Song Yuan. The Song family is causing trouble again." Yes. After Song Xingyu stopped Song Yuan from saying some nonsense, some of the students in the Leap Forward class secretly held a meeting behind Song Yuan's back. The meeting determined a battle plan centered on protecting Song Yuan. Duration unknown. The details of the operation are unclear. The ultimate goal is unclear. The only thing that's clear is that we must never let Song Yuan be left isolated and helpless. Song Yuan, who was still playing around with the big, silly guy and his group of friends, was completely unaware of all this. Song Yuchi stopped two girls who didn't recognize Song Yuan. Finally, she put her mind to it and decided to target the boys. She then stopped the next male student who was about to enter the school. The boy's clothes were hardly clean, so much so that Song Yuchi couldn't help but cover her nose with her hand. "Hey classmate, could you help me find Song Yuan?" The boy had noticed her long ago. Who doesn't love beautiful women? But looking at Song Yuchi's undisguised expression of disgust, he suppressed that faint liking. He deliberately looked Song Yuchi up and down. His gaze lingered on her long, white legs for a moment. He knew where Song Yuan was, but there was no need to tell this person. "Okay, I'll help you look for it. You wait here." Song Yuchi was quite naive. She actually believed what he said offhand. "Then tell him to hurry up." The boy smiled. "Okay, you just wait." This wait lasted for half an hour. Song Yuchi already had 2 mosquito bites on her legs. She was so angry that she had cursed Song Yuan countless times in her mind over the past half hour. Just as she was about to go crazy and cause trouble for the security guards again, the group of young men, having eaten and drunk their fill, finally returned home together. "I heard that in a few weeks, we'll have to have evening self-study sessions on Sunday nights too." The boys on the school team all let out a dissatisfied "ah" upon hearing this. "We athletes don't need to go, right?" It is said to be all senior high school students. A group of people were chatting when they suddenly bumped into each other. "Holy crap, what a gorgeous girl. Beautiful lady, beautiful lady." Song Yuan strolled leisurely behind the group, showing no interest in the beautiful women they were talking about. Zhao Ming, however, acted like a dutiful younger brother, never leaving anything good for his boss. "Brother Yuan, there's a pretty girl over there." Song Yuchi. Although the lights weren't bright enough, Song Yuan recognized the figure at a glance. Zhao Ming, of course, heard what he said. "Song Xingyu's sister?" Upon closer inspection, it's just so-so in appearance. As he spoke, he cleverly pulled Zhao Weiguo over and made Song Yuan walk on the inside, even with his incredibly fast reaction time. However, Song Yuchi, who had turned her head, still saw Song Yuan. She kicked a stone at her feet and shouted Song Yuan's name. She hadn't even gotten close to Song Yuan yet. Suddenly, a group of boys and girls ran out of the school and surrounded Song Yuan, calling out his name. Song Yuchi couldn't even get close to Song Yuan, let alone talk to him. Chapter 30, I'm still more used to you looking down on me. This unexpected turn of events surprised Song Yuchi. Song Yuan himself was startled. "Letty? Zhao Qi, what are you doing?" The girl directly opposite him adjusted her baseball cap. "The Song family is here to cause you trouble again. Don't worry, with the Song Yuan guard team here, your safety will be guaranteed." Surrounded by the crowd, Song Yuan was speechless. "Thank you so much, everyone." "You're welcome. They're all classmates." And so Song Yuchi watched helplessly as Song Yuan was surrounded by a group of people and entered the school, so angry that her eyes welled up with tears on the spot. When she called his name again, her voice was trembling with tears. "Song Yuan." If others saw this, they would probably be heartbroken for such a beautiful woman. At the same time, he cursed the man who made the beautiful woman shed tears. Song Yuan naturally wouldn't let his classmates down, and he didn't want to get involved with the Song family either. He simply waved to the person behind him without turning his head. Pity. Song Yuchi is a person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. I suffered a great loss at Song Yuan's hands on the first day. The next day, still unwilling to give up, they came to Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. This time, however, she was smarter. Before coming, I contacted the head of the grade. When the head of the grade led me into the school, I even gave the gatekeeper a dirty look. The old man adjusted his glasses and fanned himself with a palm leaf fan, completely unaffected. "Miss Song is here to see Xingyu. This child is truly a rare talent in the past few years of moral education." Song Yuchi was too lazy to waste words with him and got straight to the point. "I'm here to see Song Yuan." The director choked for a moment, then shut his mouth with an "oh." The Song family is really hard to please. First they kicked Song Yuan, this fake young master, out of the house, and now they're coming to find him again. This puts me, a poor director, in the middle, caught in the middle and in a difficult position. The director inwardly complained, but outwardly maintained a fawning demeanor. Song Yuan, who was in the middle of a Chinese class, was called out like that. Song Yuan's guards clenched their fists in exasperation. Hate. At this moment, they can't do anything but solve problems. Song Yuchi stood outside the corridor with her arms crossed, her breathing somewhat labored due to the heat. They spoke in an accusatory tone from the very first word. "What's the deal with Oiha's acting class? Dad said he didn't arrange any." He never expected that his fake sister would come to him for this reason. Although Song Yuchi studied piano at a music academy, she aspired to be an actress. For people who have not received systematic training, to go straight for an important role is nothing short of wishful thinking. However, Song Yuqi couldn't bear the hardship of playing minor roles. A few months ago, Song Yuan arranged for Song Yuqi to attend acting classes for a period of time in the name of Song Anmin. No one else knew about this. Oh, it was my arrangement. There's no need to come specifically to thank me. Song Yuqi did not believe Song Yuan's explanation at all. Impossible. I've inquired about it. OE's training courses don't recruit students publicly at all. Even her father couldn't get in touch with her. How could you possibly do it? Song Yuan, who was being questioned, naturally had no desire to explain. He simply shrugged and looked indifferent when he heard the other person's rebuttal. You're right, so why did you come to see me? A single sentence jolted Song Yuqi awake from her rut. Yes, her goal today is to continue attending classes with teacher Oiha. She tried to contact teacher O again last night, but he still didn't reply to any messages. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for Song Yuan again. Once she regained consciousness, Song Yuqi was at a loss for what to do. His eyes darted around for a moment, then his arrogant expression returned. I don't care how you contacted teacher O, I want to attend a few more classes now. You can contact him. Song Yuan deliberately made a gesture of picking his ear. What did you say? This appearance made Song Yuqi jump up in anger again. I will give you every penny of the money. Song Yuan was genuinely amused by her shamelessness. Do you want me to help you recall? You said it yourself, that even Uncle Song couldn't contact teacher O, so how could I possibly contact him? You should find someone else who is more skilled. As he spoke, he turned to go back to the classroom for class. But how could Song Yuqi, who was behind him, let him go? She instinctively reached out and grabbed Song Yuan's arm. The moment their skin touched, she realized how slender her former brother's wrist was. A slightly cool temperature came from my hands in this hot summer. The moment the other person's dark eyes looked over, she guiltily let go of his hand. Song Yuqi was a smart woman, and she knew when to show weakness. Xiao Yuan, no matter who you've asked, please help your sister this time. I promise you, I will go back and beg mom and dad to let you return to the Song family. We are still family after all, aren't we? Upon hearing her words, Song Yuan wanted to give her a thumbs up. The Song family line truly embodies the ancestral ability to be flexible and adaptable. He stood there looking at Song Yuqi, who looked pitiful. Song Yuqi, I'm still more used to the way you look down on me. After all, I've been watching it for over a decade. His words did not change Song Yuqi's mind. She continued to strive for it. Xiao Yuan, you must have some misunderstanding about your sister. I promise you, I will treat you well from now on. Song Yuan sneered and took a step forward with a mocking expression. His manner made Song Yuqi, who was still pretending, involuntarily step back and try to avoid him. This action directly exposed what Song Yuqi had just said. This time, Song Yuan didn't say anything more to her. I don't care about the Song family. Stop bothering me. The stubborn boy turned and went back to the classroom. All that was left was Song Yuqi, who had made a wasted trip and achieved nothing. As she walked downstairs in her high heels, muttering curses, she lost her footing and twisted her ankle. With a scream, her hatred for Song Yuan intensified. I refuse to believe it. I can't get into this production crew without Oiha. The students in the classroom were all straining to hear. If you want to hear if there's any noise in the hallway, ask the teacher to come out and stop it immediately. Wu Yu's ears are pressed against the wall. The person next to him tugged at him. Don't make a sound, let me listen again. His deskmate pinched his thigh in exasperation. They've all come back. When Song Yuan entered the classroom, the Chinese teacher was calling on students to stand up and translate a poem. They directly named Song Yuan. Looking at Song Yuan, who seemed completely unaffected, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. They're clearly a group of high school students, but they've developed a desire to raise a son. Before anyone could even gossip about why the Song family was looking for Song Yuan again, the homeroom teacher came in and tapped the blackboard to signal everyone to be quiet. The sycophants in the front row sized up Fan Simming. Teacher, that aligned skirt is so pretty, it makes your waist look so slim. That made her laugh. Everyone, please be quiet. I have some information to announce. After discussion by the education committee, it was decided to conduct a joint examination with 5 high schools in the surrounding area, including Jinyuan Middle School and No. 2 Middle School in the district. Schools exchange invigilators and grade papers. Anyone who dares to embarrass our class in the joint exam, watch out for your skin. The homeroom teacher spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone. The boy who had just complimented her dress was pinching her philtrum. A slim waist is useless, what matters is good character. The chalk was thrown directly at his head. Chapter 31 Yu Song family members are the most rude. Even if students cry out in despair, it cannot change the fact that it's a joint entrance exam. The day I received the notification, all the senior high school students were dejected. Song Xingyu, a student from Tsinghua and Peking University, felt her heart race, but she maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Sitting behind and to the side of him, Fong Duo looked at his profile and became infatuated again. Xingyu is so handsome. The girl in the row in front of Song Xingyu turned around and said, I'll definitely have to study hard before the 5-school joint exam this time. The pressure is immense. Song Xingyu planned to extend her study time until 1 a.m. But he replied verbally, it's just a regular monthly exam. No need to work too hard. After he finished speaking, he saw envious looks on the girl's face. Is this the difference between a top student and a slacker? I have to study until 10 p.m. every night just to barely maintain my current grades. Song Siyu continued to smile. After all, we are still growing, so getting enough sleep is also very important. Fong Duo, who was watching the two chatting happily from the side and behind, rolled her eyes repeatedly with a dissatisfied expression. A passing classmate looked at her with concern. Are your eyes okay? Did you get sand in them? Fong Duo gave a fake smile and stood up to stand next to Song Xingyu. He said it in a rather loud voice. Xingyu, my mom invited you to our house this weekend. You promised to come to the dinner party last time, but haven't come yet. I could feel the gazes of those around me. I overheard my classmates whispering about something like a dinner party. Song Xingyu straightened her back even more and looked at Fong Duo with admiration. Okay, I will definitely go. Fong Duo returned to her seat like a victorious general. For families of such social standing as the Song and Fong families, most of their children attend elite private schools or foreign language schools. Under the guise of training their son, the Song family sent Song Yuan to the public moral education No. 1 middle school. However, by a twist of fate, the Fong family came to believe in his family's educational philosophy. Fong Duo was also brought in so the two of them could keep each other company. Fong Duo always treated her classmates with a somewhat aloof attitude. Her classmates considered her someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Now that Song Xingyu has joined the fray, it's become unapproachable, *2. These two, however, have an inflated sense of self-importance. They hadn't yet noticed that their classmates were gradually distancing themselves from them. The joint entrance examination instantly instilled a sense of crisis in students who had just entered their senior year of high school. The key difference is that the lights-out time for dormitory 405 has been extended by 1 hour. Of course, this has no impact on Song Yuan. He still lay down to rest before 9 o'clock as usual. Under his guidance, Zhao Ming could feel that he had made great progress in his studies. However, the extent of actual progress still needs to be verified through examinations. In this atmosphere, the physical education teacher, who is frail and often ill, has been given a full schedule of classes. This was the first time in over a decade that Song Yuan had experienced such a rare and comfortable life. No need to act. You don't have to live by other people's approval. They also receive plenty of care and love. If only the Song family could disappear from this world completely. The Song family members are like a relay race. After driving away Song Yuqin came. Song Yuan, who was called out during class time again, had reached the limit of his tolerance for the Song family. When he saw Song Yuqin, he retorted before she could even speak. Will your Song family ever stop? How about this? I'll find someone, and we'll go to the police station to change the adoption agreement. Don't bother me again. Song Yuqin, who had hoped to have a proper discussion with him, was unexpectedly met with a barrage of angry rebukes before she could even explain her purpose. Her brows were so furrowed they could trap a passing fly. Song Yuan, mind your manners. That same phrase again. You Song family members are the least cultured. Looking at this older sister whom I once respected. At this moment, Song Yuan felt absolutely no respect for him. Your younger brother is in the Tsinghua Peking University class. If you're looking for him, please go straight ahead. After all, Song Yuqin, who was a few years older, restrained her urge to curse. She looked at Song Yuan in a kind and gentle tone. I've come to see you today because I have something important to discuss. Song Yuan crossed his arms, eager to hear what important business this older sister had to offer. Grandpas will bequeath 5% of the Song Group's shares to you, and you sell them to me. I will transfer the money to your account in installments. He watched as Song Yuqin, with a serious expression, talked to him about the stock she held. Song Yuan was laughing so hard, he almost cried. Song Yuqin, you consider yourself the smartest person in the Song family. Didn't you even use your brain to think about this? Song Yuqin frowned as she looked at Song Yuan, who was laughing at something she couldn't understand. I just felt like he had gone mad. Song Yuan finished laughing and looked up. How could your parents possibly put the stocks in my name when they knew I was adopted? After my grandfather passed away, the stocks were transferred to Chui Wan's name. Looking at Song Yuqin, whose expression was surprised but not unexpected, Song Yuan added a sentence. I've been telling you all along that I'm no match for you, and now you believe me? After Song Yuan returned to the classroom, Song Yuqin stood there for a long time. Many images flashed before her eyes. My mother had a serious illness, and afterwards she disliked my younger brother somewhat. Upon closer examination, the illness was actually caused by the real young master of the Song family going missing. Song Yuan took Song Xingyu's place and came to the Song family. As the eldest sister, she adored her younger brother, who was quite a bit younger than her. The little child was fair and tender, like a glutinous rice ball. He never caused trouble for his family. Later, after graduating from university, she joined the Song group. I always hear those collateral relatives of the Song family saying that the Song family position should still be passed on to a boy. She has already tried her best. In 3 years, he rose from the grassroots to a senior position. She has worked in most of the different positions. She even worked on a factory assembly line for 6 months. But when others praise her, they always add a comment. It's a pity it's a girl. Yes, everything in the Song family belongs to her younger brother. She began to distance herself from Song Yuan. Even though Song Yuan repeatedly emphasized that he would not take his elder sister's things. But it was as if someone had covered her eyes and plugged her ears. Looking at her past self, she began to use whatever methods she could within her capabilities. She arranged a family trip, leaving young Song Yuan at home with the nanny. The car drove out of the Song residence and turned a corner, leaving that small figure behind. Years later, she used the same trick again. However, this time, he really lost the younger brother he had watched grow up. The sudden ringing of the school bell interrupted Song Yuqin's train of thought. She gently wiped away the few drops of water that had welled up in the corners of her eyes. She casually slung the bag over her wrist, turned around, and walked down one floor. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind me. A group of crazy kids rushed out of the classroom. It's like a farm suddenly releasing food. Fortunately, Song Yuqin dodged quickly, otherwise she would have been knocked flying. She stood obediently by the wall, waiting for everyone to leave before going downstairs. At that moment, the boy's voice came from behind again. Song Yuqin, I can help you with that business deal you mentioned. What's so great about Chapter 32? The boy's face was clearly visible as he stood high up, bathed in sunlight. At this moment, Song Yuqin still had the mind to think about whether it looked like the real thing. Song Yuan does not look like a member of the Song family. His facial features are more defined. Even in a regular school uniform, and with a simple buzz cut, he was still much better looking than the Song family members. Can you do it? Song Yuan walked downstairs step by step. They walked from the sunlit spot to the shady place where Song Yuqin was. I can help you buy the Song family stocks, but the price will be higher than the market price. Good. This is also why Song Yuan used to like this older sister. She was much more decisive than the rest of the Song family. If it were any other member of the Song family, they would definitely want to know the truth right now. What connections does he have to do something like this? Song Yuqin, however, was different. She only cared about the outcome. The attitude towards major clients is different from that towards the Song family. Song Yuan took the initiative to extend his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. The instant Song Yuqin's hand touched it, a surprised voice came from behind. Big sister? What are you doing here? Upon hearing Song Xingyu's voice, Song Yuan didn't even turn his head. See you later. He left behind just 2 simple words, turned around, and went downstairs. Song Xingyu, who was behind her, naturally saw the 2 of them shaking hands and hurriedly ran down. Big sister, did you come to see me? Why was Song Yuan stopping you? Looking at his younger brother, who seemed to have a lot on his mind but whose thoughts were written all over his face. Song Yuqin sighed almost imperceptibly. Happen. Sensitive Song Xingyu didn't believe her 2 casual words and tentatively chatted with her older sister for a few minutes. Big sister, did you come looking for me? I saw you were about to go downstairs just now. Your classmates have all gone to the cafeteria, and I thought you should be there too, so I was planning to walk downstairs. Both siblings had smiles on their faces. Their words revealed a lot of hidden motives. That night, Song Yuqin, who was still working overtime at the company, received a message from Song Yuan. The above is a phone number. Her reply to Song Yuan's text message failed to send again. Having achieved her goal, Song Yuqin wouldn't care about such trivial matters. She opened Song Yuan's text message and called him. After briefly removing Song Yuqin from his blacklist and sending her a message, Song Yuan added her back to his blacklist. After doing all this, Song Yuan, thinking about the large sum of money that would soon be coming into his account, looked at his phone with obvious joy in his eyes. Zhao Ming nudged Zhao Weiguo with his shoulder. Is Yuan Ji's heart fluttering with romantic feelings? Zhao Wei was slowly shook his head. Women will only slow down Brother Yuan's pin-drawing speed. Song Yuanren, who was on the upper bunk, peeked out from behind his phone. The two who were still being arrogant suddenly squeezed together. I didn't understand this during the day. Did you explain this part? I took notes. When Song Yuan's second uncle and aunt also came to the school to look for him, he belatedly realized that it wasn't the Song family who had suddenly dug him out of some hidden corner to cause trouble. Rather, something really happened to the Song family. Compared to the younger generation of the Song family, the second uncle and aunt were much friendlier to Song Yuan. There had been no prior conflict between the two sides, and Song Yuan's attitude towards them had improved considerably. Lunch break. Inside a coffee shop outside the school, Aunt Song first handed Song Yuan a bag. I didn't know what you young people like to eat, so I bought some snacks for you based on your brother's preferences. Song Yuan accepted the offer without refusing the other party's kindness. Thank you, second aunt. Song Anya and his wife had also heard about this adopted son raised by the Song family, who had completely broken away from the Song family after the banquet. The three of them were sitting together, and it was somewhat awkward. Song Yuan knew they wouldn't come looking for him without a reason. He took the initiative to speak. Second uncle, please feel free to say whatever you want to say. Although I am not a child of the Song family, I am grateful for my second uncle's past care and will certainly tell you everything I know. The couple looked at each other and sighed. The Song family's affairs have nothing to do with a child like you. But I feel really bad if I don't ask my uncle clearly. Song Yuan poured tea into the other person's water glass, gesturing for them to continue. The stocks your grandfather inherited from you aren't with you, are they? Song Yuan nodded, having already guessed that the other party had come for the same reason. Yes. The stock transfer wasn't done after Song Xingyu returned, was it? Yes. Upon hearing his answer, Uncle Song sighed and covered his face. He rubbed his forehead up and down. In the time that followed, Song Yuan heard some unknown stories about the Song family's past. For some reason, the next generation of the Song family all had daughters. Not to mention that Song Anmin had 3 daughters in a row. Song Anya also had 2 girls in his first 2 pregnancies. This caused the old-fashioned Mr. Song to develop a deep-seated obsession with having a grandson, almost to the point of developing a mental block. They didn't even consider the brother's abilities. They openly declared that someone had given birth to a boy first. Whoever inherits the Song family business will be able to do so. Meanwhile, both of Song's daughters-in-law became pregnant. I don't know if it was just a cruel twist of fate. Chui Wan gave birth to Song Xingyu. My aunt suffered a miscarriage and was told by the hospital that she would have difficulty conceiving again. 5 years later, under the supervision of Grandpa Song. With the handover of power, Song Anmin became the president of the Song group as he had wished. 5 years later, Mr. Song, who was over 90 years old and increasingly confused, passed away. At that time, Song Yuan was the only male member of the Song family. He is also the only descendant among the 3 generations to inherit a portion of the shares. Ironically, her second aunt later gave birth to a boy as well. If it's because I'm incompetent at work, I'll accept it. I will accept the birth of my eldest brother's son. But he himself lost his child and managed to keep it a secret from the family instead of looking for him, bringing back a fake like you. He even managed to get his father to give him the company, and you've become his favorite. When Uncle mentioned counterfeit goods, Auntie quickly smiled apologetically at Song Yuan. Song Yuan shook his head to indicate that he was all right. After hearing all of this, Song Yuan just found it hilarious. He thought Song Anmin and Chui Wan loved their son very much. That's all there is to it. If Song Xingyu knew that she had been wandering outside for more than 10 years and had not even left Haiqing, the reason why the Song family was never found was it was simply because Song Anmin wanted to ensure that he could inherit the Song family business safely and securely. Will he still be so proud of being the young master of the Song family? Song Anmin was so callous. Even his own son was part of his scheme. Perhaps it's because they're willing. After all, his second uncle and aunt came to him today to ask for the reason. This is because the Song family has decided to combine Chui Wan's 10% stake with the 10% stake Song Anmin takes from his 30% stake. A total of 20% of the Song group's shares were given to Song Xingyu as his coming-of-age ceremony. Uncle Song, who had devoted half his life to the group, barely managed to hold 20% of the shares. The young master of the Song family, who was found, will immediately own 20% of the shares without having to do anything. This left Song Anya in a very difficult position. Looking at her second uncle's sad expression and her second aunt's tearful eyes, Song Yuan softly asked what was on his mind. What's so great about the Song family that we should rob them? Chapter 33 Learning is fast. The 2 elders paused for a moment. Song Anya assumed he was just a kid who didn't understand anything and waved his hand dismissively. Looking at the time, it was almost time for class. Song Yuan stood up. There's really nothing worth robbing from the Song family. The boy tilted his head and mentally calculated his assets. Give me a few more years, and I can buy the Song family. He thought it to himself, but didn't say it aloud. He simply picked up the bag next to him. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. I'm going to class now. Auntie smiled wryly. Good boy, go quickly. Song Yuan, who was about to leave the table, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and asked a suggestive question. Second uncle, can you control the group with just 20% of the shares? Of course not. After Song Anya subconsciously retorted with a rebuttal. Watching the boy's departing figure, I carefully pondered his words. Of course, 20% is not enough to control the board of directors. But his eyes gradually brightened. After Song Anmin distributed the shares to his son, he and his son each held 20% of the shares in the Song group. Thinking about the recent improvement policies that Song Yuqin proposed within the group despite her father's objections. Is the Song family really as stable as Song Anmin thinks? Song Anya, who was gradually considering joining forces with other shareholders, looked once again at the child who had left. The other person's figure had gradually disappeared behind the school gate. Song Anmin. Perhaps he has driven away his smartest child. Song Yuan rushed back to the classroom 2 minutes before the school bell rang. I also put the snacks that my second uncle and aunt bought in the snack corner at the back of the classroom. The boy, back in his seat, had a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. The girl at the next table quietly handed him a tissue. Song Yuan, who was panting heavily, took the tissue box, turned around, and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome. The girl lowered her head to hide her shyness. The scream inside my head was so loud it almost deafened me. Song Yuan's smile is so handsome. In early autumn, the sound of students reading aloud drifted through the window. It chased away the last bit of summer heat. Thanks to the efforts of all teachers and students, Moral Education No. 1 Middle School held its first joint examination for senior high school students. The exam time and number of questions are exactly the same as the college entrance examination. Looking at the exam schedule issued by the school, students who thought they had plenty of time to prepare for the exam changed their minds when they received the test papers. This is difficult. Isn't that a bit too high? The 2-day test is over. A group of students leaving the examination hall looked as if their life force had been sucked away by a monster. Except for the big, dumb guy. Zhao Ming collapsed onto his desk as soon as he got back to his dorm. The big, clumsy guy seemed to be warming up as if nothing had happened, preparing to go to the court for a while later. You didn't just scribble something on your test, did you? The big, clumsy guy finished a few push-ups and stood up. Of course not. I wrote down everything I knew, and for the ones I didn't know, I just guessed based on what Song Yuan taught me. My main goal was to earn a hard-earned point. Zhao Ming gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. I've only ever heard of earning hard-earned money, never hard-earned bonuses. Zhao Ming didn't slack off for long, less than half an hour. I felt much more energetic. He sat in a chair with his legs crossed. We have a day off tomorrow. Shall we go out and have some fun tonight? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei was subconsciously looked at Song Yuan. He scratched his temples. Bringing Song Yuan along? That's not a good idea. Zhao Ming clicked his tongue. Brother Yuan is so old now. There are some things he should be exposed to earlier. They watched as the group exchanged knowing glances and spoke in riddles. Song Yuan slowly put down his phone. I'm starting to seriously consider it. Should we call the police and arrest them to prevent them from going astray? Throughout the journey with Zhao Ming, Song Yuan was constantly preparing himself mentally. This isn't betraying your brothers, it's doing the people a favor. Until Zhao Ming led him to the internet cafe. Song Yuan's face was filled with speechlessness. Is this what you call playing around? Zhao Ming nodded repeatedly. Internet cafe? You've definitely never been to one before. Come on, let me show you a whole new world. Song Yuan opened his mouth, but only managed a weak Go in. He has indeed never been to an internet cafe. He didn't even know how to use the internet. So Zhao Ming helped him set up the machine and then sat down next to him. You don't have an account, right? I'll borrow one for you, and then you can search for tutorials first. The other player is playing a 5v5 competitive game. That's not the direction Song Yuan and his team are researching. However, he had some understanding of it before, so he wasn't completely ignorant. It only took Zhao Ming a very short time to understand the operating rules before he even logged in. Just tell him he's ready. At this point, Zhao Ming still only regarded him as a novice. She smiled foolishly at him. No wonder you're a top student. You learn things so fast. I'll carry you through the game later. After logging in, Song Yuan found that there were only 3 people in his team, including himself. Aren't you going to wait for them? Zhao Ming clicked match. Zhao Weiguo doesn't like this kind of thing. Don't worry about his guilds and stuff. Hearing the word union piqued Song Yuan's curiosity. However, he felt that since the game he developed had only recently been launched, Zhao Weiguo probably wouldn't have a chance to play it at school. I was lost in thought when the music started playing. Song Yuan chose the hero he liked and carefully read the descriptions of the opponent's skills. Zhao Ming glanced at his computer from the side. You chose jungle? Then I'll build tank. Your role is a bit difficult to play, but it's not a big problem. I'll protect you. A few minutes later. Brother Yuan on the way. I have 30 seconds left to respawn. Bro, you hold on. Brother Yuan, save me. The game is over. They were defeated, and defeated badly. The MVP on the results screen was none other than Song Yuan, who was playing the game for the first time. The enemy jungler picked the same character. Song Yuan frowned slightly as he watched the video replay. So, it can be done this way. The big, clumsy guy at the other computer slammed his mouse down and ran over. Holy crap, Song Yuan, is this really your first time playing? Hearing his question, Song Yuan nodded. It's quite interesting. The big, clumsy man's gaze towards him was no longer one of admiration, but rather one of worship. Brother Yuan, I know nothing about your power. After watching the video, Song Yuan stretched his wrists. Let's play the next round, I think I get it. Upon hearing this, the big, clumsy guy immediately returned to his camera position. Actually, they only occasionally go out to surf the internet. They're a bunch of noobs. You're lucky if you can win 2 or 3 games in a whole night. So they lost 3 games in a row, but no one seemed to have any particular feelings about it. In the 4th game, Song Yuan suddenly turned on his microphone. Turn on the team voice chat. He couldn't guarantee the skill level of the randomly matched random strangers, but he had some idea of the skill level of his 2 teammates. Competitive games are never about brute force to win. The next few rounds were an experience Zhao Ming and the big guy had never had before in their gaming careers. Not only did they continue their winning streak, even Zhao Ming got a quadra kill. Brother Yuan, please accept my bow. The sudden noise behind him startled Song Yuan. Chapter 34. I heard you're pretty good at jungling. When Song Yuan turned around, he found that he had been surrounded from behind. There were a few familiar faces among them, students from Jinyuan Middle School. It was already quite unexpected for everyone to see Song Yuan in an internet cafe, so I quietly stood behind him to see what game he was playing. Unexpectedly, this sight completely impressed me with Song Yuan's display of skill. One of the boys looked at him slyly. Wow, you're quite the academic star. You must have played a lot of games. Before Song Yuan could reply, the big, clumsy guy came over and started blowing on it for him. Can you believe it? This is Song Yuan's first time playing this. You're bragging. That's a bit of an exaggeration, bro. Seeing that no one believed him, the big, clumsy guy tugged at Zhao Ming. Ask him if this is Song Yuan's first time playing this game. Zhao Ming was still happily looking at his battle record. He looked up with a silly smile after being pulled like that. 5 consecutive wins. Have they played 5 more games? Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Song Yuan glanced at the time in the lower right corner. They came in around 6 o'clock. Before I knew it, it was almost 10 o'clock. If we stay any later, we won't be able to get back to school. Just as he was about to call a few people to go back to the dormitory, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. I've locked the door. No one's allowed to run away. Zhao Ming and the big, clumsy guy exchanged a glance and exclaimed, oh no. Song Yuan, quick-witted and nimble, switched to the web page in just a few seconds. When the head of the teaching department walked over, the monitor displays a math function problem. Song Yuan spoke calmly. Now, I will tell you about the second solution. First, draw an auxiliary line at this position. The moment the head of the teaching department saw Song Yuan and his computer screen, not only was he stunned, the students surrounding them were all dumbfounded. Pity. The plan failed. The computer screen of my teammate next to me was just too conspicuous. Zhao Ming, Xiao Yuanzhou, Zhao Weiguo, Wen Xinian, the 8 of you, and Song Yuan. Each person must write a 3,000-word self-criticism. They will read it during the flag-raising ceremony a week later. A group of people were lectured for half an hour downstairs in the boys' dormitory. On the way back to my room after being released, Zhao Ming and the others bumped shoulders with each other, none of them daring to speak to Song Yuan first. They're used to being arrested. It's not uncommon for people to make a self-criticism in front of the whole school. But for Song Yuan, a top student. But it was the first time in my life that I had ever done this before. Everyone was afraid of hurting the good student's self-esteem and didn't know how to start a conversation with him. Song Yuan, who was walking, suddenly exclaimed. This startled Zhao Ming, who was lurking behind him. He turned his head. Hurry, hurry, the water's going to be cut off at 11 o'clock. After spending half a day in the internet cafe, the group, reeking of cigarette smoke, were reminded and rushed back to their dormitory. I quickly took a shower before the water was cut off. Song Yuan was drying his hair when he came out. Then I heard the big, clumsy guy give an apology in a simple-minded way. "I'm sorry, Song Yuan." Song Yuan paused for a moment. "Did you touch my towel?" "No, I didn't. I'm sorry that I made you write a self-criticism with us today." Only then did he belatedly realize that something was wrong with some of the people. Song Yuan walked to his desk. "So what? It's not like you kidnapped me. But you guys really have to help me out. I've never actually written a self-criticism before." He seemed genuinely indifferent. Zhao Ming smiled too. "Don't worry, Brother Yuan, I'll write yours. You can just copy it. I have experience with this." The next day was arrest day. However, news of Song Yuan's arrest at the internet cafe was leaked by an insider. It spread throughout the campus at an extremely fast pace. Song Xingyu was accompanying the Song family to visit the Fong family. I saw that candid photo of a row of boys standing together being reprimanded by the principal. Turn the screen brightness to maximum. As the car turned, he deliberately let his hand shake and dropped his phone onto Chui Wan, who was standing next to him. "Be careful, son." Chui Wan saw the photo, but because the lighting was too dim, she only glanced at it before handing it to Song Xingyu. Then she heard Song Xingyu say, "Mom, did you see that? Don't be angry. Song Yuan must have been forcibly taken there." His words made Chui Wan turn her attention back to her phone. Upon zooming in, Song Yuan was indeed seen standing in the middle. "What are they doing?" Song Xingyu took her phone. A group of them went to an internet cafe after their exams and were caught by the head of the teaching department. Upon hearing that it was such a trivial matter, Song Anmin immediately turned his head to look out the window. Chui Wan, on the other hand, has always been quite attentive to her child's education. Hearing this, he shook his head helplessly. All those years of discipline have been in vain. They've only been gone for a month, and they've already fallen into such a state. It's not my child after all, so be it. Looking at Chui Wan's tightly furrowed brows, Song Xingyu reached out at the opportune moment and gently massaged her temples. "Don't worry too much. Everyone has their own destiny. This is Song Yuan's destiny." Song Yuan was helping Zhao Weiguo sort out his problem-solving ideas in the dormitory. Little did they know that Song Xingyu was still sparing no effort to smear him in front of the Song family. If he knew, he would definitely tell Song Xingyu not to bother. That garbage dump belonging to the Song family. He had no interest in competing with Song Xingyu. The head of the teaching department caught me using the internet. It inexplicably resembles a signal. This brought Song Yuan, who had always been somewhat mysterious among his classmates, down from his pedestal. Several boys gathered around after the first class ended. "Brother Yuan, I heard you've been dominating the game since you first started playing. When are you going to take me with you?" The person next to him chimed in. "That's right, we shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. We can't just hang out with people from other classes. Brother Yuan, what's your game ID? I'd like to add you." No sooner had he finished speaking than his ear was grabbed. "Do you need me to give you my game ID? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Upon seeing Fan Simming appear, the group of people who had come to join the fun scattered in a panic. She tapped on Song Yuan's table. "Come to my office." A few boys were gloating behind me. "Farewell, Brother Yuan. Please have mercy, Sister Ming." In the office of the Senior 3 group, Fan Simming is a rare young teacher. I saw her go out and bring Song Yuan back. The other teachers put down what they were holding and secretly watched the teacher and student, eager to see what happened. Unexpectedly, Fan Simming's first words were, "I heard you're pretty good at jungling." The physics teacher, who was drinking water, choked and coughed violently. "Generally speaking, I haven't had time to study the gameplay in detail yet." They were talking. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 also called Zhao Ming and a few others to the office. Several people were caught by the head of the teaching department. Their class has the most students. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 was severely scolded during the morning assembly. After calling a few people into the office, he completely ignored what the other teachers were doing. He started yelling and cursing loudly. "You guys are very proud, aren't you? They've all been pre-selected by Tsinghua and Peking universities. They can get into Ocean University of China with their eyes closed." The boys kept their heads down and remained silent. Fan Simming tried to speak to Song Yuan several times. They were all overwhelmed by the angry homeroom teacher of Class 8. The other person's words became increasingly offensive, and Fan Simming looked at Song Yuan, who had his head down. Suddenly I was stunned. Don't think that she's going to scold people like the homeroom teacher of Class 8. Fan Simming frowned. During a lull in the Class 8 homeroom teacher's tirade, he finally found an opportunity to speak. "The pressure of this joint exam is high, so it's okay to relax a bit. But you have to be careful about the time and place, and you absolutely cannot get addicted. Zhao Ming and the others heard her reprimand. She secretly glanced at Song Yuan, who had also been called to the office. Hang in there, Yuan Gu. However, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 suddenly let out a cold snort. Young teachers simply lack experience. Chapter 35 High School Students' Happiness is so limited. Song Yuan had remained silent since entering the office. He looked up when he heard the other person's pointed remark. Teacher, I think this kind of game is good for developing our teamwork skills, developing our ability to adapt to changing circumstances, and also helps us hone our willpower through repeated competitions, so that we are not arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. These words were well reasoned and supported by evidence, and the speaker was very confident. He even winked at Fan Simming. This made Fan Simming, who had been mocked for no reason, laugh. Why don't you tell the director this? Maybe he'll exempt you from giving a self-criticism at the flag-raising ceremony. Change it to having you give a speech at the flag-raising ceremony. Neither the teacher nor the student cared about the matter, and the atmosphere was just right. But the homeroom teacher of Class 8 was still relentless. You shouldn't be like some students who get a few good grades and then become arrogant and conceited. You have to know that there are always people more capable than you. Zhao Ming interrupted him with a bow. Teacher, I was wrong. The others followed suit, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle as Zhao Ming did. Teacher, I was wrong. The four boys were all quite loud, immediately attracting the attention of all the teachers. Zhao Ming showed no sign of stopping. He actually knelt down with a thud. Teacher, we were really wrong. A man's knees are worth gold. Unless you're deliberately trying to mess with some. The 5 students actually knelt down in unison before the homeroom teacher of Class 8. This action startled all the other teachers in the office, who all stood up. What is this for? The principal, who was going to observe a public lesson in a senior class, saw this scene as soon as he opened the door to the senior class office. It startled the old man so much that his droopy eyelids, worn down by the years, made his eyes widen in shock. He has been in the industry for 50 years. I've never seen a student kneel down in the office to admit they were wrong. This is reserved for special times. These teachers should be dragged out and criticized. Quickly, get the children up. What will this look like if word gets out? You've completely forgotten the meaning of teaching and nurturing. What terrible mistake have you made that warrants tormenting your students like this? The homeroom teacher of Class 8 was already in a state of confusion due to the suddenness of the event. For a moment, they forgot to stand up when they saw the principal push the door open and enter. It would be better if he weren't sitting in the chair. He sat in the chair with 5 students kneeling beside him. Even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't. Song Yuan looked at the sudden chaos in the office, and his gaze fell on Zhao Ming. Intelligent, decisive, not pedantic, and with a bit of luck. He had really underestimated his roommate. Fan Simming didn't wait for him to stay any longer and pulled him away from the office. I escorted him to the door and patted him on the shoulder. Studying is still the most important thing at this stage. I know you understand that. Go back to class now. Before leaving, Song Yuan glanced through the window at Zhao Ming, who was looking down and sad. If he hadn't seen the other person's hand gripping his thigh so tightly, he would have actually believed it. Lunchtime cafeteria. When Song Yuan arrived, Zhao Ming was sitting in the usual spot and waved to him. The food has already been prepared for him. Thanks. Zhao Ming came over happily. Brother Yuan, we don't need to read our self-criticisms during the flag-raising ceremony anymore. Our homeroom teacher will read them instead. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly slapped his thigh. Song Yuan smiled and shook his head as he watched. Zhao Weigua, who was standing next to him, had no idea what was going on. What happened? Zhao Ming was telling him what had happened in the office. A few big, clumsy guys also came over carrying plates. The big, clumsy guy's white t-shirt was covered in oil, and he was muttering curses about how unlucky he was. What's wrong? His friend next to him exposed his shortcomings. Just now, a girl was rushing to get her food and bumped into his tray. The moment the large plate was placed down, his previously gloomy expression instantly transformed into one of gossip. If I hadn't come to see Zhao Ming, I would have gone back to change my clothes. I heard you guys messed up the homeroom teacher? High school students have so little happiness. Annoying homeroom teachers and irritating other teachers are the enemies of all students. If any homeroom teacher suffers a setback at the hands of their students, it can be used as a topic of conversation and a joke for a whole year. The flag-raising ceremony will take place a week later on Monday. Song Yuan and a few others stood together. Next to him was the Class 8 homeroom teacher, whose face was even blacker than the soles of his shoes. At the principal's instruction, the other party was to be the first to go up and make a self-criticism. When the homeroom teacher of Class 8 walked onto the stage, the students erupted in an uproar. Students who were unsure whether to applaud raised their hands. The sparse applause from the playground made his already unpleasant face even darker. Letty stood at the very front of the advanced class, next to their homeroom teacher, Fan Simming. She gave a perfunctory high five while making a sarcastic remark. I've never seen anything like this before. This is the first time in 3 years that I've seen a homeroom teacher make a self-criticism during the flag-raising ceremony. Fan Simming turned around and looked at the group of classmates behind her. Although they were occasionally mischievous, they would never get themselves into such a predicament. She felt secretly relieved. Let's find them a new movie to watch during the next activity class. This speech was the shortest one the head teacher of Class 8 had ever given in his career. He spoke for less than 3 minutes before abruptly ending his speech and leaving. The head of the teaching department in the backstage area glanced at the group of people around him and pointed directly at Song Yuan, who was standing at the back. You get ready to go on stage. Anyway, whether you reflect on it sooner or later, you have to reflect on it. Song Yuan shrugged indifferently, got up and walked towards the podium. Standing on high ground, looking down at the rows of students from the number 1 middle school of moral education. His feeling was quite novel. I thought that my first public speech in moral education would be about my own learning experience. I didn't expect it to be a self-criticism. Jet continued to clap perfunctorily. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a top student write a self-criticism. On stage, Song Yuan coughed lightly. Respected school leaders and teachers, dear students, good morning. In this, the head of the teaching department backstage suddenly unplugged the microphone. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The phone in my hand was still on. Okay, I understand. Song Yuan patted the microphone on the stage. Why is it so quiet? The dean of students, panting heavily, climbed onto the platform and pulled Song Yuan away from where they stood. The student who was broadcasting the news that day turned on their microphone. Morning exercises are now over. Please return to your classrooms on time. Then the broadcast was changed to music. This move left everyone on the playground completely bewildered. Song Xingyu, who was watching the commotion, exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this supposed to be a self-criticism? You haven't finished writing it yet. He even bought a GoPro in advance and secretly tucked it into his school uniform pocket. I'm just waiting to record how Song Yuan reads his self-criticism on stage today. Go back and enjoy it slowly. No sooner had the other person greeted them than the head of the teaching department pulled them off the stage. The surrounding students also scattered. Aside from Song Xingyu, who had ulterior motives, nobody wanted to stand here idly listening to someone read a self-criticism. What's going on? Chapter 36. That's amazing, Song Yuan. Behind the podium, Song Yuan, who was forcibly brought down, was also completely bewildered. Several other students gathered around. Director, we don't need to give a self-criticism today. The director waved them away. Go back to your homeroom teacher and write a self-criticism in your own class. Okay. Several people grabbed Song Yuan and tried to leave. The director called Song Yuan over directly. Wait a minute. The few people who were allowed to leave first did not go far, but stood at a distance waiting for Song Yuan. How difficult did you think this exam was? Listening to the director's question, Song Yuan knew that the joint entrance exam results were probably already out. He nodded calmly. It was pretty easy. I think I did quite well on the test. The principal was speechless at the simple phrase. He knew exactly how difficult this exam was. Looking at the smiling boy who was looking at him, he nodded. It's good. However, occasional success proves nothing. We must remain humble and avoid complacency. Song Yuan nodded. With the director's permission, I ran off to meet up with that group of people. The director watched his departing figure and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, I received that phone call just now. Otherwise, he would have made Song Yuan give a public apology today. Tomorrow he will become the biggest joke among the 5 surrounding schools. If the child's self-esteem is hurt, he might not want to study at the Moral Education Center anymore and choose to go to another school. The principal would skin him alive and hang him at the school gate. Zhao Weiguo put his arm around Song Yuan's shoulder. Is there something you need from the director? Song Yuan smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I guess the joint entrance exam results are out. I did pretty well. The school's red bulletin board was removed in the afternoon and updated with the latest joint examination results for the senior students. Only then did the group realize what Song Yuan meant by not bad. The students in the Tsinghua Peking University class who were sitting by the window saw the big red notice board downstairs move. He excitedly told the classmates around him. The classroom, which had been quiet just moments before, suddenly became abuzz with excitement. The teacher tapped the blackboard several times to signal everyone to be quiet, but the students' minds were elsewhere. There were only a few minutes left before get out of class ended. He simply closed the book. Let's go to evening self-study. In the entire classroom, only Song Xingyu remained calmly writing her notes. The teacher was extremely pleased to see this. The student in front of her turned around and glanced at the serious-looking Song Xingyu. Aren't you curious about the grades? As soon as she finished speaking, the boy next to her interrupted. Xingyu has always been first in the grade, so what's there to worry about in terms of grades? I don't know if I can make it into the top 20 this time. The person in front of me grunted in response. That's true. I wish I could perform as consistently as Xingyu someday. Downstairs in front of the list, Zhao Wei was stared wide-eyed at his score of over 700. What Song Yuan said this morning was pretty good, almost too good. The results of the joint examination caused a sensation among the senior students of DU number 1 middle school. It felt like everyone was back in the first semester of their first year of high school. I once again felt the fear of being intellectually crushed by the great demon king. Impossible. When he heard that Song Yuan was the winner this time, Fong Duo ran straight downstairs. She doesn't believe what others say. However, when she squeezed into the crowd, all she saw was the name Song Yuan, written squarely after the first-place winner. She just kept shaking her head and saying it was impossible. Her gaze followed downwards. Surprisingly, Song Xingyu didn't come in second place either. It was Liao Shan. Song Xingyu came in third place. Song Xingyu, who has consistently ranked first in moral education at number 1 middle school. The first exam of senior year. They only ranked third. Inside the classroom, Song Xingyu overheard her ranking from the conversations of those around her. He scratched the notebook so hard with his pen that it tore it apart. The classmate who was whispering about his composure just a second ago immediately shut up. Song Xingyu thought to herself, impossible. However, he could not reveal even a hint of it on his face. He smiled, feigning composure, and looked at the classmate next to him. One result is nothing. It doesn't determine anything. However, the expression he forced out looked far too ferocious. The male classmate responded with an "oh" and quickly avoided his gaze. The atmosphere in the Leap Forward class was completely different. Everyone crowded around. Song Yuan is amazing. Will our advanced classes' results surpass those of the Tsinghua and Peking University classes this time? A group of people surrounded Song Yuan, chattering noisily. At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the door. Excuse me, I'm looking for Song Yuan. Everyone looked in the direction of the soft voice and saw a girl whose face they didn't recognize. The other person's development is somewhat mature. The buttons on her chest barely held back her slightly full breasts. The school uniform skirt had clearly been altered in style by the other party. Her slender waist looked as if it could break with the slightest force. Straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands falling across her forehead. A breeze blew through the corridor. The girl looked like she stepped out of a comic book. The boys in the advanced class were all stunned. It felt as if the girl was radiating golden light. In the quiet classroom, only Jet, who had taken off his glasses and was rubbing his eyes, looked up dizzily. He pointed in the direction of Song Yuan. Then what? Thanks. The girl thanked them softly and walked through the crowd. Those standing nearby seemed to smell the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl. She walked up to Song Yuan's desk. You're Song Yuan, the top scorer in this joint exam? Seeing the pretty girl, Song Yuan also stood up. Hello, who are you? The girl stretched out her slender, fair hand. Hello, my name is Liao Shan, and I am a new transfer student at DU number 1 middle school. The moment their hands clasped together, those around them snapped out of their daze. The boys obediently returned to their places. That's second in the school. Who dares to provoke them? Liao Shan turned to look at the door. Then I'll choose the advanced class. You can go to the director to complete the formalities. It was only then that everyone noticed that there were 2 bodyguards standing at the classroom door. The students are quite knowledgeable now. Instantly, Liao Shan was labeled. Another rich young lady. This young lady is clearly more approachable than the one from the Tsinghua, Peking University class. Her doe-like eyes blinked and the boy to Song Yuan's right voluntarily changed seats. The new desks were placed in place. Liao Shan turned her head and glanced at Song Yuan. Please take care of me in the future. It's not uncommon for high school seniors to transfer in. But if the transfer student is exceptionally beautiful, that's a different story. And then this beautiful transfer student gets an extra layer of beauty buff. It became a topic of conversation among all the students almost overnight. Even students from Tsinghua and Peking universities are not immune to this trend. Liao Shan is really beautiful. I feel like she looks a lot like Dilraba. His classmates laughed at him. You see everyone as Dilraba. Name a few other female celebrities. The boy who was being ridiculed reached out and took his homework back. Don't even think about copying it. Speak of the devil and he appears. 1 second they were gossiping about transfer students. The next second, The transfer student walked past the door of his own classroom. Fong Duo, who was talking to Song Xingyu, noticed his distraction. Star Rain, Star Rain. Following his gaze, I saw Liao Shan walking by. Song Xingyu. Chapter 37 You Are God. Song Xingyu, who had been lost in thought while being captivated by Liao Shan, snapped out of her reverie. His gaze unconsciously fell on Fong Duo's chest. Tisk, it's at least half the size now. Fong Duo naturally noticed his gaze, and her already dissatisfaction instantly turned into anger and embarrassment. Song Xingyu, what do you think she means? Her voice attracted the attention of the students around her. The scrutinizing gazes around Song Xingyu made her feel incredibly embarrassed. He suddenly stood up. He left the class. Fong Duo, looking utterly aggrieved, was left standing there. Mingming was at home last week. He also performed very well. How come it changed so quickly? The image of that beautiful woman from just moments ago flashed through her mind instantly. It's all her fault. Otherwise, she and Xingyu would never have argued. Song Yuan had no idea that his deskmate had already been targeted by a lunatic on his very first day of school. During the break, Fan Siming arranged for someone to distribute all 6 exam papers. Song Yuan's near-perfect test papers were passed around like imperial edicts. They were chanting that they wanted to share in the good luck of the academic genius. I performed exceptionally well in the next exam. Liao Shan also received her test paper. The next challenging question cost me half the points. She came over with her test paper in hand. Could you explain the solution to this problem to me? A delicate fragrance wafted over from the girl. Song Yuan gently touched his earlobe. Okay, I've thought of 3 solutions to this problem, the most common one being. He slowly explained the solution to the other person. This also attracted other students, and Jet, who was a step too late and not very tall, was squeezed behind them. She tried several times, but couldn't get in. He shouted it out loud. Can't you take me with you? Liao Shan remembered this lovely girl. She looked at Song Yuan, who was surrounded in the middle, and offered a reliable idea. So during the break between classes, Song Yuan stood on the podium, and the students below spontaneously quieted down. The entire Yuejin class was even quieter than during regular class. The boy selflessly shared his problem-solving ideas and calculation methods on the blackboard. The students who returned to the classroom after using the restroom were puzzled for a moment. After seeing what Song Yuan was doing, he exclaimed, "Holy crap!" and quickly sat up straight in his seat. I should have waited another class period. Gradually, even students from the Tsinghua and Peking University classes came running over after hearing the news. I secretly stood at the back door of the Yuejin class. More and more people gathered outside the gate. The passing teacher thought there was some trouble among the students, so he quickly turned around and went back to his office to call Fan Siming out. The homeroom teacher of the Tsinghua Peking University class sneered as she watched Fan Siming rush out. So what if you get first place once? A regular class is still a regular class. The student's overall quality is lacking. When Fan Siming rushed back to the classroom, she saw that the front and back doors of the classroom were surrounded by students. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurriedly squeezed in only to find out. There's no one causing trouble. It's her class's darling who's making her proud. When Song Yuan saw the homeroom teacher arrive, he thought she had something to say, so he stopped. Teacher. Fan Siming waved her hand hurriedly. Go on, I'm fine. Song Yuan nodded. The second method is to draw auxiliary lines. Zhao Ming, who was in the crowd, laughed inexplicably when he heard Yuan Ji's support line. This time, Brother Yuan is really teaching how to draw auxiliary lines. The bell rang when I was halfway through explaining the solution. Before the students in the advanced class could even speak, a wail came from outside the door. Then everyone realized that a group of people had been standing outside the classroom at some point. Even if everyone wanted to listen to the end, the class bell had already rung. Fan Siming turned around to face her classmates. All right, go back to class. Back in her office, Fan Siming was greeted with what was probably the umpteenth piece of good news she'd received that day. Because Liao Shan chose to join the advanced class. This time, the average score of the advanced class surpassed that of the Tsinghua Peking University class, making it the top class in the grade. Class teacher Fan Siming will speak on behalf of the senior high school teachers at the joint examination summary meeting. Fan Siming appeared calm on the surface. Back at my workstation, my 10 fingers were practically flying across the keyboard. Less than 2 minutes. All of Fan Siming's online friends knew that her class had crushed the Tsinghua and Peking University classes. She took a deep breath. It felt like the first time I'd ever noticed how fresh the air in the office was. During evening self-study that day, Fan Siming not only applied for permission, but also led her classmates to watch a movie. They also bought popcorn and cold drinks for everyone. The Leap Forward class cheered immediately. Fan Simon quickly made a shushing gesture. Everyone, keep a low profile. Be sure to keep your voices down during the movie too. The homeroom teacher of the neighboring Tsinghua and Peking University class, who was also supervising evening self-study, rolled his eyes when he heard the cheer. A petty person gains power. Anyone who whispers again should get out and stand there. The students in the Tsinghua Peking University class were diligently studying in the evening. But in my heart, I envied my neighbor. Everyone says that the Tsinghua Peking University class at DU No. 1 middle school is the best. Looking back now, it would have been better if I had gotten into the advanced class. Song Xingyu felt the gazes falling on him. I looked up and made eye contact with my homeroom teacher. In the other person's eyes, there was undisguised disappointment and frustration. He wrote with increasing force, leaving marks on the pages of the book after several turns. Before school ended, the homeroom teacher issued a final notice. Go back and inform the parents that there will be a parent-teacher meeting this weekend. During the senior year of high school, not only do you need to work hard, but your parents also need to cooperate. This time, we will not accept any student's requests for leave. Let's go home from school. Listen to this announcement. Song Xingyu paused in tidying up her desk. Why? But it just so happens that a parent-teacher conference is scheduled for this time. For the first time, fear appeared on his face. He had heard Fang Duo say that Song Yuan would be beaten half to death every time he came in second in an exam. What will he do then? Why this of all times? He's always been number one. Lost in her own world, Song Xingyu got into the Song family's car in a daze. Meanwhile, the students in the Yuejin class, who had just finished watching the movie, also heard the news. However, their mindset is much better than that of the Tsinghua and Peking University students. As Fan Siming said, the main topic of discussion this time is the psychological pressure faced by senior high school students. I won't mention the exam results much. Liao Shan, who was standing nearby, quietly observed Song Yuan. However, they did not detect anything unusual in his expression. She tilted her head and looked at Song Yuan. Who will attend your parent-teacher conference? This question made the boys who were waiting for Song Yuan to go back to the dormitory awkwardly wring their hands. Why does this beautiful woman always bring up things she doesn't want to talk about? Song Yuan didn't care. I'll do it myself. This answer made Liao Shan laugh. She waved her hand. The parent-teacher conference is next week. You got first place, so your family will be eager to attend it for you. I'm leaving now, bye-bye. They watched as the transfer student, who seemed to know nothing, left. The male student staying at the dormitory picked up the bag that Song Yuan had packed. Ignore her. Beautiful women have no brains. The people behind him are undermining him. Others are ranked second in the grade, while you are ranked 22nd. I don't know who's brainless. What's wrong with you? As they talked, the two of them started running around playfully. Song Yuan shook his head as he listened to his classmates' evaluation of Liao Shan. This transfer student is definitely not as simple as she appears. I just stepped out of the teaching building. A person suddenly darted out from under the shadow of a nearby tree and jumped onto Song Yuan. Brother Yuan, you're a god. Is chapter 38 reasonable? Song Yuan knew that Zhao Ming was thin, but I didn't expect him to be so thin. He also has a strong jumping ability. The other person was like a monkey. Before I knew it, he was clinging to me. Seeing that Zhao Ming had nowhere to express his gratitude, she pouted and kissed him on the cheek. Song Yuan immediately covered his mouth. Zhao Qi, come help me. Zhao Qi, who was joking around with her classmates, ran back upon hearing this. He pulled Zhao Ming down from behind. What are you doing? You got bitten by a zombie. Zhao Ming then sidled up to him with a sly grin. Brother Yuan, do you know where I rank this time? After he asked, Song Yuan realized that he didn't know if his roommates had made any progress under his tutoring. He knew about Zhao Ming's previous achievements. There are more than 800 students in the senior year of DU No. 1 middle school, and Zhao Mingning in Class 8 ranks more than 500th. It's a level where you can't get into a top-tier university, and getting into a second-tier university is a stretch. He recalled Zhao Ming's efforts over the past month and gave a conservative figure. 300. Zhao Ming jumped up immediately. 210. It's 201. I improved my ranking by more than 300 places. His achievement truly shocked his classmates. Zhao Ming's grades have indeed improved significantly this time. However, due to his instability, he sometimes scores over 600 and sometimes only 400. The teachers were surprised by his improved ranking. There are also concerns that Zhao Ming's consistently inconsistent performance this time might just be a flash in the pan. So he didn't receive much attention. Only Song Yuan knew the truth. For Zhao Ming, who has found the right learning methods and is determined to study hard and excel, this is a different story. This good result is just the beginning. Congratulations. The other students from the advanced class patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder. Awesome, bro. Zhao Ming grinned foolishly and squeezed next to Song Yuan. Brother Yuan is awesome. Follow Brother Yuan, and you'll have everything you need for food and drink. Hearing his words, Zhao Qi belatedly realized that Zhao Ming was in the same dormitory as Song Yuan. He put his arm around Zhao Ming's neck. Tell me the truth. Did Song Yuan give you special treatment? Zhao Ming grinned slyly, revealing not a single word. Zhao Qi couldn't get a word out of him. They decided to target Song Yuan instead. However, he could use coercion against Zhao Ming. He dared not overstep his bounds in front of Song Yuan, the academic genius. They immediately changed their tactics. Song Yuan, you can't be biased. You're showing favoritism. You're siding with outsiders. You can't tell the difference between inside and outside. I can't live anymore. He hadn't said a word yet. Several pots were placed on his head. The grown man was shouting, Song Yuan, I don't want to live anymore, all over the playground. He wasn't ashamed, but Song Yuan was. All right. Come to my dorm tonight. I'll tell you about my study methods. Before Zhao Qi could cheer, Song Yuan added a comment. Let me be frank from the start. The master will guide you through the door. Zhao Qi immediately followed up with the next sentence. Cultivation is up to the individual, and the rules of the path are something all the brothers understand. Who's on your side? That night, Song Yuan's 405 classroom continued until late into the night. Each person had a small stool on the floor inside the room, and they sat neatly in their seats. The teacher who came to patrol at night was startled when he saw this scene through the window. What are you doing? No promoting feudal superstition in schools. The dormitory supervisor was relieved only after she saw that it was Song Yuan standing in front of her. All right, go back and rest early after you finish your studies. You can't get fat in one bite. The next day, Song Yuan deeply understood a principle. In crowded places, nothing can be kept secret, especially at school. Song Yuan and Liao Shan stood together in front of Fan Siming. I heard you were teaching Zhao Qi and the others how to study in the dorm last night. Song Yuan, who was nodding, was puzzled. These guys must be too big for their stomachs to hold 2 ounces of oil. Fan Siming looked at Song Yuan with admiration. Good boy. The principal has also heard about this and has decided that the top 3 students in this joint exam will share their learning experiences with everyone in the auditorium this Saturday afternoon. Hold a mobilization meeting to prepare for the college entrance examination. Liao Shan, who was standing next to her, pointed to herself. Yes, you too, and Song Xingyu from the Tsinghua Peking University class. Song Yuan was thinking about something else, and he couldn't help but ask. The news spread so fast. Even the principal knows. Seeing the puzzled look on the boy's face, Fan Siming burst out laughing. Don't you know that the dormitory manager of Building 8 is the principal's wife? Song Yuan genuinely didn't know. The principal's wife is not at home enjoying her retirement. She came over to be the auntie in the men's dormitory. Is this reasonable? As Liao Shan left the office, a smirk played on her lips as she looked at Song Yuan with a mocking expression. I didn't realize you were so good at creating trouble for yourself. Those words really hurt. However, Fan Siming is right about one thing. It's the same whether you tell 1 person or 10 people. It would be the same no matter how many people you told it. Song Yuan stretched his shoulders. Quickly adjust your mindset. Unlike the 2 people who found it troublesome, Song Xingyu particularly enjoys giving speeches in public settings. He was very pleased with the attention he received from the audience. The only regret is that I had to share the stage with Song Yuan. During break time, Song Xingyu sat in her seat, her eyes constantly scanning the corridor. When he saw the beautiful figure he was looking for walk by, he got up and chased after him. Feng Duo witnessed this scene from behind. Seeing the other person's face turn ugly in an instant, Song Xingyu's deskmate deliberately said something to the classmate next to him. Song Xingyu also knows Liao Shan from the advanced class? That's true. It's normal for good students to admire each other. The word appreciate had barely left my lips. Feng Duo chased after him in a fit of rage. Another girl patted the back of the student in front of her. Why did you have to provoke her? The student in front of him glanced at his fingernails indifferently. I just can't stand her princess-like behavior. Liao Shan, who was stopped by Song Xingyu in the corridor, took a step back and kept her distance from him. Who are you? Song Xingyu wore a smile that she had practiced countless times to achieve the best angle. I am Song Xingyu from the Tsinghua Peking University class. Oh, the one that's third in line. Liao Shan used the most innocent expression to say the most hurtful things. This left Song Xingyu completely helpless. He struggled to maintain the expression on his face. Yes, this was an accident. You don't know I've been involved in moral education all along. Before he could finish speaking, Liao Shan interrupted him. What do you want from me? When Fong Duo chased after them, she saw Liao Shan smiling broadly and Song Xingyu trying to strike up a conversation. She had any contact with Liao Shan. You'd then realize that Liao Shan, who seemed all smiles, was practically overflowing with impatience from her eyes. You should have also been notified that you're going to share your learning methods on Saturday, right? I'd like to discuss it with you. Thanks to her image. Innocence is the biggest misconception strangers have about Liao Shan. Unfortunately, Song Xingyu didn't notice. He overestimated his abilities and tried to strike up a conversation. It would only annoy Liao Shan. Those tricks that are full of obvious flaws are simply not up to par. Chapter 39. He begged for mercy. He's not fighting anymore. Liao Shan covered her mouth and smiled. Do we need techniques to learn? Those kinds of questions, can't you just look at them and figure it out? I'm also quite puzzled. How can someone not even get 700 points? If you can't even get 700 points, how can you share your learning experience? Song Xingyu, who only scored a little over 650 points on this exam, could no longer maintain the expression on her face. Fong Duo, standing behind him, couldn't see his expression. All we could see was Liao Shan smiling even more happily. She suddenly ran over and stepped between the two people. He spread his arms and shielded Song Xingyu behind him. Hey, I don't care where you're from. I'll only tell you once. The Song family and the Fong family arranged a marriage between their children a long time ago. You'd better not make trouble for yourself. Liao Shan's eyes lit up instantly, even though she had initially found it boring. It was too early to criticize. But it doesn't matter. Her smile became alluring. The look in his eyes as he looked at Song Xingyu seemed to be drawn out. Try harder next time. I like hardworking men. As she spoke, she blinked. He completely ignored Fong Duo in front of him. Hearing Liao Shan say such shameless things to her face, Fong Duo raised her hand to slap her. However, the wrist that was raised was grabbed by a hand. His arm was held by another hand. She turned her head, and the first thing she saw was Song Yuan. It seems Miss Fong will never learn to speak properly. This moment reminded Fong Duo of what happened last time, and her momentum instantly weakened. Song Yuan didn't want to pay attention to these two people either. Fong Duo didn't seem to intend to persist in her accusations. They continued walking forward. They didn't stop even when they reached Liao Shan's side. Liao Shan tilted her head and smiled at Fong Duo, then turned and followed Song Yuan. Where are you going? Song Yuan didn't answer her question, but instead asked his own. Do you really enjoy walking around the hallway after class? Liao Shan knew that the other person had seen through her. I might as well admit it. Don't you think fishing is pretty fun? Boring. Where are you going? Men's room together? Seeing that Liao Shan was actually going to go in with him, Song Yuan surrendered. I admit I misspoke. Liao Shan, standing behind her, tucked her hair behind her ear. Even Song Yuan, who prides himself on being a straight man, had to admit that the other person was undeniably beautiful. It sounds nice to call her Miss Fong. Why don't you call me Miss Liao? There were quite a few students outside the restroom. Song Yuan had no choice but to raise his hands, indicating that he had lost. He suddenly crouched down slightly and looked directly into the other person's eyes. Miss Liao, may I go to the restroom? This moment was truly beautiful. The students passing by couldn't help but cover their mouths. Liao Shan, one of the parties involved, suddenly reached out and plucked a hair from behind his ear. Go ahead, it will stay with me. Song Yuan hissed. He was certain that Liao Shan had pulled out more than one. What's wrong with girls these days? When he came out, the other person was nowhere to be seen. Song Yuan shook his head. Girls are creatures that are hard to understand when they're young, and even harder to understand when they're older. Small. Song Yuan ran as soon as he heard the school bell ring, to avoid getting caught up in endless memories again. After school, Liao Shan, who had been busy with evening self-study, suddenly handed Song Yuan a piece of paper. I've come up with a fourth solution to that math problem, but it's a bit beyond the scope of the curriculum. Take a look, we'll discuss it again tomorrow. After he finished speaking, the other person waved his hand. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Curious, Song Yuan looked at the calculation paper. He looked up and greeted Zhao Qi and the others, saying, You guys go first. He then sat back down in his original seat. We calculated it according to Liao Shan's line of thought. I've only written half of it. The male student, who had already gone home after school, ran into the classroom. Song Yuan? Where are the others? Song Yuan stood up when he saw the other person looking flustered. What's wrong? Liao Shan was ambushed at the school gate by Fong Duo's men. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately ran outside. Go to the boys' dormitory and find them. Bring 405 along too. He blamed himself as he ran. He knew perfectly well that Fong Duo was the type of person who wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. Why did I forget to remind Liao Shan beforehand? Outside the school gate, Feng Duo, along with a few thugs, blocked Liao Shan's way. Take the person away from the school gate. We walked into an alley. She noticed Liao Shan's calm and composed expression. But everything was going according to her plan, causing her to overlook that slight unease. Liao Shan crossed her arms and looked at the young lady in front of her. Speak. What do you want by going to all this trouble to find me? She could tell at a glance that Feng Duo was nothing more than a cowardly tiger in all but name. Her bodyguards were nearby, yet no one noticed. I'm warning you, stay away from Song Xingyu. Liao Shan thought of the other good-for-nothing she had seen during the day. She leaned slowly against the wall, tilting her head to look at Feng Duo. If I remember correctly, he was the one who provoked me. As she spoke the last two words, the corners of her mouth slowly curled up, her eyes full of teasing. Feng Duo was inexplicably furious. You shameless woman, you just love seducing other women's men, don't you? Liao Shan tucked her hair back. At such a young age, she's quite good at female competition. Are you done talking? I'll be going if there's nothing else. Her nonchalant attitude directly angered Feng Duo. Feng Duo stepped forward and pushed Liao Shan hard. He thought that he would push the frail Liao Shan to the ground. Unexpectedly, the other person's body only swayed slightly. Enraged, Feng Duo was about to slap Liao Shan when Liao Shan grabbed her wrist. Those slender, long hands gripped the other person like pliers, causing them to cry out in pain. Feng Duo, who had been left behind, went completely mad. He pointed at Liao Shan and gave orders to the people next to him. Go ahead and pin her to the ground. Let's see how arrogant she can be. The blonde guy next to her was nothing like her, a rich young lady. He's a real hoodlum. He was all smiles as he started to get started. Song Yuan, who had just arrived, happened to witness this scene. He grabbed the blonde guy by the hair from behind and punched him. This group of people never expected to be ambushed from behind without any warning. But they reacted quickly. They got into a fight. This sudden change startled Feng Duo. She ignored everyone else and ran away in a panic from the alley. Liao Shan saw the bodyguards in the shadows, and just as she raised her hand, she caught a glimpse of a large group of people running towards the school gate in the distance. She changed her outstretched hand to stroking her temples. At this point, Song Yuan was fighting 8 opponents at once, and he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The big, clumsy guy, along with a few members of the basketball team, arrived in the blink of an eye. Then the situation reversed. Initially, the 8 people were able to put up a fight against the few athletes. I saw high school students continuously pouring into the alley. The group quickly covered their heads and squatted down. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm begging for mercy. I won't fight anymore. Liao Shan was supporting Song Yuan, who was clutching his stomach. His gaze fell on his scraped arm. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the wound. Does it hurt? Should we go to the hospital? No need, it's all right. No one noticed that as Liao Shan turned around, she put the handkerchief into her bag. Chapter 40. Their brother has been found. The main force followed behind. There was also the security guard and the vice principal on night duty today. What happened? The big, clumsy guy and his group shielded the injured Song Yuan behind them. He pointed at the blonde-haired man squatting on the ground. They blocked Liao Shan after school and bullied our students. Looking at this group of people, the vice principal decisively took out his phone. Call the police. This is outrageous. Apart from a few petty thugs, someone else also needs to go to the police station to give a statement. Liao Shan turned around and bowed to her classmates. Thank you everyone for today. The vice principal and I will just need to go with the police officer. Everyone should go back and rest early. This last sentence was spoken to Song Yuan behind the crowd. This is undoubtedly the best solution. The vice principal nodded. All right, everyone go back to school. Until the vice principal could no longer be seen. Everyone then gathered around. Is Brother Yuan all right? What happened? Did Liao Shan offend someone as soon as she arrived? Someone who knew the inside story blurted it out. Who else could she have offended? Song Xingyu said a few words to her today, and Feng Duo brought people to ambush her tonight. Only after saying that did he realize that Song Yuan and that couple had some connection. Zhao Weiguo was a thoughtful man, and he noticed that the man was rubbing his stomach from time to time. Are you all right? Should you take time off to go to the hospital to get checked out? Song Yuan shook his head. I just got kicked. Upon hearing this, the big, clumsy guy immediately cursed. We should have punched them a few more times. Thank you everyone for today. I'll treat you all to barbecue on Saturday night. Why should you treat me? Let's split the bill as usual. I'm craving it too, The group of teenagers immediately forgot what had just happened. Only Song Yuan remained silent. It wasn't because of the pain in my abdomen. He remembered the blonde-haired guy who had just led the group. When he stopped Song Yushu from getting too close to Cui Tingting, This blonde-haired man was right behind them. From this perspective, the fall and leg injury during his last escape attempt did not kill Song Yushu's free spirit. She even introduced this group of people to Fong Duo. Song Yushu, oh Song Yushu, you really know how to court death. On the other side, Liao Shan got into the car and immediately put the handkerchief into her bag. At the same time, he took out another bag from his bag. They were handed together to the bodyguards in the back row. Send it to the Move family. In the dimly lit carriage, she gently touched her cheek with the hand that was supporting her chin. This Song Yuan is quite likable. What happened the day before? It did not affect Liao Shan and Song Yuan's classes. Fong Duo, on the other hand, took leave. When Liao Shan was taken to the police station to give a statement, she confessed to Fong Duo right in front of the police. The vice principal didn't even have a chance to cover his mouth. He never imagined that this incident was caused by that Miss Fong. Fong Duo, who rushed home in a panic, naturally couldn't escape. He was taken to the police station that night. The Fong family used all their connections and got her released in less than an hour. But Fong Duo had indeed caused such an ugly situation. He was immediately placed in solitary confinement. Liao Shan was a little disappointed when she heard that she hadn't come to class. It seems the Fong family isn't stupid. Liao Shan, who wanted to take the opportunity to cause some trouble, twirled the pen in her hand. The fun is over. The week went by quickly. On Saturday afternoon, all senior high school students were organized to sit in the auditorium. According to the procedure, learning and sharing were placed in the middle. To avoid students losing interest in learning and sharing after listening to lengthy speeches, Song Xingyu was the first to be arranged to go on stage. He coughed lightly and stood on the stage to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Song Xingyu from the Tsinghua Peking University class in the senior year. I have consistently maintained the top academic ranking in the entire school for the 2 years of high school. The following is my learning experience. Liao Shan, who was sitting in the audience waiting to go on stage, whispered something in Song Yuan's ear. He's quite skilled at packaging techniques, but he doesn't mention at all that he came in third in this exam. Upon hearing Song Xingyu's speech, Song Yuan smiled and gave a soft He's a very interesting person. Liao Shan pursed her lips. Compared to Song Xingyu on stage, Song Yuankai is truly interesting, especially after hearing the news last night. Liao Shan's eyes lit up as she couldn't help but carefully admire Song Yuan's face. Song Yuan got goosebumps just looking at it. It's almost your turn. You should hurry up and go. After Song Xingyu finished her presentation, there was very little applause from the audience. It wasn't directed at him. His sharing was really superficial. 2/3 of the time is spent on finding ways to boast about themselves, and 1/3 of the time is spent emphasizing how important sleep is for high school students. This completely dashed the hopes of the few people who had listened to Song Yuan's lectures on learning methods. That's it. What is this? The second person to stand on the stage was Liao Shan. Her first sentence woke up the drowsy students. Although I am currently in a science class, I want to share some humanities exam tips today. After all, there are already 2 outstanding students in the science stream sharing this. That's interesting. 2/3 of the students at DU number 1 middle school are science students. Only 1/3 of the students chose humanities. None of the students in this joint exam performed particularly well. This resulted in the sharing of learning methods being assigned to students from 3 science classes. Liao Shan, a science student, was asked to talk about humanities study techniques right away. They even said that humanities studies are too easy. This immediately sparked discontent among liberal arts students. But the next second, everyone swallowed their dissatisfaction. A full-page paper with both Chinese and English annotations was projected onto a large screen and split screens. The above is a record of the papers I have published in mainstream journals. Interested students can search for and read it on CNKI. They discovered the meeting room where people had just been whispering. At this moment, there was complete silence. Liao Shan smiled with satisfaction. Now let's have a brief discussion on how liberal arts students can quickly build their own knowledge system. The vice principal looked at the principal, who was clapping with satisfaction, and asked curiously, "Principal, where did you find such a genius?" The principal glanced at his old colleague. "I didn't dig. She came by herself." As she went on to explain, the eyes of the liberal arts students are getting brighter and brighter. Even the teachers of the top-performing humanities class couldn't help but rub their hands together in surprise. "Director, is Liao Shan really not considering switching to humanities?" After sharing her learning experience, Liao Shan gave Song Yuan a high five as she stepped off the stage. "It's your turn now." Song Yuan also brought a USB drive with him. However, unlike Liao Shan, he was able to complete this sharing of his learning experience by borrowing Fan Ximing's office computer. Liao Shan immediately showed off her thesis. And Song Yuan, It's all about showing off your brain. The following are learning methods that I have summarized for students at different score levels. Those who score below 80 in Chinese, mathematics, and English are subject to the military training law. I'm not afraid of academic geniuses who excel in their studies. The worst thing is that a genius can even know why you're not doing well in your studies. From the moment Song Yuan began speaking, not only the students listened attentively, even the teachers who came took it seriously. I forgot my notebook. Save it on your phone first. At the same time, Shanghai Stock Exchange, move family. The comparison results are in, and a parent-child relationship exists. Take your wife to the airport. Notify those children that their younger brother has been found. Yes. Chapter 41. He, a mortal, rivaled the gods. Inside the auditorium, as the students' applause grew increasingly enthusiastic, Song Xingyu's face grew darker and darker. He couldn't believe it. I thought it would just be a formality, some empty talk and grand promises at a learning-sharing session. These two are serious. Thanks to them, what I just did was no different from taking a dump in public. That concludes my learning experience. When Song Yuan bowed and left the stage, the applause in the entire auditorium lasted for 3 minutes without stopping. That's fine. The host, who came on stage to introduce the show, misspoke and said something. Thank you to the two students for their wonderful sharing. Let's give them another round of applause. Song Xingyu felt as if her face had been pressed against the podium. But then I could hear two people chatting over there. Liao Shan praised Song Yuan with admiration. How did you come up with the idea of assigning different scores to target specific areas for improvement? I discovered this when I was explaining learning methods to Zhao Qi and the others last time. The students in the advanced class absorb information faster than Zhao Ming and his classmates, but their score improvement may not be as significant. The curtains were drawn because people wanted to look at the screen. They were pulled apart by the teachers standing on either side. In an instant, Liao Shan's bright eyes were imprinted in Song Yuan's heart. But he only paused for a moment. Did you write all those papers yourself? The three people sat together. The other two were chatting enthusiastically. They didn't care at all whether Song Xingyu was embarrassed or not. The mobilization meeting has concluded. The students were directed to leave the venue in an orderly manner. The three people sitting in the front row were the last to come out. Song Yuan and Liao Shan had just come out. He was then surrounded by the students from the Yuejin class who were waiting in the same spot. Liao Shan, you're amazing. Song Yuan is still the better one. Song Yuan, who was in the crowd, stopped everyone from continuing. Students in your own class are not allowed to belittle or criticize each other. Wu Yu looked at Song Xingyu, who had come out with her but was ignored by everyone, and deliberately spoke loudly. We also want to put down other classes. But their combat effectiveness is lacking. They're not on the same level. The students in the advanced class burst into laughter. They walked together toward the teaching building in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Only Song Xingyu remained behind, clenching her fists. It's just a petty person getting their way. Only after everyone from the Leap Forward class had left did some students from a short distance gather around. Xingyu, let's go. The students at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School were quite busy this afternoon. After the mobilization meeting, they returned to the classroom and began to collect the evidence. Song Yuan watched as Lu Di carefully peeled off the celebrity posters that were stuck on the table, bit by bit. You have a new love interest? Jet rolled his eyes. No, it's just that there's a parent-teacher conference tomorrow, and I'm afraid my mom will scold me. I just gave a reply. Suddenly, she tore a small piece off the side, and she let out a scream. It's all your fault. Don't talk to me anymore. Song Yuan was silent for a moment. Just find a solid colored sheet and lay it on top, then stick it on only the 4 corners. Jet, who was still working hard, turned his head. Why didn't you say so sooner? Song Yuan surrendered. It's not just Jet. Other students were also tidying up their desks. Wu Yu insisted on stuffing his textbooks into his school bag. This book has been drawn on. I drew this one too. No, take it all, take it all. After he finished stuffing it in, he looked at Zhao Qi. Brother, I'll pack it up and put it in your dorm. Zhao Qi quickly refused him. That won't do. My mom will come to my dorm to check. The group of people who were packing their bags suddenly realized something. Yes, parents come to the classroom more than just. I do go to the dorm too. Where can we hide these things? Song Yuan, who was quietly doing his homework, suddenly started sneezing repeatedly. What happened? He raised his head blankly. Then I saw a group of people with expressions like wolves and tigers. Before evening self-study, in the boys' dormitory, Song Yuan resolutely kept the person outside the door. Socks are absolutely out of the question. Please, Brother Yuan. No. Go wash it right now. It'll be dry by tomorrow if you wash it today. Inside the dormitory, Zhao Ming looked at the table and wardrobe piled up by by Song Yuan. Even the space under the chairs was filled with things. They can find such great places. Holy crap, this Wolverine figure is so cool. On this ordinary Saturday, moral education at number 1 middle school has produced a genius. He, a mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He saved countless boys and girls at DU number 1 middle school. He saved many students from a severe beating. Night. Song Yuan looked at the mattress, which had been raised even by the bed. These people. Are there any cockroaches in the food? The big, simple-minded guy grinned sheepishly. There are no cockroaches, but fleas are a different story. His joking remark kept Song Yuan tossing and turning all night. The next day was the day of the parents' meeting at DU number 1 middle school. Chui Wan had chosen her clothes the day before. I woke up this morning and started agonizing over jewelry again. Doesn't this emerald bracelet look a bit old-fashioned? Song Xingyu has not told them about her grades yet. Looking at Chui Wan, whose face was full of excitement, he felt increasingly guilty. Mom looks good in anything. Song Anmin came out of the study. She smiled with satisfaction as she looked at her son. Dad has something to do with the company today, so your mom will have to go to this important occasion. Next time Dad will definitely go to your parent-teacher conference in person. Relieved, Song Xingyu smiled and flattered him. I know that Dad is a person who prioritizes important matters. Company matters are more important. I'm content as long as my mom can drive here. In Song Anmin's eyes, this son was someone he was extremely satisfied with in every way. He patted Song Xingyu's shoulder forcefully. Keep working hard, and when you turn 18, Dad will give you a big gift. Thank you, Dad. They were a loving father and a filial son for half a day. Chui Wan finally finished matching her jewelry. Then she took out a white Hermes house bag from the walk-in closet and carried it in her hand. Let's go, baby. On the way, Chui Wan took out a mirror and looked at her face repeatedly. After all, he's over 50 years old. In addition, she had many children when she was young, leaving her no time to take care of herself. Loss of collagen in the face and noticeable nasolabial folds. No matter how good the cosmetics are, they can't cover it up. He just looks slightly better than his peers. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chui Wan sighed. Time waits for no one. Mom is always beautiful. Chui Wanxin glanced at her son with relief. I've read the notice your school issued carefully. This time, parents aren't allowed to take leave? Yes. She said something in a seemingly concerned manner. I wonder what Song Yuan said to the teacher. However, that slight concern didn't even reach their eyes. She made no attempt to stop by the Weijing class to check on Song Yuan's progress. Chui Wan is still trying to maintain her image as a kind and gentle person. After waiting for a while, I realized that my son next to me didn't react at all. Star Rain. Xingyu, who was hesitating about how to tell Chui Wan the truth, suddenly snapped back to reality. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? At this point, the journey was already halfway complete. We are getting closer and closer to the number 1 middle school of moral education. Song Xingyu knew this was her last chance to confess. He couldn't hide this from the parents' meeting. Mom, I have something to tell you. A piano melody drifted over. Chui Wan smiled as soon as she saw the missed call notification. Hello, Mrs. Ming. Chapter 42 Your Life, My Life. Until the car drove into the school, Chui Wan didn't hang up the phone. Song Xingyu, who had been following closely, didn't get a chance to clarify. Yes, Xingyu is sensible and has good grades. Looking at Chui Wan, who was still chatting non-stop in the car, Song Xingyu was a little restless and got out of the car first. During the few minutes I stood there, a phantom drove into a parking space not far away. Even Song Xingyu couldn't help but squint and take a closer look. All I could say was holy shit. Could there be some big shot he doesn't know about at DU number 1 middle school? With that in mind, he immediately focused on Liao Shan. Although the car she rides to and from school costs only around $1 million, but maybe the other person's parents are in the car? He straightened his back and put on a perfect fake smile again. They will definitely go in this direction later. Strive to leave the best first impression on the other party. The rear door of the Phantom opened, and sure enough, a middle-aged man stepped out. He was dressed in a well-tailored navy blue suit, with a handsome face, gentle features, and his hair neatly combed back. From the tie to the belt, to the shoes and socks, even the cufflinks were carefully selected and matched. Song Xingyu couldn't help but smack her lips as she watched. I understand. This person isn't a parent. They're here to discuss business with the principal. The other person got out of the car, turned around, and handed over their hand. Careful. Then a woman walked out. She was also dressed in a smart suit, paired with a beige pencil skirt and matching high heels. Before Song Xingyu could even see his face, the man had already put the plain white sun hat on her head. Before Song Xingyu could even find an opportunity to contact the other party, another phantom drove in. He swallowed lightly. What's going on? A man who bore a resemblance to the middle-aged man from before got out of the second car. Not only do they look alike, but their temperaments are also exactly the same. The other person smiled and looked into the car with their eyes crinkling. Moon, we've arrived. Inside the car. After hanging up the phone, Chuiwan got out of the car from the other side. Let's go, Xingyu. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight and walked towards the teaching building first. Upon hearing the sound, Song Xingyu quickly turned around and followed. Mom, it seems like some rich people have come to the school. Yeah. Chuiwan only glanced back once, but the sunlight made her frown. She didn't take Song Xingyu's talk of being rich seriously. In Haicheng's high society, apart from the Fong and Song families, no one else sends their children here. Those who can afford to study here aren't rich enough. She walked straight into the teaching building as she spoke. Song Xingyu felt that the people she had just met looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place why. The more I can't remember, the more I ponder it. He had completely forgotten that he had concealed his true grades and had not told the truth. Where have I seen this before? Song Xingyu, who had already gone upstairs, missed the moment when two phantoms drove into the school. A pink phantom also drove in. Few students recognize luxury cars, unless the car is so luxurious that the word luxury is practically engraved on its body. The beautiful car attracted everyone's attention when it drove into the school. The car door opened. A beautiful woman with long hair reaching her waist, long legs, a slim waist, and a pert bottom stepped directly out of the driver's seat. Unfortunately, the other person's face was completely covered by a hat, sunglasses, and mask. You can't see their faces at all. The other person got out of the car and said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't the Song family quite wealthy? Why would they send him to this school?" Just as the beautiful woman and the middle-aged couple were talking, another car suddenly malfunctioned. The girl sat in the car without giving any response. Suddenly, he jumped off the bus. After saying the words, "younger brother," he then shook off the crowd and ran away. The man standing next to the car was so frightened that he quickly chased after it. "Moon, let's go find your little brother, don't run off." With him following behind and on campus, the others weren't too worried. The middle-aged couple exchanged a glance. While my daughter went to get her bag, I quickly headed towards the dormitory. Fanxing, there are still some people who need to go to the parent-teacher meeting. Your mother and I are inseparable. You go over there by yourself. Let's go check out the dorms first. Mu Fanxing was left standing alone in front of the car. Well, hello, I want to see my little brother too. Who wants to go to a parent-teacher conference? I watched as my parents walked away. Mu Fanxing reluctantly picked up her bag. Go ahead and have it. My brother's first parent-teacher conference is mine, so you'll regret it later. As she said this, she cheered up again. She suddenly turned around, went back to the car, and quickly touched up her makeup. If Jet saw this, her screams would probably pierce through the school's moral education hall. The face was none other than the female celebrity's picture pasted on her desk. Known as the Grand Slam Queen of Film Awards, the Queen of Box Office, the Fan Harvester, and the only emperor and empress in the Chinese entertainment industry, Mu Fanxing. Mu Fanxing is the one who produces blockbuster films every year and takes Chinese films to the world stage. She is Mu Fanxing, whose scandals are impossible to find, and who every male celebrity dreams of sharing the stage with. Now, Mu Fanxing was never nervous when filming in Hollywood. Pointing to himself in the mirror. Breathe in. Keep it up, you're the best. The third floor is the advanced class. Song Yuan, who was called in to help at the last minute, looked at Ludi with a long face. He sullenly placed his classmates' name tags on the table. Zhao Qi leaned closer with a cheeky grin. What happened? Did the class representative get beaten up too? The name tag in Jet's hand fell heavily to the ground. What is it? Other things. The other boy nodded as if he understood perfectly. Oh, the love letter has been discovered. Jet swung his fist directly at him. Don't bother me. The noisy behavior of the children was noticed by the parents who arrived earlier. They all smiled and shook their heads. It's so good to be young. Under everyone's persistent questioning, Jet pouted and looked miserable. I finally had a day off and managed to catch my goddess's live stream. As a result, the goddess's studio announced yesterday that it will not be broadcast. Wawaha. Her sadness was genuine and heartfelt. I watched as she squeezed out 2 tears. Zhao Qi, who thought he was faking his crying, panicked. But at this moment, even more panicked than Zhao Qi were the students standing in the corridor. They watched as Song Yuan, wearing a wig and a skirt, ran past them. The students exchanged glances. Am I crazy or blind? I think I've also lost my mind. The smarter ones noticed that the person running over was obviously not the right height. That's not Song Yuan. It's a girl who looks exactly like Song Yuan. A loud bang came from the door of the advanced class. A long-haired girl in a blue dress bumped into the door. That instant, for some reason, Song Yuan felt a pang of pain in his heart. When the other person looked up, everything now has an answer. The tears were completely uncontrollable. Her eyes were practically overflowing with tears. The body recognized the other person before reason. The destiny of twins. Your birth is my birth. I've lost you. My soul has been lost. Younger brother. Chapter 43. Come and take your mother away. The man following behind was surprised that his sister had actually found Song Yuan. His figure appeared behind his sister. However, it failed to attract Song Yuan's attention at all. At this moment, the twins only have eyes for each other. The younger sister merely raised her hand slightly, and Song Yuan strode over. In the instant the two embraced, he heard his own heartbeat quickening. At this moment, it was as if two semicircles had finally overlapped. Twins separated for 18 years. We were finally able to meet. Before Song Yuan could even speak, he felt the weight in his arms increase. The other person actually fainted. Younger sister. The man was taken aback when he heard Song Yuan call out, Sister Moon. Do they all consider themselves the older one? Seeing Song Yuan panic instantly, he quickly tried to calm him down. It's okay, I'll do it. This was the first time Song Yuan had met him. However, the connection from blood made Song Yuan, who was always wary of strangers, nod directly. The other person picked up the younger sister and laid her flat on the podium. At the same time, he took out the bag from his pocket. When the golden needle appears, the students watching all suffered cerebellar atrophy. This, traditional Chinese medicine doctor? On-site acupuncture? The man performed the acupuncture with lightning speed. He squatted down and looked at Song Yuan. Although the scene is a bit chaotic right now, but I'll still introduce myself. I'm your second brother, Mu Qingyan. Second brother? His voice was loud enough for the surrounding classmates and parents to hear. Jet was the first to react and covered his mouth. Song Yuan has been found by his family. The news was spread by the gossipy Wu Yu before the moon even woke up. The classroom is really not a good place to meet relatives. When Yu Liang woke up, she tightly gripped Song Yuan's hand. The sight of two identical faces side by side was quite a shock to onlookers. Mu Qingyan was very friendly to his classmates. Even when surrounded by onlookers, he showed no displeasure and looked at everyone with a kind smile. Dear classmates, could you give us just a little time to get together? His classmates had only ever seen such a gentle and refined man in the unfortunate second male lead in TV dramas. Where have I encountered this in real life? One sentence opened up a path for everyone. You can go to the dormitory. No one will be there at this time. Thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, the three of them had just reached the classroom door when a tall, beautiful woman walked in. She spotted Song Yuan holding the moon's hand at a glance. Even though I had seen the photos beforehand, but when that face, exactly like the moon, appeared, it still surprised her immensely. Song Yuan? My younger brother. Looking at the fully armed man in front of him, Song Yuan pursed his lips. He didn't have any problem with his older sister. He simply realized that his family of origin seemed to be the same as the Song family. Large population. The personnel are diverse. He hadn't even met his biological parents yet, and he was already considering giving up. Is the surname Mu correct? Could it be the second Song family? The plot has shifted. Is he now going to play Song Xingyu's role? The beautiful woman didn't notice the complex emotions flashing in Song Yuan's eyes for a moment. She just suddenly realized that her younger brother wouldn't recognize her in this state. Immediately remove your hat, sunglasses, and mask. Then I heard a girl scream. Whether or not the clothing penetrated the moral education system is unknown, but it penetrated the entire third floor. Stars. It's stars. Letty grabbed Zhao Qi's arm, her fingers digging into his flesh. Zhao Qi didn't even have time to cry out in pain. He wanted to shout along too. Stars. Stars. Who knows? It's actress Mu Fanqing. Mu Fanqing cupped Song Yuan's face in her hands and pulled him into her arms. Oh no, I went up and hugged the other person. Mu Fanqing, who has a lot of tear ducts, didn't care whether her makeup would smudge or not. She immediately started crying. On her chest was what appeared to be her older sister, who was crying. All around, classmates were screaming wildly. His right hand was being held tightly by his younger sister. Song Yuan raised his left hand and placed it on Mu Fanqing's back. If life is a game, he wanted to press the power off button first. In those few seconds when he was lost in thought, a familiar face appeared outside the door. It was Song Xingyu, who rushed over after hearing that his family was looking for him. The moment the two people looked at each other, the beautiful woman who was crying while hugging Song Yuan was none other than the famous star Mu Fanqing. Song Xingyu's gaze seemed to be laced with venom. Why should I? Why does Song Yuan always get all the good things? But he took a few deep breaths, trying to reassure himself. It's alright. Sending your daughter to act doesn't necessarily mean you're from a wealthy family. Even a family like the Song family, when Song Yuqi wanted to act, caused a huge commotion at home for a long time. It's okay. Song Yuan felt quite uncomfortable under Song Xingyu's gaze, who was deceiving herself. He gently coaxed his sister. Finding it utterly useless, he turned to his second brother, Mu Chengyan, for help. Mu Chengyan smiled and reached out to pat his younger brother's head. Then he whispered in his older sister's ear, "Your fans are recording with their phones." Mu Fanxing, who had just been unable to be coaxed, immediately fell silent. She sobbed and asked Song Yuan in a low voice, "Is my makeup ruined? Does it look awful?" He saw the other person staring at him with slightly red eyes. For the first time, Song Yuan directly experienced what it meant to be God's favorite. Just look at that tearful face. If one were born in ancient times and didn't become a wicked concubine who brought disaster to the country, it would be a waste of one's talents. Nice. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered outside the Leap Forward class. Having already gained considerable experience in handling the commotion caused by his eldest sister, Mu Chengyan picked up the hat that his eldest sister had casually tossed aside. They repackaged her completely. He then glanced at Jet, who was the most agitated person beside him. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor?" "Can." "Oh my god, Xingxing's family has recognized me as her biggest fan." As a result, Jet started jumping around in the crowd. After trying for ages, we still couldn't clear a single road. "Sorry." Mu Chengyan sighed inwardly, but maintained his smile. "It's okay, you've already tried your best." Because of Jet, Song Yuan had heard of Mu Fanxing to some extent. In her description, Mu Fanxing is strong and capable, practically a walking female CEO in the entertainment industry. However, at this moment, this domineering female CEO is pitifully apologizing to herself. "I'm sorry, I got too excited just now." Song Yuan sighed inwardly. "It's alright, I'll handle it." He called out to several boys in the class, as well as a few familiar faces standing at the door. "Could you please help maintain order? I may need some time and space to deal with some personal matters." Everyone has been troubling Song Yuan quite a bit lately. The entire advanced class, or even, to exaggerate a bit, the entire grade. They all appreciated his kindness. Everyone answered him loudly. "Okay." Then the crowd surrounding the Leap Forward class was dispersed in an orderly manner. "Ma'am, which class are you a parent of?" Zhao Qi noticed that the other party ignored her after she asked twice, and just looked at the room with a complicated expression. He muttered softly, "Is this person alright?" Wu Yu, who loves gossip the most, recognized her at a glance. He's notoriously brainless. He shouted it out loud. "Song Xingyu, where is Song Xingyu? Come here and take your mother away." These two sounds immediately attracted everyone's attention. This includes the Mu family members standing inside the house. Chapter 44, Never to be apart again. Even Mu Chengyan, who had just been all smiles, now had a sullen face. "Is she Cui Wan?" Although it was said in a questioning tone. But in his heart, he was basically certain that the other person was the one who had adopted his younger brother more than 10 years ago. That family that repeatedly wasted their lives and tormented them. Short-sighted. Blind to the truth. Short-sighted. Song Yuan, who was standing nearby, found it quite novel. I never expected that his seemingly refined second brother could be so elegant when he cursed. Song Xingyu reacted even faster than the Mu family. He didn't know what Cui Wan was going to do. But he knew that if things continued like this, he would be the one who lost face. He directly took Cui Wan's arm. "Mom, there's nothing to see here. Let's go back to the classroom." Cui Wan reached out and took her son's hand. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Mu Fanxing with disdain. "They're just actors, there's nothing to see here." After saying that, she smiled slightly and turned to leave. Mu Fanxing, standing behind him, was so angry she laughed. "An actor? This is the first time I've ever heard this word since I started working." She was about to speak. Song Yuan then pulled her back. "Your second daughter, Song Yuqi, came to me looking for a way to become an actress. You don't know?" Cui Wan, who had already walked some distance away, seemed to have her foot stepped on. She paused for a moment, but didn't turn around. He pulled Song Xingyu back to the classroom. Mu Fanxing, who had just been angry, was calmed down by her younger brother's words. The little face under the mask was beaming with joy. Fan Siming arrived late, panting heavily. He watched as Song Yuan's family, as they were said to be, surrounded him. Overwhelmed by complex emotions, her eyes welled up with tears. His voice was choked with emotion. "Good boy. The class meeting is nothing important. Go and reunite with your family." Song Yuan bowed slightly to the teacher. "Thank you for your help." He turned around and looked at Zhao Qi and the other classmates who were helping. "I'll treat everyone to dinner another day." The boys simply waved their hands. Oh dear, go ahead and get busy. Just as the group reached the first floor, Zhao Ming ran all the way from the dormitory building. Brother Yuan. Two people came to the dormitory and said they were your parents. Holy crap. As he got closer, he saw a woman named Song Yuan standing next to Song Yuan. I couldn't resist taking a closer look. Song Yuan pushed his face away directly. This is my sister. Mu Xingyue, who had been unresponsive to the outside world, suddenly looked up at him. It's my older sister. For some reason, Song Yuan insisted on this matter. It's my younger sister. Younger brother. Younger sister. The two of them were inexplicably at an impasse on this matter. However, the two of them showed no sign of letting go of each other's clasped fingers. Zhao Ming was also a bit overwhelmed and immediately called a halt. My personal suggestion is that you should go back to your dorm and check on things. At this moment, Song Yuan felt a sense of trepidation, as if he were returning home. I had long forgotten what was in his dorm room. The couple, who had tried to be clever and thought they would see their son in the dormitory first, were now playing a trick on each other. Looking at Song Yuan's mattress, which seemed to float slightly. What kind of life is this child living? With reddened eyes, Mu's mother lifted the mattress. Then I saw the fantasy novels tucked underneath. And slightly erotic magazines. The overflowing maternal love was instantly swallowed back. Mu Xing, do you think it's a bit late to start education at 18? On the other side, Mu Xing opened Song Yuan's wardrobe. He was hit on the head by an indescribable object that fell from the ground. And there was more than one in the cabinet. He looked at the messy cabinets and fell silent. This is related to the information given by the private investigator. They're not quite the same, even if one's inner emotions are complex. He comforted his wife first. Boys have hobbies, it's normal. Mu's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, the child is a good child, but others have taught him wrong. I heard voices coming closer and closer down the corridor. Mu Xing suddenly got up and picked up the things that had fallen to the ground. Quickly, gather it up. Don't hurt a child's self-esteem on the first meeting. His older sister and brother are all here. When the dormitory door was pushed open, what Song Yuan saw was a couple pretending to be living a peaceful and happy life. The woman sitting in the chair slowly stood up. Backlit, Song Yuan couldn't see her face clearly. All I heard was her saying that. My child, Mama's been looking for you for a very, very long time. The sorrow and pain in that gentle voice pierced through Song Yuan's feigned strength in an instant. He didn't know how to deal with himself. Mu Xingyue, who had been holding his hand, suddenly pulled him into the house. Finally, I stood before my mother. Song Yuankai finally got a clear look at the woman in front of him. She was more beautiful, younger, and more fragile than he had imagined his mother to be. How come you're so thin? Didn't you eat properly? Countless jumbled thoughts flashed through my mind. Mother. Mu Xingyue spoke, but not to her mother. She looked at Song Yuan with a clear meaning. This person was their mother. The woman in front of her couldn't wait to hear her son call her name. He hugged Song Yuan tightly. His voice trembled as he spoke. You've grown up, Mommy can't hold you anymore. I can't hold you anymore. The self-reproach in that tone made the listener's heart tighten. This person is his mother. Starting today, he has a mother too. Song Yuan let go of his restraint and hugged his mother tightly. Mother. He opened his mouth and heard himself utter those two words. The person he had called mother for 18 years now despised him and pushed him to the edge of someone else's knife. Where is his biological mother? Upon hearing the word mother, the person in her arms suddenly erupted with suppressed emotions. She burst into unrestrained crying. Behind him, Mu Xing's eyes were already red, and he secretly wiped away his tears. He stepped forward and embraced the mother and child together. His youngest son was half a head shorter than him, and he kept stroking the other's hair. He kept repeating son to himself. Once Mother Mu calmed down a bit, Mu Qingyan also stepped forward with his phone in hand. We received a call from France saying that Qingyun had made over 20 video calls to Mom and Dad, but you didn't answer, and that they were already getting ready to go to the airport. Mu Xing, who was engrossed in admiring the identical faces of his little girl and little son, suddenly stopped. Oh dear, I forgot about him. We can't let him come back. If he does, the board of directors will give me trouble. As he spoke, Mu's father quickly picked up his phone and made a video call to Mu Qingyun. During this break, Mu Qingyan introduced the Mu family to Song Yuan. You have 4 brothers and sisters. Your eldest sister is Mu Fanqing, and your second brother is me. There's also a third brother, Mu Qingyun, who's currently negotiating business in Paris on behalf of our father. You and Mu Xingyue are twins. He tactfully avoided the question of which of the twins was older. Upon hearing that he suddenly had so many brothers and sisters, Song Yuan responded with an "oh." Then, looking away with a sense of helplessness. He suddenly realized that he was inferior to Song Xingyu in some aspects. For example, the other party was able to readily and quickly treat the Song family as their own. I felt rather awkward. Thinking this, he glanced at his parents again. The Mu family has no shortage of sons. Will they like me? It doesn't matter if I don't like it. I guess. He's doing just fine on his own. Mu Xingyue immediately noticed his emotions. Little brother, we'll never be apart again. Chapter 45 is unimportant. The video call was connected. On the other end of the phone, a slightly angry male voice came through. Let whoever is capable do it. I quit. I'm going back to find my brother. No one in the Mu family took his words seriously. There are 365 days in a year. For at least 300 days, Mu Chongyun kept telling himself he was quitting. Mu Xing knew his son's temperament all too well. They pointed the video camera directly at Song Yuan. That's all. Just moments ago, Song Yuan was lost in thought when he was caught off guard and saw his third brother. The Mu Qingyun in the video has handsome features, unlike the resolute Mu Xing. Having inherited her mother's almond-shaped eyes, her angry glare now made her look like a harmless herbivore. I don't know if it's because the video has a beauty filter, but those lips are naturally upturned, rosy and full. His third brother. He's not very straight. Song Yuan secretly labeled the other person in his mind. Mu Qingyun, who was trying to prove he was angry in the video, immediately changed his expression when he saw Song Yuan. Younger brother? After a brief moment of doubt, he started shouting loudly. Are you Song Yuan? Younger brother. I don't care. I quit. I'm going back to find my brother. A hand reached out and took the phone, rescuing the slightly embarrassed Song Yuan. Mu Fanxing simply smiled as she looked at the screen. This silenced Mu Qingyun, who sensed something was wrong. Finish things over there as soon as possible and come to Haiqing as soon as possible. Okay, sis. Hang up. Okay. Song Yuan quietly observed the family. What to do? The Mu family's food chain seems quite complex. The next moment, he no longer had the mind to think about anything complicated or not. Perhaps it was because Mu's father had just stuffed things back into the cabinet and shifted the shelf. The male dormitory for moral education has inherited the large iron cabinets from one generation to the next. With a loud clang, the partition wall collapsed. This was just a warning before a major earthquake. The fragile cabinet doors simply couldn't withstand the strain. It was knocked open by the things inside the cabinet. Items were scattered all over the ground. If Mu Chengyan hadn't dodged quickly, they'll probably all hit him on the head. Only now did Song Yuan realize what he had forgotten. What was the reason for Zhao Ming's complicated expression just now? Looking at the family members they had just met, whose expressions were complicated because of the fallen items. Song Yuan said no 3 times in a row. No. It's not mine. Mu Qingyan tried to ease his younger brother's embarrassment. I picked up the things and planned to put them on the table for him first. Upon entering, I discovered that the table itself was also quite impressive. Look up. Good heavens, there were books hidden under the mattress. He swore he had never been this nervous during his thesis defense. Song Yuan was also on the verge of collapse. I need a chance to explain. Zhao Ming, who was next door, heard Song Yuan calling him and rushed over. He wasn't surprised by the scene before him. Let me explain. As he spoke, he reached into Song Yuan's cabinet, felt around, and pulled out his own phone. When did you release it? Unimportant. Zhao Ming immediately turned on the camera and opened the latest video he had just filmed. Hey, I've recorded the whole truth. The entire Mu family gathered around, and in the video, a group of young men scrambled to grab Song Yuan's pile of things. Seeing her younger brother standing at the door, blocking them and determined not to let the socks into the dormitory, Mu Fanxing burst out laughing. My little brother is so cute. Song Yuan, who was also watching the video, was also surprised. Why did you record it? Zhao Ming gave him a look that said, you don't understand. I was afraid that if those bastards, Iceman lost something and blamed us, so I recorded a video beforehand to keep evidence. Song Yuan shook his head, patted his shoulder, and praised him. That's awesome. Of course, Zhao Ming also had some personal agenda involved. This can be considered evidence of their crimes. With this evidence, Zhao Ming and brother Yuan can walk all over the school with impunity. Although Yuan Ge can walk sideways even without this thing. But he calls this double insurance. With the video, Song Yuan didn't need to explain at all. His innocence was cleared. Mr. and Mrs. Mu exchanged a glance, relieved. Thankfully, my son didn't go astray. The Mu family was recognizing each other in their dormitory. The parents' meeting in the school building is about to begin. Fong Duo was placed under house arrest. The Fong family felt ashamed and sent their housekeeper instead. Chui Wan, who had dressed up specially, felt bored when she found that Fang's mother hadn't come. He glanced around again. I rolled my eyes at the group of parents who were dressed simply. A life of poverty and hardship. She tapped her phone to open the browser. What did they just call that woman? Fan Xing? Never heard of her before, and has no idea where this unknown, obscure celebrity comes from. Cui Wan, who missed seeing Mu Fanqing's face because she arrived late, carelessly swiped away after her search yielded no results. Several parents behind me were gathered together discussing the exam results. I heard that the top student in the grade scored over 700 points this time. If you could get this score on the college entrance exam, you might even be the top scorer in the province. My brat has fallen out of the top 50 this time. It's true what they say, you have to compare to get rid of something. I don't know how other families raise their children. I overheard their discussion. Cui Wan couldn't help but cough lightly. We don't have to worry about Xingyu's studies at all. It's very worry-free. He has been number one all these years, and other kids can't compare to him. The parents were surprised that this elegantly dressed woman would suddenly strike up a conversation with them. They were also puzzled upon hearing this. I heard the first place isn't in their class, it's in the class next door. A kind lady gave me a heads up. Madam, you're saying your child came in first place? Of course. As Cui Wan spoke, she turned halfway around, her expression haughty and self-assured. Other parents felt somewhat offended. But Cui Wan doesn't look like someone you want to mess with. They all simply kept quiet. Only the woman who had spoken earlier continued. You may have gone to the wrong class. This is the Tsinghua Peking University class. The advanced class is on the other side of the stairs. Hearing her words, Cui Wan was somewhat puzzled. Some even thought this woman might have mental problems. I don't even know where my son is. After saying that, she rolled her eyes, turned around, and ignored everyone else. The students' parents had put themselves in an awkward and uncomfortable situation. Others kindly tugged at her. Please sit down, the teacher is coming in. As they were talking, the head teacher of the Tsinghua Peking University class, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline, pushed up his glasses and walked in. The other party changed their attitude from before. He looked at the parents below the stage with a serious expression. This time, the overall academic performance of the students in the Tsinghua Peking University class was not ideal. There's only so much we teachers can do at school, so parents need to pay more attention to their children's learning outside of school. Seeing the other parents' unpleasant expressions after being criticized, Cui Wan still smiled as she looked at the homeroom teacher. I'm just waiting for him to start praising his son for getting first place in the exam. Unexpectedly, the next sentence I received was, especially the parents of Zheng and Song Xingyu. Did they come today? Chapter 46. Song Yuan was stunned. The teacher nodded to Cui Wan as she spoke. Although he has not regressed, standing still is a form of regression. This time they were pulled down from first place. We hope that parents will go back and strengthen their supervision so that their children do not fall behind during the critical senior year of high school. Cui Wan could no longer hear what the teacher was going to say next. What did he say? Song Xingyu didn't get first place this time? But clearly, she only realized it halfway through her recollection. After the exam, Song Xingyu never mentioned her grades. The parents who were chatting earlier had also noticed something amiss. The group exchanged glances. They exchanged glances. It turns out that the woman was Song Xingyu's parent. She doesn't seem to know her son's ranking yet. Did she just think that Song Xingyu would get first place again this time? The homeroom teacher distributed the grades and rankings of the students in the Tsinghua Peking University class. He doesn't like the practice of keeping grades confidential. Every time, they would directly send the class rankings and school rankings of all students to the parents. Cui Wan also received that report card. Song Xingyu is ranked first. However, it was ranked third in the school rankings. For a moment, everything went black before her eyes. They didn't even make it to second place. I came in third. She didn't even feel like scolding Song Xingyu for hiding her true grades. Her mind was filled with images of Song Yuan, who was always punished for coming in second place in exams. This time, her son didn't even get second place. In a fit of anger, Cui Wan crumpled the report card into a thin strip. The other parents who were watching her exchanged smiles and stopped looking at her, focusing instead on their own children's grades. The next hour, Cui Wan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Feeling guilty, Song Xingyu pretended to walk past the door. I spotted Cui Wan's dark face at a glance. He didn't even care about Song Yuan's situation. All his thoughts were on the fact that it was all over. On the other hand, Song Yuan also gained a basic understanding of the Mu family. Song Yuan was not surprised when he learned that his father was a businessman. The other person had an extraordinary air about him. Song Yuan had also sensed that same air about his uncle from the Rong family. To his surprise, his mother, Kong Yun, is the president of a well-known private hospital in Shanghai. He secretly glanced at the hand he had just shaken. He never imagined that his frail mother was actually a doctor who saved lives. After a brief moment of surprise, his eyes were filled with admiration. "My mother is amazing." Kang Yin held her son's hand. "Speaking of which, this hospital was built because of you." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan slowly opened his eyes wide. "Me? Right." In the time that followed, Song Yuan heard about what had happened to him for the first time. Kang Yin was unable to enter the operating room during her late pregnancy. "I helped out in the auxiliary departments." Despite being pregnant with twins, Kang Yin tried to rest at home. "Within a week, my mood plummeted." Mu Xing had no choice but to agree to let her continue working. The accident occurred during a hospital outreach medical mission. Kang Yun's pregnancy suddenly began a month before her due date. She could only find a top-tier hospital nearby to give birth. The production process was extremely difficult. In the end, the hospital only delivered one baby girl, Mu Xingyue. They were told that the other twin had died. Mu Xing, who was accompanying the delivery, fainted after only one glance at the baby, whose body was covered in bruises. The child's body was disposed of by the hospital following procedures. The family never went back to that city. Mu Xingyue mistakenly believed that only one of them had survived. She cried for 6 months after birth, but hospital checkups showed no problems. Even consulting a master couldn't uncover anything. 6 months later, Mu Xingyue seemed to realize that crying and making a fuss would not help. And that's how it turned out to be like this. He doesn't react much to the outside world and rarely speaks. He only calls out brother occasionally. Kang Yin thought she was born with autism, and the most advanced instruments at home and abroad were used to test her, but no problems were found. The doctor finally gave a particularly absurd answer. She probably just doesn't want to talk to anyone. Until 10 years later, a shocking scandal has been exposed in the medical field. Only then did the Mu family realize that the twins from back then had not died. It may have already been sold. The suspect burned all the files and committed suicide by jumping off a building, cutting off all leads. Song Yuan was only 10 years old at the time and had no recollection of the incident. He looked at his mother in surprise. She then glanced at Mu Xingyue, standing beside her. He noticed Mu Xingyue's unusual behavior, but he didn't know that the other person's abnormality was actually because of him. Younger brother. Looking at Mu Xingyue, he saw only his own reflection in her eyes. Song Yuan reached out and ruffled her hair. "I hope Yu Liang gets better soon." "I'm fine." Kang Yin smiled as she watched the two of them interact, and continued speaking. Later, the Mu and Kang families invested 10 billion yuan to build a private hospital in Shanghai, which they named Twin Hospital. All the equipment in the hospital is world-class. Except for the wards and bathrooms, there is comprehensive surveillance without blind spots. The twin hospitals have the strictest hospital regulations in the industry. "I failed to protect my child, but I hope there will be fewer tragedies of families being torn apart in this world. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved." Song Yuan felt a powerful force emanating from her birth mother, a force rooted in maternal love. Her frail body supported one hope after another. Her feelings of love were completely different from Cui Wan's. They are not distinguished as sons or daughters. It does not distinguish between blood relations. It doesn't even differentiate based on age. She possessed a faint divine quality, and she loved everything in this world. That's amazing. This was Song Yuan's only thought after hearing it. He was also generous with his praise. Hearing Song Yuan's praise, Mu Xing, who was standing to the side, was even more proud than Kang Yun. "Of course, your mother's hospital now uses robots to perform surgeries." After praising him, he didn't forget to praise himself as well. "Your dad is pretty impressive too. I've invested a lot in this hospital." Looking at Mu Xing, who was practically begging for praise, Song Yuan smiled and nodded. The fact that these two families invested billions of dollars to build the hospital demonstrates their strength. The corridor has become lively. After the parent-teacher meeting, the parents came directly to visit their children's dormitories. Mu Xing got up. "Let's not crowd here anymore. Let's go home and talk about it slowly." Before Song Yuan could react, Kang Yun grabbed her son's arm. "Yes, our family is large, so let's not crowd here and prevent other parents from getting in." Mu Qingyan also immediately stepped in front of Song Yuan. "No need to pack anything. I've already arranged everything over there." This moment, Song Yuan had a strong feeling that he had been kidnapped. He only had time to say one sentence to Zhao Ming. "Lock the cabinet so nothing falls out again." The Mu family members happily went downstairs. I passed by the teaching building. Song Yuan immediately spotted Song Xingyu in front of him, looking flustered and explaining something to Cui Wan. Cui Wan forcefully tapped her hand, holding the bag in the air. He looked furious. The mother and son were blocking their way. The Mu family caught them red-handed. Kang Yun immediately released Song Yuan's arm. He quickly stepped forward. Before anyone could react, he grabbed Chui Wan. He went up and slapped the other person twice. Song Yuan was stunned. Chapter 47. Calling the police. Will they arrest me or her? Chui Wan was also stunned by the beating. She covered her face and had just said you. Then Kang Yun slapped him again. Just as Kang Yun was about to make a move, Song Xingyu finally realized what was happening. He reached out to grasp Kang Yun's hand, but before his hand could touch hers, it was flung away by another person. Song Yuan, who was about to step forward, was stopped by Mu Xing. He watched as his tall father shielded him and his mother behind him, while standing in front of them were the Song family members who had always targeted him. Song Yuan, who had been feeling unreal about his family coming to find him, suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It turns out that the role of a father is not just about standing on the opposite side of oneself. It's not about constantly hitting or scolding yourself. He, Song Yuan, also has someone protecting him. After being slapped a few times, Chui Wan came to her senses and tried to grab Kang Yun. Mu's father twisted her arm behind her back with one hand. Ouch, that hurts. Song Xingyu, who was standing next to her, wanted to step forward again. A seemingly powerless object rested on his shoulder. I don't know where the other person touched, even though they didn't use any force at all. Song Xingyu was indeed in so much pain that she couldn't help but bend over. What's wrong, second brother? Mu Fanxing came over to answer her younger brother's questions. He is a veteran Chinese medicine doctor with 20 years of experience. Song Yuan was puzzled. His second brother looked to be only in his early 20s. Kang Yun hadn't even caught his breath from those few blows. He then started slapping her again. He didn't say a single unnecessary word to Chui Wan. Chui Wan, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "You dare hit me. Just wait for the Song family's revenge. It's completely useless." Kang Yun played even more enthusiastically. As it was now in public, people gradually began to gather around to watch. They were worried that if this scene were filmed, it would damage their parents' reputation. Song Yuan blocked the gazes directed at him and walked towards Kang Yun. "Mother, we should go now." Chui Wan, whose face was swollen from the beating, was about to shout, "Don't call me mother." Then he heard the woman who had hit him respond, "Okay, I'll do as you say." Once released, Chui Wan glared fiercely at the family. So they were the little bastard's parents. Only rotten goods can give birth to inferior offspring. You just wait. Kang Yun rubbed her wrist. "Thanks to your Song family, we have obtained my son Song Yuan's medical records for the past 18 years. It's clearly written up there which year and month the person was beaten and hospitalized. I'm going to settle this score with your Song family." Chui Wan laughed as soon as she heard that. She looked at Kang Yun, who wasn't wearing any valuable jewelry. The couple weren't wearing the latest styles from the luxury stores she usually shops at. The eldest daughter, on the other hand, was dressed quite fashionably. She probably borrowed it from the company that endorsed her. In just a few dozen seconds, Chui Wan sized up the group of people. They have already categorized the other party as a middle-class family with some savings. They didn't take any of them seriously at all. In Haicheng, the Song family still has some say. "You dare to hit me today? Just you wait." Mu Xing found this statement quite strange. This was the first time since he came of age that someone had spoken harshly to him. "Okay, we'll wait." After saying that, Mu Xing led his wife and children straight over. Song Xingyu helped Chui Wan up. "Mom, should we call the police and have them detained?" Chui Wan, whose face was burning with pain from the slap, slapped Song Xingyu across the face. "Mom." For a moment, both of them were stunned. However, Chui Wan still glared fiercely at Song Xingyu. "If I call the police, will they arrest me or her?" Having just returned to the Song family, Song Xingyu knew nothing about Song Yuan's previous life. But Chui Wan knew very well. Just the fact that Song Yuan went to the ICU once is enough to convict them. She never expected this. This family actually went so far as to attack medical records. Chui Wan gripped Song Xingyu's hand tighter and tighter. They noticed the stares of passers-by. She raised her hand to cover half of her face. "We must deal with this family as soon as possible. Make them leave Haicheng." Lost in her own world, Chui Wan was completely unaware of the malicious gaze emanating from Song Xingyu. "Go home." Song Xingyu still showed no sign of dissatisfaction. However, his hatred for Chui Wan grew little by little in his heart. He has never been a magnanimous person. Otherwise, why would she hold a grudge against Song Yuan for so many years because of failing an exam? Inside the car, a mother and son each had their own thoughts. The atmosphere inside the car was eerily quiet. The vehicle was halfway there. Chui Wan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Don't tell your father about your exam results yet." This surprised Song Xingyu, although he didn't know why his mother had helped him keep it a secret. However, he still responded quickly with an okay, and even the hatred he had just felt dissipated considerably. However, Chui Wan's next sentence was, "You can't even pass a little bastard's exam. I don't know what you do every day." Song Xingyu, sitting beside her, clenched her fists tightly. The fingernails dug marks into the flesh of the palm, yet the person seemed oblivious. He lowered his head slightly. "It won't happen again next time. You better not do it again. I won't help you hide it from your father next time either." Song Xingyu, sitting in the car, was unaware of this. At this moment, Chui Wan's resentment towards him was not much less than that of the Mu family. In her opinion, Song Xingyu was much taller and bigger than the person next to her. He was forced to bend over with his face to the ground by having his shoulders pressed down, and kept crying out in pain. Should we show her the drill? A mother who was humiliated by others. Song Xingyu is such a coward. Unbeknownst to everyone, the slap Kong Yun delivered to Chui Wan's face seemed to tear away the false pretense of propriety between the mother and son. It left a knot in their hearts. If the Mu family finds out, they'll probably just clap their hands in delight and say, "What goes around comes around." Maoshan Manor. They watched as the security guards let the Mu family's car pass without any further assistance. Song Yuan looked at Kong Yun in surprise. "Does your mother also own property in Haicheng?" Kong Yun wasn't entirely clear about the family's assets either. Hearing her son ask this question, she immediately turned her gaze to Mu Xing. "The developer of this area is the Liao family. At the time, we felt that the scenery here was nice, so we asked them to reserve one unit. The surname Liao is not very common." Just as Song Yuan Gang had some doubts, Mu Xing spoke directly. "You should have met the youngest daughter of the Liao family. We had to trouble her this time." Although the father did not make it clear, but Song Yuan immediately remembered Liao Shan pulling his hair. Was it actually intended for the Mu family to use for paternity testing? At this moment, Song Yuan was unaware that besides the hair, Liao Shan had also obtained a handkerchief stained with his blood. Otherwise, they would definitely be wary of Liao Shan. Maoshan Manor was actually developed by Liao Shan's family? Song Yuan looked out the window. "I had a vague feeling about it. It seems I'm about to enter another circle. This circle is far beyond what the Song family can compare to." The vehicle bypassed Maoshan Manor. Mu Xing suddenly turned to look at Kong Yun. "We'll visit the teacher another day. Which courtyard does the teacher live in?" Kong Yun gently held Song Yuan's hand. "Number 8, located in the center of Maoshan." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately perked up. "Courtyard number 8? Isn't number 8 courtyard the Rong family's residence? The teacher father mentioned is Elder Rong?" Mu Xing was somewhat surprised to hear his son's question. "You know Elder Rong?" Chapter 48. You don't want to call me mom anymore? It's more than just knowing. Song Yuan looked at his father. "You mean Mr. Rong was your teacher?" He saw his father nod. Song Yuan unearthed a memory from his mind. At that time, he had just become a disciple of Master Rong and often heard Master Rong complaining to him about his students. He's a lucky kid. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he has never suffered a bit of hardship from childhood to adulthood. The hardest thing I've ever suffered was probably being slapped on the hand because of my ugly handwriting. Later, as Song Yuan spent more and more time by Rong Lao's side, the other person's story is rarely mentioned. Song Yuan was also quite surprised. He and his father had actually crossed paths long ago, watching his son lost in memories. Kong Yun glanced at Mu Xing and asked him softly, "What's wrong? Have you been in contact with the Rong family?" Once he came to his senses, Song Yuan didn't know how to explain to his father. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Mu Xing. "To put it simply, you are my father, and I am your junior brother." This sentence is easy to understand. "You're also one of Professor Rong's students?" To be precise, Master Rong said that I was his last disciple. Upon hearing that Song Yuan had such a connection with Elder Rong, I was surprised. The couple were extremely surprised, especially Mu Xing. He knew all too well how eccentric old Master Rong's personality was. Back then, Professor Rong was sought after by both Tsinghua and Peking universities to teach. They made a bunch of promises. They even agreed to provide some conveniences for Rong family descendants to enroll in schools. However, Mr. Rong refused all invitations and resolutely returned to Haicheng. Later, Mu Xing asked his teacher why he wanted to return to Haicheng. The old man simply scoffed dismissively. "Kyoto doesn't suit my taste. Haicheng has more delicious food." Many prominent families wanted to send their children to Haicheng so that they could study under Master Rong. Rong Lao rejected them all. He not only refused outsiders, but also forbade members of the Rong clan from coming to bother him. Hearing that his youngest son had become a student of Master Rong, it's impossible not to be surprised. Curiosity followed. Because Mu Xing knew that the Rong family was beyond the reach of the Song family, Their son must have had some opportunity that they were unaware of to get acquainted with the Rome family. Before he could ask any further questions, the car drove through the gate. Song Yuan was immediately drawn to the building in the distance that resembled a European castle. I've seen this place before. As he spoke, Song Yuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly. At that time, I was also curious whether the legendary prince and princess lived in this castle. Kong Yun looked at Song Yuan, who was showing a slightly childlike side at this moment. I ruffled his hair. Indeed, a prince and princess live there, and you are mommy's little prince. She's almost 18 and is still being treated like a child. Even Song Yuan felt a little embarrassed. After getting off the car, Mu Xing looked at his residence in Maoshan manner with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, son. I couldn't let you go home on the first day we recognized each other. When Mu Xing referred to his own home, he meant his family's permanent residence in Shanghai. Song Yuan smiled and said it was okay. What he didn't know was, in his home in Shanghai, there was a room that belonged to him. That room occupied the best location in the entire villa. That room had been vacant for 8 years. From the moment Mu Xing and Kong Yun learned that they had a child living in this world, the room was then prepared. It's just waiting for its owner to return to this home. The family embraced Song Yuan as they entered the castle he had once glimpsed in his childhood. Mu Xing's phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone, and after hearing what the person on the other end said, his expression changed slightly. He then let out a cold snort. She wants to know the Mu family's background? Let her give it a try? Let's see who's foolish enough to take this job. As Mu Fanqing parked the car behind her, she saw the cold smile on her father's face. Curious, they came closer. Who's so capable as to make old Mu angry? That woman from the Song family is using her connections to investigate our family. Mu Fanqing hadn't expected that the woman to be even more foolish than she thought. Then let her investigate. She immediately put the matter out of her mind, letting it go in one ear and out the other. He skipped into the house. Moon, Yuan, come and take some photos with your sister. Meanwhile, Chui Wan and her group also arrived at the Song residence. She answered the phone. The person's response on the phone immediately made her angry. What do you mean cannot be found? Is there anything that our Song family can't find out? I give you so much money every year. I'm sorry, Mrs. Song, you're looking for someone else. The call was disconnected. Enraged, Chui Wan threw the water glass in her hand away. The splashed water scattered on the ground. The nanny quickly grabbed a rag and squatted down to carefully wipe the floor. This scene inexplicably comforted Chui Wan, who had been humiliated outside. She snorted coldly. If you don't do this business, there are plenty of people who want to. However, the calls she made next were not answered. It means that I accepted the call, but was quickly rejected. When we contacted the third company, the other party finally gave her a hint. Mrs. Song, let me give you a friendly reminder. This person is not someone you can afford to mess with. What do you mean? Beep. Chui Wan called back, but the other party did not answer the phone. She gripped her phone tightly. The stinging pain on my face was a stark reminder of the humiliation I had suffered during the day. Should we just let her give up like this? Impossible. As usual, the portrait of Song Yu ran down from upstairs. She was also holding a rabbit doll in her arms. When she knocked on Song Xingyu's room door and no one answered, she assumed that Song Xingyu was in the living room. He ran while shouting loudly for his brother. Brother, play games with Yuhua. Pity. To avoid offending Chui Wan, Song Xingyu had already returned to her bedroom. He also heard Song Yuhua knocking on his door, but simply didn't want to answer. Oblivious to her mother's emotions, Song Yuhua giggled and ran to Chui Wan. The next second, the laughter stopped abruptly. She saw Chui Wan's swollen and red face, which had been beaten. He exclaimed in surprise, although the sound was not loud. However, her surprised expression provoked Chui Wan, who was already furious. Her gaze was fixed directly on Song Yuhua. Are you afraid of me? The young Song Yuhua had not yet learned to hide his emotions. He stumbled back 3 steps and fell to the ground. After a second of stunned silence, she burst into tears. In her mind, when faced with a problem they can't solve, they immediately burst into tears. Someone will come and comfort her, and they won't argue with a child like her. However, this tactic clearly failed today. Chui Wan did not ask the nanny to take her away. Instead, he stepped forward and lifted Song Yuhua's face. Why are you crying? You don't want to call me mom anymore? You also think you have a biological set of parents who will come to pick you up? Chapter 49. I really don't need anything. Completely unaware of what she had done wrong, Song Yuhua could only open her mouth and cry loudly. The crying drew Song Yuqi down from upstairs. She frowned when she saw Song Yuhua. Why does this child cry so ugly? She's still the older sister after all. Song Yuqi walked over and pulled up Song Yuhua, who was crying on the ground. Shouted out, "Don't cry. The little guy was so frightened that he shut his mouth and couldn't help but sob. Where's the nanny? Take Yuhua to wash her face and go play somewhere else. Don't bother with this. After dealing with her younger sister, she turned her attention to Chui Wan. This sight startled her, but she immediately moved closer to Chui Wan. He reached out cautiously, but dared not touch his mother's face. What happened? Did the treatment at the beauty salon fail? Which family is it? I'll go find them. Anyone who saw the slap mark on Chui Wan's face would know that she had been slapped. However, Song Yuqi would certainly not ask her directly who had done this to her. Instead, he pretended to be stupid, giving Chui Wan a way out. When Chui Wan saw Song Yuqi, she suddenly had another idea. You're in the entertainment industry. Have you ever heard of the actress Fan Xing? Fan Xing? No. Song Yuqi read these two words aloud. There are only a handful of female celebrities with the surname Fan. He paused suddenly and looked at Chui Wan. Mom, are you sure his name is Fan Xing? And his surname is Fan. I don't know if her surname is Fan, but everyone calls her Fan Xing. The next second, Song Yuqi became excited. I know, Mom. You're talking about Fan Xing, Mu Fan Xing. You must know her too. She's the spokesperson for Polly. Upon hearing Song Yuqi's words, Chui Wan's expression turned even more unpleasant. She doesn't know much about the celebrity circle, but she understands luxury goods. Few actors in China can secure an endorsement deal with Polygram. The other person doesn't seem to be the minor celebrity I thought they were. Chui Wan snapped out of her daze and grasped Song Yuqi's hand. Aren't you in the entertainment industry too? Go and help Mom find out what kind of background Mu Fanqing has. Song Yuqi, who hadn't even stepped into the entertainment industry yet, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I'll ask around. But why have you suddenly become interested in her? Looking at his second daughter's puzzled expression, Chui Wan gritted her teeth and said, She's that little bastard Song Yuan's older sister. I want to see just how this family comes to be. How could this be? Song Yuqi exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he an abandoned orphan? How could they be Mu Fanqing's family? As she said this, a hint of resentment appeared on Song Yuqi's face. After all, that's Mu Fanqing. In their circle, anyone who gets Mu Fanqing's WeChat is considered to be able to throw a party to celebrate. It turned out to be that little bastard's family. Chui Wan rubbed her temples. I'm going back to rest. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible about what I asked you to do. I watched my mother's figure disappear into the elevator. Song Yuqi scrolled through her WeChat contacts, found a profile picture, and made a phone call. Hi G, what are you busy with? Meanwhile, the Song family is trying to investigate the Mu family. On the other side, in the Mu family's living room, Song Yuan was also extremely troubled. Mu Xing was chatting with Song Yuan and Kong Yun. If we transfer those East Asia shipping lines to Xiao Yuan's name, the annual revenue could be over 1 billion yuan. That would be perfect as pocket money for the kids. Song Yuan, who knew nothing about the shipping business, immediately waved his hand. Father, I don't understand these things. He waved his hand dismissively when he heard his son's refusal. It's simple. You don't need to worry about the business. Just wait to collect the money. Kang's mother, who was standing next to her, was holding a tablet that the housekeeper had handed to her. There are also several properties in Haicheng, several commercial buildings in Shanghai, and 2 courtyard houses in Kyoto. Once Xiao Yuan's birthday is over, they will be transferred to his name. Before he could stop his father, Song Yuan hurriedly began to comfort his mother. Mother, I don't have that much need for real estate. Kong Yun smiled kindly. Silly child, you don't need to worry about anything. Just wait to collect the rent. Mu Fanqing, who was standing next to her, also came over with her phone. Do you like Pagani models? Choose a color. Song Yuan was about to refuse. Mu Fanqing simply took the phone away again. Forget it. Let's order a few more and take turns driving them. At the same time, with a gentle smile, Mu Chengyan also called out to Xiao Yuan. Song Yuan stood up abruptly. Second brother, I really don't need anything. Mu Chengyan smiled gently. Don't complain that your second brother didn't give you enough. I'm giving you the old ginseng that I inherited from my maternal grandfather. As for Mu Xingyue sticking close to Song Yuan, although nothing was said, the attitude was very clear. She is Song Yuan's. All her things belong to Song Yuan. This scene left Song Yuan feeling quite flattered. He scratched his head, looking somewhat at a loss. He made excuses again. I'm still in school, so I don't really need these things. And I can also make money myself. Hearing him say that, the Mu family members exchanged smiles. Mu Xing nodded in affirmation. Dad doesn't quite understand what you've done, but I've asked around to find out more about it. The prospects are promising. Hearing his father's praise, Song Yuan was both surprised and embarrassed. Did my father find out about my company? I thought I had hidden it very well. Kong Yun smiled and took his hand, letting Song Yuan, who was standing, sit down next to her again. Before we came, We asked a friend to learn about your life, and we hope you don't feel offended. Song Yuan shook his head. I'm just a little surprised. After all, he felt he had done a good job of concealing the truth. For at least this long, the Song family remained completely unaware. Mu Xing and Kong Yun exchanged a glance, then looked at Song Yuan with a more serious expression. There's something important I need to discuss with you today. Do you want to go back to Shanghai with your parents? Song Yuan already had the answer to this question in his heart. He gently shook his head. I want to stay in Haiqing to finish the college entrance examination. Why? The education in Shanghai is far superior to that in Haiqing, and don't you want to be with your parents? Looking at Kong Yun, who spoke with some urgency, Song Yuanhui grasped the other person's hand. Mom, there's less than a year left until the college entrance exam. He gave his parents a brief explanation. In fact, Song Yuan's choice was undoubtedly the right one for an ordinary family. But he was facing the Mu family. Mu Fanxing gently rubbed her younger brother's head. Apart from Chengyan, we all studied abroad. Have you ever considered studying abroad? Her words brought Kong Yun back to her senses. Yes, if you choose to take the college entrance examination in Haiqing, you will be the first child in our family to take the college entrance examination in China. Moon has passed the Ripin Academy's assessment and will go to Russia to study next year. Before Song Yuan could say anything, Moon, whose gaze had been fixed on Song Yuan, suddenly snapped back to reality. I'm not going. Chapter 58 Tool for Arranged Marriage? I won't be separated from my younger brother. This was an unexpected situation that the Mu family never anticipated. Mu Xingyue is no longer going to the Ripin Academy of Fine Arts. She wants to stay in Shanghai. She wants to be with Song Yuan. Wherever Song Yuan went, she went. Kong Yun, who has practiced medicine for many years, knows that many families with twins encounter this situation. As twins, they cannot live without each other. In extreme cases, two people even forbid each other from having intimate romantic partners. When this happens in your own home, Kong Yunkai then clearly realized how troublesome it was. She spoke softly to Mu Xingyue. Isn't the Ripin Academy of Fine Arts your favorite school? Didn't we agree to study under teacher Pavel? Mu Xingyue ignored her mother's words. She simply leaned against Song Yuan to show her attitude. The Mu family suddenly realized that things were getting a bit tricky. The Song family had once considered training Song Yushu to become an artist. Therefore, Song Yuan had heard of the Ripin Academy of Fine Arts. He certainly knew that this academy was a great place for art students to further their studies. Song Yuan also looked down at Mu Xingyue. The moment I saw those eyes that reflected only my own image. He couldn't bring himself to say anything to dissuade her. So they both looked at Mu Xing and Kong Yun. The couple exchanged a glance. They couldn't force Mu Xingyue to do anything. In the end, Kong Yun made the decision. There are many excellent art academies in China, but we, as Yu Liang, don't want to go abroad, so we won't. Mu Qingyan, however, looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Weren't you here to pick up your younger brother from home? How did you manage to drag your sister into this too? Song Yuan had thought that the appearance of his family would disrupt his life and throw off all his plans for the future. However, the Mu family highly respects the personal opinions of their children. They simply gave Song Yuan a year to take the college entrance examination and study the major he wanted. Mu Xingyue cannot live without Song Yuan. Mu Xing immediately arranged for someone to buy a villa in the upscale residential area closest to DU No. 1 middle school. They also transferred people from Shanghai to take care of their daily needs. The two children were properly taken care of. The Mu family arrived in Haiqing on the second day. People who had learned through rumors that they were in Haiqing had already sent out invitations. However, the couple only wanted to cherish the time they had with their son. They were all rejected. He made a special trip to the Rong family with Song Yuan. The Mu family sent a visiting card in accordance with proper etiquette. On the day of the visit to the Rong family, the two brothers and their daughter from the Rong family in courtyard number 8 were all called back. Mu Xing and Rong Zhibin, the eldest brother of the Rong family, greeted each other with a warm embrace. Brother, you haven't aged a bit over the years. Not old yet. Your kids are almost getting married. Song Yuan obediently followed behind his father, calling him Uncle Rong. Rong Ziyuan came over and patted him on the shoulder. Good lad. Your father has been struggling with whether it's me or your older brother who should adopt you. There's no need to think about it now. The big golden egg has found its home. One sentence not only made everyone laugh, but also brought the two families closer together. Rong, who was being held by the nanny, struggled for a long time. Finally breaking free from the adult's embrace, she rushed straight to Song Yuan. Brother, the little girl has gained a lot of weight recently, which Song Yuan could feel as soon as he picked her up. Rong has grown taller. You've grown taller, and you've gained quite a bit of weight. Aunt Rong's teasing made Rong blush. Stop talking. Song Yuan was Rong Lao's favorite. This time, they were recognized and returned to the Mu family. This has also allowed the two families, who had been out of touch for the past 2 years, to reconnect frequently. The news quickly spread to the upper echelons of Haiqing. This also includes Song Anmin. Because of the banquet he hosted last time to recognize his son, he squeezed into the real elite circle of Haiqing. Although nobody in this circle takes him seriously at all. Evening. After finishing dinner, Song Anmin called Song Yuqin over. Come to my study for a moment. Okay. The two reform plans she recently proposed at the company have both achieved good results. I thought my father wanted to talk to me about this. Unexpectedly, Song Anmin listened to her talk about these things. He just mumbled a few perfunctory ahas. The Mu family from Shanghai has come to Haiqing. Song Yuqin, who didn't even know who the Mu family in Shanghai was, nodded hesitantly. Do you have a partnership with us? Upon hearing this, Song Anmin raised his eyes, chuckled, and shook his head. That expression seemed to be laughing at Song Yuqin's stupidity. It made her feel uneasy. The Mu family is not a family the Song family can possibly associate with. The Zhao family, who are related to the Rong family through marriage. I remember their youngest son liked you. Try contacting them, and see if you can get our family involved. Upon hearing these words, Song Yuqin looked at Song Anmin with a hint of disbelief. Father, you know Zhao Zhang forced himself on me. He suddenly became excited as he looked at his daughter. Song Anmin simply shook his head. Wasn't he also unable to control his emotions? That's enough to prove that you hold a certain place in his heart. These absurd words made Song Yuqin stand up abruptly. What am I to you? A tool for a political marriage. She angrily turned to leave the study. Song Anmin did not stop her, but said quietly from behind. It seems you're not very calm right now. You should take a break from your work at the company. These words struck Song Yuqin like a thunderbolt. She didn't even want to turn her head to look at her father again. She paused briefly, then opened the door and went out again. However, Song Yuqin, who hadn't cried in a long time, had tears in her eyes. My mind became increasingly clear. It's absolutely impossible for him to obtain everything from the Song family by relying on his own father. On the other side, Song Yuqi was assigned by Cui Wan to investigate Mu Fanqing. They did not appear at the Song family's dinner table. She went alone to an entertainment venue in Haiqing. Inside 888 private room. There were quite a few surgically enhanced faces sitting there, dressed in extremely revealing clothing. Seeing this scene before my eyes, Song Yuqi turned around and was about to leave. But she was blocked by a man who came in from behind, whose belly was comparable to that of a woman who was 10 months pregnant. With a sudden exertion, Song Yuqi nearly fell to the ground. When you can see the other person's face clearly, Song Yuqi took back the curse words she was about to utter. Brother hi. The man smiled wryly and reached out to help Song Yuqi up. Where are we going? Song Yuqi gave a fake smile. It smells too good inside. Let's go out for some fresh air. Haigu immediately put his arm around her. Does this room still smell of you? Before Song Yuqi could struggle, Haigu pulled her down to sit. Didn't you want to join the cast of Treading the Moon? The director will come over later to toast him, and that'll be settled. Song Yuqi, who originally came with the mission of finding out about Mu Fanqing, completely forgot about this matter. Really, Haiji? After the production team and lead actors for Journey to the Moon were finalized, almost everyone in the industry knows that this show is bound to be a hit. The only uncertainty is how popular this show will become. People in the industry are scrambling to get a role for themselves. After all, the director of this show is known for making supporting actors popular. I appeared in his show. It's like winning a wildly popular lottery ticket. It's the kind with an extremely high winning rate. To Song Yuqi's surprise, when the director arrived, he only glanced at her appearance and asked her name. Let her prepare and wait for notification to join the film crew. Song Yuqi was overjoyed when she left, never expecting to be so lucky. What she didn't know was, after she left the private room, the director immediately made a phone call. Even through the phone, the director's expression was extremely obsequious. Sister Xing, Song Yuqi has been arranged to join the crew. You're too kind. Okay, you go ahead with your work. Haigu, who was standing next to him, looked over curiously. Did that girl offend someone? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Seeing the director's serious expression, Haigu made a zipper gesture over his mouth. With a slight sense of regret, she crossed Song Yuqi's name off the list in her mind. Picking up girls is fine, but picking up girls who cause a lot of trouble is not. Chapter 51. How could he possibly deserve such a good life? Moral education at number 1 middle school, outside the school campus. Zhao Ming hugged Song Yuan and cried his heart out. He glanced at the classmates who were secretly watching him. Song Yuan was completely bewildered. Get up. I can't get up, The boss doesn't want me anymore, wah. Zhao Ming had been complaining about it ever since he learned that Song Yuan's family had arranged for him to attend school as a day student. That evening after school, I watched as Song Yuan walked out of the school gate. They couldn't hold back any longer. He sprinted over and grabbed Song Yuan's leg, then started faking tears. The crying was fake, but the wailing is really disturbing to the neighbors. What made Song Yuan even more helpless was that Liao Shan stood right next to them with her arms crossed, watching the commotion. He even wanted to hug a bucket of popcorn. I'm just going home to stay at night. It's not like I'm not coming to school anymore. Zhao Ming mumbled incoherently. That's different now. You're not sleeping with me anymore. These words elicited a gasp of approval from the onlookers. Song Yuan, annoyed, tugged at his trouser leg. You've ruined my reputation. Having Zhao Ming alone is not enough. Even the big, clumsy guy followed suit. They wrapped their arms around Song Yuan's upper body as well. Brother Yuan, don't worry, I will always be your strong shield. The farce ended under the intense flashlight beam of the head of discipline. Song Yuan, who was holding Mu Xingyue's hand, suddenly heard her laughter. Turning her head, Mu Xingyue had returned to her usual expressionless demeanor. But Song Yuan wasn't buying it. Are you laughing at your brother? I heard you. It's my younger brother. Don't call me that. Come on, call me brother. The twins have started another sibling rivalry. Liao Shan sighed and shook her head. Childish. Thanks to the Mu family's connections, within a week of the parents' meeting, Mu Xingyue began studying moral education. He sat to Song Yuan's left. She and Liao Shan flanked Song Yuan perfectly, one on each side. On the day Mu Xingyue arrived to register, many classmates who had heard that she looked exactly like Song Yuan came to see her. Song Yuan is quite handsome. Mu Xingyue, who has the same face as him, looks quite cute with her bangs. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, giving her a touch of heroic spirit. The two of them standing together immediately captivated many young men and women. Mu Xingyue's first week of school. The forum was full of photos of the brother and sister taken without their consent. There are also those who ship twins. The news spread from the ears of students taking academic subjects to those taking art exams. It was passed down from the senior year of high school to the freshman year. Finally, someone noticed that something was wrong. Is the organizer of this art exhibition Mu Xingyue? This post quickly went viral within hours, and even had the word explosive appended to its title. And one of the protagonists is Song Yuan. I only found out when Wu Yu came over with her phone, looking all gossipy. He looked at the art exhibition he found on Baidu Baiki. She asked Mu Xingyue with equal curiosity. Is this your art exhibition? Mu Xingyue nodded. Song Yuan, who had clicked on Baidu Baiki to see the details, suddenly fell silent. The art exhibition is called Soul. All the paintings on display in the exhibition were themed around a boy without a face. Some images are clear, while others are blurry. It is vaguely evident that these are boys at different stages in the author's mind. The earliest one. It shows two identical babies curled up together, forming a yin-yang symbol. The protagonist of this art exhibition is undoubtedly. That's Song Yuan. His heart was touched by Mu Xingyue once again. Are all of these me? She nodded again. Song Yuan patiently clicked on each of the interview videos to see the master's evaluations. Seeing them praise Mu Xingyue's spirituality, Song Yuan smiled with immense joy. Wu Yu, standing beside her, also chuckled and praised Mu Xingyue. Until a notification popped up on my phone that my data was about to run out. He suddenly jumped up. Brother Yuan. My phone. My data. I'll top up your phone credit. Keep watching. I'm so awesome. His nonsensical remark startled Song Yuan. How dare you be so arrogant? Mu Xingyue is awesome, right? Song Yuan nodded. If I'm in the same class as someone as amazing as her, does that mean I'm amazing too? I saw the homeroom teacher about to enter the room. Song Yuan quickly shoved the phone back into his pocket. You're amazing, you're amazing. Class is starting, go back now. Answer correctly in Wu dialect. Song Yuan focused his attention on Mu Xingyue. He then realized that his sister was a rare genius. This idea excited him. My sister is already so amazing, so I can't be any less capable. The bell rang. The math teacher came in and said that familiar line. Our class is a bit behind. The Tsinghua and Peking University classes next door have already fallen behind us in quite a few courses. At this time, the Mu family members left Haicheng one after another due to different jobs. Hearing the math teacher's words, I was momentarily distracted. Song Yuan felt as if he had just had a beautiful dream. However, his wild thoughts were interrupted the moment he saw Mu Xingyue on his right. These are certainly not fantasies. His sister was right beside him. Song Xingyu from the next class, on the other hand, prays every day that the family made a mistake in the paternity test. When they heard that the seemingly abnormal younger sister who was always by Song Yuan's side was a well-known young artist in China, Song Xingyu was so enraged by the sudden heat that a large blister appeared on her lip in less than half a day. Song Yuan, how can you deserve such a good life? Sunday evening. It's that time of the week again for the school to have some fresh air at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. As promised, Song Yuan invited the boys he knew in his class and a few guys from his dorm to come along. A group of young men knew that Song Yuan was not short of money now. They kept saying they wanted to have a big meal. In the end, Song Yuan was still the only one allowed to treat everyone to the old man's barbecue near the school gate. It's clearly because it's cheap and affordable, and we don't want the person hosting to be ripped off. The group of kids still insisted that they were used to this kind of food. One second they were shouting that they would eat up all the boss's stock, and the next second they were counting heads. 50 is enough, order more if not. Give me some roasted buns, these old bastards are all pigs. Song Yuan looked at them with a smile from the crowd. I'm really rich now, so don't be shy with me. Nobody paid any attention to him. Mu Xingyue, who was standing next to him, noticed Song Yuan's joy. If the other person is happy, I am happy. She tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve. Like a good person. He understood what she meant. Mu Xingyue was saying that she liked this group of people, and that they were all good people. Looking at his serious-looking younger sister, Song Yuan patted her head. Does the moon have classmates like that too? Mu Xingyue nodded, then shook her head. My classmate has one. With a purpose, and with me. Chapter 52, Is there anything else? Hearing her say that, Song Yuan put his arm around his sister. Don't worry, these people are all very simple-minded and won't approach you with any ulterior motives. In the distance, a group of young men had already placed their orders and handed the menus to the proprietress. Wu Yu suddenly looked up and saw the two siblings whispering to each other. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I forgot about my sister. Boss lady, could I have one of those cheese bits that young girls love? Cheese, pine nuts, and corn kernels. Yes, and another bottle of peanut milk. After ordering, Wu Yu didn't forget to praise himself. You've thought of everything so thoroughly. After recognizing Song Yuan, Mu Xingyue's perception of the outside world improved significantly. For example, sitting together with classmates right now. Although the environment was very simple, she had never even seen a small table where a group of people sat. But she could feel relaxed and joyful. As she listened, her eyes crinkled with laughter, prompting Song Yuan, who was watching her closely, to pat her head with a smile. Elder brother. A familiar voice came from behind. Song Yuan initially thought he was hallucinating. He only turned around when the voice behind him sounded like a sob. Song Yuan, what are you doing here? Mu Xingyue, sitting next to Song Yuan, slowly turned her head. I saw a girl with fair skin and a noticeably chubby face, carrying a rabbit doll. She resumed her usual expressionless demeanor, staring intently at the other person. She just called her younger brother, older brother? Mu Xingyue instinctively became wary of this seemingly harmless little girl. She grabbed Song Yuan's hand. Song Yuan was also surprised when he saw Song Yu's painting. He had no idea what the other person had gone through. He had only been away from the Song family for a little over a month, yet the other person had changed so much, like a balloon. Upon hearing Song Yuan's question, Song Yuhua called out, brother, again, sounding aggrieved. This shout attracted the attention of the male student next to him. Where did this chubby little girl come from? The straightforward man's unintentional remarks stung the little girl's tender heart. She pouted and was about to open her mouth to cry. Song Yuan quickly grabbed a slice of bread from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. How did you get here? After asking the question, he looked behind Song Yuhua and saw only the driver with the car parked on the side of the road. You came out by yourself? Song Yuhua, who had been wronged at home, ran away and wanted to cry. But I can't put down the bread slice in my mouth. We could only talk while eating. My mother hit me, so I ran away from home. My mother is bad. I don't want my mother anymore. I only want my brother. Before Song Yuan could react, Mu Xingyue immediately spread her arms, shielding Song Yuan behind her. He spoke with perfect pronunciation. Brother, brother mine. Song Yuan's eyes lit up behind her, and he mischievously teased Mu Xingyue, who was like a little tiger. You admit I'm the older brother? Moon can't go back on her word. Mu Xingyue, engrossed in the battle, merely frowned and continued to cautiously observe Song Yuhua. Song Yu didn't understand at all. Why has the whole world changed during this period? It's one thing to replace one's own brother. My mother's personality has also changed drastically. She even hit me today. In her mind, everything changed when Song Xingyu came to her house. So she went to find Song Yuan and asked him to go back and bring Song Xingyu back. Does this mean everything can go back to square one? With this in mind, She found a driver to take her to see Song Yuan. Brother, let's go home. All of her actions seemed rather inexplicable to Song Yuan. Seeing Mu Xingyue's increasingly aggrieved expression, Song Yuan dodged Song Yuhua's outstretched hand. I am not your brother. Song Xingyu is your brother. Only the moon is my sister. The boys who were watching the commotion immediately recognized the little girl who had suddenly appeared as Song Xingyu's sister. They all changed their tune. Let's eat skewers. Song Yuan, stop worrying about other people's business and come eat. Song Yuhua, who had been spoiled by Song Yuan since childhood, could not believe that those words were spoken by Song Yuan, who had always doted on her. She just kept shaking her head. No, no, you are my brother. Song Yuhua, hurry up and go home with the driver, or I'll call your mother. The grievance in the small figure's eyes gradually turned into anger. She used all her strength to accelerate and crash into Mu Xingyue, who was standing to the side. Fortunately, Song Yuan reacted quickly and pulled Mu Xingyue behind him. Watching Song Yuhua fall to the ground like a small cannonball, she burst into tears. He frowned as he looked at Song Yuhua, who was acting like a rogue. This is something he has never been able to understand. Why the children he has worked so hard to raise. It retained all the worst traits of the Song family. She kept redefining Song Yuan's perception of her. It even gave Song Yuan a certain feeling. When Song Yuhua grows up, he may be even more rebellious and unreasonable than Song Yushu. This moment, Song Yuan was perfectly lucid. Song Yuhua is a member of the Song family. No matter how old he is, he has to be wary of anyone from the Song family. I don't want to talk to her anymore. Song Yuan walked away, and as he turned to leave, Song Yuhua realized that no one was paying attention to her, so she stopped talking. They walked to the Song family's nanny van. Song Yuan knocked directly on the car window. Surprisingly, today's driver was the same one who was quite familiar with Song Yuan from the Song family. Uncle Gu, it's you. The driver, Mr. Gu, seemed a little embarrassed. Miss Yuhua came to the dormitory and made a scene, wanting to go out. I heard she wanted to come find you, so I brought her here. After all, you've been siblings for many years. Song Yuan interrupted the driver before he could say anything. He did not blame the other party for acting on their own initiative, but instead led Mu Xingyue behind him to the front of the car. Song Yuhua is not my sister. Her name is Mu Xingyue. She is my real sister. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as Song Yuan's, Master Gu opened his mouth in surprise. It's so similar, it really is. Mu Xingyue, unusually, did not argue that she was the older sister. Song Yuan and Mu Xingyue exchanged a glance, and looking into their younger sister's bright eyes, they couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Song Yuhua relentlessly chased after them from behind. This time, they've learned to play the victim. Brother, my legs hurt so much. I'm sorry, brother, I got the rabbit you gave me dirty. The painting of Song Yu behind him was dirty, and her little face was streaked with tears. Their pitiful appearance was somewhat heartbreaking. Unfortunately, she brought up something she shouldn't have. Song Yuhua, have you forgotten yourself? This isn't the rabbit I gave you. Song Yuhua blinked and raised the rabbit in her hand. Brother, look, this is a gift from you. I've been holding this rabbit all this time. Her words made Song Yuan laugh self-deprecatingly. The rabbit I gave you has a round bead in each of its palms. Those are peace beads I obtained from the temple. Feel the rabbit you're carrying. Is there anything inside? Song Yuan already knew that the rabbit he had given to Song Yu had been replaced. He didn't know if Song Yuhua didn't like it, or if he felt the rabbit was already a bit worn out. He simply watched as Song Yuhua always held a clean, new rabbit in the Song family. No matter how old you are. The clothes were old, the shoes were old, but the rabbit was always brand new. He didn't find the handmade doll he had sewn himself. They also did not find the other rabbits that Song Yuhua later lost. Now, the other party is trying to go back to the beginning, back to how it was at the start. But how can you refurbish an old rabbit that's already been discarded? He bluntly exposed Song Yuhua's lies that had been going on for so many years. The other party, however, still looked at Song Yuan with that same feigned ignorance. Brother, it's your rabbit. At that moment, Song Yuan suddenly understood. You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. But, if you can't wake her up, just throw away her bed. Song Yuan suddenly reached out and took the rabbit from Song Yuhua's hand. I gave it to you, then I'll take it back. Before the other person could react, he flew in an arc and landed in the trash can of the food street. It's over. Is there anything else, Miss Song Yuhua? Chapter 53. Oh no. I need to use my brain. Song Yuhua stared blankly at Song Yuan's decisive and efficient movements. Elder brother? Song Yuan ignored her and turned his attention back to the driver. Mr. Song has a bad temper. Bringing Song Yuhua out at night like this will only cause you a lot of trouble. Song Yuanyin said all he wanted to say. The driver glanced at Song Yuhua, then got out of the car and took her hand without hesitation. Miss, we should go back now. He was quite strong, and Song Yuhua, who was still a child, couldn't break free at all. Watching the Song family's car drive away, Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. A persistent ghost. He turned around and saw Mu Xingyue looking at him with her bright eyes. Rabbit. What's so great about rabbits? I'll get you a little tiger, just like you. Mu Xingyue was puzzled. The unexpected little incident did not disrupt the boys' gathering. Instead, it gave everyone more to talk about at the dinner table. At this moment, Song Yuan, who had already found his biological parents, was facing the situation. When discussing their backgrounds, people clearly no longer had many of the concerns they once had. Song Yuan, what's going on between you and Song Xingyu? Did they switch babies at birth? Song Yuan did not hide those secrets from the Song family. So he simply told his classmates the truth that he had pieced together from various sources. Zhao Qi looked at Song Yuan in surprise, repeatedly saying, "Holy crap. The waters of the wealthy are truly deep." So you're a foster father? The classmate thought for a while before coming up with an appropriate term. He's a ruthless person, you'd better not offend him. Wu rolled her eyes. You don't understand, do you? Did you see the car that Song Yuan's family drove? His reminder made the students slap their thighs in exasperation. Yes, 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 the Song Yuan family looks much more powerful than the Song family. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Yuan, wanting his approval. Song Yuan hummed in agreement. There's really nothing to be afraid of with the Song family. The male classmate next to me suddenly became incredibly perceptive. I was telling you, that young lady from the Song family was definitely arranged to come here on purpose, to curry favor with Song Yuan. As he spoke, he jokingly covered his head. Oh no, I need to start using my brain. The laughter carried far into the night. An old man collecting bottles on the street picked up a rabbit covered in oil stains from a trash can. After turning it over a few times, perhaps feeling that the oil on it was difficult to clean, he hesitated and threw it back. Song Yuan witnessed this scene. He thought he would recall many things about the Song family and about Song Yu's paintings. But it didn't happen. He felt not only calm, but also a hint of joy. He has a younger sister. There's no need to bribe with money or gifts, no need to maintain a delicate balance, and she won't despise her own sister even if she has nothing. Thinking this, Song Yuan suddenly looked at Mu Xingyue. Moon, it's your 18th birthday. I'll give you my company. These words startled Mu Xingyue, who shook her head repeatedly. Thanks to her third brother, who was constantly saying he was quitting, Mu Xingyue had a strange fear of the company. This is no good. It means working from dawn till dusk. The Song family. The driver nervously took the young lady home, expecting to be scolded by Song Anmin. Unexpectedly, the Song family did not notice that Song Yuhua had secretly run away. In the living room, Song Yuqi told her family that she had been chosen by director Tai Yueshing to join the film crew. Chui Wan's eyes widened immediately. I told you to find out about Mu Fanqing's background. Why did you go and film a movie instead? Song Yuqi smiled ingratiatingly. Mu Fanqing is the lead actress in that drama, so wouldn't that make it easier to get closer to her? Chui Wan knew exactly what her daughter was thinking. She was just about to warn Song Yuqi. Song Anmin, who was looking at his phone next to him, suddenly looked up. Mu Fanqing? You know her? The mother and daughter exchanged a glance. Song Yuqi shook her head truthfully. I don't know her, but Dad still wants to ask about her. Song Anmin put away his phone and looked at his second daughter. You said the lead role in the drama you want to join is Mu Fanqing? Yes. Song Anmin immediately smiled and clapped. Good boy. You are really a good boy to your father. After you join the crew, make sure you get along well with Mu Fanqing and that the Song family leaves a good impression on her. Chui Wan was taken aback by Song Anmin's unexpected response. I asked tentatively. Mu Fanqing has a powerful background. It's more than just impressive. Song Anmin crossed his legs. Do you still remember that folk song? In the south there is Mu Ruliang, and in the north there is Shao Dingxin. By calculation, Mu Ruliang should be Mu Fanqing's great-grandfather. The moment the name Mu Ruliang was uttered, the mother and daughter were both stunned. General Mu. In the blink of an eye, Chui Wan finally realized just how terrifying the background of Song Yuan, whom they had raised, really was. And this immense wealth was readily available. They ruined it. Song Anmin was still there, thinking he was being clever, telling Song Yuqi to learn to cater to his preferences. As long as you can win over Mu Fanqing and get the Song family connected with the Mu family, your father will invest in making movies for you in the future. Song Yuqi's expression immediately changed after being hit by Song Anmin's empty promises. Really? I heard we're going to be in closed training for 3 months this time. Mu Fanqing will definitely be there as the lead actress, and I'll take that opportunity to get close to her. Chui Wan, who had been silent nearby, suddenly gave a mocking laugh. Don't waste your energy. Her sudden sabotage caused Song Anmin's expression to quickly turn ugly. What are you saying? Chui Wan, who had been reprimanded, stared directly at Song Anmin. Song Yuan's family went to the school and found him. He didn't know why Chui Wan suddenly mentioned the child, and he just nodded hastily. Then he should go back to his biological parents and never contact the Song family again. The money the Song family has spent on him over the years can be considered as a charitable act. Seeing his expression, Chui Wan realized how ridiculous her arrogant self looked to others that day. She shook her head and laughed wildly, like a madwoman. It gave Song Anmin goosebumps. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Having finished laughing, Chui Wan's upturned lips were somewhat exaggerated as she stared directly at Song Anmin. Do you know the surname of the family that found Song Yuan? His surname is Mu. The Mu of Mu Fanqing. The Mu of Mu Ruliang. Listen carefully to what she says. Song Anmin and Song Yuqi said in unison, impossible. Chui Wan simply tilted her head back and leaned against the sofa. Let's stay away from the Mu family. Completely unaware of what had happened that day, Song Anmin was skeptical of Chui Wan's words. How could Song Yuan possibly be a member of the Mu family? How could a family with the Mu family's background possibly have a child go missing? He glanced at Chui Wan hesitantly. Suddenly, as if he had found a point of rebuttal, he said, if Song Yuan has really been recognized and returned to the Mu family, how come there hasn't been any news about it? Chui Wan simply shook her head, waved her hand, and went back upstairs. She couldn't possibly get a chance to retaliate against the slaps Kang Yun gave her in public that day. If other families in Haiqing found out that she had offended Madame Mu, it seems the Song family won't be able to stay in Haiqing any longer. No wonder. No wonder we can't buy any information about the Mu family. As Chui Wan climbed the stairs step by step, she seemed to have aged considerably in an instant. Song Xingyu, who had been studying at home and wanted to come out to relax, saw her mother walking with difficulty. Hesitantly, she softly called out, Mom. Chui Wan turned her head and looked at him, her gaze suddenly becoming incredibly complicated. She looked at her own son. Everything changed when he came back. This moment, anger towards the Mu family and the humiliation of having to swallow one's pride were intertwined. Chui Wan gritted her teeth and asked a question. Why did you go back to the Song family? Chapter 54. Can I really go back to the Song family anytime? Mother. Song Xingyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. His respected mother actually asked him why he came back. Seeing the hurt in her son's eyes, Chui Wan suddenly came to her senses. She rubbed her temples as if to hide her embarrassment. Sorry, Mom's head hurts so much today, I was talking nonsense. Chui Wan apologized directly, leaving Song Xingyu with no room to say anything more. He reverted to his usual sensible self. Then I'll help Mom back to rest. After Chui Wan left, Song Anmin also returned to his study. Only Song Yuqi, still reeling from her surprise, remained in the living room. Her eyes darted around. She started thinking about going to the school to find Song Yuan again. However, Song Yuan's unwavering rejection last time still made her hesitate a little. He wouldn't even help me contact teacher Oiha, so asking him to help me improve my relationship with Mu Fanqing would be even more difficult. Let's forget about it. At this time, faced with the question of whether or not to go to Song Yuan, Song Yuqi surprisingly became clear-headed for once. Unfortunately, some people live for decades but are not as lucid as their daughters. When Song Anmin arrived at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School, the Chinese teacher is organizing a fun drinking game competition. The two standing are about to have their ultimate showdown. The contest, themed around plum blossoms, is a competition where whoever speaks the most wins. I thought Song Yuan would continue to dominate the championship as always. Unexpectedly, Liao Shan defeated Song Yuan, and quite easily at that. Song Yuan bowed to Liao Shan with his hands clasped in a fist salute. I concede defeat. Liao Shan raised an eyebrow. That's more like it. The Chinese teacher smiled and praised the two people. Now let's begin the next round. Students whose names are called, please stand up. The teacher, who was explaining the rules of the game, was interrupted by a knock on the door. Standing outside the door was Song Anmin. The other person's smile was a little too amiable. The creases at the corners of her eyes were all squeezed together, like two golden flowers exploding. He looked at Song Yuan with a smile. Xiao Yuan, why haven't you been coming home for dinner lately? Your mother and I have been looking forward to visiting you, but we ran into a little trouble at work. His exaggerated attitude made Song Yuan want to keep his distance. Uncle Song, I'm not used to you doing this. Song Anmin reached out to pat his shoulder, but he dodged it with a quick movement. He noticed that the other person seemed somewhat wary. My intuition tells me that this old man has no ill intentions. Song An-min's shamelessness clearly exceeded his expectations. Dad used to have a bad temper, but he's changed a lot recently. When are you going home to visit? I got you a new computer because you accidentally broke it last time. Seeing the other party's unusual attitude, Song Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body. He said no, no, no 3 times in a row. You'd better stop acting with me. Seeing Song Yuan speak so bluntly, Song An-min's smile faded slightly, and he began to use another set of words. Over the years, the Song family has carefully nurtured you, expending countless human and material resources on you. Song Yuan, if you had any conscience at all, you shouldn't be trying to erase all the effort your mother and I put into you. Song Yuan suddenly understood. I understand. That kid was right. Knowing that he had been recognized by the Mu family, Song An-min is now trying to build a relationship with them. He looked at the other person's hypocritical face and suddenly laughed. Anyone can use moral blackmail. The Song family raised my worthless life, but I saved the entire Song family. Isn't that enough to repay them? Song An-min was amused by his counterattack. Save my whole family. Where do you even begin to argue? Song Yuan didn't waste any words with him and directly took out his phone. The phone screen showed the scene of the mentally ill murderer in the mall at that time. In the video, Chui Wan reaches out and pushes Song Yuan away. Even Song An-min, who was naturally indifferent, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When did this happen? Song Yuan nodded at Song Xingyu. Of course, it was during the first few days after your son came back. He also began to use his own rhetoric to deal with Song An-min. If this video is reported to the police, to put it seriously, it would be considered an accomplice to a murderer. To put it mildly, it would be considered intentional assault. I am grateful for the care the Song family has given me, and I have chosen to let this matter rest quietly. Uncle Song, there's no need to be too grateful. Just don't disturb my studies too much. All of this unfolded completely outside of Song An-min's plans. He suddenly became passive. After what Chui Wan did, everything he said became a joke. He looked at Song Yuan with a complicated expression. He underestimated the child. He never expected that the child would keep this evidence all this time. It's ready to be used at any time to deliver a heavy blow to the Song family. He had no choice but to back down. Then you go ahead with your work. But remember, child, the Song family's doors will always be open for you. His words were suddenly interrupted by Song Yuan. By the way, my biological father said there's been another problem with the paternity test. It seems I'm not the child they're looking for. Can I really go back to the Song family anytime? Upon hearing this, Song An-min's expression changed. Real. I knew it wouldn't be such a coincidence. The moment the fawning expression on his face vanished, Song Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. I was just kidding. Uncle Song wouldn't really believe that, would he? Song An-min's body reacted faster than his brain, and he subconsciously raised his hand. He snapped out of his daze when he saw Song Yuan's equally unpleasant expression. He awkwardly clenched his fist. I was pleased to see Song An-min's awkward performance. The malicious Song Yuan continued. However, it's my business whether I'm magnanimous or not. If my parents want to seek justice for me, that's beyond my control. Song An-min suppressed his anger. A slight smile appeared on his lips. They're all children raised in the same way, so what's the point of fairness? I may have been a bit strict with your upbringing, but that's precisely why you've grown into the outstanding person you are today. Song Yuan nodded and hummed in agreement. While acknowledging his words, she continued speaking. You're right. My parents wanted to express their gratitude to the Song family and make the Song family even better. They should also give the Song family some experience in certain circles. The blatant threat in his tone infuriated Song An-min, who was used to having Song Yuan under his thumb. Reason told him that Song Yuan was no longer someone he could beat or scold at will. He could only continue to maneuver with a forced smile. Xiao Yuan, you have a misunderstanding about the Song family. I hope there will be an opportunity to explain to your parents in person in the future. After all, it is an indisputable fact that the Song family raised you. Listen to him repeat himself over and over, only to come back to the same point again. Song Yuan also raised his phone. Coincidentally, I also have a lot of facts on my phone. I don't want to waste any more words arguing with him. Uncle, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. He turned around and was about to return to his class. Halfway there, Song Yuan suddenly turned around again. He took a few steps forward and called out to Song An-min, who was coming downstairs in anger. Uncle. When the other person turned around, they didn't even know what expression to use to look at Song Yuan. Song Yuan, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Uncle, I actually think there's something wrong with the Song family's feng shui. What are you saying? Don't you know? I lived in the Song family for so many years and was always second best. As soon as I left the Song family, I got first place in the exam. He flaunted his achievements while dramatically frowning. The Song family's feng shui might really be problematic. You should find a master to take a look when you have time. Song Anmin, standing at the bottom of the steps, looked up at Song Yuan. Impossible. Didn't Xingyu also get first place this time? You caught up with Xingyu. He guessed right. Song Yuan's lips curled up slightly. You didn't know? Song Xingyu is ranked third, not first or second, but third. Chapter 55, There's a villain causing trouble in the house. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Perfect timing. There are only a few minutes left before get out of class ends. You can ask Song Xingyu in person, or you can go to her office to inquire. He said, halfway through his sentence. No need for trouble, just ask any senior high school student. After saying that, he waved to Song Anmin again. Then I won't see you off. How could Song Anmin, who was so concerned about his reputation, possibly take the initiative to ask his homeroom teacher about such a thing? He remembered that Shui Wan had attended the parent-teacher conference for Song Xingyu a while ago. A phone call was made. What's going on with Song Xingyu's grades? He couldn't wait to question his wife as soon as the call connected. At that moment, Shui Wan had just paid a sum of money to begin the relationship. She was waiting in line for the temple's master to read her fortune and interpret her divination. Having just been reminded by her best friend to be less angry and to think things through, Shui Wan's tone was rather indifferent. I came in third place. It's normal for children to occasionally not do well on tests. I heard a loud thud from the phone. Then came Song Anmin's roar. You two conspired to deceive me. You made me look like a fool in front of Song Yuan today. Shui Wan was about to explain that she only found out on the day of the parent-teacher conference. But standing in the serene Buddhist temple, listening to the bell and smelling the incense, I somehow calmed down. I recalled the master's hint earlier. Shui Wan mumbled something in a cryptic tone. Anmin, do you know why Xingyu didn't get first place? Someone is causing trouble in our house. For a moment, Song Anmin felt that something was wrong with her. He was so angry that he hung up the phone immediately. Seeing Shui Wan put away her phone, her best friend called out to her. It's almost our turn with the master. Hurry up. It took a long time for the 3 incense sticks in Shui Wan's hand to light. She hurriedly blew out the flame with her mouth, and when she put it into the incense burner, she accidentally broke the incense sticks of the worshippers next to her. This caused many people to turn around and look at her. Under the guidance of a lay Buddhist, they walked further and further away along a small path in the temple. This brought Shui Wan, who had been in a daze, back to her senses. Where are we going? Why are we getting further and further away from the main hall? The lay Buddhist who was leading the way turned around and smiled kindly. The master prefers quiet, so the temple has arranged a quiet courtyard for him. Her best friend clicked her tongue and nudged her arm. Shui Wan didn't ask any more questions, listening to the two of them chatting. Master, did you cultivate under the tutelage of a great master? The lay Buddhist has a somewhat kind face. The slight upturn of his lips makes him seem very approachable. The master doesn't accept disciples, but I am his follower. Speaking of which, I was once just like you too, a lucky person with a special destiny. These words immediately piqued the interest of both of them. Are you also facing difficulties? It wasn't a difficult situation, but a life or death one. I was 33 years old at the time, with a harmonious family, and my husband's family was quite powerful in our area. Back then, I was really like a frog in a well, unaware of my own limitations when I went out into the world. Later, my parents and father-in-law passed away one after another due to illness, and I was also diagnosed with cancer. The hospital predicted that I would not live for more than 6 months. My world suddenly collapsed when my husband found a new lover. Hearing the lay Buddhist say this, Shui Wan frowned deeply. The best friend clasped her hands together. How did such a perfectly good family end up like this? Judging from the layman's appearance, Shui Wan guessed that he was at least over 40 years old. Knowing that something must have happened, she asked him directly. And then? You look perfectly healthy now, not like a patient at all. Thinking of those past events, the lay Buddhist's eyes seemed to light up. Later, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Tianyi, who immediately saw that I was haunted by vengeful spirits, and that everything I had recently encountered was due to these spirits causing trouble. Hearing this, the other 2 people couldn't help but put some distance between themselves and her. The layperson noticed but didn't feel offended. Instead, he smiled and explained. With the help of the Taoist master, the wrong soul has been sent away. Later, when I went for a medical checkup, there were no problems with my body. If you come here often, you will know that such miraculous things are very common at Master Tianyi's place. On the way back, the layperson told another story about a believer. Even before they had met Master Tianyi, the two women already felt a sense of awe towards him. However, Cui Wan did not expect this. She had just stepped into Master Tianyi's room. The master, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and strode over to her. He flicked the whisk forcefully. Retreat. That instant, Cui Wan felt that with the gentle breeze, her mind suddenly became clearer. The heat that had been building up on me all the way here has subsided. She was genuinely startled by Master Tianyi's sudden action. Suddenly, the layperson behind him put his hands together and bowed deeply to the master. The heavenly master is merciful and is helping the worshippers drive away evil spirits. It was just a small favor. The two of them sang in unison, scaring Cui Wan so much that she didn't dare to move. It was her best friend who spoke first. Master, who is this lady? Master Tianyi raised his hand to stop her introduction. He slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly closed, and he tilted his ear as if listening to something. Okay, I understand. After saying this, Master Tianyi looked directly at Cui Wan. You're in trouble. Suddenly, the lay Buddhist pulled Cui Wan from behind. Kneel down. Kneel down now. It's one thing to make Cui Wan kneel before a Buddha statue, but to make her kneel before some lousy master whenever she meets someone is another. She didn't even bend her legs. Master, shall we talk first? Unexpectedly, Master Tianyi simply sighed. Madam, you have recently found the lost Qilin child, but things have not gone smoothly. Judging from the dark aura surrounding you, you have probably been troubled for many days and have not been able to rest peacefully. Am I right? When I heard the master say that he had found the Qilin child, Cui Wan's hands were already trembling. But she quickly calmed down. The fact that the Song family had lost a child was no secret. They also held a grand banquet. It's quite normal for this master to have some connections to know about this. She was still somewhat skeptical of the other party, until the master said it. The vengeful spirits in your body have not yet harmed your health. It's because there's someone who's related to you by blood who has been protecting you. He noticed that Cui Wan's pupils were trembling slightly. Master Tianyi continued speaking with a hint of confidence. It looks like your mother? She doesn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer either. After saying this, Cui Wan, who had been standing ramrod straight, immediately knelt down. His face was filled with sorrow. Mom, it's you, isn't it, Mom? Master, please save me. Please save my mother and me. Master Tianyi stepped forward and stood in front of the prayer mat where Cui Wan was kneeling. The lights overhead shone down. It made him seem like a god. He stretched out a hand and offered it to Cui Wan and the lay Buddhist kneeling beside her. Rest assured, I will not abandon any believer. Cui Wan imitated the believer's manner. Hold the master's hands in your palms and gently press your forehead against the back of his hand. A wooden fish sound rang out. Song Yuan, who was working with Liao Shan to make a study plan for Mu Xingyue over the next few months, looked up. Looked towards the source of the sound. Wu Yu, what are you tapping on? When asked, Wu Yu raised her hand to shush, while continuing to tap the wooden fish in her hand. Last-minute cramming is unreliable. I plan to start building a good relationship with Buddha from now on, and ask him to bless me so that I can pass the high school entrance exam. Liao Shan crossed her arms. If you want to do well on the exam, shouldn't you pray to the god of literature? The hand striking the wooden fish paused. We're all from the same department, so our merits should be counted together. Song Yuan also dealt him a heavy blow. Wenchang Dijuan should be a Taoist deity. Why are you striking a Buddhist wooden fish? Aoawa. Chapter 56. How many good sisters do you actually have? During the break between classes, which was one period apart, with a keen business sense, Wu Yu started a new business using his broken wooden fish. Knock on the wooden fish and enjoy a life of wealth and honor. Blessed by a legitimate temple, money-back guarantee, if not genuine. One tap on the test paper will earn you 1 point on the next monthly exam. Don't miss this opportunity. Even Mu Xingyue was intrigued and kept glancing over from time to time. Give me a tap. I'll give it a try. I was here first. You can wait in line. Wu Yul was overjoyed to see that she had several 1 yuan bills in her hand. Liao Shan shook her head helplessly, propping herself up with her hand. And these people are supposed to be top contenders from 985 and 211 universities. Song Yuan was in a rare good mood and joked with her. What did this teach us? People should still have a conscience. Mu Xingyue asked in confusion. Why? Because once people lose their conscience, they earn even more. Wu Yu quickly regained her conscience. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher appeared behind him and led him and Mu Yu back to the office. Only Fan Ximing's angry shouts remained in the corridor. Let's see how many points you get next time. The students in the advanced class were just lamenting that the fun was over. The next second, trouble came knocking. Fong Duo, who had been confined to her home by the Fong family for a period of time, returned to school. Only, during her confinement, she learned that Song Yuan was Mu Fanqing's younger brother. He reappeared before Song Yuan at this moment. The look in his eyes was particularly complicated. Fong Duo didn't even glance at Liao Shan, who was sitting next to him. Brother Xiao Yuan. This unfamiliar form of address made Song Yuan wary. This also instantly woke up Liao Shan, who was feeling drowsy. Liao Shan looked at the girl in front of her with an expression of schadenfreude. I heard that Mu Fanqing is your older sister? Although this matter was not publicized to the whole school, the students in the advanced class and the neighboring class basically knew about it. And Mu Jie's #1 die-hard fan, Le Di. Upon hearing the name Mu Fanqing, she, who was catching up on sleep while lying on the table, instantly sat up straight and entered battle mode. Ever since Song Yuan brought her a photo of Mu Fanqing's autograph and a specially filmed video encouraging her to study hard, Letty had placed Song Yuan's safety on an equal footing with her own. In Jet's heart, your idol's younger brother is like your own younger brother. She suddenly stood up, her demeanor aggressive. Fong Duo, you're causing trouble for Song Yuan again. Fong Duo, who was looking at Song Yuan with a resentful expression, did not expect the voice to suddenly come from behind her. It startled her. What are you doing? The thought of Song Yuan standing right in front of her made her tone of voice change. Look at her, brother Xiao Yuan. She suddenly scared people. This is the second time she has called Xiao Yuan brother. Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyue's cheeks puffed up as if inflated, and she uttered a shocking statement. Elder brother. How many good sisters do you have? This remark immediately embarrassed Song Yuan. Liao Shan, who was standing next to her, burst out laughing. Not only did she laugh out loud, but the students around her also laughed. In just a few days, everyone knew that Mu Xingyue had some difficulty communicating with others. However, her innocent and adorable nature is particularly endearing. Everyone likes to tease her a bit and coax her to talk. Even the milk that the class used to secretly give to Song Yuan has now been moved to his younger sister's desk. Song Yuan helplessly rubbed the top of her head. Don't make things worse. Letty stood directly to Fong Duo's side, watching her warily. What? You caused trouble for Liao Shan last time, and now you're causing trouble for Song Yuan. You guys from Tsinghua and Peking University are such sore losers? You're going to run around doing all the work for Song Xingyu just because he got third place. Her words made the other students in the class want to applaud. It has to be the class representative. Their eloquence is truly exceptional. However, Fong Duo, who was being targeted, did not want to get entangled with Le Di. This is a private matter between me and Xiao Yuan. It has nothing to do with you. After she finished speaking, she looked at Song Yuan with anticipation. Are they telling the truth? Song Yuan smiled reassuringly at Le Di. Only then did he turn his gaze to Fong Duo in front of him. Instead of directly answering the other person's question, he directly asked Fong Duo a question in return. Whether it is or not, what does it have to do with you? This wasn't the first time Song Yuan had embarrassed her in public. But this was the first time she had remained expressionless after treating Song Yuan this way. Brother Xiao Yuan, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Didn't you say you would spoil me for the rest of your life? Wow. The one who uttered this exclamation was Liao Shan. She looked at Song Yuan in surprise, never expecting this guy to be such a Casanova. Unfortunately, Song Yuan was never one to turn back. He wouldn't leave the other party any room for imagination. Miss Fong, you'd better not say things that could cause misunderstandings. This time, Song Yuan showed no mercy. I haven't forgotten a single word that Miss Fong said to me last time. The Song family is engaged to the Fong family. Song Xingyu is the real young master of the Song family and your fiancé. Fong Duo, who was standing opposite him, gradually turned pale. You weren't like this before. What am I? You trampled my dignity underfoot, and you expect me to grovel before you like before, Miss Fong? He spoke these words calmly. This only made Fong Duo more flustered. Upon hearing the preparatory bell ring, Fong Duo fled in panic, leaving behind only one sentence. Brother Xiao Yuan, you're not feeling well today? I'll come see you again when you're in a better mood. Liao Shan sighed behind her. We haven't had enough of the show. Why are you leaving already? Tell me, what's going on between you two? Looking at Liao Shan, who had a gossipy look on her face, Song Yuan had a strange intuition that Liao Shan, when excited, was much more difficult to deal with than Fong Duo. He pulled his textbook out of his desk. The teacher is here, so pay attention in class. Liao Shan, however, continued to smile as she looked at Song Yuan. When the other person looks at you, with her left hand, she gently stroked from her ear down to her chin. Okay, brother Xiao Yuan. Even though he knew Liao Shan was deliberately being silly, Song Yuan's first thought was, the way Liao Shan called him brother Xiao Yuan sounded quite nice. The boy in front of her heard what Liao Shan said. He turned his head with a smug look on his face. Sister Shan, please call me Brother Chong too. Liao Shan smiled broadly, making those at the table in front of her feel a little flutter in their hearts. The next second, her lips parted slightly. Teacher, Li Chong said he wants to recite the words we were asked to memorize yesterday. The English teacher was fiddling with her toy bee, without even looking up. All right, Li Chong, Zhao Yu, and Guo Tingting, the three of you come up to the blackboard and write from memory. Everyone else, take out your workbooks. Li Chong, who always had the worst English grades, looked miserable. I couldn't help but reach out and slap my mouth. Look at my foul mouth. Turning her head, Liao Shan, with a beautiful smile, even gave him a thumbs up. I watched as Li Chong was assigned to take a dictation test. Liao Shan, pleased with her success, happily wiggled her little feet. Song Yuan noticed this small detail. He lowered his head and chuckled softly. After evening self-study ended, a group of students left the school with their backpacks on. They waved goodbye to each other. Before getting into her car, Liao Shan suddenly ran up to Song Yuan and gestured for him to lower his head. Song Yuan was somewhat confused, but he still obediently did as instructed. The next second, that pleasant voice spoke to me. I am your real fiancé. Chapter 57. What's wrong, son? Are you short of money? Before Song Yuan could react, Liao Shan had already run into the car with a light laugh. The breath left in his ears seemed impossible to blow away. Song Yuan's ears were burning red. She said she was my fiancé? Are you kidding me? Or is it really true? The night breeze seemed to stir the boy's heart as well. Mu Xingyue watched Song Yuan standing there blankly, and couldn't wait any longer. She shook the hand that was holding his. It brought the person back to their senses. Oh, let's go home. However, during a video call with Kang Yun that evening, Song Yuan still found an opportunity to ask about his doubts. The boy's hesitant manner on the phone screen was something Kang Yun had never seen before. It's rare to see my son with this expression. She didn't expose him on the surface, but she kept patting Mu Xing, signaling him to look at his son while he was looking at the company's financial report. On the other side, Song Yuan finally made up his mind to ask. When I looked up, I saw two faces on the screen, smiling at me. His already red ear tips turned even redder instantly. Father. Well. At this moment, Mu Xing was just like any other ordinary father, his eyes filled with love. How was school today? Did you have fun? Upon hearing his question, Song Yuan was momentarily stunned. It turns out that not all fathers only care whether their children get first place in exams. It turns out that a father would ask whether his child is happy or not. Kang Yun, standing beside her, rolled her eyes slightly. The chaos stems from this misdirection. Happy. Kang Yun took the initiative to speak and steered the conversation back on track. What did you want to ask me just now? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan visibly tensed up again. Even the oblivious Mu Xing noticed that something was wrong with his son. What's wrong, son? Are you short of money? I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you tomorrow. Didn't Dad leave you a black card? Use it as you like, just don't. Don't go. Yunner, I'm talking to my son. Kang Yun was annoyed by Mu Xing's two attempts to change the subject, so she simply took her phone and left. Seeing this, Song Yuan chuckled softly through his phone. The mother and son exchanged a glance, and their laughter grew even louder. This was a kind of family affection that Song Yuan had never experienced before. The atmosphere is just right now. Song Yuan was no longer as awkward as before. Mother, was our family ever betrothed to Liao Shan when we were children? Liao Shan was a girl Kang Yun had watched grow up. Upon hearing her son ask that question, she knew that the girl must have found Song Yuan interesting and was just teasing him. She nodded gently, watching her son's expression change slightly with satisfaction. I couldn't help but laugh again. Mom, you're kidding me. Both of them were stunned when they heard the word mom. Since being recognized by the Mu family, he has always addressed his parents as father and mother. Formal and distant. Kang Yun once suggested that he call his father and mother directly. But Song Yuan just couldn't bring himself to call him that. At the Song family, Song Yuan was not allowed to use affectionate terms like dad or mom. They wanted him to be respectful. He needs to know the hierarchy of seniority and respect. He felt a strange sense of unease, staring intently at Kang Yun on the screen. It's as if a little voice inside him is saying that if the other party shows even the slightest dissatisfaction, he will immediately retreat to his own safe zone. Song Yuan watched as tears welled up in Kang Yun's eyes on the screen, without even realizing it. My heart was completely touched. Mother. Sweetie, mommy loves you. Song Yuan couldn't help but tear up. Another spoilsport voice chimed in. Wait, I heard Xia Yuan call for mom. But why does he only call for mom, and not dad? A father's love is as solid as a mountain. You're showing favoritism. While Kang Yun reached back to grab a tissue to wipe her tears, Mu Xing snatched the phone back. Xiao Yuan, you can't do this. Both of them are my children. There's no one better than Dad in the world. If others were to see Mr. Mu, the once powerful businessman, now complaining to his son with a face full of grievance, it would be a terrible sight. That would probably shock everyone. After complaining for a while, he suddenly came to a conclusion. You don't love your father. A huge pot fell from the sky. With a face full of black lines, Song Yuan couldn't care less about those little emotions anymore. It called out several times in a row. Daddy, daddy, daddy. Mu Xing looked satisfied with the call. Mu Xingyue, who was sitting next to Song Yuan and reading a book, had a face full of impatience. She suddenly leaned over and entered the video. Mu Xing had just arrived and called out Moon when he heard his daughter say goodbye. Beep. The video call was abruptly ended. Song Yuan was stunned. Mu Xingyue looked up at him and said succinctly, annoying. Looking at his unconventional younger sister, Song Yuan, he shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, Kang Yun sent him a message explaining the whole story of his childhood betrothal to Liao Shan. Kang Yun and Liao Shan's mothers were close friends. At the time, she was pregnant with twins and jokingly suggested to the other party that they arrange a marriage between their children. But what era are we living in now? What parents say casually should not be used to restrain their children. Freedom to marry. The last sentence in the audio message was spoken to him in Kang Yun's gentle voice. Son, just be happy and joyful. Do whatever you want, and love whoever you want to love. Kang Yun was unaware that Song Yuan's eyes immediately welled up with tears upon hearing those words. It was late at night. Song Yuan did not sleep soundly. He was trapped in a childhood nightmare. In the dream, he had just turned 7 and was taken to the Fong family by Cui Wan. He met Fong Duo, who was born a few months after him. Inside the Fong family villa, there is a swimming pool that is more than 1 meter deep and filled with water. As he and Fong Duo were playing, he wondered why she had wandered over to the vicinity of the swimming pool. I even accidentally fell in. Despite his young age, Song Yuan did not lose his mind and jumped down as well. Instead, they chose to quickly find an adult nearby for help. They rescued Fong Duo from the water in time. However, he was ultimately scolded by Song Anmin. The little boy knelt in the living room. Raised both hands high. The ruler struck his palm again and again. You're the one who can't take good care of Fong Duo. You almost killed the Fong family's daughter. Song Yuan shook his head, crying, Father, I didn't. She fell in by herself. All he got in return was a harder swing of the ruler. You dare to lie. Remember this. Your life is worthless, but Fong Duo is very precious. She is your betrothed. From now on, you will always put her life above all else. The Fong couple, who had been observing coldly throughout, watched as Song Yuan didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He finally spoke. The child didn't do it on purpose, so let's let it go this time. They didn't really let it go. Back at the Song family home, Song Anmin carried Song Yuan into his room and turned on the tap to fill the bathtub with water. The Song family does not like water. So even though Song Yuan was already 7 years old, he had never been to a swimming pool. On this day, his father, Song Anmin, ignored his desperate pleas. They threw him directly into the bathtub. Song Yuan struggled to get his head above water, only to be pushed back underwater for up to a minute. This process is repeated, until Song Yuan no longer had the strength to struggle. He looked down at Song Yuan as if he were looking at a pile of mud. Remember this, the least valuable thing in this world is your life. Chapter 58 Miss Fong, please have some self-respect. No. Song Yuan, who nearly drowned in his dream, woke up with a start and sat up abruptly. A dim night light was lit at the foot of the bed. A small speaker hidden around the bed plays soothing white noise to help people fall asleep. Beside the bed was a calming incense that Mu Qingyin had prepared for Song Yuan. All the little details that the Mu family prepared for him were reassuring, telling him that all the nightmares were over. The fear of drowning gradually subsided. Song Yuan's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He will get his revenge on the Song family, bit by bit, sooner or later. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. He listened to the voice message Kang Yun sent him over and over again. She eventually fell asleep again to her mother's gentle, comforting voice. As the saying goes, enemies often meet on a narrow road. Because of Fong Duo's appearance, Song Yuan was forced to fall back into that childhood nightmare. The next morning, the first person Song Yuan met was Fong Duo. The other party had planned this all along and was waiting at the school gate early. As soon as Song Yuan's car appeared, she took out a mirror and fixed her hair. He approached the other person as they got out of the car. Brother Xiao Yuan, what a coincidence. What a misfortune, What a terrible misfortune. Song Yuan helped Mu Xingyue out of the car. He completely ignored Fong Duo in front of him. The other party, however, acted with the same shamelessness he had when he liked Song Xingyu. She kept pestering Song Yuan. I heard that Sister Fanqing has already joined the crew of Treading the Moon. I wasn't there when she came last time. When will she come to see you again? If the other person is just a fan of my sister, then forget it. But she persisted and tried to grab Song Yuan's arm. Didn't you say before that we'd get together after we graduated high school? There's less than a year left. Song Yuan wouldn't listen to a word he said. He simply pulled his hand away. Miss Fong, please have some self-respect. The next second, Fong Duo took out her phone. She didn't know when she added Song Yuan back, and even retrieved their chat history. Look, I've kept everything you sent me back then. Brother Xiao Yuan wouldn't renege on his promise, would he? No wonder I had just retorted to the other person the day before. I'm posting this again today, still not giving up. Having probably read those chat logs, Fong Duo's confidence had likely increased. Song Yuan watched the private car approaching from a distance. Never before have I looked forward to Song Xingyu's arrival as much as I do now. He simply stood there, ignoring what Fong Duo was saying, until Song Xingyu stepped into the campus. Song Yuankai called out to him. Song Xingyu, take your people away. Fong Duo didn't expect Song Yuan to remain so indifferent after she brought up their shared memories from the past. She gently bit her lower lip. How can you forgive me? Do you want me to apologize? I'm sorry, Song Yuan. I've let you down. Please forgive me. Is that enough? The girl's stubborn look, with tears in her eyes, would probably have softened the hearts of any other man who saw it. But the person standing in front of her was Song Yuan. Forgive. Fong Duo, you overestimate yourself. Song Yuan looked at her and suddenly smiled gently. I won't care about you anymore. So what's the point of forgiveness or not forgiveness? Song Xingyu, who was called by Song Yuan, did not walk in their direction. Instead, they walked straight toward the teaching building. Upon closer inspection, the other person appeared to have a slight limp. When his health was not good, Song Yuan's mood improved somewhat after Fong Duo had disrupted his day. He looked at Fong Duo, who was still stubbornly standing in the same spot. I suggest you go and check on your Xingyu brother right now. He doesn't seem to be doing well. Despite saying that the other party wasn't very good, Song Yuan's lips curled up into a wide smile. They bypassed Fong Duo and returned to the teaching building. Fong Duo wiped away her tears in a fit of pique. He's just Mu Fanqing's younger brother. What's so great about him? I don't care about it at all. She stomped her foot hard as she spoke. He ran over to Song Xingyu's side. Brother Xingyu. Unexpectedly, when she tried to put her hand on Song Xingyu's arm, it was also shaken off. Fong Duo's face darkened after being rejected twice. What are you doing? What did I do? Song Yuan ignored you, so you came back to me. Fong Duo, who was being questioned, was a little guilty a second ago. The next second, she looked at him with a righteous indignation. We grew up together. What's wrong with me talking to him? These words touched a nerve with Song Xingyu. He said good 3 times in a row. He turned around and limped upstairs. Fong Duo may be a bit love-struck, but she's not stupid. Song Xingyu, I advise you not to offend me. Get this straight. The Fong family is a supplier to the Song family. Halfway there, Song Xingyu turned around and looked at the aloof and superior young lady of the Fong family. He thought he had returned to the Song family. He turned his life around overnight. Now it seems like everyone can come and kick him while he's down. Song Yuanning, Fong Duo can also do it. Song Xingyu's already swollen palms became even more painful. In the end, he turned his head without saying a word and continued upwards. Just as he reached the corner on the second floor, he bumped into Song Yuan, who was standing in the corridor looking down. The other person was half lying on the railing, their feet dangling slightly. There are 68 square tiles in the living room of the Song residence. The one under the sunflower painting is the most worn. Kneeling there for hours must have been very comfortable, Song Xingyu. Looking at Song Yuan, who was laughing heartily, Song Xingyu said confidently, Did you tell father that I came in 3rd place? Song Yuan shrugged. I told you long ago that I don't care about the Song family, and now you believe me? At this moment, Song Xingyu wouldn't listen to anything he said. He simply lowered his head and continued walking upwards. Song Yuan, I lost to you this time because I wasn't prepared. You won't win so easily next time. I didn't expect that the other party would still have the mind to issue me a challenge at this moment. Song Yuan's face was full of amusement. Then let's go. The preparation bell rang. The 2 people are facing opposite directions, one to the left and the other to the right. They returned to their respective classrooms. The classroom was so quiet that it was as if the teacher was right there. He walked back to his seat in silence. The student in front of him noticed his unusual behavior but only glanced at him before lowering his head to continue reviewing his lessons. In the advanced class, Wu Yu and two other male classmates stood by the curtains, accompanied by the sound of ding ding ding, mimicking the music of a flag-raising ceremony. The curtains were slowly drawn back. This caused the whole class to burst into laughter. Liao Shan chuckled and covered her mouth, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. This time, she didn't even have to take the initiative to flirt with Song Yuan. The other person patted her on the head and said, "Good morning, fiancé." Looking at Song Yuan, who had taken the initiative after just one night, Liao Shan blushed slightly for no apparent reason. Forcing himself to remain calm, he turned his gaze back to Wu Yu, who was drawing the curtains. The student responsible for signaling at the door shouted, "They're here! They're here!" and returned to his seat. Everyone quickly returned to their places and began their daily tasks. Looking at Song Yuan, who was even more dedicated than usual, Liao Shan tilted her head. Why did it suddenly curl up? Song Xingyu has challenged me to a duel in the next exam. Upon hearing this answer, Liao Shan burst out laughing without giving anyone a break. Haha, does he even deserve all this effort from you? You'd better be wary of me. I won't lose to you again next time. Song Yuan shook his head helplessly. This inexplicable competitive spirit among high school seniors. While thinking about it, his hands never stopped moving. Let's do another set of practice problems. After Song Yuan was repeatedly disturbed by the Song family during class time, Mu Xing went directly to the principal and stated that Song Yuan now had no connection with the Song family. The Song family is not allowed to disturb Song Yuan again. Therefore, when Cui Wan blocked him at the school gate after school, Song Yuan was genuinely taken aback. "Xiao Yuan, you're out of school." Looking at the other person's kind expression, Song Yuan touched the goosebumps that had risen on his arm. "Aunt Song, your son hasn't come out yet. You've got the wrong person." Chapter 59 The Moon, get ready for the show. Song Yuan watched Cui Wan, who had appeared out of nowhere, with suspicion. "Xiao Yuan, I haven't seen you in so long. I really miss you." Song Yuan was a person who clearly distinguished between likes and dislikes. He found it difficult to understand the Song family's inexplicable thoughts and emotional changes. Why would anyone think that Song Yuan could still calmly communicate with this group of people after being bullied by the Song family time and time again? He felt disgusted even if Cui Wan touched him. There's absolutely no need for that. A small number of senior high school students had gathered at the school gate, watching the commotion from a distance. "Mrs. Song, it's best not to bother me any further. It's not good for either of us." To his surprise, after saying this, Cui Wan covered her face and cried. "I know that our strict upbringing of you over the years may have hurt you, but Mom really knows she was wrong. This is a good luck charm that Mom got for you from the temple. Wear it close to your body as a keepsake." Song Yuan certainly wouldn't want her things, but Cui Wan continued. "I know you have nothing to lack after returning to the Mu family, so consider this my small compensation to you. I won't leave unless you accept it." In the darkness, Song Yuan watched Cui Wan, who was focused on acting, and reached out to take the bag she handed him. "You can go now." Song Yuan caught the fleeting look of surprise on Cui Wan's face at that moment. He gently squeezed the triangular cloth bag in his hand, and a smile also appeared on his lips. "I was planning to wait until the end of my senior year of high school before dealing with them, but since they came to me on their own initiative, let's have some fun with them." After Cui Wan left, Song Yuan got into the car and was about to open the cloth bag with the inscription printed on it. The perceptive Mu Xingyue seemed to sense something and immediately grabbed Song Yuan's hand. "Dirty stuff, don't want it." "Fine." Song Yuan insisted on opening it. On it was a talisman drawn with red paint. He leaned closer to smell it, but couldn't tell whether it was blood or cinnabar. But even without asking anyone to check, he knew that Cui Wan wouldn't give him anything good. He shone the talisman on the light from his phone. I don't know when Cui Wan started believing in these things. However, he came up with a good idea. "Moon, would you like to see a good show?" Mu Xingyue tilted her head and gave a confused "hmm." Some things become less effective the longer they are delayed. The action-oriented Song Yuan had no intention of letting this matter linger overnight. "Uncle Qian, let's go to Longhu Villa. We'll rest there tonight." Kong Yun had left all the properties in Haicheng to Song Yuan before she left. Ever since he learned that the Mu family owned a house in the Longhu Villa community where the Song residence was located, he had been in contact with the Mu family. It was clear that this house would come in handy sooner or later. I just didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. As the car drove into Longhu Villa, passing the outer wall of the Song family's residence, he glanced at the courtyard with its reinforced electric fence and sneered. I wonder if Song Yushu has found a new way to sneak away in the middle of the night. After entering the house, Song Yuan brought over a computer. After a few operations, the TV screen displayed images of the Song residence. Inside the living room at this moment, Chui Wan looked relaxed as she made a phone call to someone. It's all taken care of. I've already given him the things. Thinking about how I sent away the evil spirits in my house, I felt the air was much fresher when I went inside. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately guessed that what Chui Wan was talking about was most likely the talisman she had given him. Chui Wan's coquettish laughter could be heard from the surveillance footage. Song Yuan took out the triangular cloth bag again. He doesn't believe in ghosts or gods. If there truly are ghosts and gods, how could they allow the Song family to waste 18 years of their lives and still remain so prosperous? If heaven doesn't take the Song family away, then I, Song Yuan, will take them away. The surveillance footage showed that Chui Wan had already gotten up and gone to the third floor to remove her makeup and rest. Song Xingyu's figure also disappeared into the corridor. Only the butler remained in the living room, making final checks before going to bed for the night. Song Yuan patted Mu Xingyu's head. Moon, get ready to watch the show. With Song Yuan pressing the enter key, all the security systems at the Song residence flashed for a moment. The night shift security guard, who was dozing off in the monitoring room, only felt a slight sway in front of his eyes. They didn't realize that all the screens actually flickered at the same moment. He stood up, yawned, and peered into the surveillance video. Everything was normal afterward, so he sat back down with peace of mind. Why are you still seeing things? You need to catch up on sleep tomorrow. The walkie-talkie on the table crackled to life. It was the voice of the security guard patrolling outside. Oldly, is there any news on your end? Everything is normal. At this moment, Song Yuan had changed into a black outfit, put on a hat and a mask, and went around to the back of the Song residence. It's funny to think about. No member of the Song family knew the structure of the house and the blind spots in the surveillance better than Song Yuan. After all, it had been several years. Song Yuan lost count of how many times he was punished by Song Anmin by being forced to run outside, whether it is freezing cold or scorching hot. He even knew which bricks on the ground were uneven, and that could cause someone to trip and scrape their knee. He naturally knew that the back door of the Song residence was the entrance and exit for the servants and kitchen staff. It's not locked at night. Chui Wan has gone on several rampages at the Song residence in the past few days, making everyone afraid to wander around at night for fear of accidentally incurring her wrath. This gave Song Yuan an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He brazenly slipped into the Song residence and tossed the talisman Chui Wan had given him onto the coffee table in the living room. Then he turned around and went to the power distribution room on the first floor. With a click, Song Yuan pulled the main power switch off the Song family's house. The security guards in the security room were the first to react. Why is there a power outage? When the other party found the flashlight and reached the power distribution room, Song Yuan had already returned along the same route. The power grid that the Song family had purchased at great expense, capable of storing energy for 48 hours even during a power outage, had no effect on him whatsoever. It wasn't until Song Yuan left the back garden humming a song that this continued. The lights shining from the Song residence behind them turned on at the same time. He was already sitting in the passenger seat, and after turning a corner, they returned to the Mu family villa. Mu Xingyue sat obediently on the sofa in the living room. I wonder what the people in the surveillance video are doing. Younger brother. The twins have already compromised with each other. I call you sister, you call me brother. Let's each address each other separately. In the surveillance footage, the housekeeper was standing in the security room reviewing the outdoor surveillance footage from before the power outage. Everything is normal in the corridor. The next second, the entire surveillance screen went completely black. It looks like the power went out. I'll have someone come and check it tomorrow. Song Yuan, watching TV, smiled and propped his chin up. He tampered with the monitoring data before the power outage, replacing it with data from another date. Without professional examination, it's impossible to detect. Inside the living room of the Song residence, Song Xingyu, who was doing her homework in her room, was also a little hungry. During the 2-minute power outage, he took the opportunity to get up and stretch. While going downstairs to find something to eat, I saw a triangular cloth bag with auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on the living room table. These aren't mother's things. Why are they in the living room? Unaware that the item had been given to Song Yuan, he picked it up and went back to the third floor. The door to the study on the third floor was ajar, and the light inside was still on. Song Xingyu, who was pacing in the corridor, hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door. Father, come in. Ever since Song Anmin punished her last time, Song Xingyu has had an instinctive fear of him. There was also a period of time when I didn't take the initiative to talk to my father. Today, taking advantage of the opportunity to return Chui Wan's belongings, he stood in front of Song Anmin. These are my mother's things. She left them in the living room. Chapter 60. The evil spirit resides within Song Yuan. Song Anmin, who was working, looked up. He was actually quite satisfied with this son. Compared to Song Yuan, who was not his biological son, he gave all the little fatherly love he had to this biological son. Unfortunately, the other party was rather disappointing this time. Without being challenged and disciplined, one can hardly achieve great things. Put it down. You should focus your attention on your studies right now. Standing in front of him, Song Xingyu lowered her head and hummed in agreement. Good father. All right, go back and get some rest. Song Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief as she left the study. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he would never lose to Song Yuan again next time. Only, he had been back in his room for less than 5 minutes when he heard his mother scream in terror. Immediately afterwards, there was a knock on his door. Completely bewildered, Song Xingyu opened the door, only to be grabbed by the collar by Cui Wan, who rushed in. Where did this come from? Mom, what's wrong? Cui Wan held the cloth bag in her hand and shoved it at Song Xingyu's face. Where did you get this? Song Yuan gave it to you. Song Xingyu was completely baffled by these words. What does this have to do with Song Yuan? It's right on the table in the living room. Cui Wan's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth and said it was impossible. This demeanor left both Song Anmin behind her and Song Xingyu, who was being questioned, somewhat bewildered. Song Anmin, who had already planned to go back to his room to rest, directly questioned them. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? The three people's voices disturbed Song Yuqin, who was the only one resting on the third floor. He was suspended from his job by Song's father for no reason a while ago. She was forced to stay home and rest for a period of time. The project she was in charge of was launched in the last 2 days, and Song Yuqin, as the main person in charge, was only allowed to resume work. Even after hearing Cui Wan scream, she simply opened the door and stood aside, seemingly unconcerned. She watched as Cui Wan turned her head with a ferocious expression and stared directly at Song Anmin. Evil spirits. This thing is for eliminating evil spirits. Outside the surveillance footage, Mu Xingyue repeated after her. Evil spirits? Song Yuan quickly patted her head. Prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony. The video shows Mu Xingyue holding her head and pointing at the surveillance footage. This was the second time Song Anmin had heard the word evil spirit from Cui Wan. His brows were furrowed. I think you've really gone mad, starting to do this kind of thing. Go back and rest. Cui Wan, however, seemed to have lost her mind and kept shaking her head. Impossible, impossible. I already gave this to Song Yuan. How did it end up here? Song Yuan's name surprised everyone on the third floor. What does this have to do with Song Yuan? The Taoist master said that all the misfortunes in our family are due to evil spirits. As long as we suppress the evil spirits, everything will return to normal. As she spoke, Cui Wan's eyes widened further. The evil spirit resides within Song Yuan. Suppress him. Cui Wan's mutterings made Song Xingyu involuntarily take a half-step back. How could mother believe in such things? Hearing Cui Wan trying to steer the matter towards metaphysics, Song Anmin snatched it away. Since you said it had already been given away, how could it have reappeared at the Song family's residence? Investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. At that moment, Song Anmin instinctively thought that if what Cui Wan said was true, it proved that Song Yuan had planted someone in the Song residence. He stormed angrily toward the monitoring room. I want to see who exactly is taking a salary from the Song family and working for Song Yuan. The villa lost power for a few minutes. Apart from the surveillance footage during that period, all other records are here. Pull it out. Late at night, the Song family, along with their housekeeper, were all crammed into the monitoring room. After the surveillance camera went black and then reconnected, a cloth bag appeared in the previously empty living room. In all the scenes, everything appeared normal. No outsiders were present in the villa. All the evidence is right in front of us. Cui Wan clutched her chest and screamed. Evil spirit. The evil spirits have returned on their own. Song Anmin hated the feeling of not being in control of what he owned. But tonight, a rather strange event occurred at the Song residence. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Where did this evil spirit come from? Someone must have been up to something during the few minutes of power outage. Butler, investigate this thoroughly tomorrow. Go back and rest. These words seemed to reassure Cui Wan. She called out to the housekeeper directly. Don't wait until tomorrow, call everyone out. The truth will come out tonight. Song Anmin glanced at her. He cursed her as a crazy woman, but did not stop Cui Wan's actions. He simply turned around and went back upstairs. Song Xingyu hesitated and wanted to leave, but Cui Wan grabbed him. Son, you stay here with your mother. Unfortunately, despite Chui Wan's best efforts. Interrogate the servants one by one. Even by tracing everyone's movements before and after the power outage and checking their testimonies, no one was found to be abnormal. Knowing that tonight's performance was almost over, and seeing Chui Wan begin interrogating the servants, Song Yuan yawned. They hurried Mu Xingyue, who was already dizzy and about to fall asleep, back to her room to rest. That night, the Song residence was in turmoil from midnight until dawn. Only one result was given to Chui Wan. That talisman appeared out of thin air. It ran back by itself. The next day, the rest of the Song family were still asleep. Chui Wan then had the driver take her to the temple where the celestial master resided. Chui Wan, who was praying silently with her hands clasped together the whole way, did not notice that there was another car following behind them. The driver in the car behind was a young man. He clicked his tongue as he looked at the route ahead. "Boss, this is the road to Wantian Mountain. Is that woman going to Wantian Temple?" Song Yuan's attention, however, was focused on his phone. In his WeChat chat history, he sent Mu Xingyue more than a dozen voice messages. "I just hope that when my sister wakes up and finds him gone, she won't be so upset that she cries." Since he was going out to do bad things, he couldn't very well take Little Moon with him. After thinking it over, he called the housekeeper again. "Uncle Qian, once Yuliang wakes up, make sure she sees the WeChat message I sent her first. I won't be able to answer the phone later." The housekeeper laughed as soon as he heard Song Yuan's voice on the phone. "Don't worry, young master." Tiger, in the driver's seat, honked the horn once on the winding mountain road. "They've almost certainly gone to Wantian Temple. Does Wantian Temple have any Taoist masters?" Tiger scratched his neck. "I haven't heard of that. Wantian Temple is quite effective for praying for academic success. My sister came here to pray before her college entrance exam." "Boss, are you going to pray later too?" Song Yuan, recalling Chui Wan's erratic behavior last night, refused outright. "Don't let your worship ruin your brain." The car continued forward, when suddenly the car in front turned onto another mountain road. Tiger let out a shout, and quickly turned the steering wheel accordingly. "This route is wrong." Song Yuan cautiously offered a word of advice. "Don't get too close, or you'll be discovered." Fortunately, although the road wasn't the one leading to Wantian Temple, there were still quite a few cars on it. In the time it took them to go up the mountain, a car drove down from it. We walked for another 10 minutes or so. Chui Wan's car was parked on the roadside not far away. Tiger drove uphill for a while, and then parked the car at the next bend. "Is this angle okay, boss?" The computer screen in Song Yuan's hand was displaying the scene in front of Hu Zi in real time. "Okay." The two of them tapped their earpieces together, and Tiger got out of the car and jogged to the entrance of the small courtyard where Chui Wan had gone. As the camera panned across the courtyard, Song Yuan also saw Chui Wan kneeling in front of the door. The other party didn't even have a prayer mat under their knees. He crossed his arms over his left chest and was reciting something with a devout expression. Sitting in the car, Song Yuan let out a soft groan. No wonder Song An Min liked making people kneel down so much. "So this is what you like. Chapter 61, don't you know?" "What did you say, boss?" "Watch out, someone has seen you." Besides Chui Wan, there was another person in the courtyard who looked over the moment Hu Zi entered. She wore a gray hat and clasped her hands together, bowing slightly to Hu Zi. "Do you have an appointment, sir?" Tiger's appearance is quite enigmatic, yet he exudes a fierce and intimidating aura. He said it in a simple and honest way. "My brother didn't tell me I needed to make an appointment." Through the earpiece, Song Yuan promptly instructed, "Tell me you're here to see the celestial master." Tiger scratched his head and grinned, gesturing for the other person to come closer. "Whisper in the other person's ear. I've come to find the celestial master." Just then, the door opened and a hand was extended out. Song Yuan clearly saw Chui Wan press her forehead to her hand, and then kowtow. It seems to be a cult hideout. Tiger, having heard clearly, also got excited. "Continue to improvise. Dirty thing." As he spoke, he gave the layperson a knowing look. The other party was actually fooled by Tiger with his thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although she believed Hu Zi's words, she still shook her head. "You need to make an appointment in advance to see the celestial master." Tiger, who was prepared, simply took out a manila envelope. The sheer thickness of the coin, worth a full 10,000 yuan, moved the devout lay Buddhist. The other party immediately changed their tone. "It seems you are very anxious about this matter. Please wait at the door." Chui Wan has been inside for 2 minutes. Tiger immediately stood anxiously by the door after hearing Tiger's words. The layman sighed from afar and gestured downwards, indicating that he should also kneel outside the door and wait. Tiger chuckled and pointed to his knee. "I just finished sparring with some brothers from the underworld, and the steel plate hasn't been removed yet." The layperson saw that he had rolled up half of his trouser leg, revealing a scar on his leg, and quickly waved his hand. Then you can stand there and wait. Inside the car, Song Yuan listened intently to the radio in his headphones. They were talking quite far from the door, so even though the sound quality was good, it was hard to hear what the people inside were saying. I could only hear the two words that were repeated the most. Evil spirits. Song Yuan closed his eyes to catch his breath, and when he opened them again, he had a new idea. Once I get a clear picture of the Celestial Master's face, I'll have someone investigate his background. This wait lasted for more than an hour. When Shui Wan came out of the room, she was tightly clutching a cloth bag in both hands. He stepped out of the room and bowed deeply to the Taoist master inside. Song Yuan found it quite strange. This Taoist master is quite skilled. At least he can teach someone like Shui Wan to be polite. The image clearly shows a man's face. Song Yuan intercepted the facial information and sent it directly to his subordinates. Check it out. Tiger has already infiltrated the Celestial Master's house. The other person chuckled and raised his whisk when he saw him. This startled Tiger. Holy shit. If it weren't for the boss's mission, he would have almost knocked this damn Taoist priest down. He then watched, completely bewildered, as the lay Buddhist and the Taoist priest began their back and forth dialogue. They even made him kneel down while they were talking. Kneel? Kneel for what? He didn't seem to be pretending to be stupid. He genuinely was. You've been tainted by something evil. The layperson tugged at his sleeve from behind. Song Yuan's voice came through the earphones. Tiger, you can get away now. Tiger, inside the house, shook off the layman's hand. Yes, Dirt. Aren't you guys the ones who clean up stains on luxury goods? He started to play dumb. The Taoist priest and the layman exchanged a glance. Huh. Before they could even turn on them, Tiger's expression changed first. You're in cahoots to swindle me out of my money, aren't you? The plague demon was persuaded to leave by the lay Buddhist after much persuasion. After the person left, the Taoist priest looked at the other party with dissatisfaction. Don't let just anyone in. Meanwhile, Huzi got back into the car and sped away from Wantian Temple. They got up early and went to Wantian Temple with Shui Wan. After all that back and forth, it's been half a day and I still haven't gotten to use it. Song Yuan had Huzi take him directly back to school. Shui Wan must have obtained something new from the Celestial Master today. He will go back and wait for her to come. As expected, that afternoon, Song Xingyu went to the Yuejing class to look for Song Yuan. His and the Song family's reputation had long been ruined in the Yuejing class. Seeing him standing at the door, the students' laughter and chatter subsided considerably. They all looked at Song Xingyu warily. This made Song Yuan, who was standing outside the door, feel extremely embarrassed. Song Yuan, however, suddenly smiled. After waiting for so long, they finally arrived. Did Shui Wan ask you to bring me something? He spoke before Song Xingyu could even say anything. How did you know? As he spoke, he handed Song Yuan a luxury goods packaging bag. Mom said she's giving you your birthday present early. Song Yuan pulled out a men's bag. Seemingly afraid that Song Yuan wouldn't want her things, she specially chose a classic black designer bag. Song Yuan held the bag in his hand, squeezing it casually, trying to figure out where Shui Wan might have hidden the things. Unexpectedly, Song Xingyu suddenly made sarcastic remarks while watching his actions. Even if you go back to the Mu family, you won't look down on this kind of thing. I don't know what Mom was thinking, she insisted on giving it to you. Her own son has never carried such an expensive bag before. Of course, Song Xingyu swallowed the second half of her sarcastic remark. Song Yuan paused, then suddenly chuckled softly. Even now, Song Xingyu is still wary of returning to the Song family. It will take everything away from him. She will compete with him for Song Anmin and Shui Wan's love. He was unaware of everything that had happened to Song Yuan. Of course, they wouldn't know that Song Yuan wished for everything about the Song family to disappear from this world. Knowing Shui Wan's true nature, Song Yuan knew there was something fishy going on in this bag. But Song Xingyu didn't know that. Song Yuan wouldn't let go of the opportunity to mess with his mentality. Don't you know? Know what? In front of him, Song Yuan hesitated for a long time before finally saying two words, forget it. He turned and left. What do you mean, let it go? What are you talking about? At this moment, Song Xingyu was completely in the dark. The more blank space Song Yuan left in his words, the more he filled in the blanks in his mind. Why did his mother suddenly change her attitude and start caring about Song Yuan? Mingming was still cursing Song Yuan last night, saying that he was possessed by evil spirits. The more Song Xingyu imagined it, the more terrified she became. Even the fact that Song Yuan has not changed his surname back to Mu to this day is related to these events. Did they regret it? He regretted giving up on the outstanding Song Yuan. Do you regret bringing me back to the Song family? The already sensitive Song Xingyu thought more and more, and even though the temperature in the room was just right, he felt a chill run through his body. If Song Yuan knew that his two simple words had made Song Xingyu think so much, he would probably laugh out loud. Song Yuan took the backpack back to his residence. Back in his room, Song Yuan ruthlessly cut open the backpack along the seams. Finally, a triangular talisman was found on the shoulder strap. Upon seeing that yellow piece of paper, he was genuinely disappointed. Is this all the fighting power this Taoist priest has? He's using the same trick twice. Early the next morning, as soon as Mu Xingyue got up, she ran to Song Yuan's room. They missed them again. She pursed her lips and opened WeChat, only to see several 50-second voice messages sent by the other party, just like yesterday. He stomped his foot in anger. Little brother, what's going on? Song Yuan had found out about Master Tiany's background the night before. Of course, I got up early and went to Wangdianshan to cause trouble. Chapter 62 The Evil Spirit has returned. When Tiger's figure appeared outside the courtyard, the lay Buddhist's expression changed. Sir, we really don't do cleaning services. Go find whoever cheated you out of your money. She had barely finished speaking when she was intimidated by the four tall, burly men behind Tiger. You? What are you trying to do? Nothing much, just want to chat with your celestial master. The laywoman was just a woman. How could she possibly be a match for these burly men? They were immediately pushed to the side. She also sensed that something was wrong, and huddled by the door, trying to sneak out after they all went into the yard. But he had only taken one step when he was stopped by a teenager. Where are you going, Ding Hongwan? Ding Hongwan, who uses the pseudonym Wula Jusher, hasn't heard anyone call her by her real name for a long time. My legs went weak. Who are you? The burly man behind him easily lifted him up with one arm. Let's go inside and talk. There is another client in Master Tiany's room at this moment. When Hu Zi led the way and kicked the door open, the other person was kneeling on the ground with burning yellow paper in a basin in front of him. Master Tiany sat solemnly in the high seat. Startled by the sound of the door being kicked, he immediately stood up. What are you trying to do? Although the person was also frightened by this group of people, they immediately stood up and opened their arms. Who are you people, daring to disturb the celestial master? Tiger frowned as he looked at this big grudge. Get out of here, get out of here. The person who was being scolded must have imagined something, because they straightened their back even more. If you want to disturb the celestial master's cultivation, you'll have to get past me first. I had barely uttered the word when the impatient, burly man grabbed me and carried me out like a chick. Get out of here now, or you won't be able to leave later. The other person, with their necks stiff, seemed about to say something. The burly man rolled up his sleeves, and the man's heroic spirit vanished without a trace when he saw the two large, veined tattoos on his arms. Since you have guests today, master, I will come another day. This minor incident did not affect the conversation inside the room. Xue Fongjun dropped out of school at 16 and joined a local gang in Ningxue City. At 21, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison for robbery. 2 years after his release, he took the blame for his boss for 100,000 yuan and served 5 years and 7 months in prison. At 33, she concealed her marital status and began a relationship and cohabitation with her older brother's sister. A girl had 3 abortions for you, lost her fertility, and was forced to marry you back in her hometown, only to find out that you had already married and had children. After being put on the wanted list by my elder brother, I led my whole family to escape from Ningxue and went to Chuandu under assumed names. Hearing the young man in front of him slowly and methodically recount what he had done in the past, Master Tiany slowly put down the whisk in his hand. Are you someone sent by thunder? The young man chuckled and said, Don't be in such a hurry, master. Your life has been quite interesting. In my first year in Chuandu, I was tricked into joining a pyramid scheme. In less than 6 months, I was promoted to management and almost got caught by the Chuandu police. 2 years later, I joined an online lending company and participated in illegal fundraising, earning more than 200,000 yuan in illegal income. I came to Haiqing a year ago under the pseudonym Master Tiany. In just 3 months, by telling fortunes and telling fortunes, he made up for the illegal gains that he was supposed to return and successfully laundered his money. After reading his biographical sketch, Song Yuan looked at Xue Fongjun, who was using the alias Master Tiany. You might as well calculate which group of people I've come here on your behalf today. Xue Fongjun is a man who has weathered many storms. Unlike Ding Hongwan, she did not show a look of fear on her face. Instead, she smiled back at Song Yuan. I have money. No matter who hires you to deal with me, I can pay them more than they have paid. The school selection fee for number 7 middle school is not cheap. You should save the money for Xue Leilei's schooling. Song Yuan's words struck Xue Fongjun right where it hurt. To protect his wife and children, he had not contacted them at all. Even the money was transferred through Ding Hongwan. He hadn't expected that this group of people would know so much about his son's affairs. His expression changed drastically. You don't want money? What's your purpose? Song Yuan stepped forward and sat in the chair that Xue Fangjun usually sat in. Several cushions were placed in front of the chair. He seemed to see Cui Wan kneeling devoutly on the futon through it. I'd like to invite you here to discuss a collaboration. This is hardly a discussion of cooperation. This is an obvious threat. But Xue Fangjun could only swallow his anger and ask, what kind of cooperation? The next second, Song Yuan slowly unfolded a talisman. Does the Celestial Master still remember this? Within seconds of looking at the talisman, Xue Fangjun guessed Song Yuan's identity. After all, Cui Wan had already spent 100,000 yuan on him in just 1 week. They are his major clients. It's you, Cui Wan's adopted son, Song Yuan. The Celestial Master truly lives up to his name. Looking at the young man in front of him, Xue Fangjun felt a surge of hatred. They've been blinded by greed. They know that quick money is hard to come by. If you want your money back, I can give it to you. Song Yuan smiled when he saw him trying to simply sever ties. Since the other party has already boarded the ship voluntarily, how can he allow them to get off halfway? Master, I don't lack money. If you do as I say, I can give you more money. Having witnessed the man's capabilities, Xue Fangjun dared not accept his money. He just wanted to get rid of this plague god. You know I'm just a con artist. That talisman was just something I randomly drew on a tattoo design. Song Yuan took over the conversation. If you have real skills, this matter will be more difficult to handle. The Taoist priest, who had already given up, still wanted to refuse. Tiger pulled a crumpled paper directly from his pocket. Lele is a bit unbalanced in her studies. With her math score, it might be difficult for her to get into a university. Xue Fangjun clenched his fist as he looked at the exam paper. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Talking to an old fox is a hassle. You have to use all sorts of tactics, from threats to bribes. Song Yuan thought to himself, but he still reached out his hand. Then it'll be a pleasure to cooperate, Master Xue. The boy led a group of people out of his room. Xue Fangjun's legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, where Ding Hongwan, who had been terrified, was also sitting. After calming down a bit, with trembling hands, he took out his phone, typed a text message, and sent it to Cui Wan. The evil spirits have returned. The Song residence. The night before, Cui Wan took melatonin and slept well, which was rare for her. She woke up in a great mood and directed the maids to place the flowers she had arranged in various corners of the house. This color doesn't look good in the living room. You should take it down from the study on the 3rd floor. Yes, madam. Seeing Song Yushu coming downstairs disheveled and yawning, she surprisingly didn't lose her temper. The kitchen made your favorite glutinous rice cake today. Go and have breakfast. Song Yushu could also tell that Cui Wan was in a good mood today, and his eyes immediately brightened. Mom, I'm running low on my allowance this month. Could you transfer me some more? Go eat first, then find the housekeeper to make arrangements. Thank you, Mom. As Cui Wan hummed a song, she received a text message from the Taoist priest. After seeing the 4 words clearly, the phone slipped from my hand. Oh! The scream startled Song Yushu, who had just entered the restaurant. Cui Wan hurriedly squatted down to pick up her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed back. Master, what is the meaning of the message you sent? On the other end of the phone, Xue Fangjun spoke to her in his usual tone, as Song Yuan had instructed. The talisman paper moved strangely last night. To ensure Madame Song's safety, I investigated and discovered it. The evil spirit already knows that Song Yuan is not a member of the Song family, and has returned to the Song family. It's in the Song family. Chapter 63, Ungrateful Wretch. The words the Song family exploded in Cui Wan's mind like a thunderclap. She pressed for more details. On whose body? The Taoist priest sighed on the phone. The talisman we used last time has already alerted the enemy. The evil spirits are far more powerful than we or you think. He's hiding. I'm afraid Madame Song will have to find him herself. After saying this, he didn't give Cui Wan a chance to ask any further questions and hung up the phone directly. When she dialed again, no one answered. Cui Wan slumped onto the sofa, utterly dejected. It wasn't until Song Yushu finished breakfast that she pulled the steward to her side. Mom, tell Uncle Lu to transfer 100,000 yuan to me later. The words had barely left his mouth. She saw Cui Wan raise her head and look at her with a strange expression. Suddenly, he pointed at her and exclaimed, It's you. The evil spirit is on you. The next moment, Cui Wan stood up and gripped Song Yushu's arm tightly. Evil spirits are attached to you, aren't they? They tricked you into coming to me for money. Get out. Get off my daughter. Song Yushu, who was being shaken violently, broke free from her grasp. Mom, What nonsense are you talking about? Having been shaken off, Cui Wan regained some of her senses. She lowered her eyes slightly, recalling the Taoist master's words about stirring up trouble. When I looked at Song Yushu again, he had returned to normal. It's only been half a month since I started giving you living expenses. What money are you asking for again? Song Yushu was still shaken by Cui Wan's appearance. I bought some clothes, and that's all the money I spent. Having already suspected that Song Yushu was possessed by evil spirits, Cui Wan would certainly not give her any more money. He sat back down on the sofa. 100,000 a month isn't enough for you. You might as well just sell this house. As she spoke, Cui Wan began to criticize Song Yushu again. I didn't learn anything useful from my studies. I am not good at any of the 4 arts. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your dad and I have spent so much money on you, and it's all been for nothing. He clearly promised me he would pay for the meal before we ate. How come his expression changed so quickly, in just a few minutes? Song Yushu, who had been scolded for no reason, also turned hostile. If you're not going to pay, then don't pay. Why say so much? As he turned around, he kicked the side table next to the sofa in a fit of anger. If the housekeeper hadn't been quick-witted, the vase that had just been placed on the side table would have fallen to the ground. Watching Song Yushu's retreating figure as he went upstairs, Cui Wan's eyes narrowed slightly. It must be an evil spirit. Having failed to obtain any money from his family, Song Yushu still looked grim when he arrived at school. Cui Tingting came over as soon as she arrived at the classroom. Everyone's going to the Guanghe store tonight. What time are you coming? Going. I'm not going. Song Yushu's attitude did not drive Cui Tingting away. The other party guessed correctly that she probably had no money left to go out and have fun. She deliberately looked Song Yushu up and down. You're out of money? Song Yushu was somewhat embarrassed after his words were exposed. My mom isn't home. She'll give it to me when she gets back. Cui Tingting, who was standing next to him, laughed, and this sneer enraged Song Yushu. What are you laughing at? If you don't have money, you don't have to ask your mom for it. I heard your brother is quite rich. Cui Tingting's words reminded Song Yushu. There was only one open class in the morning, so Song Yushu skipped it and went directly to the Moral Education No. 1 Middle School. Moral Education at No. 1 Middle School. Having successfully completed the task, Song Yuan arrived 1 class late. This caught Liao Shan's attention. What have you been busy with these past few days? Song Yuan twirled the pen in his hand, promoting feudal superstition. Hearing this perfunctory answer, Liao Shan pouted in dissatisfaction. She threw the test paper she was holding onto his desk. Hey, here's a mock exam from the neighboring province. The questions are a bit off, but you can try them out for fun. Thanks. During the long break, the homeroom teacher came into the room and urged the students who were sitting in chairs reviewing their lessons to get up. Everyone get up and move around. Hey, pretending to study hard after class? The homeroom teacher leaned closer to take a look with satisfaction. This isn't the dictation assignment from yesterday. Class is about to start, and you still haven't done it. Song Yuan and several male classmates stood in the corridor. A gentle breeze swept through, ruffling the hems of the boys' clothes. Wu Yu, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, ran through the crowd in 3 quick steps. That newly crowned school beauty in the first year of high school is nothing special. She's not even as pretty as our Xingyue sister. After saying that, he looked at Song Yuan with a sly grin. We dare not disrespect our little sister, Brother Yuan. Please let us kiss her, and let us have our fun. The next second, his head was tucked under Song Yuan's armpit. Enjoyable? I was wrong, Brother Yuan. I had a sharp tongue. They were fooling around in the corridor when a familiar voice came from behind them. I'm your sister. You can't even lend me some money. I'm really not lying to you. I can give you 10 or 20,000 if you want, but I don't have 100,000. Song Yuan immediately covered Wu Yu's mouth, which was babbling incoherently. Turning around, I saw Song Yushu and Song Xingyu standing behind me. This scene looked very familiar to him. Ever since Song Yushu got to know Cui Tingting and her group, they spent a lot of money on her, and Song Yushu, the sucker, basically paid for all her outings and entertainment. The 100,000 yuan allowance given to her by the Song family was far from enough for her needs. She used to block Song Yuan and demand money from him in the same way. You say you have no money? Are you kidding me? You don't buy clothes, you don't play games, your family gives you 100,000 a month and you're telling me you have no money? Song Yuan, what are you doing with drugs? Song Yuan, who was being questioned, smiled rather awkwardly. Third sister, I only have 800 yuan for living expenses each month. Impossible. Song Yushu instinctively retorted, thinking it was just an excuse from Song Yuan for not wanting to lend her money. 800 a month? What can you do with 800 yuan? It's not even enough for her and her sisters to have an afternoon tea. After learning that what Song Yuan said was true, Song Yushu posted it on his WeChat moments that very day to show off. The first rule of the Song family: boys should be raised frugally, girls should be raised lavishly. The recollection was interrupted by Song Yushu's questioning. Song Xingyu, don't think I don't know that mom gives you 150,000 yuan a month in pocket money. Where does all that money go when you're at school every day? As soon as he said that, the students around him started giving him strange looks. Wu Yu struggled and sobbed. Holy crap, 150,000. That's all my parents earn in a year. Song Yuan released his arm. Chui Wan's statement that children with money will go astray seems to only apply to this other person's child. She was more generous to her son than to her daughter. Song Xingyu was pleased with the envious looks from those around her. However, he was somewhat more intelligent than Song Yushu. He knew that showing off was fine, but someone like Song Yushu could easily get him into trouble. Third sister, this is not the place to talk. To Song Yushu, these words meant that the other party didn't want to lend her money and wanted to find a secluded place to send her away. She was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and pointed at his nose. They're right. Kids raised outside just can't be truly tame. You ungrateful wretch. Chapter 64. What does the dog bark? These words made Song Xingyu's face instantly turn ugly. What he hates most is having people bring up the things he did growing up away from home. The they that Song Yushu was referring to at that moment were Chui Tingting's group. However, Song Xingyu was unaware that he mistakenly believed it was the Song family members who were talking about him behind his back, calling him an ingrate. Is that what you all think? Song Yushu didn't realize that he had misunderstood and continued to curse. You don't even listen to your older sister. What use are you as a younger brother? Overwhelmed with anger, Song Xingyu raised her hand and pointed at Song Yuan, who was walking towards the classroom with his classmates. You don't want me, your brother? You only want Song Yuan, don't you? Song Yuan, with his back to them, was completely baffled. He had no intention of paying attention to that crazy woman, Song Yushu, and continued walking forward without turning his head. He didn't want to cause trouble. But Song Yushu wanted money. The other person actually ran a few steps and circled around to Song Yuan's front. Hey, I heard your biological parents are pretty rich, lend me some. Looking at the person in front of me with their arms crossed over their chest. Song Yushu, who clearly asked to borrow money, looked like he was demanding payment. Song Yuan ignored her completely and continued walking past her. But his arm was grabbed by the other person. I'm talking to you. Song Yuan turned to the side. What's the dog barking about? One sentence directly enraged Song Yushu. Who are you calling a dog? Seeing the fist coming at him, Song Yuan grabbed the other person's arm. One of them forcefully wrapped her arms around her own neck and turned them half a circle. With his other hand, he pushed Song Yushu a meter away. I am indeed quite wealthy, but I won't give it to you even if I throw it away. If you want to go crazy, go back to your Song family and go crazy. The dignified third young lady of the Song family was rejected by two men in front of everyone. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't hold back any longer. After uttering a curse, he turned around, covered his mouth with one hand, and ran downstairs. Song Yuan found it quite novel. Had Song Yushu finally learned to care about his reputation? Wu Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask Song Yuan. Does the Song family's child get so much pocket money a month? Yes. Song Yuan nodded. There's also the trust. Shareholders who hold group shares will receive dividends. I can't understand these terms in Wu dialect. I just know how to open my mouth and say wah. I didn't notice before. He said it unintentionally, but Song Yuan still kindly offered an explanation. I don't have these things. I only have 800 yuan a month for living expenses. The students who were eavesdropping couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap, the Song family is really something else. Song Yuan, who was texting Hu Zi on his phone, suddenly felt a dark figure blocking his way from behind. Sister Ming. Fan Siming nodded and walked over. Zhao Qi, who was a head taller than Song Yuan, breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan, let's try to be a little more discreet about bringing our phones to school. Having already sent the message, Song Yuan put his phone back in his pocket and patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. What the boys didn't know was that Fan Siming smiled and shook her head as she passed by them. She's not stupid. She can see right through the students' little tricks. It's just that Song Yuan makes her life easier, so she turns a blind eye to it. On the other side, Song Yushu left the school, sobbing. As soon as I stepped out of the campus, I encountered a burly man handing out business cards. Before she could refuse, it was shoved into her hand. The business card design is also very interesting, with black text on a white background on the front. Don't throw it away, you can use it. She curiously flipped through the business card. The words written on the back, Borrow money without asking for favors, small loans, no collateral required. Funds up to 300,000 yuan arrive instantly, attracted Song Yushu. It's rather ridiculous to ask the third young lady of the Song family to take out a loan. She should have just thrown the business card away. But Song Yushu inexplicably put it into his small bag. After doing this, she touched her hair behind her ear to cover up her actions, and then looked around. The burly man was chased away by the security guards, waving his hand and saying sorry while secretly observing Song Yushu. After the other person put the business card away, I took out my phone and sent a message. It's all done. Just as Song Yushu was about to get into the car, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a black R8 that was driving by in the distance. This car is also the model she likes. She has already decided to ask her father for one as a graduation gift after graduating from university. As she was admiring the exterior of the car, she didn't expect it to slow down and stop in front of the number 1 middle school of DU. Could it be Zhang Lao Heir's car? Song Yushu wondered who the car owner was, and whether he should go up and say hello. Then I saw the driver's side door open. A young man dressed in a black suit with his hair neatly combed back came down. The other person turned around and looked at him, allowing Song Yushu to see his face clearly. His bright, expressive eyes were hidden behind a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His nose was high and straight, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, giving him a somewhat cynical expression. He noticed that the girl next to the car was stunned by his appearance. He even nodded to the other person. He turned around and leaned against the old man's window. "Uncle, I'm looking for Song Yuan." Recently, quite a few people have been coming to see Song Yuan, and the gatekeeper's radar immediately went off. Those looking for Song Yuan are not allowed in. The boy wasn't annoyed. "Then I'll find Mu Xingyue. I'm her brother." The person who appeared outside the number 1 middle school of moral education was none other than Mu Xingyun, the third son of the Mu family. He stood up and tugged at the hem of his suit jacket, then heard the gatekeeper continue speaking. "Oh, they won't let you in." "Then just say no. Say that people looking for Song Yuan aren't allowed in." After saying that, he pointed to Song Yushu, who was still standing by the roadside. "Wait a minute, sir. I saw her just come out of there. She's not a student, is she?" The gatekeeper pushed up his glasses and glanced at Song Yushu on the street. "She's different. Her family are investors." Mu Qingyun was so angry his nose almost twisted out of shape. "Call your principal out here. I'll invest too." The security guard simply closed the window. What a braggart. He's really good at bragging. Mu Qingyun, who had rushed over to see his younger brother, was surprised to find that he couldn't even get through the door and was met with a cold shoulder. A girl's voice came from behind me. "Hello, my name is Song Yushu. What's your name?" "Song Yu's book?" The Mu family members had memorized the information about the Song family members repeatedly. Upon hearing this, one could tell that the girl was the third daughter of the Song family. Mu Qingyun put his hands in his pockets and looked Song Yushu up and down. "Her? Why has my brother called her third sister for so many years?" Mu Qingyun, who had inexplicably started comparing himself to others, was satisfied when he discovered that the other person was inferior to him in every way. That's all there is to it. All Song Yushu could think of was whether he had broken any laws by going out today. "I've been getting criticized since I woke up this morning." She rolled her eyes, not to be outdone. "What's the use of being handsome? You have no manners." Watching the other person turn and leave angrily, Mu Qingyun continued to praise himself, saying, "Your mental fortitude is no match for mine." Feeling indignant for no reason, Song Shuyu returned to the car, grumbling and cursing. He was taking his phone out of his bag to vent to his friend and borrow some money to tide him over. The white business card fell out of the bag. The sign above says, "Borrow money without asking for help." Having already faced numerous setbacks today, Song Yushu hesitated before entering the phone number above into his mobile phone. The car in front suddenly braked, and the driver quickly swerved to avoid it. Song Yushu swayed slightly and dialed the number. "Hello." As Song Yushu regained his footing, it was as if an invisible force was pulling him along. When the other party says hello a second time through the microphone, she finally made up her mind and put the phone to her ear. "Hello. Is it a loan company?" Chapter 65 was really poorly done. Song Yuan's phone vibrated a few times while he was in class. He took out his phone and glanced at it. With a slight upturn of her lips, she replied with 2 words. "Fatten up." He then put his phone away. Song Yushu, a young lady from a respectable family, actually chose to borrow money when she was broke. It seems the Song family really doesn't know how to teach children. Then let him teach us. Song Yuan, who had refocused his attention on the class, was unaware that his third brother had already traveled across the ocean to Haiqing. Mu Qingyun, who was blocked outside the school, drove away from DU number 1 middle school. Anyway, I can see my younger brother and sister when I get home at night. In one afternoon, Mu Qingyun visited the Rong family, the Lu family, and the Guo family, the three most powerful and influential families in Haiqing. He even attended a local business cocktail party that evening. The party was hosted by the owner of a winery in Haiqing. In parts of Europe, the purchase of land and estates has been opened up, and his purpose in hosting the cocktail party was to make a profit from these wealthy people. Unexpectedly, the third young master of the Mu family appeared out of nowhere. They directly took over the role of host and became the main character at the party. Mr. Mu, I've heard so much about you. Our Haiqing has a really good environment and a decent economy. Everyone gathered around young Master Mu, wanting to find out if the Mu family had any plans to invest in Haiqing next. If you were to invest, in which area would you invest? The manor owners certainly dared not express any dissatisfaction with Mu Xiao's arrival. They also had to serve them hand and foot. Fortunately, the third young master of the Mu family generously reserved an 800-acre estate. Others who were observing followed suit. The man in the east was laughing so hard his mouth was practically sticking out to his ears. Of course, Mu Qingyun had his own purpose in appearing at this occasion. After a few rounds of drinks, Mu Qingyun, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, turned his gaze to the center of the dance floor. The Song family from Haiqing didn't come today? The seasoned veterans beside him exchanged glances. Someone who knew the Song family's background pointed to Song Yuqin, who was dancing with others by the dance floor. Whenever old Song doesn't show up, he sends his eldest daughter instead. That's why. On the dance floor, Song Yuqin wore a champagne-colored fishtail dress with a large slit in the back tied with a string of pearls. Her hair was piled up high, revealing her fair neck. A middle-aged man next to him chuckled strangely twice. If you ask me, old Song has raised his daughter well. Arranging for her to marry into a wealthy family is better than letting her hang out with men. His daughter is quite capable. I heard she's the one who secured that commercial street in the west of the city. Mu Qingyun, who had brought up the topic, remained silent, simply listening to the group discuss Song Yuqin in a few words. Song Yuqin, standing on the dance floor, glanced in their direction. Mu Qingyun raised his hand and gestured with his glass, taking a small sip of the red wine. As soon as the song ended, Song Yuqin came over. This fishtail dress features a deep V-neck in the front and a wide open back, which really accentuates the figure. General Manager Mu, General Manager Lin, General Manager Zhao. Mr. Wang is here too. We haven't congratulated you on the birth of your son yet. These people gossiped about Song Yuqin behind her back, but were much more polite to her face. He shook hands with everyone, except for Mu Qingyun, who sat motionless on the sofa. Song Yuqin didn't mind that her outstretched hand missed. She calmly sat down opposite Mu Qingyun. Let the other person look at you. Did you propose the West Side Acorn Street plan? Upon hearing this question, Song Yuqin chuckled. It was precisely because of this renovation project that she gained a certain degree of influence both within the Song family and in the Haiqing business district. She nodded confidently. Unexpectedly, the other party chuckled the next second. It's really not very well done. Song Yuqin's expression remained unchanged. I know you have resentment towards the Song family because of Song Yuan, but let's keep things separate. She was interrupted by Mu Qingyun shaking his head halfway through her sentence. No. To be frank, your plan was really not very good. It's rubbish. Song Yuqin couldn't stand this comment. Those nearby who heard this fell silent. Song Yuqin's smile faded, and her tone of voice changed. Mr. Mu's words are truly baffling. Mu Qingyun wiggled his index finger twice, then took out his phone and pulled up a satellite map. Acorn Street stretches 2 kilometers from Long Causeway in the north to Muhong Road in the south, with a side street on each side. Currently, morning and night markets have spontaneously formed on the 2 side streets. There is a university, a vocational high school, and 2 regular high schools nearby, as well as several residential areas within a 5-kilometer radius. These basic facts are known to everyone. Song Yuqin leaned back on the sofa. What an exceptionally prime location for a commercial pedestrian street. Looking at the unusually confident Song Yuqin, Mu Qingyun had no good intentions and didn't want to explain things to the other party in detail. That's just an assertion. Your commercial street will be summoned for a talk by the relevant departments within a week of its completion. Ever since the Rong family tripped her up because of procedural issues, Song Yuqin has been extra careful about the approval process. She shook her head as well. I might have to disappoint President Mu. The person has been seen, and the stage has been dismantled. Mu Qingyun stood up immediately after she finished speaking, heading towards the neighbor's house not far away. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. The host hurriedly saw the person out. Mr. Mu, I have a 1,000-acre estate here that is in a better location than the one you just chose. The farm is currently being managed by someone, so you don't need to worry about it. The extra area is mine. I'll personally deliver it to you once the deed is finalized. Hearing this, Mu Chengyun glanced at the man a few more times. He's someone who knows how to get things done. He extended his hand to the other person. The owner quickly took a business card from his pocket and placed it in his palm. Please let me know if you need anything. The host returned to the banquet hall after seeing everyone off. He glanced at Song Yuqin casually. She had been surrounded by several talented young men chatting with her, but now she was all alone. The employer also avoided her. Although Mu Xiao didn't say it explicitly, everyone could tell that he looked down on the Song family. Or perhaps they simply looked down on Song Yuqin. At least during the time Mu Xiao was still in Haiqing, no one wanted to provoke him. Mu Qingyun's early departure was certainly not because of Song Yuqin. He has other plans. When Song Yuan and Mu Xingyue returned from school, they could see from afar that the villa was completely dark. Song Yuan, who was very wary, immediately became alert. Uncle Qian, something's wrong at home. Uncle Qian, who had already been instructed by the third young master, let out a sound of surprise. He quickly made up an excuse. When I left, there was a constant electrical noise in the living room, so I asked someone to come and take a look. It's been over half an hour, and it's still not fixed. Uncle Qian's excuse was really lame. However, Song Yuan's attention was drawn to Mu Xingyue. He keenly noticed Mu Xingyue's impatient expression. He hurriedly comforted his younger sister. It's all right. Uncle Qian has already found someone to fix it. Little did Mu Xingyue know that she had already seen through everything. Her third brother was just playing another pointless little trick. The moment they stepped through the door, all the lights in the house turned on. Petals fell from the heads of the two people. A large balloon wall was covered with Song Yuan's photo. A huge pile of gifts was placed in the center of the living room. Mu Qingyun made a dashing entrance and gave an elegant bow. Welcome home, my dear younger brother and sister. Chapter 66. Mother and daughter are both equally neurotic. This was the first time Song Yuan and his third brother had met in real life. Song Yuan knew quite a bit about Mu Qingyun's affairs. In his freshman year of college, he signed a betting agreement with his father, stipulating that he would repay 100 million yuan in 4 years from a starting capital of 10 million yuan. Seeing the potential in new energy materials, he started building his own company as soon as he enrolled in school and dared to seek investment everywhere with just a PPT. 3 years later, the company met the requirements for listing, and its capital pool grew to 1 billion yuan. He was directly appointed as the general manager of the family group after graduation, and no one dared to say that he was not qualified enough. A male protagonist in a pure business war thriller. Song Yuan's idealized view of him shattered upon meeting him in person. Third brother. The other person pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Little brother, I'm so glad to finally see you. He cupped Song Yuan's face in his hands and examined it closely. Nose. Yes, the nose looks most like me. The remaining half of the filter also shattered. Brother, you're not quite the same as you were in the interview. Song Yuan was referring to a business interview in the news, and Mu Qingyun in the video embodied all the fantasies young girls had about a domineering CEO. The one in front of me. Mu Qingyun clicked his tongue. You're too young to understand. When you're out in the world, you always have to wear a few masks. Come on, see the gift your brother prepared for you. Do you like it? Mu Qingyun, the silly older brother, just sat there smiling as he watched his younger brother and sister. I thought it would be a while before I could see my third brother. Mu Qingyun got excited when he started talking about this. If Dad hadn't tricked me into going to France, I would have come to find you long ago. They shared a deep brotherly bond here, but it was Song Yuqin who suffered. She rushed back to the Song group wearing an evening gown. Xiao Xiao, go back to the company and bring me all the approval documents related to Acorn Street. Song Yuqin, who was misled by Mu Qingyun's words, repeatedly checked and approved the documents. No problem. That's fine too. If everything is fine, why are the relevant departments contacting me? 2 o'clock in the morning. Song Yuqin got back into the car. I couldn't help but curse the moment the car started. Are you crazy? Whether Mu Qingyun is truly insane or not. The conversation the two had at the party that evening was spread the next day. Investors who had originally invested in the project began to hesitate. The secretariat of the Song Group was busy all day answering phone calls and reassuring investors who sent inquiries. Song Anmin summoned Song Yuqin to his office and gave her a severe scolding. You know perfectly well what kind of background the Mu family has. You should be avoiding them like the plague, yet you still go and provoke them. I don't. Song Yuqin, who had only gone to bed at 4 in the morning and was called to the company to be scolded, was more resentful than anyone else. I've checked all the documents. there won't be any problems. It's all Mu Qingyun's fault. He's spouting baseless rumors and demoralizing people. Song Yuqin's workability is beyond doubt. Song Anmin, of course, believed her. He calmed down and realized that Mu Qingyun was also trying to avenge Song Yuan. It's a pity. If I had known Song Yuan was so useful, I wouldn't have driven him away in the first place. Anyway, the Song family won't starve him. Thinking this, he couldn't help but resent Shui Wan again. He was also very dissatisfied with his daughter. If only you had paid a little more attention to Song Yuan back then. The Song family wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation today. Upon hearing what he said, Song Yuqin suddenly looked up and stared directly at him. Lately, she has come to see her father more clearly. When something goes wrong, instead of thinking about how to handle it, they first try to distance themselves from the situation and then try to hold someone accountable. He's not the only one like this. This corrupt atmosphere permeates the entire Song group. Weren't you the one who attacked Song Yuan the most? Isn't it you who ignores him completely? If the Mu family really intends to suppress the group, it's your own fault. You can resign and maybe save the group. Song Anmin picked up the folder on the table and threw it over. Unable to dodge in time, Song Yuqin's forehead was directly cut by the sharp edge and blood appeared. She covered her head with a tearing sound. At this moment, Song Yuqin, who was half bent over, suddenly thought of Song Yuan again. She had witnessed Song Anmin throwing things and hitting people at the Song family home countless times, but the target was always Song Yuan. Today it's finally my turn, and so this is what it feels like. Song Yuqin slowly straightened up. He also removed his hand from his forehead. What are you going to do next? Send me to the hospital too? Get out. Song Anmin pointed to the office door. Get out of here. Song Yuqin slammed the door and left the office. Everyone who heard the loud noise peeked out to see what was happening. I was caught off guard and saw Song Yuqin's injured face. They all returned to their workstations. It's best to avoid watching this level of excitement. That evening, Song Anmin went home and lost his temper with Shui Wan. In the past, Shui Wan would either comfort him or scold Song Yuqin. Unexpectedly, Shui Wan looked at Song Anmin with sparkling eyes when she heard what he said today. You mean Song Yuqin is acting strangely? She's acting differently than usual? Song Anmin was speechless at Shui Wan's attitude and shook off her hand. The mother and daughter are both equally neurotic. Lying down, Song Anmin was unaware that Shui Wan had been sitting there for a long time, her eyes fixed on a certain spot in the room. He mouthed the words softly. Evil spirits. The eerie atmosphere at home had no effect on Song Xingyu. He didn't seem to care that his older sister ate at different tables for several days in a row. Because the number 1 middle school is about to hold its monthly exam. His entire focus was on this exam. He couldn't care less about anything else. Overly nervous, Song Xingyu even experienced some physiological reactions during the exam. My hand was shaking when I wrote my name, and I couldn't help but gag. The test papers were handed out. Unbeknownst to Song Xingyu, who was already in a bad mood due to the increased difficulty of the exam by the academic affairs team, she was unaware of the challenges. After answering several obscure questions with somewhat ambiguous answers, it was just a momentary illusion. On the other hand, Song Yuan was completely different. This exam was just a regular monthly test. Passing Song Xingyu's exam is a piece of cake. With this mindset, Song Yuan even wrote down 3 solutions to a major math problem. They also wasted most of their time on the final, more challenging questions. This resulted in no time for inspection and calculation. The bell rang to signal the end. A classmate came over to him to check his answers. Hey genius, what's the answer to the multiple choice question about drawing auxiliary lines? Choose C, 3/4. The classmate choked for a moment. Isn't 3/4 option B? Did I read it wrong? He was halfway through his sentence when his classmates gathered around him. For question 10, the option for room March 4th was B. I also chose B. I calculated it several times, and I'm sure I didn't remember it wrong. The other students nearby nodded in agreement, confirming that the answer was B. Liao Shan recalled the exam paper for a moment, then suddenly smiled. You've mixed up the answers to questions 9 and 10. Option C for question 9 is March 4th. Song Yuan, focused on solving complex problems, had lost track of time and simply picked up his backpack. It's okay, just 2 points. Liao Shan, carrying a bag, walked beside him. You might lose to me by just 2 points. The two, chatting and laughing, didn't notice that Song Xingyu, who was in the same exam room, was still shaking uncontrollably after handing in her paper. It wasn't until he heard that Song Yuan had misread the option that he relaxed with a gloating smile. However, Liao Shan's words put him in an awkward position. How? Did you assume that the first and second options were locked by default? What am I, Song Xingyu? Indeed, nobody takes him seriously. After finishing his exams, Song Yuan had more important things to do. That very night, he and Mu Xingyue boarded a plane to Shanghai. The twins' 18th birthday is approaching. Chapter 67 Blessed by Heaven. Shanghai Airport. The ground staff looked at some of the flights marked in red and gossiped with their colleagues in confusion. It's not a holiday today, and there are no special events. So why are the flight schedules so packed? Haven't you heard? A lot of private jets are flying to Shanghai today. The ground crew looked on with envy at the distance. Sigh, it's so good to be rich. There are so many rich people. Why can't there be one more like me? Go back and ask your mother if you're some illegitimate daughter from a wealthy family who's been abandoned. Screw you. The two people who were joking around were unaware of what was happening. The truth was indeed right, but it wasn't an illegitimate child who had been abandoned. He is, in fact, the legitimate young master of the Mu family. At this moment, the younger generation of the Mu family were gathered together, making a noisy commotion. Song Yuan sat obediently beside his grandfather, who was over 90 years old and still very healthy, waiting for the other party to take their pulse. His uncle stood beside him, teasing him. The old man stopped going out of the mountains 10 years ago. Back then, the registration fee had already reached 1,000 yuan. Xiao Yuan's status is just different. My aunt chimed in from the side. Dad hasn't made a house call in 10 years. Our Xiao Yuan is helping his grandpa practice. Grandpa will have to give him a big red envelope. Grandpa put his hand away. Xiao Bao is in very good health. He's just a little feverish. The old woman came over and patted the top of his head. Young man, that's normal. The excessive enthusiasm of his relatives was somewhat overwhelming for Song Yuan. What's even harder to bear is. Meanwhile, Mu Fanqing and Mu Qingyun started arguing. Why must we use the character Cheng? My brother and I both belong to the Cheng generation, so of course my younger brother should also use the Cheng generation name with us. That's so old-fashioned and outdated. Xiao Yuan and the moon are twins, so of course we should use the character star. Who doesn't know that the star in the moon's name was added by you through your crying and fussing? Everyone has returned to Shanghai to prepare for the twins' birthday celebrations. The debate about Song Yuan changing his name has never stopped. We usually just exchange a few words, and that's fine. As reporters began to arrive at the manor, they noticed that the reporters were gradually arriving ahead of time. The siblings were arguing even more fiercely. This was the final. Mu Qingyan, who seemed indifferent to the matter, followed Song Yuan while Song Yuan made an excuse to go to the toilet. Brother, what a beautiful name Mu Qingyuan is. Blessed by heaven, may he soar high and far. Before Song Yuan could reply, Mu Qingyan felt several heavy blows on his shoulders. Moon. The dispute among all the brothers and sisters of the Mu family. None of them could match the moon's unwavering statement to Song Yuan. Star. A star just like the moon and stars. Two identical faces turned to look at Mu Xing and Kang Yun. The couple exchanged a glance. Okay, let's change it to star. However, Kang Yun said with a smile, the word far is not good. My son has been away from home for so many years, he can't go any further in the future. The others nodded in agreement. Remove the character Go from Yuan, and from now on, Song Yuan will be renamed Mu Xingyuan. Mu Xingyuan. He silently recited his name in his heart. The confusion he felt back then became a reality at this moment. Having left the Song family, he had his own home. You can take Song Yuan's surname, Song. The character Yuan, given by the Song family, can also be taken. His name is Mu Xingyuan, the youngest son whom the Mu family has been searching for. That afternoon, all the reporters from various media outlets who had been invited to the Mu family learned the news that the Mu family had found their lost child. The intern at Xinhuanbao was snapping photos frantically while inwardly screaming. Tomato-themed fantasy novels are becoming reality. I saw it alive. He could hardly contain himself and whispered to the leader next to him. Editor-in-chief. Unexpectedly, the other person suddenly sobbed, startling the intern. Editor-in-chief, are you all right? The 1.8-meter tall man wiped the corner of his eye. It's all right. Dean Kong is a good person, and good people always get good rewards. The new intern looked at the family on stage with a blank expression. He didn't know that the editor-in-chief next to him had interviewed Kang Yun when he was still a newbie. At that time, the twin hospitals had just been built. Dean Kang Yun suddenly became a hot figure in Shanghai. In order to seize this news opportunity, he waited outside the hospital for a day and a night before finally meeting Kang Yun, who was off her night shift. Embarrassingly, the 1.8-meter tall man fainted right in front of Dean Kong. This also earned me my first interview opportunity. Anyone who has heard the story of the twin hospitals firsthand would surely shed tears for this family at this moment. When Kang Yun bowed to express her gratitude, The editor-in-chief raised his hands and clapped vigorously. Congratulations, Dean. The photo of Kong Yun smiling at the reporters with tears in her eyes was captured by countless flashing shutters. At the end of the interview, out of concern for the protection of the twins, they requested that all news media include more photos of the children when publishing their stories. Those who were invited were all from mainstream media outlets. Of course I know who I can offend and who I can't. They all agreed. The press conference is not the focus today. The highlight was the dinner that started at 6 p.m. The manor was brightly lit. The entire sky seemed to be illuminated by lights. The slowly moving vehicles resembled a top-tier luxury car exhibition. The guests invited to the dinners hosted by the Mu and Kong families were all wealthy and influential. The venue was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. This clearly shows how much the Mu family values their son, who has been found. One after another, popular singers performed for the guests on stage and then gave their blessings to the twins. That night alone, Mu Xingyuan received gifts worth over $1 billion. Liao Shan, who was attending a dinner party with her family, thought of Song Xingyu, who was far away in Haiqing. She took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the banquet venue. Liao's mother looked at her curiously. Why did you take pictures? I've never seen you take pictures on your own birthday. Play with the dog. Liao Shan selected a few photos and posted them on her WeChat Moments, with the caption, "From today onwards, please call me Young Master Mu." These photos were quickly shared on the campus forum. The next day, several photos from the Mu family banquet quickly went viral online. Also making headlines was the news of the Mu family finding their biological son. Netizens didn't even need to dig deep. They could easily find the Mu family's powerful background by simply opening Baidu Encyclopedia. Some people who resented the rich had just made a sarcastic remark when a group of people rushed up and forced them to apologize. Without General Mu, you wouldn't even know who your master is now. That's Academician Guo's grandson. Who are you to criticize him? May Academician Guo rest in peace. You dare call yourself her descendant? The comments section was completely clear. Suddenly, another stubborn account popped up out of nowhere. So what if his ancestors were great? It doesn't mean he himself is useful to society. In less than a minute, the comment section was flooded with comments again. If you are useful to society, you go to the battlefield with your keyboard, and when others charge, you apologize. What criteria are you using to define people? That dog's mouth. Don't make dirty money. If all else fails, find a job. You're just like a country bumpkin burping. A curious commenter replied, "What do you mean? He ate too much shit." Song Xingyu held her phone, watching the constant stream of new comments in the background. It was all insults directed at him. He was so angry that his mouth twisted, his hands trembled, and he kept cursing. A bunch of sycophants. A friend request suddenly popped up in my account, and it said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Let's add each other as friends." Song Xingyu, who was sitting inside, suddenly stood up. Look, there are still people who dare to speak the truth. Friend request approved. The other party sent a 59-second voice message. I'll F **** you stinking F **** gamp. Percent. Caught off guard by the scolding, Song Xingyu frantically tried to shut down the software. But a falling phone hit his toe. Grass. A type of plant. Chapter 68. Are you an idiot? Many people in Shanghai are keeping a close eye on the Mu family. I want to see which school they will send their young master to, so that I can send my own child there as well. What if I could forge a childhood friendship with the young master of the Mu family? That child's future is not good. The wives from several families gathered together. My son is in the top class at Shanghai High School, and I haven't heard of anyone transferring in. Hey, did your daughter go to an Ivy League school? Any news? No, she would definitely know if I transferred here at this time. That's strange. Could they have been sent abroad? The central figure in the discussion among several noble women. They had already returned to Haiqing. Right now, in a classroom at Moral Education No. 1 Middle School, he was also surrounded by several people. So you've changed your name to Mu Xingyuan, and we can't call you Song Yuan anymore. Jet nudged him with his elbow. Are you an idiot? Changing your name is a must. Who cares if your surname is Song? Zhao Qi echoed this sentiment. Mu Xingyuan's name sounds much better than Song Yuan's. Song Yuan sounds like a vicious villain who dies as soon as he appears. Xingyuan is different. It sounds like the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel, cleaving the heavens with a single sword. As he spoke, he even brandished his sword a few times, acting like a teenager with delusions of grandeur. Wu Yu, on the other hand, had a gossipy look on his face. We all saw Liao Shan's post on WeChat Moments. The performer on stage is Zhao Yuanjun, right? The rumors were that she was beaten for being someone's mistress and her nose was crooked. How did she recover so quickly? The students looked at him with surprise. No way. Wu Yu, how do you know all the gossip in the entertainment industry? Wu Yu looked at Mu Xingyuan with a knowing expression, her gaze full of affection. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I had an older sister in the entertainment industry. Looking at his affectionate face, Mu Xingyuan touched his chin. You don't need a sister, you can make a name for yourself by entering the entertainment industry. Wu Yu touched her face with both hands, making a shy expression. Really? I knew I was a top contender for the title of school heartthrob. Mu Xingyuan waved his hand. No, I mean, you're a paparazzi destined for fame. The surrounding classmates also burst into laughter. The ancient Greek god who controlled the 8 trigrams. Just as the Leap Forward class was bustling with activity, a middle-aged man suddenly coughed lightly at the classroom door. When they saw the head of the teaching department standing at the door, everyone stopped laughing. I don't know what he's here for. The director at the door smiled and waved to Mu Xingyuan. Xiao Yuan. Oh no, Xingyuan, come out here. Mu Xingyuan stood up and walked through the group of classmates. Zhao Qi nudged Wu Yu's shoulder and said, Is old Deng bald again? I heard his star pupil has koala'd again, he must be worried. Wouldn't that mean he'd be bald and blind by then? Mu Xingyuan, who was called out, looked at the obsequious head of the teaching department. What does the director want with me? The other person rubbed their hands together. It's nothing serious. The other party spoke hesitantly. I heard your parents are planning to buy some land nearby to expand the school campus? Mu Xingyuan hummed in agreement. What the director didn't know was that this wasn't his parents' suggestion. It was actually his third brother, who had been barred from entering the school last time, who made the decision entirely on his behalf. The director squeezed his hands together even harder. That's right, the results of this month's exam are out, and you and Liao Shan tied for first place. This was unexpected by Mu Xingyuan. He thought he would be ranked after Liao Shan this time. After the director finished speaking, he handed Mu Xingyuan a set of application materials. This is the application form for the guaranteed admission spot. Go back, fill it out, and bring it to me. Mu Xingyuan reached for the document in the director's hand and found it rather amusing. After going around in circles, this thing has finally come back to me. Moral Education No. 1 Middle School should have 2 guaranteed admission slots. Who does the director plan to give the other one to? The director's gaze was somewhat evasive. You and Liao Shan have been ranked in the top 2 for a consecutive time, so the other spot will naturally go to Liao Shan. Mu Xingyuan didn't press the matter further, but he knew perfectly well what was going on. The Mu family and the Liao family are both people the Song family cannot afford to offend. If it weren't for the two of them standing here today, but instead were children from ordinary families. The director will continue to hand over the guaranteed admission spot to Song Xingyu. The preparation bell rang. Go back to class first. Just give me the materials this week. Mu Xingyuan glanced at Liao Shan after returning to the classroom. The other person understood and tapped the desk lightly. The director had already spoken to her this morning. During break time, 2 people were standing in the corridor. Liao Shan was direct and straightforward in her statement. I don't need the guaranteed admission spot, but I won't give it to Song Xingyu either. What a coincidence, Mu Xingyuan thought the same thing. Letty, Zhao Qi. The two looked at each other, nodded, and chuckled. They had an exceptionally good understanding. On the last day to submit the materials, the two went to the dean's office together. Looking at the names of the other students in the 2 advanced classes on the data, the director wanted to slam the documents on the table and get angry. But I dare not. What do you two mean by this? Liao Shan sat down directly in the chair opposite the director. We want to help our school get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Director, you're welcome. You. The director tried his best to control his emotions. Even if neither of you wants this guaranteed admission spot, it shouldn't be up to you two to decide who gets the spot. Liao Shan pursed her lips. Yeah. She tossed her phone screen up onto the director's desk. Principal, does my decision not count for anything? The principal's voice came through the phone. Director Yang, make arrangements according to the lists they submitted. You can't even handle this simple matter? Do you even want to keep your job? The head of teaching wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Okay, principal, I'll submit the materials today. Please go ahead with your work. Seeing his expression, Liao Shan and Mu Xingyuan exchanged a smile. The announcement of the list of students admitted through the recommendation system caused a huge uproar among the senior students. These guaranteed admission spots have always been selected from students in the Tsinghua and Peking University classes, so who would have thought that this year would be such a big upset? The Leap Forward class received 2 spots. Not only the students, but even the teachers were shocked. When the head teacher of the Tsinghua Peking University class pointed his finger at her and questioned her, Fan Siming was completely dumbfounded. What? He Yuqin and Zhao Qi were both admitted to universities through the guaranteed admission program? Although she was unaware of the truth, it did not affect her fighting ability. The top 3 in this exam all came from our class, and you still have the nerve to ask me why I got 2 spots. The head teacher of the Tsinghua Peking University class spat. It's just that the Mu family donated money to the school. They're bullying others because of their power. It's truly despicable. Fan Simming picked up the disinfectant alcohol on the table and sprayed it wildly at the spot where the other person was standing. Would you like to introduce yourself? In the classroom, He Yuqin and Zhao Qi were surrounded by many people. Liao Shan looked at Lu Di, who was standing there dumbly, joining in the commotion. I walked over and tugged at her sleeve. Aren't you afraid of regretting it? That day she went to find Zhao Qi, while Mu Xingyuan went to find Lu Di. Surprisingly, Letty returned the document to Mu Xingyuan. Thank you, I'd like to try it myself. What if I suddenly have a stroke of luck in the exam and get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Behind the girl's thick glasses were a pair of bright eyes. The pressure of the college entrance examination and the many uncertainties were not within her considerations. She just wanted to take a chance, no matter how it turned out. At that moment, he heard Liao Shan's question. Jet just tilted his head and smiled. I have a physics problem I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Bring it on. The class next door, from Tsinghua and Peking University, was unusually quiet. Even when the students were chatting, they were only whispering. However, the excessive quiet in the classroom actually made it easier for others to hear. How come both spots were given to the advanced class? I heard that the top 3 students in this exam are all from the advanced class. Our class has become the laughingstock of the whole school. How is that possible? A loud bang was heard. The book that Song Xingyu was reading fell to the ground. He forced himself to remain calm and bent down to pick up the book. What are they saying? Are the top 3 students all from the advanced class? Chapter 69, I'll wait for your news. Song Xingyu originally wanted to ask the director about the admission quota. My mind is completely blank right now. He vaguely saw the homeroom teacher walk into the classroom. His face was as black as if it had been smeared with soot from the bottom of a pot. What have you been doing all day? What followed was a 10-minute reprimand. Just as he was finishing his rant, the students in the class who had secretly brought their phones received the electronic ranking list for the entire school. The students in the Tsinghua Peking University class secretly clicked to open the app. Following the first position are 2 names, Mu Xingyuan and Liao Shan. The students were momentarily stunned when they saw the unfamiliar name. Oh right, Song Yuan changed his name. He's in first place again. Continue scanning downwards. 3rd place, Lu Di, from the advanced class. 4th place, Song Xingyu, Tsinghua Peking University class. The students exchanged glances and looked at Song Xingyu, who still didn't know her ranking. The homeroom teacher, having finished scolding the class, handed a list to the class monitor. Post it. See for yourselves what a terrible test score you got. After the homeroom teacher left, the students immediately stood up and crowded around to check their rankings. The girl at the table in front of him turned around and glanced at him, offering a friendly reminder. Someone in the group posted the overall rankings. Song Xingyu's hand trembled slightly as she opened the group chat. When he saw the name Mu Xingyuan, his neck felt like it was being squeezed. We lost again. I lost to him again. Looking down, the number 4 before his name seemed increasingly unfamiliar to him. He subconsciously thought that he absolutely couldn't let his family know. Then he started making excuses for himself. It's okay, it's just a monthly exam. Since there's no parent-teacher conference, no one will care about such a small exam. Anyway, in any case, he always left his own mobile phone number in the section for parents' contact information. The text message reporting the score will not be sent to the father and mother. Having thought of all the countermeasures, Song Xingyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a smile appeared on her face. His appearance startled the student in front of him, who happened to turn around. It's just a mistake in an exam. Don't take it to heart. Song Xingyu shook her head. It's okay, they won't know. This question puzzled the student in front of him. What did he mean by would he know? However, she didn't care and turned around to continue studying her grades. Even Song Xingyu herself didn't realize it. When the exam results came out, he didn't care at all about how many points he scored or whether there was room for improvement. All their attention was focused on the rankings and how to keep it a secret from their families. Getting first place in the exam has become his obsession and inner demon. Seeing that Song Xingyu had been squeezed out of the top 3, Mu Xingyuan was also surprised to get 4th place. He looked at Jet in surprise. You improved your score so much this time? Jet raised his chin. That was your and Liao Shan's learning sharing session. I analyzed it word by word. I made some adjustments based on my own study habits. But I was quite surprised by how well it worked. Looking at the smiling girl, Mu Xingyuan and Liao Shan exchanged a glance and smiled. If Letty continues to maintain this level of performance, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University might not be a problem at all. Unfortunately, the little girl didn't stay serious for more than 2 minutes before she immediately lay down on Mu Xingyuan's table. My goddess said on her live stream that all the proceeds from this moonwalk trip are yours. You're my goddess's boss now. What Lady was referring to was that Mu Fanqing did a live stream the day after she returned home to recognize her brother before going to the set to film. The theme of the live stream was to show off his younger siblings. No one expected that the nation's goddess was actually a hidden brother-obsessed person. During the live stream, Mu Fanqing directly promised that all the profits from this filming would be transferred to her younger brother as pocket money. After she finished speaking, she clenched her fist to cheer herself up. Working for my younger brother has definitely given me more motivation. This demeanor was completely contrary to the composed and dignified image she usually projected. It's quite endearing in a way that's unexpected. The hashtag Hidden Brother Complex has been trending on social media for several days. Hearing Letty's question, Mu Xingyuan nodded. My older sister also invited us to visit the film set. Would you like to go? Jet quickly covered his mouth and screamed silently. But she still retained her rationality. The crew of Walking in the Moonlight is not in high sure. She is, after all, a senior in high school and knows that her studies should be her priority right now. So I only got excited for a moment, then calmed down. I promised my goddess that I would study hard and get into my ideal university. I want to be the best student among my fans. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm going to go memorize some English words. This scene made Liaoshan laugh. Sister Fanqing is really charming. Mu Xingyuan, who was originally quite curious about what life was like on set with the eldest sister, gave up the idea of visiting the set after seeing Lu Di's performance. Let's talk about it after the college entrance exam. Unexpectedly, a phone call that very night changed his mind. Since returning to the Mu family, I've been receiving frequent calls from unknown numbers. Most of the calls were from his elders who were calling to check on him. So when a phone number whose origin was not Haiqing called, Mu Xingyuan didn't think much of it. He was quite polite when he answered the call. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came through the phone. Song Yuan, please help me. A familiar voice. A familiar name. There is no such person as Song Yuan in this world. You have the wrong person. After saying that, Mu Xingyuan hung up the phone. A minute later, the other party relentlessly called back. Mu Xingyuan, I am your second sister, Song Yuqi. Please help me. Mu Xingyuan, who hadn't caused trouble for the Song family for a while, crossed his legs. So it's Miss Song II. What brings you here? The Song Yuqi on the phone was no longer as arrogant as before. Help me leave the film crew. I don't want to film here anymore. On the other end of the phone, Mu Xingyuan gently stroked the small ornaments on the table. Film crew? What right do I have to make you leave the film crew? You've asked the wrong person. It seemed like they were afraid he would hang up the phone. Song Yuqi said in a panic. You do. You're capable. I'm on the set of Walking in the Moonlight. Mu Fanqing is the producer of this drama. What does that have to do with me? Mu Xingyuan had only just learned that Song Yuqi had also joined the cast of Treading the Moon. Was it a coincidence? Or was it arranged by the eldest sister? On the phone, Song Yuqi thought he was pretending to be stupid. I saw the news. Mu Fanqing promised that all the profits from this production will go to you. You can get me out of here. Only you can get me out of here. Let's set aside whether Mu Xingyuan actually has that ability. Even if he really has the ability, why would he help Song Yuqi? Song Yuqi probably doesn't still harbor the illusion that he will help the Song family or members of the Song family. But he did not refuse outright. Instead, he teased, really? I'll go find out. On the other side, Song Yuqi seemed to have found a powerful backer. You must hurry. I'm waiting for your news. Mu Xingyuan hung up the phone immediately. This wait. It's just 1 week. When Song Yuqi couldn't help but make a second call. I just realized that my previous phone number had been blocked long ago. Song Yuan. Mu Xingyuan, who was being scolded, sneezed twice. Mu Xingyuan looked over with concern. Younger brother? Fine. Chapter 70, You're teasing me. During lunch break, Mu Xingyuan's phone vibrated. Hello, who is this? Song Yuqi's question came through the microphone. Why did you block my number? Mu Xingyuan feigned surprise. I knew I'd forgotten something. Mu Xingyuan's voice carried a hint of amusement as he clearly ignored Song Yuqi. Song Yuqi could naturally see through his undisguised rudeness. Song Yuan, you're making fun of me. Mu Xingyuan, with a smile on his face, heard the sound of something falling to the ground from the other end of the phone. Of course, he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity to have fun. He continued to give a perfunctory answer. High school seniors are very busy, don't worry. I'll ask about your decision to leave the production tonight. I returned to my residence after evening self-study. He watched as Mu Xingyue entered his studio. He also took out his phone and made a video call to Mu Fanqing. The bell rang for less than 3 seconds. Mu Fanqing's beautiful face appeared on the screen. Big sister. In the video, Mu Fanqing is using a facial massager to care for her skin. Even without makeup, her face, which was favored by Nuwa, was still exceptionally beautiful. School's out. I told you last time I wanted you to visit the set. When are you free? I still have a few documents that I need you to sign. Mu Xingyuan knew that his older sister was referring to the revenue transfer agreement for the film crew. Although this amount of money is nothing to Mu Fanqing, it is, after all, the money her older sister earned from working hard on the film. He wouldn't have the nerve to just take it. Mu Xingyuan refused. Sister, I actually have more money than I can spend. How could Mu Fanqing possibly give her brother a chance to refuse? What do you know? I just like working to earn you pocket money. Yes, nowadays Mu Fanqing likes to describe acting as just working. In her own words, she is now just a migrant worker. Seeing Mu Fanqing's eager expression, Mu Xingyuan couldn't refuse his older sister's kindness any longer. I saw the fight scene video you sent me last time, where you were suspended by wires. Please be careful, sis. Upon hearing her younger brother mention this, Mu Fanqing suddenly became vain. Do you think I'm handsome? Handsome. The siblings chatted for 10 minutes before Mu Xingyuan turned the conversation to Song Yuqi. Sis, Song Yuqi joined your film crew? Mu Fanqing paused for a moment, holding the massager in her hand. How did you know? Did she contact you? In the video, the older woman smirked and gave a cold laugh. She certainly knows who to ask for the most help. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the video. Mu Xingyuan saw his eldest sister's eyes light up instantly, and her speaking speed increased significantly. Let's stop here for today. I'll send you 2 videos of Song Yuqi acting crazy on set. After watching them, you'll stop being so overly kind. He hung up the phone hastily before Mu Xingyuan could explain. Mu Xingyuan muttered something after his older sister abruptly hung up the phone. So soon? Are you shooting a night scene? He wasn't being kind-hearted by offering to help Song Yuqi leave the film crew. He just wanted to see why Song Yuqi was crying and making a scene, wanting to leave the film crew. If necessary, he would like to add fuel to the fire. My older sister sent me 2 videos on my phone. He opened the first one. The video was even a dual camera setup, with one camera on the upper and lower screens. One was from a corridor surveillance camera, and the other appeared to be a hidden camera shot indoors. The scene begins with Song Yuqi standing in a corridor, with the door behind her wide open. She stood with her hands on her hips, questioning a girl in a windbreaker. How did you arrange this? I told you I don't want to live with anyone else. I have money. I can afford my own accommodation. Her voice was quite loud, making the crew member on the other end, who was in charge of receiving the actors, very embarrassed. That's how the production team informed us. If you have any objections, you can discuss it with the director. Song Yuqi looked at her arrogantly. You have to go to the director for every little thing. Your job must be so easy. The girl who was scolded by her had red eyes. I don't know why this actress would make things difficult for someone who's just an ordinary worker. After venting her dissatisfaction, Song Yuqi finished speaking. He turned around and went downstairs. After she left, the actress inside came out and handed a tissue to a staff member. He gently patted the other person's back to comfort them. That concludes the video. Mu Xingyuan knew that Song Yuqi was used to being domineering at home, but he didn't know that she was the same way outside. The second video was also taken indoors. There is also surveillance footage. There were quite a few people in the footage taken with the phone, constantly blocking the lens, as if someone was recording their daily life. 2 men appeared in the frame carrying insulated boxes. They're here. Everyone line up. Don't make a mess. It's lunchtime. The crew of Walking in the Moonlight has been distributing boxed lunches. The scene was quite orderly. Everyone received their share and then found a place to eat. Not far away was Song Yuqi, who had also received a boxed lunch. Her neck seemed uncomfortable. She tilted it from side to side before opening the lunchbox. He picked up his chopsticks and casually rummaged through the food a couple of times. Song Yuqi suddenly lost her temper and threw the chopsticks on the ground. What are you eating, pig swill? There were other actors in the dressing room besides her at that moment. Everyone was enjoying their boxed lunches. Her words made everyone feel very awkward. The crew member distributing the boxed lunches was also not someone to be trifled with. He walked over, picked up Song Yuqi's boxed lunch, and turned to leave. What are you doing? Didn't you say this is pig swill? If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. None of the surrounding actors spoke up in support. Song Yuqi couldn't stand this insult and rolled her eyes. Ha, do you think it's something good? Can't I even go out and buy some? That's ridiculous. As she was about to leave, she bumped into Brother Kong, who was in charge of managing the group of actors. Where are you going? Song Yuqi became somewhat more reserved when facing Brother Kong. I don't like the food on set. I'm going to get something to eat. Upon hearing this, Kang Ge made an ear-picking motion. Did I hear that right? What did you say? Let's go out for a meal, then we'll be right back. Kang chuckled. Go find a place to rest. Do you understand what closed means? It's clearly stated in the contract that you all have to stay on set for the next 3 months. Even if the role is cut during filming, your salary will still be paid according to the contract. Just stay put. After saying this, he called over the staff member who was distributing the food and turned to leave. Song Yuchi was left standing there awkwardly. When the other person left, they cleaned up the lunchbox completely, leaving her nothing behind. The video has ended. Mu Xingyuan looked at the shooting date thoughtfully. Have you been in close training with the film crew for a month already? But what does she have to complain about? This shows that he is still arrogant and domineering, and has not learned how to behave properly. Mu Xingyuan took leave on Saturday and left Haiqing early in the morning with Yu Liang. The filming location was more than 500 kilometers away from Haiqing, and it was already noon when we arrived. The vehicle drove into the base. Mu Xingyuan looked out of the car with curiosity. Has the moon ever come here? It's not fun. He wasn't surprised at all by his sister's answer. Mu Xingyue found nothing interesting. After hearing that her younger siblings had arrived, Mu Fanqing came out of her lounge and stood outside waiting for their car. The staff members coming and going greeted him. Sister Mu. Sister Xing. Our female celebrity was so focused on craning her neck to see why the car hadn't come in yet. When she saw the Mu family's car arrive, her face instantly lit up with a smile. On the other side, in the line for meals distributed by the film crew, Song Yuchi was at the back. As I approached and was about to take the boxed lunch from the staff member withdrew their hand. Song Yuchi, haven't I told you many times that your food is over there? Go, let them take it. Chapter 71. How did I end up using this on you? You can't stand it anymore? When the staff discovered this, Song Yuchi's face turned green. She was kicked out of the line for food, and a serving of boiled vegetables was shoved into her hand. If you don't follow the director's instructions to control your diet, you'll be drinking plain water for lunch. Forced to learn her lesson, Song Yuchi knew that if she complained even once more, she would be in serious trouble. This boiled vegetable dish in my hand will also be gone. She was holding her bowl, just about to find a table to sit down. The spot you wanted was immediately snatched up by someone else. This wasn't the first time she'd experienced something like this. It was the second day after joining the crew, and an actor unintentionally sat in the seat that Song Yuchi had chosen. He had just put down his lunchbox when Song Yuchi slapped it to the ground. Are you blind? Can't you see me holding the food right next to you? They're all unknown actors, so who's going to put up with whom? The other party threw away Song Yuchi's food as well. The two then started arguing. Someone tried to offer some advice, but Song Yuchi immediately retorted. Who do you think you are to deserve my respect? She's quite capable. She attacks everyone indiscriminately, whether they help her or not. I've only been with the crew for a month. She offended everyone in the entire team she could. Especially in places like this, the director is practically a local tyrant. If even the director doesn't respect someone, the people below him won't give them much respect either. It goes without saying. What a miserable life she usually leads. Song Yuchi stood still, having her spot taken and receiving a disdainful look in return. I took a deep breath and turned to sit in another seat. The lunchbox contained only broccoli, lettuce, and a few slices of bland chicken breast. She has been eating this kind of food for a week now. After lunch break. In the afternoon, the group of actresses all put on their costumes from the play. They practiced walking posture repeatedly, striving to ensure that their posture and expression did not differ significantly from those of people from that era. The teacher arranged for Song Yuchi and several others to practice walking with their heads down in a corridor. Song Yuchi walked back and forth more than a dozen times. The small lunch at noon was quickly consumed. Song Yuchi's legs felt weak and her vision blurred as she walked. Just when she thought she was about to faint, a figure suddenly brought her back to her senses. Song Yuan. Cut. Song Yuchi, what's wrong with you? You've been practicing the same walking motion for 2 hours, and you still can't get it right. Song Yuchi, who was being scolded, had aches and pains in his legs and feet. She amplified the whispers of those around her. I'm not acting anymore. I want to go home. Song Yuchi ran out of the corridor while shouting. She makes a scene every few days. The crew members are used to it. The assistant director immediately turned to look at the person next to him. Record her absence this afternoon. As Song Yuchi chased after the figure not far away, her resolve grew stronger. Song Yuan. Song Yuan. When she called out several times without the other person turning around, she suddenly had a clever idea. Mu Xingyuan. Mu Xingyuan, who was being led around the film set by her older sister after lunch, turned around. Upon seeing Song Yuchi behind him, he was also somewhat surprised. Song Yuchi seemed to have lost a lot of weight in the month he hadn't seen her. Although they were filming in the same location, this was the first time Mu Fanqing and Song Yuchi had met face to face. Mu Fanqing made no attempt to hide her scrutiny as she looked her up and down. Although she's considered an 8 out of 10 beauty by any standard. However, her skull is large, her face is somewhat square, her forehead is not full enough, and her profile is not suitable for close-up shots. The upper body is disproportionately long. I heard he's not from a formal acting background. There are absolutely no innate advantages to being an actor. While she was sizing up Song Yuchi, the other person was also looking at Mu Fanqing. Until this moment. Only then did she realize the difference between an ordinary beauty and a celebrity. This made even someone as confident as her feel ashamed. Song Yuchi had no time to spare. She saw Mu Xingyuan and grabbed his sleeve as if he were her lifeline. Please help me. I'm not filming this anymore. Please ask them to let me go. Before she could finish speaking, Mu Fanqing reached out and slapped away the hands that were holding Mu Xingyuan. Speak your mind, but don't touch my brother. The word, younger brother, seemed to give Song Yuchi a spark of inspiration. Little brother, I'm your second sister too. Please help me. Seeing Song Yuchi's hands reaching for him, Mu Xingyuan was caught off guard and recalled a past event. That was when he was 14 years old. Song Yuchi, who was studying abroad, returned to China to visit her family during the holidays. Mu Xingyuan was rarely taken out, so he accompanied her and Chui Wan shopping. Halfway through their shopping trip, Chui Wan received an invitation from a friend and left first, leaving the two of them alone in the mall. At that time, Mu Xingyuan was too oblivious to notice that his second sister disliked him terribly. He kept talking incessantly to the other person. The mall was crowded, and he tried to hold Song Yuchi's hand for the first time. The opponent dodged it. He noticed that moment of annoyance and impatience. I thought my second sister was simply annoyed by the noise in the mall and had carelessly forgotten about it. The second time, he suddenly grabbed Song Yuchi's sleeve, trying to warn her to avoid the turning train. However, Song Yuchi simply pulled her sleeve back from his hand. In that bustling shopping mall, the other person pointed at his nose and cursed him. He didn't know what he had done wrong. He just wanted to get closer to his sister. He was just that. They were worried the other person would get hit by a car. From that day on, he never touched Song Yuchi again, not even the hem of her clothes. None of them are worthy of his touch. The moment Song Yuchi's fingernail touched Mu Xingyuan, he snapped back to reality. Just as she was about to grab him again, Mu Xingyuan pulled his hand away. I would never dare to presume to associate with the Song family. Little brother, don't be angry with your sister. I've watched you grow up since you were little. Mu Fanqing, who was standing next to her, rolled her eyes in exasperation. I couldn't help but start comparing myself to others. What's so great about watching someone grow up? I want to see him achieve success in his studies and reach the pinnacle of his life. You watch me grow up? You've been watching me since I was a kid. How come I haven't been beaten to death yet? Song Yuchi looked at Mu Xingyuan with a somewhat embarrassed expression, trying to turn black into white. Those are just parenting techniques. It shouldn't affect our relationship. Mu Xingyuan was too lazy to play along with her act, but Mu Fanqing next to him retorted with each and every word. I heard you've been making a fuss about terminating your contract. Isn't closed training also a director's educational method? Why is it being used on you and you can't stand it? Song Yuchi, who was being scolded, wanted to retort. However, regardless of whether the other party is a movie queen or the daughter of the Mu family, she is not someone she can afford to offend. Before Song Yuchi could speak, Mu Fanqing, fearing her younger brother would soften his heart, continued. It's not like you can't terminate the contract. The dignified Miss Song, surely she can't even afford this little bit of compensation? Chapter 72 Practice makes perfect. This little bit of compensation? Song Yuchi's expression suddenly turned ugly. In fact, she couldn't stand the environment on set and went to talk to the director on her second day on set. Putting aside the food and accommodation, the daily routine of studying with the instructor was enough to drive the laid-back Song Yuchi crazy. So the next morning, Song Yuchi ran out of Oiha's class. She found the director of the production team and proposed that she wanted to terminate her contract with the team. The director wasn't surprised that Song Yuchi came to him. Terminate the contract? Fine, I'll have someone talk to you. Shortly after, a boy wearing glasses walked over with some documents. This is the contract you signed with the director. According to the contract, you need to pay a penalty of 48 million yuan to leave the production team. How many? Song Yuchi looked at the other person in disbelief. That's ridiculous. My salary is less than 48 million. Why should I have to pay so much in breach of contract fees? The other person simply pushed up their glasses. The production team had already informed Ms. Song that the production cost of this drama was very high. and that entry and exit were strictly prohibited during the closed filming period. Leaving the production team would also require paying a high penalty for breach of contract, and you agreed to all of this. Song Yuchi quickly flipped through the contract. Impossible. This is impossible. However, her name was signed in black and white on the document, and there was even her fingerprint in the designated area. Regardless of what Song Yuchi said, the other party simply focused on doing their job well. If you like this part of the terms, you can leave the production crew after paying the penalty within 7 working days. The Song family can afford to pay $48 million, but we need to ask Song On-min for this money. Song Yuchi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. She feared her father would skin her alive. It's just a little hardship. Having come to terms with it, Song Yuchi snatched her contract away. I'm not leaving. I want to stay and continue filming. The bespectacled man opposite her seemed to have anticipated that she would regret it, so he didn't waste any more words and simply picked up the things on the table. Your work schedule for this afternoon has already been delayed for some time. Please return to the set as soon as possible, otherwise we will not pay you for today. Unable to leave, Song Yuchi could only return dejectedly. She saw the disappointment on teacher Oiha's face. I also saw the mocking looks from those around me. At that time, she still had some pride, thinking that it was just acting and that she would eventually get revenge on these people. Unfortunately, this enthusiasm didn't even last a month. She simply couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Mu Xingyuan on set made her realize she had to seize this opportunity. Song Yuchi treated Mu Xingyuan with the humility she had ever shown in her life. Please, I'm begging you, please have them let me go. Mu Xingyuan met the director at lunch just now. I have a basic understanding of the production team's situation. He looked at Song Yuchi, who couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship, yet still dreamed of becoming a big star. What makes you think I would help you? Song Yuchi reacted quickly as well. Why don't you lend me the money? I'll pay you back. Mu Xingyuan almost laughed. After Song Laosan borrowed money, Song Lauer came to borrow money. If Song On-min found out, would he be so angry that he had a stroke? He looked at Song Yuchi, who was clinging to him like a lifeline, with a mocking smile. I don't have the final say on the contract, and I can't lend you money either. But I know you're bored on set, so I contacted your old classmate to come and keep you company. His repeated and explicit refusal made it clear to Song Yuchi that it was impossible to expect Mu Xingyuan to help her. Song Yuchi simply withdrew her hands and secretly clenched her fists. You think I'm helpless just because you won't help me? She didn't take Song Yuan's mention of his old classmate to heart. Instead, he gave the 3 siblings a vicious glare, then turned and left. Mu Xingyuan's voice came from behind. I hope you have a great time on set. After the person walked away, Mu Fanqing looked at her younger brother with curiosity. What old classmate? Song Yuchi's high school classmate. Is it alright if I arrange for someone to join the production team? Mu Fanqing wrapped her arms around Mu Xingyuan's arms. Of course it's fine. Please, you're the investor. She was still very curious about that classmate. Why did you bring her classmate in here? You'll see when you get there. The afternoon sun was very hot. A group of women dressed in elaborate ancient costumes walked through the corridor. Each of them stood with their shoulders straight and their eyes fixed straight ahead, the hair ornaments on their heads remaining perfectly still. As you walk past someone, bow to the person on the opposite side. There's nothing wrong with either her physique or her posture. Apart from Song Yuchi. The instructor was so angry that she pulled her out of the group. How many times have I told you to keep your eyes steady and not let them wander around? And the way to bow? We practiced one gesture for 2 afternoons. I could have found a dog, and it would have learned it by now. The teacher, unable to contain her anger, turned and vented it on the director standing next to her. Who introduced this person? They must be blind. The director knew the inside story. This person was specifically chosen by Sister Fanqing to be sent to the group for learning, so he couldn't say much to his mentor. All I could do was put on a smile and try to appease them. Let her practice more. Not far away, Mu Xingyuan was sitting under a parasol, taking a deep sip of iced juice. Don't say it. Watching them film is boring. It's quite satisfying to see Song Yuchi get humiliated. Mu Fanqing cradled her pretty little face closer. How about it? Are you interested in acting in my movies? Mu Xingyuan quickly shook his head. Filming is out of the question. He's already annoyed enough by the Song family's constant acting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Xingyuan and the others arrived late. With a curious look on her face, Mu Fanqing tilted her head and saw the person standing in front of Mu Xingyuan. The other person was an ordinary girl. This, ordinary, doesn't mean it's shown on television. It's in life. Ordinary appearance, ordinary height and weight, ordinary clothing. He doesn't look like someone who would be involved with Song Yuchi. Long time no see, you've grown a lot taller. You haven't changed much. The girl smiled gently and handed the lunchbox she was carrying to Mu Xingyuan. I know you don't need anything. This is a snack I made this morning. Have a taste. Mu Fanqing blinked her big eyes, her curiosity about her growing stronger. She couldn't help but reach out her index finger and poke her brother's lower back. Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you to my sister. Mu Xingyuan turned to the side and saw the scars on the girl's hand as she carried the lunch bag. He was slightly surprised, but his expression remained displeased. Her name is Jiang Hui, and she was Song Yuqi's high school classmate. From now on, let Sister Jiang Hui arrange everything for Song Yuqi and the crew. Although she didn't know what her younger brother's plans were, Mu Fanqing immediately called her assistant over. Xiaogua, take her to see the director. After everyone left, Mu Fanqing then pouted. What? You say you're cutting ties with the Song family, but secretly you're sending people to serve that young lady, Song Yuqi? Mu Xingyuan, don't forget how the Song family bullied you. This was the first time her older sister had called her by her full name. Mu Xingyuan quickly comforted her. Let me explain. Did you see the scar on her hand? Mu Fanqing crossed her arms and nodded reluctantly. That scar was burned by Song Yuqi with charcoal. Please continue to support me after chapter 73. These words immediately gave Mu Fanqing goosebumps. What happened? Her eyes widened as she uttered two words, bullying. Then he saw his younger brother nod. This was also the main reason why Song Yuqi was sent abroad to study. Song Yuqi and Mu Xingyuan did not attend the same high school. She received bilingual education at a well-known foreign language school in Haicheng City. The goal was to directly apply to a foreign music conservatory to study piano after the college entrance examination. To everyone's surprise, Song Yuqi caused a scandal at school by bullying her classmates. Jiang Hui was taken to the hospital with severe burns. It wasn't until the Jiang family called the police and contacted news reporters that the situation came to light. Even after 4 or 5 years, Mu Xingyuan still remembers that scene in the police station corridor. Song Yuqi blinked her big eyes, pretending to be innocent as she looked at everyone. I didn't know they would think that I ostracized Jiang Hui with just one sentence. Isn't it her problem that she can't get along with anyone? They wouldn't invite her to play, so I kindly asked her to join us for an outdoor barbecue. She accidentally got burned, and now they're going to blame me? At that time, Jiang Hui had been bullied by Song Yuqi for 2 years. A teenage girl in the hospital is undergoing a painful skin graft surgery. Outside the police station, Song Yuqi listened impatiently to her parents' angry rebuke. After hearing the story, Mu Fanqing snapped the lid of the eyeshadow palette she was holding in half. The Song family is truly devoid of any good blood. Then she should hate you, the culprit's brother, especially. You two seem quite familiar to me, don't you? Indeed. Jiang Hui hated the Song family back then. However, the Song family wields considerable influence in Haicheng, making them someone that ordinary families like the Jiang family cannot afford to offend. Song Anmin quickly arranged Song Yuqi's departure procedures and sent her off. They started by targeting Jiang Hui's relatives and friends. In the end, Jiang Hui's parents were forced to voluntarily sign a letter of understanding. Later I went to see Jiang Hui. At that time, I didn't know the secret of my background. I knew that what Song Anmin did was wrong, but he was my father and Song Yuqi was my sister. I cannot control their decisions. I can only atone for my sins in my own way. It took Mu Xingyuan, who was still a child, a year to finally get in touch with the Jiang family. He began to try to do things like an adult. Someone wanted to buy the Jiang family's small restaurant at a low price because of its location, so they hired people every day to look for trouble. It was Mu Xingyuan who used his connections to pressure the other party and save the Jiang family restaurant. Jiang's father was involved in a car accident, and the perpetrator fled the scene. It was Mu Xingyuan who searched everywhere for surveillance footage and eyewitnesses, and that's how the matter was resolved. Over the years, Mu Xingyuan did many things for the Jiang family. Hearing Mu Xingyuan recount all this, Mu Fanqing's eyes were filled with maternal love. She couldn't help but pat her younger brother's head. Wow, you did a great job. However, she still had her own concerns. You didn't see how fearless Song Yuqi was when she first came to the crew. Jiang Hui was bullied by her before. No, I have to arrange for a few people to keep an eye on her. Seeing her sister filled with righteous indignation, she was about to leave. Mu Xingyuan grabbed her hand. Jiang Hui is now a provincial-level Sanda athlete. Mu Fanqing stopped in her tracks. Huh. The way she looked at Mu Xingyuan when she turned her head was different. The younger brother is definitely more ruthless. They send in students who were bullied in the past, but are now extremely strong in combat to serve as assistants to the bullies. She couldn't help but applaud. A master. On the other side, on the way to find Song Yuqi, Xiaogua took Jiang Hui. Seeing her quiet and gentle demeanor, I couldn't help but give her some advice. That Song Yuchi probably hadn't been on set before. She has a terrible temper and throws things all the time. Be careful around her, don't let her touch you. As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Hui's exposed hand and continued to give her instructions with concern. If anything happens, just come to Sister Fanqing. She wouldn't dare offend Sister Xing. When Jiang Hui smiles, her eyes curve into crescent moons, which makes her look much prettier than when she doesn't smile. Thank you. Gua, who knew nothing about it, sighed inwardly. This girl looks so honest and kind. She'll be bullied to death by Song Yuchi. Brother, I'm looking for Song Yuchi. When the crew saw it was Xiao Gua, they immediately called out to Song Yuchi and brought her over. Song Yuchi walked over impatiently, dragging her costume along. What's up? Xiao Gua naturally wouldn't give her a friendly look. Your assistant is here. You two can talk amongst yourselves. After saying that, he turned to look at Jiang Hui. If you need anything, just come to me. Sister Fanqing will back you up. These words were deliberately said to Song Yuchi, and after speaking, Xiao Gua didn't even give Song Yuchi a second glance. He turned around and left immediately. Hearing her words, Song Yuchi was pleasantly surprised. Did the production crew assign her an assistant? She glanced at the other person and then began to give Jiang Hui orders without any politeness. Assistant, right? My legs are really sore. Could you massage them for me? With no chair nearby, and her legs aching terribly, Song Yuchi couldn't care less about anything else. They sat directly on the steps by the roadside. Jiang Hui was not annoyed and, as requested, gently lifted the skirt of her hanfu. Song Yuchi fanned herself with her hand. I don't want to keep calling you hey. So what's your name? Her legs peeked out from under her skirt. Jiang Hui had already taken her calf into her hands. Hearing her question, he slowly raised his head, a smile on his lips. Don't you recognize me? Song Yuchi looked at the person in front of her with a puzzled expression. She looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. She suddenly remembered what Mu Xingyuan had said before, that he had contacted one of her old classmates. I tentatively asked, Are you my classmate? Jiang Hui, who was half squatting, looked directly into her eyes and suddenly gave a mocking laugh. Those who are bullied live in darkness day and night. The bully acted as if nothing had happened and didn't even remember who she was. That's really ironic. She looked into Song Yuchi's eyes. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Jiang Hui. As the name Jiang Hui was spoken, Jiang Hui tightened her grip and Song Yuchi let out a scream. It startled everyone around. Someone came over to ask what was wrong, but before Song Yuchi could speak, Jiang Hui responded with a gentle smile. Teacher Song said her legs were sore, so I massaged them for her, as they might be a little sore. The staff member nodded knowingly upon seeing the two people's posture. That young lady is probably being spoiled again. Rich people have such good lives. Even playing a minor role, they get an assistant. Keep your voice down, don't disturb the filming. Jiang Hui continued to nod gently. As the person turned to leave, he covered Song Yuchi's mouth with one hand while she shouted, Miss Song can't take it anymore. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Jiang Hui applied more force, and Song Yuchi was momentarily speechless, unable to even cry out in pain. Chapter 74 You love me. I love him, he loves her. Although I know Jiang Hui is now capable of protecting herself. However, Mu Xingyuan stayed on set for an extra day before leaving, only after confirming that everything was alright with her. Only 1 month has passed since the 3-month contract was signed. The rest of the time will be good for Song Yuchi. On Monday morning, Mu Xingyuan ran into a male classmate on his way to school, as usual. Xingyuan, why didn't you come on Saturday? I went to run a dungeon. The male classmate genuinely believed that Mu Xingyuan had taken leave to go back and play video games. My eyes are filled with envy. Is this the difference between academic geniuses and ordinary people? Mu Xingyuan, who was just making random remarks, was amused by him and put his hand on his shoulder. High school seniors, focus on finishing your main tasks. That's true. The boy's eyes were full of longing. During my vacation after the college entrance exam, I'm going to play video games all night long, and hopefully I'll meet a cute girl in the game. Wu dialect, which had been running all the way, captured the key words. Cute girl? What cute girl? Pulling out a cute girl bigger than you. Screw you. Little Moon looked at the male classmates who had started fighting over a single sentence, her face full of confusion. What's the meaning? Mu Xingyuan covered one of her ears with one hand. This is not something children should listen to. The weather has cooled down considerably in early autumn. It is the most comfortable season of the year in Haiqing. As a result, there were many more students running around on the playground during breaks. After 2 classes, Liao Shan led Mu Xingyue out. 2 pretty girls were childishly stomping on fallen leaves downstairs. It was just that the rustling sound of footsteps on fallen leaves somehow pleased Mu Xingyue. Mu Xingyuan lay on the third-floor veranda, watching them play downstairs with a smile. He looks exactly like an old father. Zhao Ming jogged through the long corridor and found Mu Xingyuan in the Yuejing class. Taking advantage of his distraction, she leaped onto Mu Xingyuan's back. "Hey, Yuan Ji," peeking at girls. This really startled Mu Xingyuan. Mu Xingyuan tightened his grip, trapping Zhao Ming's legs so he couldn't get down. "I was wrong, brother Yuan. I was really wrong." After putting the person down, he noticed Zhao Ming behind him smiling broadly. When they saw acquaintances passing by, they would raise their hands to greet them. Mu Xingyuan looked him over, then leaned lazily against the veranda. "You found money?" Seeing his teasing expression, Zhao Ming toned it down a bit. "Brother Yuan, I'll treat you to some fun this weekend." "Wow, you won the lottery." "No, it's mainly to thank you." As he spoke, Zhao Ming became shy and pursed his lips. "I got into the top 150 in this exam. I heard from my teacher that as long as I maintain my current score, I'm guaranteed to get into a second-tier university, and I can even try for a first-tier university." Zhao Ming became more and more excited as he spoke, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Mu Xingyuan's hand. "Brother Yuan, you really are my brother." Upon hearing this news, Mu Xingyuan was also happy for him. "My homeroom teacher also said that I have made such great progress twice in a row, and asked me to share my learning experience with the class during evening self-study." Mu Xingyuan was surprised that Zhao Ming, who was smiling just a second ago, started to choke up as he spoke. "Those teachers have never praised me like that before." Mu Xingyuan found it amusing and patted him on the shoulder. All right, people will misunderstand if we do that." Seeing Zhao Ming's fluctuating emotions, Mu Xingyuan took the initiative to change the subject. "You don't need to treat us this weekend. Let's go out and celebrate together." Zhao Ming panicked. That won't do. Knowing his family situation, how could Mu Xingyuan possibly let him treat her to a meal? He said it in a way that left no room for refusal. "I heard that after I left, you opened a small shop in the dormitory? Just bring me 2 packs of spicy strips this afternoon. I've never had them before." Zhao Ming wanted to pull a few more times, but when he looked up, he saw Mu Xingyuan's smiling face. Knowing his temperament, Zhao Ming smiled. "Okay." Zhao Ming also leaned over the fence with Mu Xingyuan. "My little sister is so cute." He had barely finished speaking when he saw a couple standing under a tree in the distance. Zhao Ming, with his excellent eyesight, squinted. "Song Xingyu? Who's that on the other side?" "Holy crap, someone's confessing their love to Song Xingyu." Mu Xingyuan, who had stumbled upon a major piece of gossip, also looked over. Unfortunately, they were on the 3rd floor, and the tree branches blocked their view, so they couldn't see the girl's face at all. But Mu Xingyuan was not in a hurry at all. He knew. Wu dialect is like a surveillance camera plus a loudspeaker. Sure enough, it took less than 2 minutes. Wu Yu rushed up to the 3rd-floor corridor. The newly crowned school beauty is confessing her feelings to Song Xingyu. Zhao Ming knew who it was as soon as he heard it. A freshman chasing a senior. Isn't that destined to be a tragedy? It's pointless. He turned around after saying that. "I'm bringing snacks to my sister this afternoon. I'm going back now." Mu Xingyuan raised his chin and hummed in agreement. A number of people came out of the corridor because of the random shouting in Wu dialect. As luck would have it, Zhao Ming, weaving through the crowd, bumped into Fong Duo, who was running out looking unhappy. "Are you blind?" The shouts silenced the noise in the corridor for a moment. Everyone looked over. Zhao Ming had heard of Fong Duo before. Normally, he would never offend a young lady like Fong Duo. But things are different now. He knows this woman has bullied his brother Yuan quite a bit. Admitting defeat now would be tantamount to slapping brother Yuan in the face. Zhao Ming's mind raced, and he immediately devised a plan to shift the blame. "Miss Fong, why are you running in such a hurry? Are you busy catching someone cheating? Song Xingyu is downstairs. If you run fast, you might still make it to the scene. If you're any later, it will be too late." "You." Fong Duo stomped her foot in anger, but Zhao Ming was right. She rushed out in a hurry to find Song Xingyu. Now everyone in the senior class knows about their relationship, and Song Xingyu even dares to go downstairs to accept a junior's confession. This is clearly a sign that they don't take her seriously. She didn't bother picking a fight with Zhao Ming and turned to run downstairs again. This relieved Mu Xingyuan, who was standing behind the crowd waiting to help Zhao Ming. He was growing to admire Zhao Ming more and more. With his intelligence and adaptability, Zhao Ming is destined for greatness if he doesn't take any detours. Is his family poor? Otherwise, we could let him work part-time at the company after the college entrance exam. Mu Xingyuan, who was just thinking about recruiting a capable subordinate, turned around and his blood pressure was about to rise. Mu Xingyue and Liao Shan didn't know what was going on. While playing, we ended up on a different path. They also spotted the same classmate couple having a puppy love under the tree. I was curious and stood not far away watching the commotion. The two little heads would occasionally huddle together and exchange a few words. Fong Duo, that crazy woman, attacks indiscriminately when she goes berserk. Without thinking twice, Mu Xingyuan hurriedly ran down the stairs from the third floor. The onlookers behind them witnessed this scene and were all dumbfounded. What's going on? You love me, I love him, he loves her? Just as Mu Xingyuan ran downstairs, the newly crowned school beauty was about to hand Song Xingyu something she was holding behind her back. Liao Shan, who was standing nearby, shook her head and whispered in Mu Xingyue's ear. This girl is pretty, but her eyesight is terrible. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Song Xingyu, who was being watched, also thought that the other party was going to confess to her. With a furrowed brow, he muttered, high school students should prioritize their studies. I felt incredibly happy. Song Xingyu, who enjoys browsing forums in her spare time, naturally knew about the fame of this newly crowned school beauty. She's only a freshman in high school this year, and only showed up once before military training, yet she immediately secured the top spot on the school beauty list. The school beauty, who had not enrolled for the next 2 months, captivated the hearts of countless boys. If it weren't for the photos left on the forum, the names are written on the roster of a certain class in the first year of high school. Many people still think that day was just a dream. I never expected that the school beauty would confess her feelings to me less than a week after returning to school. The school beauty didn't care at all about the onlookers around her. He opened his clasped hands to Song Xingyu, revealing the wooden puppy in his hands. Brother, do you remember this? Chapter 75. Aren't you the young master of the Song family? I don't remember. Let's not even talk about this ugly wooden dog. Along with this beautiful young woman who suddenly appeared and blocked his way, staring at him with tears in her eyes for a long time before finally speaking. He had no recollection of it whatsoever. Song Xingyu asked tentatively, do we know each other? Fong Duo, who had run down from upstairs, had already arrived at the battlefield. Without saying a word, he grabbed the school beauty's hair from behind. Who did this slut come from, daring to mess with just anyone? Fong Duo's sudden appearance startled both the school beauty and Song Xingyu. They almost bumped into the moon standing by the roadside. Fortunately, Liao Shan reacted quickly. The school beauty cried out in pain, her hair held captive by Fong Duo, and she had no way to resist. The boys around couldn't stand it. What are you doing? Fong Duo glared fiercely at the people around her. You're so young, yet you're learning bad habits, becoming a mistress instead of a seductress. What she said was rather unreasonable. Let's not even talk about the fact that high school students shouldn't date. She and Song Xingyu haven't officially started dating. Song Xingyu was about to go over and stop Fong Duo when she was glared at hard and dared not reach out again. Let her go first, and let's talk things out. Having already gained the upper hand, Fong Duo was unlikely to give up. The school beauty was yelling at her to let go. Fong Duo slapped him hard across the face. You slut. Finally, Liao Shan, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward, pried open Fong Duo's wrist, and pulled the school beauty up. This is a school. Do you think this is your Fong family's residence? Mind your own business. Fong Duo wanted to hit Liao Shan, but Liao Shan grabbed her wrist and pushed her back. Wake up. This is what Mu Xingyuan saw when he rushed downstairs. He had a premonition that Liao Shan and the others would be involved. But seeing Liao Shan protecting the school beauty when facing Fong Duo, I couldn't help but feel a headache for a moment. Liao Shan. Seeing Mu Xingyuan appear gave Liao Shan even more confidence. She deliberately looked Fong Duo up and down. How well-mannered. After saying that, he looked at the school beauty and said, if she dares to lay a hand on you again, call the police. We are all eyewitnesses, so don't be afraid. The school beauty gently rubbed her hair and softly hummed in response. Then, a hint of disappointment appeared in his gaze as he looked at Song Xingyu. She didn't understand why Song Xingyu hadn't intervened when Fong Duo rushed over. But she held the puppy tightly in her hand. I still want to say a few more words to him. After Mu Xingyuan appeared, Song Xingyu stood even straighter. What could be more satisfying than letting your arch-rival see two women fighting over you? There is none left. One of them is the newly crowned school beauty, and the other is the childhood sweetheart whom the rival once longed for but could never have. Song Xingyu was so pleased with her own imagination that she couldn't help but smile. He didn't notice the school beauty's dissatisfaction with him for not helping her in her time of need. All he heard was the other person continuing to look at him despite being targeted by Fong Duo. Brother, don't you really remember that summer at the Du Mansion? The chubby golden koi in the pond, which looks like a little pig, and the chubby Annie who makes panda-shaped rice for us. Don't you remember? Fong Duo next to her clenched her teeth tighter and tighter. You bitch. How dare you say that? Song Xingyu's expression turned strange. He was trying to recall if he had forgotten his childhood friend. But when the school beauty said her first words, he realized something was wrong. In the more than 10 years before he was recognized by the Song family, he never even stepped into the mansion, let alone lived there. There's no way they could possibly know anything about that lucky koi Andy nonsense. The only possibility is that the school beauty mistook him for someone else. Before he could even explain, Mu Xingyuan looked at the school beauty's back with a puzzled expression. Jai. His sudden outburst drew everyone's attention. The school beauty turned her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. You know me? Mu Xingyuan's gaze shifted from the school beauty's face to Song Xingyu's face. For some reason, the scene was rather funny. Especially Song Xingyu's face, which became increasingly dark. Liao Shan, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly and noticed the shady dealings between the three of them. He crossed his arms and shook his head with a sigh. Moral education is really good. So much drama every day. It's a real pity I didn't attend the moral education program for the first 2 years of high school. Aunt Shui has a grandson and has already left the Du mansion. You still have the wood carving of Big Yellow? The grass on its grave is already 3 meters high. Long time no see, Jai. Fong Duo, who was standing next to her, was confused about the situation. I thought this girl was not only an old friend of Song Xingyu, but also knew Mu Xingyuan. His face contorted with rage. What a vixen. The school beauty who was scolded was completely dumbfounded. She turned to look at Song Xingyu, then back at Mu Xingyuan. He then looked at Song Xingyu, pointed at him, and asked, You, aren't you the young master of the Song family? Liao Shan burst out laughing from the side. The drama involving the Song family, which ended 2 months ago, is still ongoing and there are still victims. She kindly reminded the school beauty. If you're looking for the young master of the Song family before he turns 18, then the person you're looking for is this Mu Xingyuan next to me. If you're looking for a Song Xiao who's over 18, then it's Song Xingyu right here in front of you. She shook her head after saying that. It's not your fault for getting the wrong person. It's the Song family that's acting like idiots. No one inside the battlefield noticed that a figure had disappeared from the outer perimeter. They shot up to the 3rd floor like a rocket. Breaking news. Breaking news. The school beauty has the wrong person. She's going to confess to Mu Xingyuan. What? What happened? Even the school beauty in the midst of this chaotic scene was internally devastated. Can someone explain to her what's going on? The preparatory bell rang, interrupting the farce. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, Song Xingyu glared fiercely at Mu Xingyuan before turning and leaving. Before leaving, Fong Duo, having just figured out the situation, didn't forget to threaten the school beauty. No matter which young master of the Song family you're dealing with, you'd better not mess with him, or I'll be ruthless. This wasn't just something the school beauty heard. Everyone around heard it. Liao Shan rolled her eyes and spoke loudly to the school beauty. Add Mu Xingyuan on WeChat later. There's plenty of time to catch up later. Fong Duo turned around and scolded her for being nosy. Liao Shan simply said no. I'd like to. This blunder was ultimately caused by himself. Mu Xingyuan took the initiative to speak. Go back to class first. I'm in the senior year advanced class. You can come to me if you need anything. Write down my phone number. You can call me if you want. At this moment, seeing and hearing Mu Xingyuan's gentle voice, the school beauty finally felt a sense of reality. She tentatively called out, Brother Xiao Song? Mu Xingyuan's smile remained unchanged. Mu Xingyuan is my current name. You can call me Xingyuan. Brother Xingyuan. Liao Shan had already taken Yu Liang back to the classroom ahead of everyone else. Only Mu Xingyuan and the school beauty remained standing together under the shade of the tree. Looking at the WeChat friends I've added on my phone. The school beauty gripped her phone tightly. After what had just happened, she felt a little embarrassed to hand over the wooden puppy again. Just as she was about to say goodbye, a hand appeared in front of her, palm facing up. Let me see Big Yellow. Although the little girl looked somewhat flustered, she moved very quickly. He placed the wooden puppy in Mu Xingyuan's palm. The roughly carved puppy has been well preserved for many years. This shows the host's affection. Mu Xingyuan held the puppy in his hand and spoke faster. I'll return it to you in a while. Hurry up, class is about to start. Watching the boy run away, the school beauty pursed her lips. She said that her brother, Xiao Song, wouldn't stand idly by and watch her get beaten without doing anything. It turned out she had mistaken someone for someone else. A gentle breeze lifted the girl's hair and the hem of her skirt. This finally brought a smile back to her face. Chapter 76. What a perfect natural-born working god body. This confession blunder spread extremely quickly among the senior students. After lunch break, even the big, clumsy guy who had been training hard recently came to the leap forward class. The desks in the advanced class were close together. Even a big guy has to squeeze through that narrow passageway by turning sideways. That didn't stop him from insisting on squeezing in to watch the drama unfold. As soon as he walked up to Mu Xingyuan, he said, "You're famous again, bro." Wu Yu, standing next to him, smacked his lips. Wow, this is truly something else. That's the charm of a top student. The big, clumsy guy chuckled and asked, "I heard that girl is as beautiful as an angel." There was a knowledgeable guy next to him who was making a face. Just bragging. He's just a high school freshman who hasn't even developed yet. What's so interesting about him? There are girls here, so stop making lewd jokes. His rebuke made Liao Shan, who was standing next to him, look up at the big, clumsy guy who was blocking the road like a mountain. Surprisingly, this big, clumsy guy has pretty sound values. Mu Xingyuan also spoke up to explain things to everyone. She's a younger sister I've known since I was a child. We haven't seen each other for years, so we caught up. Stop spreading rumors. There's no such thing as a confession. After saying that, he looked at everyone with a threatening smile. If this gets back to Sister Ming or the head of the teaching department, I'll settle accounts with you all. Wu Yu immediately let out a long sigh. Ugh, this is so boring. The big, clumsy guy, who hadn't gotten any melon, put the snacks he was carrying on Mu Xingyuan's table. Xiaoming asked me to bring this to my sister. Knowing his voice was rough, and he was afraid of scaring Mu Xingyue, the big, clumsy guy didn't dare to speak to her directly. She just looked at her younger sister across the table and smiled foolishly, then looked at Mu Xingyuan. Xiaoming said he asked you to go out on Sunday. I want to go too. He spoke quite loudly. Everyone around him could hear him. Liao Shan also looked up. Where are you going? I'm free on Sunday too. Wu Yu, who had already returned to her seat, came over again. Count me in too. Zhao Ming, who had simply asked the big, clumsy guy to deliver some snacks along the way, was unaware that the casually arranged Sunday outing group was unknowingly expanding in size. Until Friday night, the reliable Liao Shan made a suggestion. Why don't you create a group chat? Mu Xingyuan, who no longer knew how many classmates were going to hang out together on the weekend, created a group chat after evening self-study. They pulled Zhao Ming inside. Looking at the increasing number of student accounts from the advanced class in the group, Zhao Ming secretly sent a private message to Mu Xingyuan. Brother Yuan, did you add me to the wrong group? This is your Yuejing class group. No. After replying to Zhao Ming, Mu Xingyuan changed the group name to Sunday Outing Group. Zhao Ming, in his dormitory, had a furrowed brow. What's going on? The big guy, who was relaxing his muscles after training, paused for a moment, his gaze shifting away. Well, it's because Brother Yuan is popular. His stammering tone immediately drew Zhao Ming's attention to him. It seems this has something to do with you. As he spoke, he pressed himself directly onto the big, clumsy man's back. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist? Brother Gua, help me. The sound of a pig being slaughtered came from room 405 in the middle of the night. People were still joining the group on Saturday night. The number of people in the group chat, in parentheses, has jumped from 10 to 20, and then gradually to 30. Even the big guy's friends from the school team wanted to join in the fun. Once the number of people increases, someone will be needed to manage them. This was no challenge for the students. Letty, the class monitor of the advanced class, directly posted the voting link in the group. Everyone, please choose a place to go tomorrow. Other students were not to be outdone. I've arranged a buffet for dinner, and since there are many of us, we can get a 30% discount. When Mu Xingyuan got home and had time to check the group chat, everyone has already made arrangements for the next day's itinerary. We're just waiting to meet the next day for a fun-filled day trip. Mu Xingyuan scrolled up the chat history and saw that Ludi's vote had been cast by most people. They organized everyone to book tickets in advance in an orderly manner, and remind boarding students that they can take Metro Line 4 and transfer to Line 2, which takes about an hour. I couldn't help but admire it. What a natural-born workaholic. The next day, looking at the people Mu Xingyuan brought, Wu Yu winked and grinned. Boss, bringing a girl to the amusement park to catch up? The school beauty, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, was quite open and confident in front of everyone. Hello seniors, I am a freshman in high school. My name is Cui Jiai. Although I'm only 2 years younger than everyone else. But Cui Jiai looks like a child. The only difference is that she is an exceptionally beautiful little girl. Cui Jiai has a cold appearance. When she's not smiling, the corners of her mouth turn down slightly, making her look like she has a sour face. Everyone thought this aloof school beauty was hard to get along with. Unexpectedly, the little girl kept calling everyone senior and elder sister, making her much easier to get along with than other children her age. The agreed-upon meeting time has arrived. A group of people swiped their QR codes to enter the amusement park and went straight to queue up under the roller coaster. Mu Xingyuan looked at Yu Liang, who was standing in the line with a curious expression, and asked softly, "Never been here before." The moon shook its head. "Are you scared?" Little Moon shook her head, her eyes shining. Her face was beaming with excitement and a hint of impatience. Liao Shan, who was holding hands with the moon, is also like that. She stood in the middle of the line, constantly turning her head to joke and laugh with Jet at the players shouting and yelling above. The line reached them. Everyone sat down in order, and the 2 seats at the front of the car were just vacated when Mu Xingyuan arrived. Ignoring the people on the bus urging him to get in, he pulled Yu Liang back a step. "Those of you behind me, go first." With a show of courtesy, Cui Jiai and Zhao Ming, who was seeking thrills, sat side by side in the first row. Liao Shan narrowed her eyes as she looked at Mu Xingyuan, who was exceptionally humble and polite. "Xingyuan, you're not afraid of heights, are you?" Mu Xingyuan quickly shook his head. How could that be? A real man can't say no. However, time passed extremely quickly. As the car in front drove back, Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but mutter something. "Did you run for 3 minutes, just now?" Hearing him speak, Lu Di and Liao Shan exchanged a glance and chuckled. It's confirmed. Even Mu Xingyuan, whose life seems to be on a winning streak, has his own shortcomings. Fear of heights. Liao Shan walked over first, then suddenly pointed to the first row with a mischievous grin. "Xingyuan, this is the most fun and exciting seat. If you're not afraid of heights, you can sit in the first row. The experience is excellent." Mu Xingyuan didn't want to go up to any row, let alone the first row. He simply pretended not to hear what Liao Shan said. "I took a seat in the second to last row with the moon in my arms. We're all seated. Let's give that seat to the student who wants to play more." The laughter of Liao Shan and Lu Di coming from the front row made his ears turn red. Once the car started moving, Mu Xingyuan forgot all about being shy and embarrassed. As the car climbed higher, he seemed to hear his own heartbeat becoming clearer. The moment before the car plunges to its highest point. Our Yuan Ji, who is not afraid of heights, only has one thought in his mind. So be it. Ah! I heard the moon screaming and laughing. With the immense wind force generated by the speed, Mu Xingyuan didn't even dare to open his eyes. He simply used all his arm strength to grip the equipment tightly. As the car gradually slowed down and eventually came to a stop, staff asked everyone to line up in an orderly manner to leave. He slowly opened his eyes. As Mu Xingyuan unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up, he glanced at the roadside and noticed a woman walking past in front of the crowd who seemed strangely familiar to him. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, wanting to see more clearly. "This is not suitable for you, baby. Mommy will take you to play other games." The other person was accompanied by a young child. Chapter 77, Sound Waves Drive Away Ghosts. Where exactly did he see this woman before? Before Mu Xingyuan could think it over, Liao Shan suddenly appeared in front of him. Liao Shan bent over and tilted her head to look at Mu Xingyuan, who had suddenly stopped sitting motionless in the flying car seat. I waved my hand in front of his eyes. "Scared out of your wits? If you don't get off now, the next bus will take you away." Mu Xingyuan snapped out of his reverie and stopped thinking about the person from earlier. He didn't forget to stubbornly insist on his point. "Then I can skip the line and ride it again." As the saying goes, fortune changes. Before they even left the amusement park, the feng shui shifted back to Mu Xingyuan. Outside the haunted house, the staff wore scary masks and costumes, which made them look somewhat real. But the sun was shining directly overhead. The bright, clear sky actually reduced the sense of terror considerably. Even Little Moon couldn't help but complain, "So fake." Liao Shan's gaze fell elsewhere. "Forget it, it's too fake. I'm not going in. You guys go have fun." Several of the girls who didn't want to go in kept backing away. "I'm terrified. I'm not going." "I'm not going either." The big, clumsy guy was also standing behind everyone, shaking his head. He was honest, after all. "I'm not going to a place like that. It's so creepy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming knew he couldn't possibly let go of the opportunity to prank his brother. A few boys suddenly glanced at it and pushed the big, dumb guy who was shouting, "I'm not going in. I'm not going in," into the room. The boys' unrestrained laughter attracted tourists from the surrounding area. Mu Xingyuan saw someone grinning widely and taking pictures of the group of young men playing around with their phone. The girls agreed to stand still. "You guys go ahead, the rest of us will go ride the bumper cars one more time." Liao Shan moved her feet toward them. "I'm bored. I'm going to ride the bumper cars too." The next second, Mu Xingyuan grabbed the back of her collar. "Just because it looks shabby on the outside doesn't mean it's dilapidated inside. What if it's really scary inside?" Liao Shan shook her head even faster. "It's just a small amusement park. A haunted house is definitely not interesting. I'm not going. Looking at Liao Shan, who was just as stubborn as herself. How could Mu Xingyuan possibly let her go? Since you're not afraid, that's perfect. Come with me. I'm scared. After saying that, he dragged Liao Shan into the haunted house without further ado. Mu Xing Yuan. Mu Xingyuan regretted it as soon as he led Liao Shan inside. Ouch. You can pinch me, but don't squeeze me. Liao Shan gripped Mu Xingyuan's arm tightly, her eyes never opening since they entered the haunted house. Not only that, she also loudly encouraged herself. I'm not afraid of anything. You're all fake. I'm not afraid at all. Mu Xingyue, who had always been protected and raised, seemed to have become a completely different person. The actors inside the glass enclosure wander around, and when passersby walk by, they suddenly slam the glass and open their blood-red mouths to scare them. Mu Xingyue was only slightly surprised when she saw the baby's face in the mouth. Then, out of curiosity, they craned their necks to get closer, wanting to know where the mechanism was. The staff were surprised that this seemingly well-behaved and pretty girl was not scared at all. They even came closer to me. Seriously, officer? This face is so tempting to commit a crime. The staff members were a little embarrassed by the stares. He dutifully suppressed his expression, and just when everyone thought he was about to leave, he slammed his fist on the glass again. Oh, yeah. The students around me screamed and quickly crossed the area. Mu Xingyue tilted her head slightly while standing still. Suddenly, as if remembering something, it struck the glass back. The staff were dumbfounded. As she tapped the strings, Mu Xingyue began to sing. We will rock you. Liao Shan, who used sonic waves to exorcise ghosts, shut her mouth. Isn't this a haunted house? What's the moon doing? For the sake of the staff's physical and mental well-being, Mu Xingyuan, supporting Liao Shan with one hand and leading Yu Liang with the other, quickly left the area. The three of them disappeared into the passageway. The staff member took off his mask and wiped away his tears. Humiliation, occupational humiliation, this counts as a work injury. Next, Mu Xingyue demonstrated what it means to conquer the haunted house with hardcore skill. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her foot. She squatted down and twisted the person's fingers together. They stood in front of a corpse in the morgue, preparing to rise from the dead, and sang the national anthem. They pulled up the actor who was lying in the coffin, ready to scare the tourists, and then lay down in the bed themselves, complaining that the bed was too small and a bit hot. They stopped in front of the fake wall, where someone would suddenly reach out and grab a tourist, and would go over and shake hands with anyone whose hand reached out. Mu Xingyuan dragged Liao Shan along the way, who had just finished cursing him and the ghost. She kept apologizing to the staff who had been hurt by Mu Xingyue. Finally out of the haunted house, he felt completely exhausted. Little Moon was still looking at him with lingering interest. This is so much fun. No, these words weren't spoken by Mu Xingyuan, but by the staff member next to him. Please be kind and try some other activities. Liao Shan's face turned pale with fright as she walked out of the haunted house, but she still couldn't help but be stubborn. That's all there is to it. Looking at these two great figures, Mu Xingyuan was completely convinced. My esteemed ancestors, please proceed to the next location. Pity. After wandering around the entire amusement park, Mu Xingyuan still couldn't run into the mother and child he had just recognized. On the way out of the park, Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but think of that face again. Where exactly have I seen this before? A group of people left the amusement park and headed straight to a nearby budget chain buffet restaurant. This restaurant not only serves barbecue, but also has an induction cooker on each table for hot pot. The self-service area also offers fried food and stir-fry dishes. The price of 69 yuan per person stunned Liao Shan. Ludi knew more or less that Liao Shan and Mu Xingyuan's families were from extraordinary backgrounds. Watching the students happily flock into the store, she gave a drawn-out as if explaining. His place is considered relatively clean for an affordable buffet. As soon as she finished speaking, Liao Shan took her hand. Let's go get some food too. Liao Shan showed no sign of disliking the buffet restaurant and wandered around with a small tray. Zhao Ming saw her standing in the food pickup area, looking conflicted. I walked straight over. Liao Shan, take whatever you want, don't worry about not being able to finish it. Those guys are like cows, just pass the leftovers to us. Liao Shan was amused by his description, her eyes sparkling like stars. Okay. Zhao Ming's words were not an exaggeration. Since the group of students came in, the cafeteria staff have been even busier than before. The beef cutting machine in the kitchen never stopped. The auntie came over again and again to collect the plates in front of them. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home. A group of teenagers came to give a lesson to the buffet owner. At the dinner table of young people, There is no clinking of glasses, only, "Who ate my chicken wings? Where are my chicken wings? Have you seen my chicken wings? Hey, why don't you bake another one? It's just one chicken wing." Bullshit. I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Give me back my perfectly cooked, slightly burnt, tender chicken wings. Fifth brother, where are you going? While you're at it, bring back 10 servings of fatty and lean meat. Girls are much more refined than boys. Liao Shan went out for a long time and then came back with a salad. Jet paused, his hand reaching for the fries. Are you eating grass? Liao Shan even proudly held up her plate, saying, I added a lot of cherry tomatoes. Chapter 78 Save me, help me get out of here. Mu Xingyue doesn't like crowds. Although I was curious about the food pickup area, I chose to sit in a corner after entering the room. But that little head would stick out from time to time, its eyes fixed on the plates in the hands of the people coming and going. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Letty, who was about to take out her phone to check the time, suddenly widened her eyes. Click into your own group messages. After quickly gathering the information, he muttered, it's all over, and didn't even eat. My thumb is rapidly scrolling through messages. His deskmate looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong, Jet? It seems like something happened to my idol's film crew. It was common knowledge in the whole class that Mu Fanxing was her idol. Upon hearing her say that, everyone instinctively turned their attention to Mu Xingyuan. Unaware of what was going on, Mu Xingyuan shook his head at the crowd. Looking at Jet, he asked, is this the crew of Walking in the Moonlight? An actress went live to accuse the crew of bullying her, and the director's Weibo account was flooded with hate posts. Fortunately, Sister Fanxing's studio reacted quickly, and so far, the criticism hasn't reached her. Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Bullying? Could it be that Song Yuqi is stirring up trouble? He also took out his phone. You don't even need to search when you open Weibo. The Treading the Moon drama crew appears at the top of the search bar. Upon entering again, the face that was broadcasting live was incredibly familiar. Who else could it be but Song Yuqi? She cried her eyes out on camera. Many passers-by who were unaware of the facts left messages to help her seek justice. While crying, Song Yuqi also showed her arm, displaying the bruises on it to the audience. Wu Yu came over when she heard the voice and recognized Song Yuqi at a glance. Isn't this Song Xingyu's sister? She's been to our school before. He had barely finished speaking when the live stream showed that the streamer had already ended the broadcast. Jet, sitting opposite, breathed a sigh of relief. That actor's live stream has been shut down. She belatedly looked up at Wu Yu. Huh? She's Song Xingyu's older sister. While responding to Lu Di, Mu Xingyuan sent a message to Jiang Hui to inquire about the situation of the film crew. The other party replied to the message very quickly. Sister Fanxing said she would handle it, and told us not to worry. Knowing that his older sister had taken action, Mu Xingyuan immediately felt relieved. He looked up at Jet. Don't worry, it's all right now. Letty looked at Mu Xingyuan with dissatisfaction. My idol let her join the cast despite past grievances, and she stabbed me in the back. What a despicable person. Bah. She was genuinely angry on behalf of her idol. He was still swearing angrily until the buffet ended. A group of people were about to part ways at the entrance of the restaurant. Letty kept glancing at his phone as the trending topics on social media intensified, filled with criticisms of the Treading the Moon production team. Mu Fanxing's biggest fans are also having some trouble controlling the comments. Before everyone parted, Letty couldn't help but run up to Mu Xingyuan again. Is everything really alright? People are already criticizing our Xingxing. The young girl in front of me was genuinely worried about her idol. She spoke with an incredibly aggrieved tone, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Mu Xingyuan would shake his head or say any bad news. She would probably break down and cry immediately. Don't worry, let the rumors spread for a while. The clever Jet immediately held back her tears. I understand. Just as Mu Xingyuan had predicted, things quickly escalated. Some third and fourth tier celebrities even came out to speak out, subtly criticizing the industry for making things difficult for new actors. Many media outlets also started to follow suit, and even created a lot of rumors. The most classic examples are interviews with faces covered, where some people claiming to be crew members come out to reveal information. The second and third female leads in the crew often go to see the director at night, and I can't say more about it. It's practically an open declaration that those actresses rose to fame through unspoken rules. The director's reputation plummeted to rock bottom. Fans of the original novel Treading the Moon have also started to take action, boycotting the director, the production team, and everything else they can. It seems the entertainment industry has launched a purge campaign. On the third day of Song Yuqi's live streaming incident, a top-tier celebrity finally stepped in. The other party was actually an old acquaintance of Mu Fanxing. Lily, the leading lady of Wuji Entertainment. Lily posted a video to publicly condemn bullying incidents on film sets caused by celebrity status. Following Lily's lead, many celebrities from Wuji Entertainment also started their own videos. They even created a separate entry, Resist Bullying based on celebrity status. Wen Yajing is also an actress who signed with Wuji Entertainment right after her debut. I've been with Wuji Entertainment for 10 years, so I consider myself a veteran of the company. She also received instructions from higher-ups. When her agent asked her when she was ready to record a video. In the dressing room, Wen Yajing simply picked up a bright red lipstick and touched up her lip makeup. No, I won't take the picture. The agent closed the door to the dressing room. My dear sister, what are you sulking about now? Look, Lily received the boss's instructions and immediately filmed a video and posted it on her account. The script you two fought over was taken directly by her. Wen Yajing glanced at her agent, who had been with her for several years but still couldn't learn to read the situation. She shook her head helplessly and closed the lipstick cap. Has Brother Dong spoken out? No. Where's Kai Shui? No, not at all. After answering 2 questions in a row, the agent took the initiative. They're not with Wuji Entertainment, and our boss can't control them. Besides Wuji Entertainment, have any other companies in the industry spoken out? The agent shook his head. Wen Yajing gave a cold laugh. These bigwigs, who knew all too well how tough it was to get by in the entertainment industry, remained silent. This is enough to show who the onlookers should side with in this incident. Only their idiot boss would be so eager to jump out and try to crush Mu Fanqing's Xingfan Entertainment. She didn't look at her agent again. I won't send it, no matter who asks. Anyway, there are only a few months left on the contract with Wuji Entertainment, so it's better not to renew it for such a brainless company. Inside the hotel where the crew of the film, Walking in the Moonlight, was staying. After Song Yuqi impulsively started a live stream, she realized how scary it was afterwards. He locked himself in the hotel and refused to participate in any activities arranged by the film crew. As the incident unfolded, until I saw the flood of comments online siding with me, Song Yuqi became very excited. I'm famous. I'm really famous. I waited for 3 or 4 days, but didn't receive any news from the production team. Even Jiang Hui never came to see him again. Having tasted the benefits, Song Yuqi suddenly realized the immense power of the internet. She spent a lot of money hiring online trolls to stir up trouble. The public opinion generated is becoming increasingly effective. Hiding in the hotel, she watched her Weibo followers steadily increase, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. As long as I do another live stream and describe joining the film crew as the director illegally imprisoning me, they're under pressure from public opinion, they'll definitely let me go. As she spoke, she clicked on the live streaming option and changed the live stream name to Save Me, Help Me Get Out of Here. She put on that pitiful expression. Good evening, everyone. I'm currently hiding in my hotel room and secretly doing a live stream. I hope you can help me. Chapter 79 Online Trolls. We're not taking this job. Within 10 minutes of the live stream starting, over 100,000 people had already joined. Every second, new passers-by squeeze into the live stream to watch the excitement and wait for the drama to unfold. Song Yuqi glanced at the real-time number of viewers in the live stream and chuckled to herself. Mu Fanqing, you're finished this time. Song Yuqi had a sliced onion beside her, her eyes bloodshot from the irritation. This only made the viewers in the live stream feel even more sorry for her. After all, Song Yuqi really looks beautiful under the live broadcast camera. A beautiful, pitiful woman being bullied. What a perfect character archetype. It broke the hearts of passers-by. Someone in the live chat was asking, what happened to the sister being imprisoned? Song Yuqi quickly wiped away her tears and answered their questions. I'm currently staying at a hotel that the crew of Treading the Moon has booked. There are security guards everywhere, and they won't let me leave. The comments section exploded instantly. What era are we living in? There are still people who dare to openly imprison actresses. Lawless, where are you? We'll call the police for you. Knowing she was in the wrong, Song Yuqi didn't dare call the police, so she quickly changed the subject. My dream since I was a child was to be a good actor. This is my first film, and I put in my best effort. She was reciting the script she had memorized beforehand. Suddenly, I noticed that the comments were starting to go wrong. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream increased even faster. Song Yuqi's heart raced as she read the comments section saying, it's a disaster. A WeChat chat window pops up. Publicly advertised comment. We're not taking this job. Song Yuqi, who was performing with great enthusiasm, panicked and blurted out 2 words, bastard. The viewers in the live stream all saw her expression change in an instant. After a moment of silence, the comments section went into a frenzy. No wonder you've wanted to be an actress since you were little. You're such a good actress. I feel like an idiot for speaking up for you a few days ago. You'd better watch yourself. What are you, a rich kid, pretending to be all pitiful for? The comments section was full of people cursing Song Yuqi, and the ways they cursed her were incredibly varied. She couldn't even last 5 minutes before shutting down the live stream. Unable to find an outlet, netizens went directly to her Weibo account. What happened? What's going on? Just as Song Yuqi was panicking and didn't know who to ask, a call came in from an unknown number. The first thing she heard when she answered was a gentle girl's voice. Hello, is this Song Yuqi? Who is it? The gentle voice on the other end suddenly changed, turning into a scolding. Song Yuqi only retorted, "Are you sick?" before hanging up the phone. However, this was just the beginning. One after another, unfamiliar phone calls came in, and she dared not answer them anymore. I immediately set my phone to do not disturb mode. She also received many friend requests on WeChat, and the messages on those requests were all insults directed at her. There was a knock on the hotel room door. Song Yuqi shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Auntie's voice came from outside the door. "Room service." Song Yuqi opened the door, and standing outside was the director with a dark face. Standing behind him were Mu Fanqing and Zhang Hui. "Song Yuqi, haven't you always wanted to leave? You can leave now. In addition to paying the penalty for breach of contract, someone will also settle accounts with you for the losses caused to the crew in the past few days." Mu Fanqing, standing behind the director, drawled out a hum and said, "If you do a simple calculation, it's less than 100 million. Upon hearing the amount, Song Yuqi truly panicked. "No, you can't." The director looked at her and was reminded of the scolding he had received recently. He said with a cold laugh, "Since Miss Song doesn't like to speak properly, then we'll see each other in court." After the director finished speaking, Jiang Hui walked over from behind him. Her smile remained gentle and warm. "Miss Song, let me help you pack your luggage." Seeing her approach, Song Yuqi instinctively took a step back. "No, you can't do this to me." She watched as Jiang Hui barged into the room despite her attempts to stop her, then turned and grabbed the director's arm. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I will not terminate my contract, and I will not leave the crew." The director immediately shook off her hand. "Miss Song, please have some self-respect. If others see us struggling here and say that I'm forcing you, I'll be terrified." Hearing the other party's sarcastic remarks, Song Yuqi continued to bow her head and plead. "I'm clarifying this. I'll go live to clarify this." Mu Fanqing chuckled softly behind her. Anyone who isn't an idiot would know which to choose, an unknown actress or 100 million. These words are tantamount to sentencing Song Yuqi to death. Don't say the director wouldn't protect her. Who in the entire entertainment industry dares to stand up and say they'll protect this person? Song Yuqi is probably the first person in the industry to have such a bad reputation before even making her debut. Inside the room, Jiang Hui casually stuffed her bottles, jars, and a few pieces of clothing into her suitcase. He simply picked up the suitcase and threw it at Song Yuqi's feet. "Miss Song, please take your things and leave." They were talking quite loudly in the hallway. The other actors on the same floor also opened their doors to come out and watch. When I saw Song Yuqi and the suitcase that had been thrown out at her feet, someone shouted from a distance, "You wicked devil, get out of here." With him taking the lead, the other actors also stood at the door and started talking all at once. "I'm so unlucky to be in the same production crew as you. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. If I were her, I wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the group again." This was the first time in Song Yuqi's life that he had experienced this. Standing in the corridor, she looked like a sinner, and everyone was eagerly waiting for her to be hanged. She bent down to pick up her suitcase and didn't say another word to the director. I walked alone through the long corridor. Someone spat at the door of the room she passed as she walked past, saying, "What bad luck." The people who criticized her were not only the actors, but also the staff members whom Song Yuqi had once looked down upon. Looking at these people, Song Yuqi felt increasingly resentful. What right do they have to insult me? They're nothing but servants. Why are you insulting me? At the end of the corridor, Song Yuqi stood still, his expression having regained its former arrogance. She turned her head and glanced disdainfully at the people standing on both sides of the corridor, watching the commotion. "It's just a penalty for breach of contract. My family has plenty of money. I can afford to pay it. As for you lot, you've worked hard your whole lives, and you're nothing more than actors. You can keep performing your smiles here." Song Yuqi, who was only being stubborn and trying to vent her anger, was unaware that her every move was being recorded by a mobile phone. It was broadcast live. The third female lead, who was live streaming her evening skincare routine to her fans while holding a camera tripod, never expected Song Yuqi to be so eccentric. The person had already decided to leave, yet still insisted on turning back to say those few words, offending everyone. She didn't even dare to look down at her own comment section. She was afraid that the words her fans used to criticize Song Yuchi would offend her. Sure enough, it was less than 10 minutes later. The scene where Song Yuchi made a threatening remark in the corridor after leaving the film crew was screenshotted by fans and quickly spread online. Song Yuchi has really become famous this time. Who says black and red isn't red? Chapter 80, A single wrong step leads to total defeat. In the corridor, Mu Fanqing looked at Jiang Hui, who was watching Song Yuchi leave, and lowered her voice. How are you? What others don't know is the reason why Song Yuchi brought about his own downfall so quickly. All thanks to Jiang Hui. In just 1 week, Song Yuchi suffered a lot at Jiang Hui's hands. Although it didn't leave scars, it still caused her a lot of suffering. A few nights before her live stream, Song Yuchi dreamed that Jiang Hui was smiling gently at her. It's good if it hurts. If it doesn't hurt, it won't be effective. The day before the live broadcast, Song Yuchi finally remembered who Jiang Hui was after being reminded by her. When the other person held up a glass jar and said they wanted to help her get rid of the dampness, Song Yuchi finally broke down. They walked into the trap they had set in advance. Jiang Hui, who was in a daze, came back to her senses when she heard Mu Fanqing's concerned question. Fine. She ruined my dream, and I ruined hers. An eye for an eye, that evens it out. Seeing her pretend to be relieved, Mu Fanqing gently stroked her hair. It's not enough to just see her lose her dreams. You have to wait until she's completely ruined and suffers all the consequences before you're truly at peace. Jiang Hui looked up at Mu Fanqing, and she seemed to understand why this woman was so popular. From that moment on, it seemed as if a new star had been added to her world. That evening, in the phone call Jiang Hui made to Mu Xingyuan, 8 out of 10 sentences mentioned Mu Fanqing. On the other side, Mu Xingyuan, holding his phone, looked somewhat helpless. He seemed to see a version of Jet logged in from another location. Sister Jiang Hui, since you like my sister so much, why don't you stay with the crew? Jiang Hui is a somewhat reserved person when it comes to emotions. She was just talking about how smoothly Mu Fanqing's acting went today when she didn't expect Mu Xingyuan to be so direct, and her face turned red. I need to go back and prepare for the competition. When she talked about her profession, her eyes lit up. I've come up with a new attacking move these past few days, and I'll have to talk to the coach about it when I get back. I never imagined Song Yuchi could be used in this way. Mu Xingyuan gave a soft hum. My sister's car will take you away tomorrow. I wish Jiang Hui all the best in winning the championship. The person on the other end of the phone was amused by him. The two exchanged a few brief pleasantries and then hung up the phone. Mu Xingyuan looked at his older sister's beautiful profile picture on WeChat and couldn't help but tap on it. Mu Fanqing, look at your charm. He opened Weibo again, and the trending topics were completely different from those of the previous few days. All the comments were overwhelmingly negative, condemning Song Yuchi. The entries all say that inferior artists should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. The biggest victim of this incident was not the crew of the film Treading the Moon. Instead, it's Wuji Entertainment. The buzz generated by the actors' recent statements for Wuji Entertainment is insignificant compared to the billions of dollars in market value that evaporated overnight. The comments section was full of questions from fans. Song Yuchi signed with your company? Wuji Entertainment's official Weibo account hurriedly clarified that their company has absolutely no connection with Song Yuchi. Netizens are not buying it. So your boss is Song Yuchi's lover, and you're all going to such lengths to support her? The official Weibo account is crying, saying that our boss has nothing to do with her. Do you believe our boss has cerebral palsy? Wen Yajing, who was originally only a second-tier member of Wuji Entertainment, has become silent this time. After all the actors were instructed to remain silent for a period of time, she unexpectedly became the top female star of Wuji Entertainment. However, what they didn't know was that the top female star's contract was about to expire, and she had already received an offer from Xingfan Entertainment. That's how business warfare works. No bloodshed, but deadly. A single misstep can lead to total defeat. While happily surfing the internet and liking a Weibo post criticizing Song Yuchi, Mu Xingyuan suddenly heard the moon calling him from inside the art studio. Younger brother. Mu Xingyuan hurriedly got up from the sofa. Coming. The walls of Moon's studio are covered with paintings of all sorts of boys, a style different from her previous works. Boys nowadays are gradually developing facial features. However, at this moment, something else appeared for the first time on the canvas in the center of the studio. A lot of things were painted on the golden yellow background. This is an amusement park. The moon nodded vigorously. Based on the layout of the amusement parks they visited, the haunted house would definitely not be in the center. To be precise, no amusement park in the country would place a haunted house in the center. However, in her painting of the moon, She placed the haunted house slightly to the left of the center, which is enough to prove how much she likes to go to haunted houses. Mu Xingyuan rubbed the top of her head. It's really well drawn. He then took out his phone, snapped a photo, and posted it in the family group chat. He had no idea at that moment what kind of shock this painting would bring to everyone. Kong Yun, who was on duty until nearly 10 p.m., sat in the passenger seat while consulting on a treatment plan for a rare disease patient. I'm telling Mu Xing about the experience of this rare disease patient. When the WeChat notification sounded, Kong Yun picked up her phone and opened her mouth in surprise upon seeing the painting. Stop the car, pull over. Not knowing what his wife was up to, Mu Xing didn't ask any questions. Instead, he stopped the car and looked to his side. What's wrong? Kong Yun handed over the phone. This was drawn by the moon. Mu Xing, who enlarged the painting, was even more excited than Kong Yun. His voice trembled slightly. Was this really painted by the moon? Kong Yun gently stroked his chest with one hand. You're getting old. Don't let your emotions fluctuate so much. As she spoke, she took back her phone and sent a video to Mu Xingyuan. Completely unaware that Mu Xing was already stunned. Are you getting old? His wife thinks he's too old. He no longer cared about painting. All he could think about was his wife complaining about him. Kong Yun, standing beside her, smiled as she looked at the two identical faces on the phone. Son, my little darling. When the moon heard her mother call her the way she did when she was a child, she couldn't help but blush. Mother. Mu Xingyuan smiled and patted the moon's head. Mom hasn't come home yet. It's already on its way. Kong Yun couldn't wait to ask Mu Xingyuan. Did the moon paint that picture itself? Before Mu Xingyuan could speak, Yu Liang nodded vigorously. Of course, it is the moon. Great, great, great. Kong Yun couldn't stop smiling. The moon is wonderful. Mu Xingyuan keenly sensed that his father and mother seemed to have a strong reaction to Xiaoya's painting. He asked out of curiosity, is there a problem with the painting? Kong Yun glanced at him through the screen, hesitated for a moment, and then explained it to Mu Xingyuan. You know that art exhibition about the moon, right? Mu Xingyuan certainly knew. It was that art exhibition that made him realize how much his sister cared for him. It's not just that everything exhibited in the art exhibition is about you. In fact, from the first day the moon picked up a paintbrush, she never painted anything except you. Chapter 81. May Buddha protect my son and help him through this life or death ordeal. These words deeply shocked Mu Xingyuan. He knew the moon liked to paint him, but he never knew that the moon had only ever been painted in his name. My gaze fell once again on the painting of the amusement park. He seemed to understand the meaning of the painting. Finally, he wasn't the only one in the world of the moon. She began to try to connect with this world. The image features gentle colors and a joyful scene. It also tells everyone that the moon likes this world very much. Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but hug the moon to his chest. The usually strong Kong Yun felt a lump in her throat and almost burst into tears because of her son's sudden action. Needless to say, Mu Xing, who was standing next to him, had already turned his head away and secretly wiped the corner of his eye. Only the moon suddenly reached out and, using the same trick again, hung up the video call once more. Huh? Why did it hang up? Moon, whose eyes had already reddened, frowned. Dad, I'm crying, I'm annoyed. The next morning, Kong Yun went to the doctor who had been providing psychological counseling to Xiao Yu Liang for many years. The other person looked at Little Moon's latest creation with a face full of joy. The colors in her paintings now are so beautiful that even someone who doesn't know much about art can feel the warmth emanating from the artist's heart. Looking at Kong Yun, who was gazing at him with expectant eyes, the psychologist gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Little Moon is mentally healthy now. She also made a little joke, saying, I'm healthier than most ordinary people. Seeing Kong Yun visibly relieved, the psychologist's emotions were also complicated. She grew up watching the moon, and over the years she has become old friends with the Mu family couple, witnessing the changes in the Mu family today. She got up, walked over to Kong Yun, and gently patted her shoulder. It's all in the past, Kong Yun. Kong Yun grasped the other person's hand and nodded slightly. It's all in the past now. Xing Yuan has returned. Xing Yue is gradually recovering, and the nightmare has dissipated. Things will get better in the future. Will things get better in the future? Are you dreaming, Song Yuqi? The Song residence. As Song Yuqin was getting ready to go to the company early in the morning, she ran into Song Yuqi, who was carrying a suitcase and had just returned home. She questioned the other person about what had happened. Song Yuqi gave her a perfunctory reply and tried to bypass Song Yuqin and go upstairs directly. Song Yuqin, who was already angry when she got up, grabbed her arm. He pulled the person back to him. It has now been revealed online that you are the second young lady of the Song family, and the group's stock price has plummeted. You're saying things will get better? After being mistreated outside, he was immediately questioned by his older sister as soon as he entered the house. Song Yuchi impatiently shook off the other person's hand that was holding her. Then what do you want me to do? You'll be satisfied if I jump off a building and die right now. Song Yuchin had finally secured her position on the board of directors, and now it seemed that everything she had worked so hard for was about to be ruined because of her foolish younger sister. The other party showed no remorse whatsoever as they spoke to me. Looking at her disappointing younger sister, Song Yuchin raised her hand to slap her. Suddenly, her vision went black, and she fainted. This sudden change startled Song Yuchi. Although she argued back with her, she didn't mean to make her faint with anger. Song Yuchi cried out in a panic, "Aunt Wang, Uncle Lu, is anyone there? Come and help." The housekeeper had some first aid knowledge and realized something was wrong as soon as he heard Song Yuchin's heart rate. "Arrange a car directly. Quick, get him to the hospital." At this moment, Song Yuchi was still unaware of what had happened. As she got into the car, she continued to explain. "I didn't do anything. She just fainted from anger." After saying that, she muttered to herself, "Why is he so short-tempered, just like Dad?" The commotion downstairs reached the third floor. Chui Wan stood by the window, watching Song Yuchin being hastily pulled away, her hands clasped together, a string of beads hanging between her fingers. May Buddha have mercy. Unaware that her older sister was in grave danger, Song Yuchi got out of the car and slowly walked over. "Where is the emergency room?" What she didn't expect was that the person was taken to the emergency room. The doctors and nurses immediately sped up their work. "The patient is showing signs of shock. Prepare for a ventilator." Shock. My older sister just fainted from anger, didn't she? Seeing various devices being inserted into her older sister's body, she finally panicked. "What happened to my sister?" The doctor glanced at Song Yuchi through his glasses. "You're a family member? The patient is suspected of poisoning. You'll need to pay a deposit of 20,000 yuan first." Upon hearing the word poisoning, Song Yuchi's legs went weak. Poisoning? How could I be poisoned? The housekeeper was much more reliable than Song Yuchi. He paid the deposit first, and then informed Song's parents. Song Yuchi sat there as if she had lost her soul. She watched as the doctor pumped her older sister's stomach and drew tube after tube of blood. I watched as she was wheeled into the ICU with her eyes closed. Her delicate face showed slight swelling, and her lips were pale. For a moment, she even doubted whether the person lying in the bed was really her eldest sister. Why did her omnipotent eldest sister become like this? When Chui Wan finished getting ready and arrived at the hospital, Song Yuchin had already been taken to the ICU. Worried that her mother wouldn't be able to handle it, Song Yuchi was surprised to find that her usually gentle mother was acting out of character. Upon hearing the news that her eldest daughter had been rushed to the emergency room, instead of panicking and shedding tears, she clasped her hands together and bowed several times to the ICU. "May Buddha protect my son and help him through this life or death ordeal." Song Yuchi was somewhat frightened by this expression. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chui Wan ignored her and simply stood outside the ICU with her hands clasped together in a very devout manner. Mr. Song arrived late, accompanied by the butler who had been waiting downstairs. The housekeeper had already told him about Song Yuchin's emergency treatment along the way. When he saw Song Yuchi, he didn't ask about Song Yuchin anymore. Instead, he slapped Song Yuchi, who was calling him Dad, to the ground. At the same time, a file folder was left on Song Yuchi. "What's the deal with this lawyer's letter?" Now, people are sending wreaths to the entrance of the Song group every day. Song Yuchi never expected that her father wouldn't even give her a chance to explain before attacking her. "I felt very wronged. If you had paid me 48 million to terminate the contract, none of this would have happened." His daughter's attitude further enraged Song On Min. "I sent you to film a movie, and this is how you film it for me. Do you know how much of the Song group's market value has evaporated because of you? I think the person lying inside shouldn't be your sister. It should be you." Song On Min's words hurt Song Yuchi even more than the slap that had just landed on her face. What did my father mean by that? Did he want me to die? Song Yuchi raised her hand to wipe away her tears before she could say anything more. Chui Wan, who had been watching the ICU, suddenly ran up to her and eagerly pinched her cheek. "It's you. You're here. You ran away from Yuchin. You came looking for Yuchi." Chapter 82. That evil spirit is too clever. Recently, Chui Wan's erratic behavior has greatly displeased Song On Min. She started acting crazy again. Song On Min pulled her up abruptly. "Chui Wan, what's wrong with you?" Chui Wan looked at Song On Min with a hint of panic in her eyes. She gripped the other person's arm tightly, as if she were grasping at a straw. "The evil spirit has moved from Song Yuchin to Song Yuchi. I can't kill it. I have no way to deal with it." Song Anmin's head started to ache at the mere mention of the word evil spirit. He couldn't even hear what Chui Wan was saying, only scolding her in a low voice. Shut up. Don't go crazy and keep talking about evil spirits all the time. There's no such thing in the world. Chui Wan wanted to explain, but suddenly remembered what Master Tianyi had once said. You are now an enlightened person. People who are not enlightened will not understand you or comprehend you. This is your spiritual practice. She calmed down and looked at Song Yuqi, who was slowly getting up while holding onto the chair. I must save the Song family. Only I can save the Song family. Song Yuqi got up, wiped away her tears, and was about to leave when Song Anmin stopped her. Where are you going? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already? Since you think I'm a disgrace, then you might as well cut ties with me. Song Yuqi's thoughtless words once again enraged Song Anmin. He suddenly strode forward and grabbed Song Yuqi by the neck. Say it again. It was clear that their family had attracted the attention of everyone around them. Coming to her senses, Chui Wan stopped Song Anmin, saying, Let's talk about it at home. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Song Yuqi. Thinking about all the things that Song Yuqi had caused recently, she was determined not to let her run away again, and not to let the evil spirits come out and cause trouble again. Chui Wan suddenly turned her head and called out to the housekeeper, saying, Take Song Yuqi home. She is not allowed to go out without the master's permission for the time being. Song Yuqi, who had been pinched by her father and was coughing lightly, instantly broke down upon hearing Chui Wan's words. I just escaped from the film set, and now I'm stuck at home again. She raised her head defiantly, looked directly at her parents, and said, Why are you locking me up? What right do you have to do this? However, Chui Wan's actions appeased Song Anmin, and his expression improved considerably, indicating that this woman was sensible. Song Anmin looked at the housekeeper and said, Have the finance department suspend Song Yuqi's card. Let's see what trouble she can cause now. Upon hearing Song Anmin's order, the butler stepped forward to take Song Yuqi away, but she struggled and slapped him hard across the face. The butler, who was originally going to be polite, was slapped for no reason. Without being polite to Song Yuqi, he grabbed her arm directly. Let's go, Mississippi. Song Yuqi wanted to cause some more trouble, but then she realized that so many people had gathered around her. She noticed someone in the crowd secretly taking out their phone. Song Yuqi, who was recently cyberbullied after her video was posted online, immediately covered her face with her hand. She screamed loudly, Don't film me. Don't film me. The sudden shout startled the onlookers. Those surrounding the group all took a step back. He whispered to the person next to him, This girl looks so young, but she seems a bit off. She looks familiar. Isn't she that actress who's been really popular online lately? Actress? What roles has she played? It seems like I've never acted in anything. Oh, what's that actor called? The surrounding chatter did not stop after Song Yuqi left. Instead, he would glance at the Song couple from time to time. Chui Wan wondered what the doctor would say after he came out, and on a sudden thought, she looked at Song Anmin with feigned concern. You must have a lot going on at the company. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry. Yuqin, I'll take care of things here. Looking at his gentle and kind wife at this moment, Song Anmin felt a little guilty, wondering if he had been treating her too badly lately. He raised his hand and gently stroked Chui Wan's hair, an intimate gesture that the couple hadn't made in a long time. Thanks a lot. Chui Wan smiled and shook her head, not forgetting to praise Song Anmin. This family depends on you to support it. Don't work too hard. While their daughter's life hangs in the balance in the ICU, the elderly couple are showing their affection for each other in public. Only after seeing Song Anmin leave did Chui Wan finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, she was the only one in the hospital waiting for Song Yuqin's test results. The doctor approached the family with the test results, his expression very serious. The main cause of the patient's fainting was acute potassium poisoning. However, the accumulation of toxins in her body, according to our assessment, should be caused by long-term chronic poisoning. We suspect that someone poisoned the patient and hope that the family can report it to the police. After hearing what the doctor said, Chui Wan slowly shook her head. No one would poison her. It must have been an accident. The doctor mistakenly thought that Chui Wan didn't understand medicine and wanted to explain it to her from a professional perspective. He was about to speak when Chui Wan interrupted him. She raised her head and looked directly at the doctor, saying, These are all family matters. Doctor, you just need to cure her. The somewhat young doctor was intimidated by Chui Wan's glare and fell silent for a moment. However, out of consideration for his professional ethics, he avoided the other person's gaze and looked at the test report instead. I still stand by my judgment. There is a high probability that the patient was poisoned. The atmosphere in the room became a little awkward for a moment. The two knocks on the door immediately drew the attention of both of them. The head of the neurology department stood outside the door for an unknown amount of time and heard nothing. Upon seeing him, the doctor inside the room immediately stood up. "Teacher." The director nodded slightly and greeted Chui Wan with a smile. "Madam Song hasn't been here for a long time. She must be quite busy lately." Chui Wan also stood up and looked at the other person. "No way you're as busy as Director Gua. Such a big department needs management." Director Gua walked to the consultation table. The attending physician saw the director wave his hand behind his back a few times, indicating that he should leave. He turned around, placed Song Yuqi's report on the table, and walked out of the conversation room. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two people in the room picked up the report from the table and glanced at it casually. He had already inquired about Song Yuqi's situation before he came, so he was just putting on an act. Yuqin suffered a bit. She might develop some neurasthenia or skin inflammation later on, but otherwise it's nothing serious. A smile finally appeared on Chui Wan's face. "It's good that you're all right. I'll have to trouble you these next few days." That evening, Song Yuqin, who had already induced vomiting several times, was moved back to a regular ward. Her face was still slightly swollen, and the monitor next to her showed her heart rate. Chui Wan looked at her with a hint of heartache. "Good child, you've suffered, just get through it." A nurse pushed a cart in from behind to change Song Yuqin's dressing. Chui Wan slung her small bag over her shoulder, walked to the door, found a secluded spot, and dialed the phone. "Master, that evil spirit is too clever. When it sensed something was wrong, it switched from my eldest daughter to my second daughter." Meanwhile, Master Tianyi, who had not heard from Chui Wan for a long time, assumed that she had realized she had been tricked. "I was stunned when I received her call and sat up abruptly in bed." What's wrong? What did you do?" Chapter 83. Why did you come to see me? Late at night, Mu Xingyuan stayed up all night, which was rare for him. The team responsible for game operations discovered a problem with the dungeon during the planning of the New Year's Day event. "I've been searching for 2 days and still can't find anything wrong, so I'm resorting to bothering the boss." Mu Xingyuan, who hadn't been involved in company affairs for some time, was checking the back-end data all night. Suddenly, I received a voice message from Master Tianyi. Click to open. Chui Wan's voice came from inside. Mu Xingyuan was originally looking at the data while listening to their call logs. Gradually, their attention was completely focused on their phones. He even held the receiver to his ear, his brows furrowed. The call lasted only about 5 minutes. However, the contents of the document deeply shocked Mu Xingyuan. He never expected Chui Wan to be so crazy. No one knows how Master Tianyi brainwashed her, but she completely believed that there really was evil spirit in the Song family. The recent instability in the Song family is all due to the mischief of evil spirits. When he heard that Chui Wan had taken it upon herself to poison Song Yuqin in an attempt to kill the evil spirit within her, he was shocked. Master Tianyi panicked. "Who taught you to do that?" Chui Wan's gentle voice was filled with malice. "I found this out myself. As long as the host's body is weak, the evil spirit can't survive and will naturally leave. I've succeeded. It's gone from Song Yuqin." She sighed regretfully. It's a pity that it ended up with Song Yuqi again. On the other end of the phone, Master Tianyi was at a loss for words. He even considered stepping down and handing the position to Chui Wan, believing that Chui Wan was more talented than him. Chui Wan kept pressing for answers on the phone. "Master, if I continue to poison them, others will surely discover it. Is there any other better way to drive away the evil spirits?" The master did not want to answer. The master even considered calling the police. In desperation, he could only try to calm Chui Wan down. "There's always a way out when you reach the mountain. Buddha arranged all this for you because he knew you could handle it." On the other end of the phone, Chui Wan kept repeating the phrase, "There's always a way out." Master Tianyi's words gave me goosebumps. "I'm going to continue my meditation. You may continue as you see fit." That concludes all the call logs. After listening to these records, Mu Xingyuan opened the message sent by Master Tianyi. The other person's tone was full of disbelief. "This woman is insane. If she dares to poison people today, she might kill someone tomorrow. What are we going to do? Kill?" Upon hearing Master Tianyi's words, Mu Xingyuan sneered. "She's already killed people before, what wouldn't she dare to do?" He hadn't expected that he hadn't done anything, but had only gotten Master Tianyi to say a few ambiguous things. Chui Wan was able to harm even her own daughter. While pondering, he gave Master Tianyi the next instructions. "You did a good job. Don't worry too much about Chui Wan for now. Let's see what she does next." Master Tianyi, who was already on this ship, knew he couldn't escape. "The only solution now is to tie ourselves to Mu Xingyuan. I'll have a way to survive if I'm judged on the day of the trial." "Okay." Over the next few days, Mu Xingyuan intentionally observed Song Xingyu's actions. The other student goes to and from school normally. I didn't notice anything unusual about the Song family. Mu Xingyuan knew the Song family well and knew that Cui Wan had most likely kept the poisoning a secret. Otherwise, the Song family would never be as peaceful as it is now. On the fourth day of Song Yuqin's hospitalization, Mu Xingyuan went to the hospital alone. She was drinking seafood porridge brought to her by her caregiver in the hospital room. His computer sat on the bedside table, the screen displaying the OA interface of the Song family group. Once her health improved, she managed to handle her work while undergoing treatment. If we were to say which of the Song family's children is the most career-minded, it would probably be Song Yuqin. Unfortunately, Song Ami never intended to hand over his business to his daughter. When Mu Xingyuan knocked on the door, she was looking at the newly submitted list of merchants joining Acorn Street. Enter. Long time no see. Mu Xingyuan didn't even buy a fruit basket. As he approached the bedside, he placed the apple he was holding on Song Yuqin's table. He had just taken this apple from the fruit bowl in the living room, and of course he knew that Song Yuqin didn't like apples. If I like him, I won't take him. Why did you come to see me? Song Yuqin was quite surprised to see Mu Xingyuan sit down on the sofa chair opposite the bed so naturally. The two haven't seen each other for a long time since the last time she went to the school to look for him. After all, I've called you big sister for so many years. Isn't it normal for me to come and visit you when I heard you were in the hospital? Perhaps sick people are inherently vulnerable, especially since their younger siblings are all in school. Since being hospitalized, Mu Xingyuan, who was kicked out of her home, has become the first person to visit her in the hospital. Song Yuqin was somewhat moved. She couldn't help but want to recall her childhood. Seeing that her expression softened and she lowered her guard against him, Mu Xingyuan slightly curled the corners of his lips. The best strategy is to subdue the enemy without fighting. The key is to win their hearts and minds. Just as he had always known that his older sister regarded her as a potential rival. This antagonistic relationship no longer exists. If he said even a few kind words, Song Yuqin would reflect on whether she had been too harsh on him. Mu Xingyuan continued with concern. You've always been in good health. How could you suddenly fall seriously ill like this? Song Yuqin relaxed her body and leaned back against the pillow behind her. I've been busy with the group's affairs lately, which lowered my immunity. After staying up for several nights, my body suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Is this Cui Wan's answer to you? Mu Xingyuan sneered inwardly. Song Yuqin, you pride yourself on being smart, but how come you act like you're blind and deaf when facing your own parents? Then let me see the truth for you. He feigned concern. You know my mother is the director of the twin hospitals. Give me your test results, and I'll ask her to take a look. So I know how to treat it afterwards. Hearing his words, Song Yuqin was quite flattered. No need, this hospital is one of the top hospitals in Haiqing. Mu Xingyuan's smile remained unchanged. It's all right, it's no trouble at all. Listening to what the other person said, Song Yuqin also had her own plans in mind. Although she was surprised that Mu Xingyuan would suddenly come to visit her, he was willing to ease the tension between them. Song Yuqin could not have desired it more than she could. After all, Mu Xingyuan's current identity is that of the young master of the Mu family. She turned to the side and opened the drawer, only to find that the examination report was not inside. The report must have been taken by my mother. Having anticipated this, Mu Xingyuan immediately replied, It's all right. All the reports from this hospital are synced to the official WeChat account. It'll be more convenient for you to download them and send them to me. Song Yuqin did as instructed and quickly sent the report over. She was shocked when she saw it. So many test results? I had no idea the situation was so critical that day. Mu Xingyuan didn't answer her question. Instead, he called Kong Yin directly. The call was connected quickly. Mom, are you busy? The natural and affectionate mom made Song Yuqin's heart flutter. She was suddenly jolted awake, remembering that the boy in front of her had long been kicked out of the Song family. But even when he was with the Song family, he never called Cui Wan that. Song Yuqin's attention was drawn away by the affectionate address, and when she came back to her senses, she only heard the person on the phone saying, Whose report is this? These are clear symptoms of potassium poisoning. Chapter 84 The Art of Winning Hearts. Poisoning. Song Yuqin looked at Mu Xingyuan in surprise. How could it be poisoning? Kong Yin also heard her words and thought that the other party was refuting her. I explained it to her directly using professional terminology. Finally, a conclusion was reached. If your attending physician can't even see this, then he should take off that white coat as soon as possible. Having achieved her goal, Mu Xingyuan didn't want Kong Yin to say anything more to her. I immediately turned off the speakerphone. Thank you, Mom. You go ahead with your work. I'll video chat with you when I get home tonight. Stunned, Song Yuqi no longer cared about whether Mu Xingyuan and his mother were close or not. She was struck by the sudden news. In that brief moment, she thought about many things. Over the past few days, she had indeed doubted her test results. However, Cui Wan brought the head director over and kept reminding her to get more rest. She also thought that her weakened immune system had triggered an acute allergic reaction, which led to her hospitalization. Having no medical knowledge and placing great trust in hospitals, she never doubted that this incident was not an accident. Someone poisoned her. Who poisoned it? She asked this question while looking at Mu Xingyuan. How could Mu Xingyuan possibly reply to her? He simply pretended not to know anything and looked at Song Yuqi with equal surprise. But every word he utters is an inducement. How could you possibly be poisoned? Everything you eat, wear, and use is arranged by Madame Song. Who would be so capable as to go to the Song family and poison you? Unless... He paused deliberately at this point. As he expected, Song Yuqi completed the second half of the sentence to herself. Unless it was poisoning, it must be a family member. She wasn't stupid. She already had suspicion in her eyes when she looked at Mu Xingyuan. You came to see me on purpose today? What do you know? Mu Xingyuan, who was being questioned, had no intention of revealing himself right now. He looked at Song Yuqi with an innocent expression. I'm at school every day. How could I possibly know anything about your Song family? He saw that Song Yuqi's gaze was still full of suspicion. All right. Mu Xingyuan suddenly stood up, walked to the door, and brought in a violin case. He took a ticket from the small pouch in his instrument case and handed it to Song Yuqi. Song Yuqi was also surprised to see the words written on the ticket. This is an interfield ticket for Bida's Sydney show. I remember you were a big fan of this band back in the years. As Mu Xingyuan spoke, before Song Yuqi could react, he took the ticket from her hand again. He left his violin case on the spot, as if his heart was broken, then turned and walked away. Anyway, you won't believe me now. I'll return it to its rightful owner and won't bother you again. His movements were extremely fast. Before Song Yuqi could react, Mu Xingyuan had already pushed open the door and run out. No way. He was afraid that if he stayed even a second longer, he would be exposed. After all, he's not a professional actor. However, playing a green tea character is quite enjoyable. No wonder so many people like to be one. Inside the hospital, Song Yuqi gently pulled open the instrument case that had been left beside her bed. Just as she guessed, it was the guitar that Song Xingyu had snatched and then thrown on the trash can. Mu Xingyuan repaired the guitar, leaving only a shallow mark on the crack in the middle. She plucked the strings. At such close range, she finally noticed the few words she had left on her guitar when she was young. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of regret welled up in my heart. She made the wrong choice once again. She discarded the child's feelings once again. Song Yuqi couldn't help but cover her face with her hands and take 2 deep breaths. What on earth did she do? Mu Xingyuan, who had already left the hospital, was unaware of the profound impact the guitar had on Song Yuqi. He would probably be in a better mood if he knew. Because the guitar was fake, and the concert tickets were fake too. Song Yuqi's guitar was probably disposed of completely by the scrapyard long ago, leaving not even a trace. This one was made by Mu Xingyuan using photos he had saved on his computer. That's why I'm putting on this psychological warfare act today. In a good mood, Mu Xingyuan got into the car and took one last look at the hospital through the window. They didn't even say thank you. How rude of them. After calming herself down, the impolite Song Yuqi carefully put away her guitar and placed it beside her hospital bed. She was skeptical of Kang Yun's words. He then sent the report to a friend who was studying medicine, and the friend's conclusion was the same as Kang Yun's. Potassium poisoning. Song Yuqi was also very decisive. After receiving the message from her friend, she immediately pressed the bell in front of her bed. The nurse knocked on the door and came in, only to see that Song Yuqi had already changed her clothes. I want to be discharged from the hospital. She could no longer trust this hospital. She doesn't plan to go back to live in the Song family's residence either. After packing her things away and picking up her guitar bag, Song Yuqi suddenly fell silent for a moment. So, when that child left the Song family, was he like you are now? We know not what lies ahead, nor where we are going. Mu Xingyuan's psychological warfare strategy was a resounding success. Upon returning to school, he heard another piece of good news. The production team of the TV series Treading the Moon has officially sued Song Yuqi, seeking compensation of more than 64 million yuan. Although the court will most likely not ultimately rule in favor of this amount, even half of it would be enough to rip Song Yuqi off. After all, she couldn't come up with that much money, and the matter would only escalate to Song Anmin's level. That's another property. Mu Xingyuan, who was in a good mood, had the corners of his mouth turned up. This piqued the curiosity of Liao Shan, who was standing next to her. You've never participated in this kind of study tour before? Mu Xingyuan was also puzzled by this question. What study tour? Then what are you laughing at? He didn't answer Liao Shan's question, but turned to look at her. Has the school organized a study tour? Liao Shan nodded, then shook her head. We haven't been notified yet, but it's pretty much a done deal. As it turns out, rumors heard from Wu dialect speakers are not necessarily true. But what I heard from Liao Shan was absolutely true. In Fan Ximing's class, a few minutes before the get out of class ended, she cleared her throat. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm about to issue a notice. The entire Leap Forward class fell silent instantly. The expectant looks on Fan Ximing's face below made her laugh. Look at you all, you've already heard the news. The male students in the back row were quite impatient. Sister Ming, stop keeping us in suspense. Fan Ximing didn't delay any longer and immediately opened the image on the projector. The above is a notice for a study tour. Meet at the school gate at 6 a.m. this Saturday and depart on time for the county town, arriving at the provincial museum around 10 a.m. Fan Ximing had barely finished speaking when her voice was drowned out by the cheers of her classmates. She also stopped everyone from making noise, and instead smiled, and let them finish shouting before raising her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Give the teacher a few minutes to explain the itinerary. The socially anxious class monitor also stood up. No, stop making noise. The Leap Forward class is a magical class, with the most socially awkward class monitor in the whole grade and the most obedient classmates. Everyone immediately fell silent. Even Wu Yu covered his mouth. Fan Ximing nodded to the class monitor. Sit down. After arriving at the provincial museum at 10 a.m., we will tour the museum until 4 p.m., then gather to return to the school gate at 8 p.m. So students need to bring their own meals for the day, understand? The students below answered in unison, we understand. Chapter 85 apologized to them. During break, everyone was discussing the upcoming study tour to the provincial museum. Little Moon was puzzled by everyone's excitement and looked at Mu Xingyuan to ask, what is study tour? A boy passing by answered her first. It's about everyone going out to have fun together. When it came to going out together, the moon understood, and its eyes lit up. Haunted house. Seeing his younger sister being led astray, Mu Xingyuan quickly spoke up to correct her. We're not going to an amusement park. We're going to a museum to learn. Upon hearing that they weren't going to the amusement park, Little Moon simply said, oh, and immediately lost interest. The school organized this study tour, and the 3 grades went in 3 separate groups. The first group to go were senior high school students who did not have any exams scheduled recently. For the next few days, everyone discussed the study tour every day. There's no way around it. For high school seniors, life consists of nothing but exams and studying. The students were extremely excited about this rare opportunity to get out and relax. Unlike the excited students, the school teachers, while taking students on study tours is a good thing, also carries a great responsibility. The school has held several meetings regarding safety and discipline in preparation for this study tour. The day before departure, Fan Ximing divided her classmates into smaller groups. Each group consists of 5 people and elects a group leader. Each group leader is responsible for managing their 4 group members. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone started discussing who they should be in a group with. Fan Ximing continued, each group leader must team up with another group leader. The class monitor will hand over the group list before evening self-study. With this arrangement, the teacher only needs to keep an eye on 5 students to keep an eye on all 48 students in the class. It saved a lot of effort. The students in the Leap Forward class all got along very well, and there were very few small cliques or factions. Even the small group of girls who used to like Song Xingyu lost their fascination with him after all that happened. For students, a sense of collective honor can sometimes take precedence over personal feelings. No one insisted on being in the same group as someone they were friends with. Instead, a rational discussion is needed, and it would be best to divide the boys and girls equally into groups, as the museum has a large number of people, and this would help protect the female students. Several introverted students in the class were also randomly assigned to different groups. Wu Yu looked at the class monitor who had been keeping his lips pursed and instantly smiled. Squad leader, you're lucky to be following me. I also know a little about unofficial history. The class monitor looked away, sighing inwardly. Being in a group with Wu Yu meant his ears would never be idle all day. Mu Xingyuan and Xiao Yueliang don't need to find anyone to team up with. He was directly recruited by Liao Shan. Liao Shan led Mu Xingyuan, Xiao Yueliang, Zhao Qi, and Guo Chengcheng, a male classmate sitting behind her, into a group. And the group leader who accompanied her was naturally Jet. The 2 girls are getting along better and better, and have even reached the point where they wait for each other after class to go to the restroom hand in hand. It's a friendship that Mu Xingyuan, this boy, can't understand. This is unlike the harmonious atmosphere of the Leap Forward class at this moment. Fang Duo got into another argument with someone in the Tsinghua Peking University class next door. You skipped other groups and insisted on coming to Song Xingyu's group. I know exactly what you're thinking. The girl, blushing, retorted, don't talk nonsense. I'm here to see Chu Qingha. The incident began when the homeroom teacher asked the students to form their own groups. Song Xingyu said he could be the group leader. The girl at the table in front of him, Chu Qingha, turned around and looked at him. Then I'll team up with you. Another girl in the class, Zhu Xiuxiu, also came over, saying, count me in, I'll join you guys too. This scene somehow angered Fang Duo again. Fang Duo, busy arguing with someone, didn't notice that Song Xingyu's gaze towards her had become increasingly strange lately. Both Song Anmin and Cui Wan are very controlling people, and Song Xingyu already felt extremely oppressed by the Song family. Once at school, Fang Duo would restrict his ability to talk to the girls in his class. The other party repeatedly embarrassed him in public. What does she consider herself? An item? The property bearing the surname Fang? As Zhu Xiuxiu, who had been arguing with Fang Duo, turned around and went back to her seat in tears. Song Xingyu finally spoke up. Is that enough? Fang Duo, standing beside her, seemed to have won a battle. She didn't hear Song Xingyu's words, but instead looked triumphantly at Chu Qingha at the table in front of her. And you, stop bothering Song Xingyu. I've said enough. Song Xingyu's sudden shout startled everyone around her. Fang Duo then noticed that he was looking at her with anger. You scared me. Song Xingyu suddenly stood up and looked at Fang Duo. Apologize. Fang Duo was baffled by those two words. Apologize for what? Apologize to Chu Qingha and Zhu Xiuxiu. Upon hearing his words, Fang Duo's face was filled with disbelief. You want me to apologize to them both? Why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. Everyone in the class who was discussing who to be in a group with stopped. Sensing the gazes of everyone around her, Song Xingyu's tone became even more resolute. It is my freedom to choose who I am in a group with and who I am with. You insulted your classmate for no reason, so you should apologize. Looking down at her from her moral high ground, Fang Duo suddenly felt it was utterly absurd. Song Xingyu, are you crazy? Do you even know who your fiancé is? The words fiancé once again caused Song Xingyu to lose her mind. He started talking recklessly, saying things like, if you really consider yourself my fiancé, you should listen to me even more. Apologize to them. What he said is completely unreasonable. Everyone is an independent individual. Why should I, as your fiancé, have to listen to you? Looking at Song Xingyu in front of him, Fang Duo, who was clearly bullying others, acted aggrieved. She couldn't help but compare Song Xingyu and Mu Xingyuan in her mind. Song Yuan had never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Knowing that Fang Duo was quite possessive, he would never joke or play around with other girls in front of her. He let Fang Duo look at his phone freely, allowing her to check up on him. Unfortunately, at that time, Fang Duo's eyes were only on Song Xingyu, and she couldn't wait to sever ties with him. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she ran out crying with tears in her eyes. The classmates never expected that Fang Duo, who was always domineering, would be made to cry in front of everyone one day. The boys in the class silently exclaimed, holy crap, and their gazes towards Song Xingyu changed completely. Needless to say, the female classmates around them were also affected. Meanwhile, Song Xingyu, who was being watched by everyone, felt a strange sense of pleasure. That's how it should be. Women were nothing more than his possessions. He wanted to be like his father, to have everything under his control. Chapter 86 Raising Fishwell. Fang Duo ran out and arrived at the entrance of Yuejing class. Looking at Mu Xingyuan, who was sitting in his seat, smiling as he listened to his classmates discussing what to bring. Her expression was incredibly aggrieved. Mu Xingyuan. Upon hearing his name called, Mu Xingyuan turned around and saw Fang Duo crying with tears streaming down her face. He showed no intention of getting up and simply withdrew his gaze. Continue chatting with Liao Shan and the others. It's okay, Zhao Qi, Gu Chengcheng, and I can carry the heavy things. You can bring the Polaroid camera and other cameras if you want. Seeing that Mu Xingyuan showed no intention of coming out, Fang Duo, who was standing at the door, went straight in. She acted as if she were in her own home, as if she were in someone else's classroom. Without any hesitation, he pushed aside the student blocking his way and said, excuse me. Fang Duo forcefully interrupted everyone's chatter and stood in front of Mu Xingyuan. Xingyuan, I regret it. Let's go back to how things were before, okay? The once noisy Yuejing class gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at Mu Xingyuan with some concern. There was no way around it. He had been completely bewitched by Fong Duo before, enduring all beatings and scoldings with unwavering devotion, perfectly embodying the term simp. Now that the white moonlight has turned back, she's even apologizing so sincerely. Can Mu Xingyuan withstand it? Of course he could handle it. Not only could he handle it, but he also found Fong Duo a bit annoying. Fong Duo, the dean of students, is cracking down on early dating. Why don't you come with me? Fong Duo, who still hoped to win Mu Xingyuan back, was suddenly speechless. Liao Shan scoffed from the side. Why are there people staging melodramatic youth dramas at schools every day? Mu Xingyuan immediately got up and was about to leave. Come on, let's go to the office and talk. Fong Duo, who had just been crying with tears streaming down her face, immediately held back her sobs. On the way here, she had thought that if Mu Xingyuan found her annoying, she would pester him relentlessly. As the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. She knew Mu Xingyuan's personality. As long as someone held a place in his heart, he would treat them even better. But she didn't expect Mu Xingyuan to directly bring up the head of the teaching department to deal with her. This is not even on the same level of combat. How can Fong Duo make a move? Mu Xingyuan, who had walked out from another path, was already standing at the door, turning back to urge Fong Duo on. Hurry up, don't make me miss my next class. Someone suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tranquility of the advanced class. The students who had been holding back their laughter started laughing out loud without any restraint. Someone saw through Fong Duo's little scheme. Miss Fong still wants to use Xingyuan as a backup plan? The students around him chimed in. That's right. As soon as he gets upset with Song Xingyu, he comes to Mu Xingyuan. Miss Fong is an excellent fishkeeper. Amidst everyone's teasing, Fong Duo awkwardly walked to the door of the advanced class. She looked up slightly at Mu Xingyuan. Their relationship had progressed to this point. She still held on to hope that the other party could help her out of this predicament. Liao Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't know whether to call her naive or mock her for being too stupid. Mu Xingyuan, standing outside the door, was filled with impatience. It seems that you Tsinghua and Peking University students still don't have enough homework. Fong Duo did not go with Mu Xingyuan to find the head of the teaching department. She left school early and went back to the Fong family home. After giving birth to this daughter, Madame Fong fell seriously ill and nearly died. Mr. Fong was a womanizer, so he went straight to the hospital and had a tubal ligation. Fong Duo, the only daughter, became the couple's only child, and they gave her whatever she wanted from a young age. She was spoiled to the extreme. Even when the incident escalated to the police station last time, they only locked the person up at home. They provided her with the best food and drink, but simply wouldn't let her go out. Even the Song family's ability to climb up to the Fong family was actually a choice made after careful consideration by Fong's father. He didn't want his daughter to suffer any injustice, so he immediately chose Song Yuan to protect Fong Duo. I never expected so many things to happen to the Song family later. Mr. Fong, who had picked up his wife from the beauty salon after get off work, heard that his daughter had run away from school that afternoon, locked herself in her room, and hadn't come out since. He immediately disregarded everything else and went straight to knock on Fong Duo's door. Sweetie, it's Daddy. Open the door for Daddy. Fong Duo, who was inside the room, heard her father's voice at the door and immediately buried her head in the quilt. Mr. Fong turned the handle and found that the door was not locked, so he went straight into his daughter's room. What's wrong, sweetie? Did something happen at school? After changing out of her high heels, Fong's mother followed her daughter into her room. Who bullied our baby? Let your dad go and teach him a lesson. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Fong Duo finally got out of bed and rushed into her mother's arms. Those red, swollen eyes broke the hearts of the couple. I don't want to go to school anymore. Seeing her beloved daughter sobbing as she spoke, Fong's mother also wiped away her tears. Who is this heartless bastard who bullied my daughter like this? Even though Fong Duo's description was somewhat hesitant, her father still managed to grasp the key points. It's that kid, Song Xingyu. It seems the Song family has been living comfortably lately, even daring to bully my daughter. Fong Duo sobbed in her mother's arms, and her father immediately took out his phone and dialed Song Onmin's number. The Song family at this moment. Song Yuqin left the hospital without a word, neither going to the company nor going home, and remained completely out of contact. Song Yuqi locked herself in her room all day and wouldn't come downstairs for meals as a form of protest. Song Yuhua stayed at school from Monday to Friday. The once lively dinner table was now empty except for 4 people. The silence was eerily quiet. For some reason, the sound of ceramic bowls and chopsticks clattering together could always be heard coming from Song Yushu's side. This inexplicably irritated Song Onmin. Just as he was about to curse, his phone on the table vibrated. Upon seeing Fong's father's name above, his expression immediately changed. "Hello, Mr. Fong." The restaurant was so quiet that everyone could hear each other, and a reprimand came from the receiver. Song Xingyu's hand suddenly trembled. He belatedly realized that Fong Duo was not yet his woman. The Song family was also not under his control. He secretly raised his head, but buried it again under Song's father's angry glare. "Don't worry, I guarantee that this will never happen again." The other party hung up the phone immediately upon hearing this. The restaurant fell silent instantly. Song Yushu put down his chopsticks and bowl, saying, "I'm full." Then he quickly ran out of the restaurant. Only Song Xingyu and her family of 3 remained. Watching her mother eat as usual, Song Xingyu didn't know what to do. Only Cui Wan's eating voice remained in the restaurant. The eerie atmosphere caused Song Xingyu to break out in a cold sweat. After some time, Cui Wan put down her chopsticks and bowl, saying, "I'm finished eating. You and your son can continue your meal." Only Song Anmin and Song Xingyu, who had her head down, remained in the restaurant. "You don't like Fong Duo?" Song Xingyu was startled by her father's sudden voice and trembled. Without, Song Anmin did not get angry as he expected, but spoke to him calmly. The Fong family gives the Song group a 5% discount every year, which saves them 200 million yuan in costs annually. The Song group doesn't need to contribute anything to these 200 million. All they need is you. As he spoke, Mr. Song tapped the table with his index finger. "All you have to do is take good care of his daughter. Do you think it's worth it?" At that moment, Song Xingyu dared not say anything else. He simply nodded and gave a soft hum. He even had a feeling that the father in front of him, who wasn't yelling but speaking softly to him, was even more terrifying. "Let it never happen again." "I understand, father." Chapter 87. I Can't Let You Go. Once upon a time, Song Xingyu was smug about being pursued by the school's famous rich girl. He even mocked Mu Xingyuan, who followed Fong Duo around like a lapdog. Now, fortunes have changed. It was his turn to be the son of the Song family, and it was his turn to bear all the responsibilities that came with it. Only when he stood in this position did he realize whether there was candy or a razor blade there. Back in her room, Song Xingyu took out her phone and sent a message to Fong Duo. "I'm sorry about what happened today. I'll bring you a homemade sandwich tomorrow morning as an apology." On the other side of the phone, Fong Duo, who had been hiding in her room all afternoon, was finally coaxed downstairs by her parents. "Just as I was getting ready for dinner, I received a message from Song Xingyu." Seeing her aggrieved daughter stop crying and start smiling, Mr. and Mrs. Fong looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holding her phone, Song Xingyu received a reply from the other party, which consisted of only one word, "Humph." This also means that the matter is now over. But Song Xingyu was not happy at all. He knew in his heart that he used to be able to put on airs and act arrogantly in front of Fong Duo. From now on, I'll probably have to obey this young lady's every word. Early the next morning, the housekeeper, Uncle Chi,